Outside, a blizzard roared and howled, snow blanketing the sky and earth in a chaotic white expanse. A group of ragged people, their faces purple with cold, huddled in a street corner, shivering. Hunger had driven them to the streets, and clinging to their last hope, they scraped bark from trees. Even if it was bitter and unpalatable, it was better than starving to death. Not far away, a mansion with vermilion tiles and red walls stood majestically, particularly striking against the wind and snow. Inside, a brazier burned brightly, and a pot of soup simmered, emitting a fragrant aroma. The red copper stove made the surroundings warm and cozy, as if in a different world from the outside. The man reclined in a grand chair, draped in a sheepskin cloak, with two beautiful women in his arms. His eyes crinkled with a smile, and his expression was languid. They drank hot wine and ate beef, mutton, mushrooms, and fish balls, chatting and laughing as they discussed. "Whose turn is it to serve us tonight?" Outside the mansion gate, several guards stood with grim expressions, fully armed. They wore tactical vests, carried composite bows and automatic rifles, their gleaming armor and chilling aura making them seem out of place in this age of cold weapons, as if they came from another era. And all of this began half an hour earlier, when Lu Xinyan was still the ace captain of an overseas mercenary organization. That day, he and his teammates were sitting around the campfire, drinking beer, bragging, and talking about how he had fought off enemy soldiers and battled with several beautiful women until dawn the night before. The next second, however, a silent drone pierced the night sky, precisely locking onto its target and dropping its bomb. A deafening roar erupted, flames soared into the sky, and Lu Xinyan, along with his table, was blown to pieces, blood and limbs splattering everywhere. Before his comrades could even scream, his consciousness faded into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transported to a dynasty that did not exist in history, the Great Feng dynasty. Just then, the Jurchen cavalry from the north marched south, and the old emperor of Great Feng, Li Sun, panicked and hastily abdicated the throne to his crown prince, Lin Yan, while he himself, along with his empress and concubines, prepared to flee south. But the Jurchen army marched swiftly, cutting off their retreat halfway. The capital fell, and the entire royal family was captured. 2 generations of emperors and 3,000 members of the imperial family all became prisoners. The dynasty collapsed, and the land changed hands. On the 3rd day after the fall of Kyoto, Lu Xinyan braved the wind and snow to go up the mountain to chop firewood. He unexpectedly rescued a woman who was on the verge of death from a snowdrift. She was covered in wounds and was tightly holding 2 little girls, both of whom were pale and bluish, in her arms. Lu Xinyan was already starving and had no ability to support these 3 beautiful women, let alone have any wonderful encounters with them. Just then, a cold, familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Exchange system activated. Establish a relationship with a designated object to obtain system points. Points can be used to exchange for resources, upgrade storage space, and unlock exclusive skills. At this moment, in Lujia village, in the dead of winter, the north wind howled outside the window, and snow fell heavily, turning the world into a vast expanse of white. Lu Xinyan lay on the cold kong, a heated brick bed, his eyes closed, his consciousness hazy, vaguely hearing someone whispering in his ear. "Xian Yan, let's make this clear first. If you want my body, you must marry my 2 younger sisters as well, then I will agree. Although I am already 21 this year, and my youngest sister is already 18. I am a bit old. But we sisters are all from respectable families, and we will not mistreat you. If you remarry in the future, we sisters will have no objection, we only ask that you do not abandon us. Brother, why don't you say anything? If you don't say anything, we will take it as your consent." Lu Xinyan slowly opened his eyes, suddenly feeling something wriggling under the covers. This startled him. Before he could recover from the shock, a fair-skinned, beautiful woman emerged from the blankets. "Brother, am I beautiful?" Beautiful lady, you look familiar. Haven't we met somewhere before?" The more Lu Xinyan looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. Even though she was only wearing a bright red bodice and her hair was styled in an ancient woman's bun, Lu Xinyan recognized her at a glance. She looked exactly like Yao Lu, the school beauty and class monitor from his high school days. "Yao Lu? How could it be you? What are you doing here?" He stared at her in shock and blurted out. "Wait, you died too? How did you die? Could it be like in those novels, where you had a crush on me, and then, Upon learning of my accident, you committed suicide for love? The woman was completely bewildered, her confused expression resembling that of a fairy on the street in her past life seeing a lunatic. Young master, what is a novel? And who is Yao Lu? Are you still pretending with me? Let me tell you, Lu Xinyan was about to explain, but before he could finish speaking, a sudden, intense headache struck. In just a few seconds, countless fragments of memories flooded his mind, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. Young master, what's wrong? The woman called out anxiously. As her memories gradually pieced together, her headache subsided. At this moment, the woman, seeing Lu Xinyan staring blankly at her, mistakenly thought he was feigning ignorance and said angrily, Is young master testing me? If you don't want to take my two sisters, just say so. Why are you toying with me? In truth, her actions were born of desperation. With the capital fallen, the Jurchens were wreaking havoc, killing, and looting, leaving the 6 northern provinces in ruins. And then came the once-in-a-century snowstorm. In this chaotic world, for 3 weak women to survive without support was simply impossible. Since arriving at Lu Xinyan's home, although he had always been well-behaved and had never made any improper moves towards the sisters, she could tell that Lu Xinyan was simply too honest and embarrassed to speak up. Initially, she planned to sacrifice herself by marrying Lu Xinyan in exchange for his protection of her 2 younger sisters. However, during the day, she unexpectedly learned that the neighbor's daughter had been forcibly kidnapped by a bully who, because she was not yet married, took her for himself with just a bag of wheat. This matter completely shocked the 3 of them. In chaotic times, unmarried women were like prey without protection. Even if she was willing to marry Lu Xinyan, she couldn't stop others from coveting her. Rather than have her sisters trampled on, and their lives treated like dirt, it would be better for all 3 of them to marry Lu Xinyan. Even if life was hard, at least they could take care of each other. It was for this reason that Shangguan Linxue had to make a request. If Lu Xinyan wanted her body, he had to marry her 2 younger sisters as well. Normally, Shangguan Linxue wouldn't have worried that Lu Xinyan would refuse. After all, both of her younger sisters were stunningly beautiful, and any man would find it hard to resist such temptation. But it was freezing cold, and food was extremely scarce. Under these circumstances, she feared Lu Xinyan would refuse her request, citing, "One more person means one more mouth to feed." So she was worried I wouldn't accept those 2 younger sisters. Lu Xinyan muttered softly, finding it amusing. You see, Shangguan Linxue's 2 younger sisters are both stunningly beautiful. In their previous life, they would have been top-tier school beauties. In his past life, he risked his life, living a life of constant danger, all to earn enough money to return home and keep an 18-year-old girl as a mistress. Now, he can skip decades of hard work. Only a fool would refuse. When he understood the whole story, especially seeing Shangguan Linxue's chest heaving with anger, the turbulent waves of her chest stirred his emotions. How could he refuse such a tempting offer? Suddenly, Lu Xinyan pounced on Shangguan Linxue like a hungry tiger, grabbing her and pinning her down. This unexpected action startled Shangguan Linxue, turning her face pale. Seeing that Lu Xinyan was about to pounce on her, she quickly covered her chest with her hands and stammered. You have to promise to marry my 2 younger sisters first, then I'll give them to you." "That's it." Lu Xinyan's lips curled slightly, revealing a playful smile. "All right, I can agree to your request." "Really?" Shangguan Linxue was overjoyed upon hearing this. However, Lu Xinyan changed the subject, reaching out to gently pinch Shangguan Linxue's fair chin, his face full of mockery. "However, I have a few slogans, and I'd appreciate it if you could cooperate and shout them a few times later." Shangguan Linxue was completely bewildered, utterly confused. What kind of strange quirk was this? But in order not to anger Lu Xinyan, she still gritted her teeth and agreed. Shout what? Simple. You'll find out soon enough." Lu Xinyan deliberately kept her in suspense. 3 minutes later. "Stand up." May die." "Lu Xinyan, if you keep doing this, I'm going to tell the teacher." "Lu Xinyan, you're so mean, I won't let you copy my homework." Please continue, I'll do your homework for you." "Yes, that's the style, continue." "Sister-in-law, she. The loud noise coming from the next room startled the 2 girls who were curled up on the narrow bed, leaving them at a loss. Although they couldn't understand what the neighbors were shouting, the creaking sound, coupled with the fact that the two rooms were separated only by a tattered curtain, allowed them to hear every word. Hearing Shangguan Linshue's almost hoarse voice, Li Jingshu silently shed tears. Seeing this, Yi Lingxi quickly pulled her into her arms and gently patted her back to comfort her. Jingshu, don't be afraid, I'm here. Remember this, from today onward, you are no longer that high and mighty princess, and I am no longer the princess consort of Duan. Although Sister Linxue is the empress, she has sacrificed so much for us. We should live on strongly to repay her kindness. Sister-in-law. Li Jingshu slowly raised her head, looking at Yi Lingxi with her red and swollen eyes, and asked softly, Do you think father and brother are all right? Will they come looking for us? I don't want to stay here, I'm so scared. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxi silently shed tears. She recalled the day she married Prince Duan, Li Jingtai, when news arrived that the Jin army was approaching. Prince Duan was given a critical mission and led a portion of the royal family to flee south, only to be pursued and killed by the Iron Pagoda on the way. Although she and Shangguan Linxue survived by sheer luck, all their guards perished in battle. Had they not encountered Lu Xinyan along the way, they would likely have frozen to death in the icy wilderness. To avoid showing Li Jingshu her vulnerable side, Yi Lingxi forced herself to remain calm, biting her red lips as she said, Don't worry, as long as we're alive, there's always hope. If that guy wants to consummate the marriage tomorrow, I'll go first. In truth, she had already heard the news of the fall of Kyoto and the capture of all the imperial relatives. But she dared not tell Li Jingshu, fearing she wouldn't be able to bear the blow. Compared to her relatives who had been taken north, being alive was already an immense stroke of luck. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Xinyan was so hungry that his stomach was practically sticking to his back, and his whole body was weak and powerless. Forget about any vigorous piston-like movements, even the slightest movement was extremely difficult. Sigh, it really is true what they say, when you're well fed and clothed, you think of lustful desires. When you're hungry, you really have no energy at all. Lu Xinyan lay there helplessly, sighing and inwardly lamenting his misfortune. He'd been single for over 20 years, finally free of his brothers, only to be unable to perform due to hunger. It was both laughable and pathetic. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your adult transformation. Just as he was sinking into despair, a clear mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ears. Who's speaking? Lu Xinyan was startled. Before he could react, a powerful suction force suddenly struck, and he was completely out of control, sucked into a mysterious white space. This space was enormous, roughly the size of a football field, and perfectly square, as if it had been placed inside a storage box. Lu Xinyan stared wide-eyed at what was before him, hardly believing his eyes. Holy crap, could this be the legendary storage space? System introduction. This is the system's storage space. The host can store items here using their thoughts, or exchange unwanted items through the system's exchange window. Lu Xinyan listened carefully to the system's introduction, and when he heard about romantic partners and system points, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Wasn't this just forcing him to have more girlfriends? However, his attention was quickly drawn to the floor of the storage space. There was a striking red dividing line on the floor, dividing the entire space into two parts roughly in an 8-to-1 ratio. On the smaller wall, the words, Exchange Area, were clearly written. Lu Xinyan stared at the exchange area. How do I exchange? I don't see a recycling window. Just as they were wondering what was going on, the wall began to tremble slightly. Then, a device resembling an ATM slowly emerged from the wall. Lu Xinyan approached the exchange machine, his heart filled with curiosity. As he walked, he subconsciously touched his body, only to suddenly realize that he was naked and hadn't brought anything with him. This was troublesome. What was he going to use to exchange for something? Just as he was at his wit's end, his gaze inadvertently swept across the floor of the storage space. In that instant, his eyes lit up as he spotted a bright red piece of cloth, its color extremely eye-catching. He approached for a closer look and was immediately astonished. It was Shangguan Linshue's red undergarment. Lu Xinyan looked embarrassed and quickly shook his head, muttering to himself. It wasn't me, I'm really not that kind of person. He looked flustered, like a thief with a guilty conscience, and quickly picked up the undergarment. He hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself and walked to the window to see if he could exchange it for something. The moment he handed over the red bib, a flash of white light appeared in the window. In a flash, the undergarment was sucked in and vanished without a trace. Immediately afterward, the machine began to run rapidly, humming as if analyzing or processing something. A moment later, with a click, a small opening appeared at the bottom of the machine. Lu Xinyan stared wide-eyed inside and saw something tightly sealed in a vacuum package. He carefully took it out and examined it curiously. When he looked inside, he was stunned. It was a brand new bra. He stared, completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, you can redeem this thing? After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Xinyan quickly calmed down, his mind racing. If this machine could exchange for modern goods, could it also exchange for food? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. This meant that in this strange world, the problem of food and clothing might finally be solved. Thinking of this, Lu Xinyan left the storage space without hesitation. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the dilapidated hut, everything as before. He looked down and saw Shangguan Linxue lying on his chest, panting heavily, with fine beads of sweat on her temples. Lu Xinyan was immediately puzzled. I've been in the storage space for at least half an hour. How come the real time hasn't changed at all? He suddenly realized, his eyes lit up, and he was extremely excited. Could it be that time in the storage space is different from the outside? No matter how long I stay inside, real time doesn't advance? This discovery is crucial. It's practically a cheat code. Just as he was overjoyed, Shangguan Linxue had caught her breath and, her face flushed, began searching around for something. Strange, it was clearly here. How could it be gone? She muttered to herself as she fumbled around anxiously. Lu Xinyan naturally knew what she was looking for, and seeing her flustered state, he couldn't help but chuckle. So he picked up the bra he had just redeemed from beside him and handed it to her. This is for you. Hearing the sound, Shangguan Linxue looked up and froze, her face filled with disbelief. What is this? Where did he get it? He didn't have this in his hand just now. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan quickly explained with a smile. This is something I made myself. It's kind of like the belly band you mentioned, it serves a similar purpose. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue's face immediately turned bright red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Although she and Lu Xinyan had already been intimate, they hadn't known each other for very long, and this still made her feel embarrassed. But now that her undergarment was lost, she couldn't just go without it, could she? She bit her lip, but finally reached out and took the bra, carefully cradling it in her hands. However, looking at this unfamiliar object, she had no idea how to put it on. So she looked up at Lu Xinyan with shy eyes and asked softly, This, how should I wear it? Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan smiled even more happily. Well, let me teach you. Without waiting for her response, he opened the packaging and began his on-the-spot teaching. As Lu Xinyan demonstrated, he secretly rejoiced. My hard-earned two-finger unlocking skill has finally come in handy. Shangguan Linxue blushed and let him manipulate her like a shy little girl. The bra was quickly put on, and the effect was amazing. It fit her figure perfectly, as if it had been tailor-made. Lu Xinyan exclaimed. As expected of a system product, the quality is impeccable, perfect. Shangguan Linxue also showed a shocked expression and exclaimed softly. What kind of fabric is this? It's so comfortable. She came from the capital and was well-traveled. She had worn all kinds of silks and satins, but she had never touched such a soft and close-fitting fabric. She couldn't help but ask excitedly, Young master, could you also bestow such a treasure upon my two younger sisters? As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. After all, these were intimate garments, and she felt a little embarrassed to say them out loud. Lu Xinyan smiled, gently pulled her into his arms, and said, Of course, they'll be mine sooner or later anyway. When we consummate our marriage, I'll give each of them one. After hearing this, Shangguan Linxue's eyes flashed with doubt. Why wait until then? Lu Xinyan casually replied. I want to give them a surprise. Of course, he wouldn't say that he would have to rely on their personal clothing to exchange for things, as that would be too embarrassing to say. After saying this, his gaze fell on Shangguan Linxue again. Wearing the bra he had just exchanged, she looked even more alluring and captivating, so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Lu Xinyan's throat tightened, and he couldn't help but pounce on her again. Even though he was almost exhausted, he didn't want to miss such a beautiful sight. Lu Xingyan was so hungry that his stomach was growling loudly, and he muttered to himself, unable to even crack a joke. I've only taken care of one person, and there are still 2 girls who need to eat. What am I going to do? The wind and snow outside were gradually subsiding, but the entire village was deserted and eerily quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. With more and more houses displaying white mourning banners at their doors, Lu Xingyan knew that someone else had starved to death. In this era of war and blizzards, every household was starving, and it was not uncommon for a few people to die. Even he himself was so hungry that he was seeing stars and his legs were weak. How could he care about Shangguan Linshue's gentle embrace? If he didn't get up and find food soon, he was afraid that he would never be able to get up again. Damn, this animal is cleaner than me! He struggled to his feet, searching the entire house, but couldn't find a single grain of food. The rice jar was gleaming from being scraped clean, and the wild vegetable roots he dug up a few days ago were long gone. The house was cleaner than a face. Yilingxi and Li Jingshu had gotten up early and were now looking at Lu Xingyan with anxious expressions, their eyes darting around with anticipation. Sister, that young Master Chen was terrifying last night. He beat my sister-in-law so badly that she screamed until she was hoarse. Sure, keep your voice down, or he might come back and punish us if he doesn't get enough to eat. Although they said they were scared, their eyes still kept falling on Lu Xingyan, as if they were still hoping he would bring back some food. At this moment, Shangguan Linxue came out of the house, having changed into clean clothes. She looked both charming and composed. She reached into her bosom and took something out, handing it to Lu Xingyan. Husband, I have some jewelry here. Why don't you take it and exchange it for some grain? Lu Xingyan glanced at it, and saw that it was half an earring and a broken hairpin, which didn't look worth much. It seemed that the 3 sisters had already spent all their valuables, and these few items were their last remaining possessions. They had originally hidden some gold, silver, and valuables when they left the capital, but the Jin soldiers looted them all along the way, leaving them with nothing. The Jin soldiers didn't care whether you were royalty or not. They killed any man they saw and took all the women as spoils of war. Lu Xingyan looked at the jewelry in Shangguan Linshue's hand, feeling a mix of emotions. He really didn't want to accept the jewelry, but right now, even getting hot water at home was difficult, so he had no choice but to accept it. All right, I'll keep it for now. He took the jewelry and tucked it into his pocket, but his brows furrowed. Don't get your hopes up too high. Although the snow has lessened outside, the roads are still blocked. The nearest town is 70 or 80 li away, and the snow is so thick you can't even pull your feet out. It's too difficult to go out and exchange for grain. Lu Xingyan sighed softly again. I'd bet many people in the village froze or starved to death last night. Who would have any surplus grain? Hearing this, everyone in the room fell silent, their hopes fading. Just as everyone was feeling down, Li Jingshu suddenly looked up at Lu Xingyan, a question forming in her mind. Didn't you say you couldn't exchange it for grain? Then why did you accept the Empress's jewelry? However, she only thought this once in her mind and didn't say it aloud. Lu Xingyan didn't have time to pay attention to her doubts, and turned to go to the rice jar in the corner of the room. While searching for food, he noticed a small hole behind the rice jar, like a rat's nest. They were almost starving, so he had to try even to borrow some food from the rats. Come on, you guys, help me move this rice jar! Shangguan Linxue reacted immediately, responding without hesitation and running forward. Yilingxi and Li Jingshu, though confused, quickly followed to help when they saw their sister move. All 4 men were starving and had very little strength left, making it incredibly difficult to move the rice jar. They gritted their teeth and persevered, finally managing to move the jar and reveal a dark hole behind it. Lu Xingyan picked up a stick and tried to stir it up, and surprisingly, he found some scattered rice husks. Oh my, this really is a rat hole! Yilingxi exclaimed, and Li Jingshu was so frightened that her face turned pale. Upon hearing the word rat, she screamed repeatedly. They had never seen anything like this before. These girls, who had been pampered since childhood, had never even seen a mouse in person. What's all the fuss about? And the noise is so loud, it means you're not hungry enough. Lu Xingyan scoffed and continued searching the hole. After all that effort, all they managed to get was a pile of rice husks and empty shells. They hadn't even found a single mouse. Tisk, these days, even the mice are starving to death. Despite his complaints, he didn't stop picking up the broken rice husks bit by bit. At this moment, Shangguan Linxue also squatted down and said softly, "Let me help you." She obviously understood that now was not the time to be picky. If you wanted to survive, you had to try everything. She turned to look at Yi Lingxi and Li Jingshu and sighed. One was the daughter of the Grand Commandant, and the other was a princess of the great Feng dynasty. They had been pampered since childhood, but now they had to face reality. This isn't the palace, this isn't the capital. Survival is the priority. Lingxi, Jingshu, come help. The two girls hesitated for a moment, but they knew that being picky about food would only lead to starvation, so they came over with their small bowls to pick out the rice husks. Lu Xinyan looked at the three of them, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. Although their clothes were tattered, their demeanor and bearing were completely different from ordinary people. They didn't seem to come from ordinary families at all. He recalled the recent fall of the capital and the mass exodus of nobles, and a guess immediately formed in his mind. Could they really be young ladies from some high-ranking family in the capital? Then wouldn't you say I'm quite lucky with women? He chuckled inwardly, thinking that although life was tough, there were still some joys. After working for a long time, the mouse hole was finally cleaned up, and they even dug a hole in the wall. The group collapsed to the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. But when they looked down at their creation in the bowl, Lu Xinyan's brows furrowed again. Lu Xinyan stared at the pitiful amount of food, his brows furrowed as if in a knot. Shangguan Linxue noticed his mood and quickly comforted him. "Husband, something is better than nothing. Rest for a while, and then I'll search with the sisters again to see if there are any fish that have escaped." Her words startled Lu Xinyan, and he felt a surge of emotion. This woman was not only understanding but also so considerate. She was practically the ideal wife. He nodded, his tone firm. "Don't worry, with me here, you won't go hungry." As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding white light flashed, and Lu Xinyan appeared in his storage space. Looking at the empty space in front of him, he sighed, feeling that his transmigration was too unlucky. What protagonist starts like this? Muttering to himself, Lu Xinyan poured the half bowl of rice husks into the exchange machine. With a soft click, the machine spat out 2 small bags. He looked closely and almost cried out. It was oatmeal. This was a high-calorie food, a lifesaver for them right now. He quickly put the earrings and hairpins that Shangguan Linxue had given him into the box as well. A flash of white light, and out came a piece of silver and a plastic headband. Lu Xinyan weighed the silver in his hand. It was only about 5 qian, a unit of weight. Although he had gained something, he couldn't smile. "Where am I supposed to buy food with this silver in this snowy weather?" he muttered to himself as he packed up his things and left the storage space. When he returned to reality, Shangguan Linxue was staring at him with a complicated expression. She pursed her lips, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she only managed a slight smile and said softly, "Husband, I believe you." Lu Xinyan was taken aback, then realized time had stopped in the storage space, and she was still stuck at the moment he spoke. But just as he was about to respond, the room suddenly erupted in chaos. "Huh! Where's the rice husk? It's gone!" Shangguan Linxue exclaimed in surprise, her expression changing. Yi Lingxi was also bewildered. "Yeah, it was just here a moment ago. Could it be haunted? Ghost? Ghost?" Upon hearing this, Li Jingshu was so frightened that she hugged Yi Lingxi, trembling. "Don't talk nonsense!" Shangguan Linxue quickly scolded her. Her tone was soft, but her eyes showed some uncertainty. Looking at the empty table, she found it unbelievable. How could it be gone? Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Lu Xinyan quickly spoke up to smooth things over. "Don't make wild guesses. To tell you the truth, I just encountered a deity while I was daydreaming. He saw how pitiful we were, so he replaced the rice husks with this." As he spoke, he pulled out the 2 packets of oatmeal from his pocket and waved them in front of the 3 women. The 3 women leaned forward and looked at them for a long time, but none of them recognized the product, their faces full of question marks. "This is divine food, meant to stave off our hunger," Lu Xinyan explained earnestly. "Edible? Really?" The 3 women exchanged bewildered glances, but their stomachs were already rumbling. Hearing that it was edible, their eyes lit up, but because they hadn't eaten for a long time and had just gone through all that trouble, they were all very weak and almost collapsed. Seeing that things were going badly, Lu Xinyan immediately rushed outside, scooped up a handful of snow from the snow, and poured it into the earthenware jar. He placed the jar over the fire, waiting for the snow to melt into water, which he then slowly boiled. The moment the oatmeal was poured into the jar, a rich aroma immediately filled the entire house. "It smells so good!" Li Jingshu exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. "This smells even better than the food from the imperial kitchen!" Lu Xinyan scoffed. "You've actually eaten food from the imperial kitchen?" Li Jingshu puffed out her cheeks, about to argue, but was stopped by a look from Shangguan Linxue, and wisely shut her mouth. A little while later, the oatmeal was cooked. Shangguan Linxue served Lu Xinyan a large bowl, and then shared some with herself and her two younger sisters, though the portions were noticeably smaller. The family now depended entirely on Lu Xinyan. If he collapsed, they would truly have no way to survive. Lu Xinyan understood this, so he took the food without being coy and ate it bite by bite. Although he wasn't full, the warmth in his stomach made him feel like he had been resurrected, and some of his strength returned. He stood up and stretched, then said to them, "You stay home and wait. I'll go out and see if I can find anything to eat." With that, he walked to the door and picked up a bow and arrow from behind it. The bow and arrow looked incredibly rudimentary, made of wood, and the rope was even woven from hemp rope. Lu Xinyan frowned as he looked at it. No wonder the original owner of this body starved to death. This piece of junk could be used for hunting? He was about to leave when Shangguan Linxue hurriedly chased after him. "Wait!" she called out, taking out a silk scarf and carefully wrapping it around his neck. "It's windy outside, don't catch a cold." Lu Xinyan was stunned, too moved to speak for a moment. He had dated before in his previous life, but the girls back then were all after his money. He had never met someone as considerate as Shangguan Linxue before. She smiled gently and said softly, "Come back soon, we're all waiting for you." Lu Xinyan nodded, a warmth rising in his heart. Carrying this warmth, he walked out of the house. The wind outside was like a knife, but at this moment, his heart was warmer than fire, and he felt no cold at all. Looking at the worn-out bow and arrow in his hand, Lu Xinyan felt like crying. The original host had starved to death because he couldn't get enough to eat, and if he were to rely on this thing again, he feared he would suffer the same fate. He gritted his teeth, and a thought struck him. The broken bow and arrow transformed into a small crossbow. Although its lethality was passable, Lu Xinyan frowned upon seeing its range. "This thing can only shoot 20 or 30 meters, right? You'd have to rely on luck to even shoot a sparrow with it." Stepping out of the village, all I could see was a blanket of white snow, a vast expanse of white, with no trace of anything in sight. In such cold weather, even people wanted to stay indoors, let alone wild animals. Lu Xinyan stood in the snow, scratching his head, feeling utterly chilled. He couldn't help but wonder, did those characters in novels who could easily hunt wild boars have GPS devices attached to them? But then he thought of Shangguan Linshue's expectant eyes and sighed. Unable to bear returning empty-handed, he wandered aimlessly in the woods near the village. The weather was getting colder and colder, and his stomach was growling louder and louder. Time flew by, and he felt his legs getting heavier and heavier. In this snowy weather, it's like climbing to heaven to get a hot meal. Lu Xinyan lay down weakly in the snow, his lips turning pale. Just when he was about to despair, a faint aroma of meat suddenly wafted in from the wind. The aroma was rich, carrying the smell of lard, just like rice mixed with lard. Lu Xinyan sat up abruptly, sniffing the air as he carefully searched for the source of the fragrance. Finally, after groping his way along, he stopped in front of a house at the east end of the village. He recognized the family. They were Xie Laogo, the village's notorious nouveau riche. The aroma was wafting from their yard, and that tempting smell was dog food. The watchdog was happily munching on a bowl of steaming hot rice mixed with lard, and Lu Xinyan almost cried with envy watching it. "These days, even dogs eat better than me?" Since he couldn't find any prey, he decided to target this vicious dog. Like its owner, this dog usually roamed the village and had bitten many people, so he could be considered to be ridding the village of a menace. Lu Xinyan secretly hid to the side, and after making sure no one was paying attention, he began to act. He kept throwing snowballs at the dog, causing it to bark incessantly, and the servants came out to check on it several times. Lu Xinyan calculated everything perfectly each time, ensuring the dog didn't finish its meal while also preventing the servants from discovering him. After several rounds of this, he finally saw that the servants were no longer coming out. He mustered his courage and peeked out from behind the snowdrift, only to have the vicious dog suddenly pounce on him. What the hell? Lu Xingyan was startled and quickly dodged. The dog, enraged, charged at him like a madman. Seeing that things were going badly, Lu Xingyan quickly took out his crossbow and fired an arrow at the dog. With a whoosh, the crossbow bolt hit its target, and the vicious dog stiffened and fell to the ground, convulsing. He dared not be careless, and fired another arrow. Only after confirming that it was no longer moving did he collapse to the ground, panting heavily. I almost lost my life. After resting for a moment, he quickly stuffed the vicious dog into his storage space, preparing to retreat as soon as possible. But the aroma still lingered at his nose, irresistible. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Xingyan decided to take the risk. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he rushed forward and grabbed the remaining bowl of rice mixed with lard. After succeeding, he didn't go straight home. Instead, he pretended to be like the other able-bodied men in the village, loitering around the woods. Partly to avoid suspicion, and partly to try his luck and see if he could find anything. Fate played a cruel trick on him. He actually discovered a grove of wood ear mushrooms. Excitedly, he picked all the mushrooms, stuffed them into his pocket, and took them away. Hiding deep in the woods, he immediately put the wood ear mushrooms into the redemption machine to see what he could get in return. A few seconds later, the machine dispensed several wood ear mushroom-flavored energy biscuits. Lu Xingyan was starving and didn't bother to chew slowly, so he ate it in a few bites. Although the taste was a bit strange, at least it filled his stomach. But before his hunger had completely subsided, his eyes fell again on the bowl of lard mixed with dog hair. The aroma is irresistible. He couldn't help but swallow hard, struggling internally for a long time. Reason finally prevailed, and he stuffed the bowl of dog food into the vending machine as well. He stared intently at the machine, terrified that it might eject something and hit him in the face. Luckily, the machine didn't reject him. Instead, it clicked open and spat out a small plastic box. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find it was goobily steamed buns. System, you're amazing! You can even analyze the taste and switch them out? Lu Xingyan quickly put them away, afraid that the machine would change its mind. Finally, he turned his attention to the dead dog, thinking, such a big piece of meat, it should be worth a lot in exchange, right? The exchange machine started up again, the turntables slowly rotating, and he nervously stared at the dispensing port. At first, nothing came out, and he thought it had failed. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he heard a few click 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 sounds. The machine seemed to be jammed, frantically spitting out vacuum-packed black pepper steaks. Lu Xingyan was stunned. He stared at the pile of steaks, his mind blank for a moment. Huh! Dog meat for steak? This is a steal! He was incredibly excited. But before he could even enjoy his happiness for a few seconds, the redemption machine froze completely, as if it had crashed. Lu Xingyan leaned closer and saw that the steaks that the machine had dispensed were neatly packaged into 12 bags. One packet, that's only a few pounds of meat. Compared to that fat dog, it's a complete rip-off. Looking at his meager haul, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Seriously? Such a big dog, and this is all it's worth. For a moment, he almost wanted to kick the broken machine away and take it apart to see if it was up to something. However, just as he was getting frustrated and about to curse, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a new icon that had appeared on the redemption machine out of the corner of his eye, LV0. Lu Xingyan was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized. Wait, does this mean that if I upgrade my storage space, I can exchange for even more things? Thinking of this, he felt terrible and regretted it so much that his intestines were tied in knots. He gritted his teeth as he recalled what happened last night. The system was activated after he slept with Shangguan Linxue for one night. So, according to this logic, if he slept with one of those twin sisters, wouldn't he be able to unlock an upgrade? Then, if we trade that dog for it, wouldn't we be able to fill the house with piles and piles of food? Damn it! Damn it! I'm such an idiot! Lu Xingyan slapped his thigh hard, tears streaming down his face from the pain. It wasn't until midnight that Lu Xingyan slowly made his way home from the mountains. When he opened the door, the sight before him stunned him. The house was in complete disarray, as if it had been ransacked. There wasn't much decent furniture to begin with, and now it had been turned upside down. Who did this? Lu Xinyan asked, frowning. Hearing the commotion, Shangguan Linxue rushed over, her eyes red-rimmed, her face full of grievance, and said, "Husband, you're finally back." Yu Lingxi and Li Jingshu, the two younger sisters, also stopped what they were doing, glanced at him with red eyes, and then silently continued to clean up the mess. They used to be royalty, but now they were almost bullied by a local bully in this mountain village, and they were so aggrieved that they were about to cry. After listening to Shangguan Linshue's fragmented account of what had happened, Lu Xinyan realized that, as expected, it was Xia Laogo's dog that caused the trouble. The old man discovered his dog was missing and searched the entire village like a mad dog. Luckily, he hadn't brought the dog meat home to eat. "Husband, why are you still smiling?" Shangguan Linxue looked at him, puzzled, as he couldn't help but smile. The thought of Lu Xinyan returning empty-handed sent a chill down her spine. She'd probably be going hungry again tonight. But Lu Xinyan didn't explain. He strode to the door and slammed it shut. Then, he carefully pulled a small box of steaming hot, Gubili Zilong Bao, from his pocket. "Look what this is, hurry up and eat it," Lu Xinyan said smugly, handing over the steamed buns. Shangguan Linxue was stunned, her eyes widening as if she had seen some rare treasure. "Where did this come from?" She looked surprised and suspicious, even wondering if he had stolen it from Xia Laogo's house. Lu Xinyan casually replied, "It was a gift from the old immortal." Looking at her thin face, he felt a pang of heartache. So, he gently picked up a small steamed bun, held it to her lips, and said tenderly, "You haven't eaten all day, have you? Eat up." Shangguan Linxue was stunned, her eyes instantly reddened, and a blush rose on her cheeks. She was once the empress, the mother of the nation, but she had never been treated with such gentleness. Her relationship with Emperor Lin Yan was nothing more than a loveless political marriage. Now, fallen to this state, she was experiencing a man's tenderness and care for the first time. Okay, I'll eat." She nodded gently and took a bite of the bun. Then she turned and walked to her younger sisters, smiling as she handed them the steamed buns. "Lingxi, Jingshu, look, it's buns." The two younger sisters' eyes lit up instantly, their voices trembling with excitement. Accustomed to delicacies, they had never considered such a simple snack. But now, the aroma of the buns brought tears to their eyes. In no time, the two sisters had devoured the two steamed buns. Watching them wolf down their food, Shangguan Linxue felt a pang of sadness. Looking at the half-eaten bun in her hand, she blushed and walked back to Lu Xinyan's side. "This, you can have it." She lowered her head and handed over the steamed bun, looking shy like a little girl. Lu Xinyan took the bun, raising an eyebrow slightly. "You're giving it to me? What about you?" I'm not hungry," she said, but her stomach was already growling. Lu Xinyan didn't say anything, but simply held the bun back to her mouth and said softly, "Be good, eat it." Shangguan Linshue's nose tingled, and tears finally streamed down her face. "Hey, don't cry." Lu Xinyan quickly wiped away her tears with the back of his hand. At this moment, he noticed her disheveled hair at her temples, and even her hair bun was a little loose. Then, he took out a black headband from his pocket and carefully held it up in front of her. What's this for?" Shangguan Linxue asked curiously, having never seen such a thing before. "Don't move." Lu Xi chuckled softly, then personally put the headband on her head and tucked her stray hair behind her ear. At that moment, Shangguan Linxue felt her heart skip a beat. In all her life, she had never been treated so gently. After Lu Xinyan joined in the cleaning, the house was restored much faster. Just as they were finishing, Shangguan Linxue suddenly emerged from the house mysteriously with a bowl. Blushing, she presented it to Lu Xinyan like a precious treasure. "Look at this, is it still edible?" Lu Xinyan looked down and saw that the bowl was half full of rice. "Where did you get this?" he asked in surprise. Shangguan Linshue's face turned even redder, and she muttered softly, "I dug it out of a mouse hole." It turned out that after he left, she took her two younger sisters to search for mouse holes to try their luck. Unexpectedly, they actually found a hole in the corner of the yard, where the mice had hidden the stolen grain. Lu Xinyan then realized that the rice grains had been secretly hidden by mice during the autumn harvest and drying, and that the house in front of him had been painstakingly built up by Shangguan Linxue. This made him feel indescribably guilty. She had worked hard all day, but he hadn't done anything. He felt utterly useless as a man. Thinking of this, Lu Xinyan said nothing more, but silently pulled her and her 2 younger sisters into the house. Once inside, he immediately began preparing a meal, his movements so efficient they were impressive. He first gathered some stones, arranged them in a circle around a fire in the middle of the room, and then placed firewood inside to light it. Once the fire was blazing, he moved a large, flat stone slab from the side and carefully placed it over the fire to heat it. Shangguan Linxue, watching his actions with utter bewilderment, couldn't help but ask, "Husband, what are you doing now?" Yulingxi and Li Jingshu also came over, their eyes fixed on him, their faces full of curiosity. Lu Xinyan smiled without saying a word, and said mysteriously, "Don't worry, I'll show you a magic trick in a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped around and performed a comical, money-grabbing dance, leaving the 3 of them both amused and exasperated. But the next second, Lu Xinyan conjured up 4 or 5 tempting-looking black pepper steaks, causing their eyes to widen in astonishment. "This is meat?" Yulingxi and Li Jingshu exclaimed in unison, their eyes gleaming. Shangguan Linxue was also taken aback, but her expression quickly changed. She frowned and asked in a low voice, "It's not dog meat, is it? Isn't Xia Laogo still going door to door in the village looking for his lost dog?" She couldn't help but be suspicious, because it all happened so suddenly, and the timing was too coincidental. Lu Xinyan, both amused and exasperated, handed her the steak and said earnestly, "This isn't dog meat, this is steak, it's beef." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linshua's expression changed even more. She jumped up from the stool in a panic and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, "No, no, eating beef is illegal." In this era, cattle were an important source of labor. Ordinary people could not even dispose of dead cattle on their own, let alone eat beef, which was a serious crime. If it were discovered that they were slaughtering cattle, the consequences would be either conscription or execution. How could they risk their lives? But she overlooked one thing: the place they were living in was completely isolated from the world, and news could not get out. Even if someone did break the law, no government agency had the power to arrest them. The roads were blocked by heavy snow. Lu Xinyan quickly advised her, "Don't rush, look at this carefully first." He handed her the packaging bag. Upon closer inspection, Shangguan Linxue noticed that the steak was wrapped in a transparent, soft material she had never seen before. "What is this?" she couldn't help but ask. Lu Xinyan explained, "This is called plastic. It's a treasure that the old immortal gave me to keep food fresh. This beef is a gift from him." Upon hearing the words, "Old immortal," Shangguan Linshue's suspicion visibly eased, and her expression relaxed somewhat. She thought to herself that she had already witnessed enough strange things today, so it wasn't entirely unacceptable. She picked up a steak and examined it carefully for a long time. Its vibrant color and neat packaging certainly didn't seem like an ordinary item. "Was this really given by the old sage?" she asked, still somewhat skeptical. "Of course," Lu Xinyan said, already heating the stone slab over the fire until it was scorching hot, steaming. He skillfully unwrapped a steak and carefully placed the beef on the hot stone slab. With a sizzling sound, the beef touched the stone slab, and immediately puffs of blue smoke rose up. A rich aroma of black pepper quickly filled the room, hitting people's noses and making their mouths water. "It smells so good!" Li Jingshu's eyes lit up as she stared at the sizzling steak like a hungry cat. But Lu Xinyan didn't forget to remind her, "Quickly open the doors and windows to let some fresh air in. It'll be troublesome if the aroma gets out and someone notices it." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue and Yulingxi immediately sprang into action, one opening a window and the other a door, letting the wind and snow rush into the room. The cold wind made them shiver involuntarily, their faces turning red. Lu Xinyan quickly told them to go back to the fireside to warm up, and even gave them the first well-done steak. As soon as they took a bite, their eyes widened, completely captivated by the unique black pepper flavor, and they couldn't stop eating. "This beef tastes, it's so special!" Shangguan Linxue exclaimed in shock. She had eaten many things, but she had never tasted anything like it. Lu Xinyan grinned and said, "This is food from the gods, of course it's extraordinary." This sentence completely dispelled her doubts, and her awe of the old immortal deepened. She began to believe that Lu Xinyan was truly someone specially cared for by the old immortal. Otherwise, How could he have received such a miraculous blessing? The way she looked at Lu Xinyan subtly changed, slowly transforming from gratitude into dependence and trust. After dinner, the three sisters huddled together in the outer room, whispering amongst themselves. The room was dimly lit, and the faces of the women were flushed, their expressions showing shyness and nervousness. None of them spoke, as if they were all waiting for some opportunity, and the silence lingered for a long time. Finally, Yilingxi stood up first, her face as red as a ripe apple, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Let me do it!" Lu Xinyan had already crawled into bed early, with nothing on him. He pulled the blanket up to his shoulders, closed his eyes and pretended to be fast asleep, but couldn't help wondering who would be the first to come in tonight. Was it the straightforward Li Jingshu, or the aloof and elegant Yilingxi with her long legs and slender waist? This thought swirled in his mind, keeping him outwardly calm while his heart was in turmoil. Not long after, the curtain moved slightly, and the subtle sound was particularly clear in the quiet room. Someone came in, but didn't say a word. Only the rustling of clothes falling to the ground could be heard. Lu Xinyan kept his eyes closed and remained motionless until a slightly trembling figure slipped into the bed and a faint fragrance approached. He almost immediately recognized the familiar scent. It was Yilingxi. He was all too familiar with that clean, girlish scent. He didn't even need to open his eyes to know the answer. Yilingxi was extremely nervous at this moment. Her heart was pounding so fast it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. She gently hugged Lu Xinyan from behind, her cheeks burning, and even her breathing was filled with unease and shyness. Lu Xinyan slowly turned around, meeting her lowered eyes. Yilingxi dared not look at him, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her fingertips unconsciously gripping the corner of the blanket, as if she had been pushed to the edge of a cliff. She was only wearing thin, close-fitting clothes, her collarbone and skin faintly visible in the candlelight. Her awkwardness and naivety mixed together, making Lu Xinyan's breathing become erratic. Noticing his change, Yilingxi blushed even more and spoke in a low voice, so soft it almost seemed to dissipate into the air. Her words were full of tension and dependence, making them impossible to ignore. That almost whispered sentence was like the last spark, completely igniting Lu Xinyan's suppressed emotions. He could no longer restrain himself and pulled her into his arms, but he deliberately made his movements gentle. The candlelight was quickly extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Only the soft rustling of the bedding and low breathing could be heard. Time passed slowly, and the night grew deeper. The occasional sounds coming from the inner room made the outer room seem exceptionally quiet. Li Jingshu nestled in Shangguan Linshua's arms, her eyes wide open, staring intently at the curtain, her face full of curiosity. She had never truly witnessed such a scene before. The things she had heard from the nanny were only vague explanations, but now that she had heard it with her own ears, she couldn't understand what it felt like at all. She couldn't help but ask Shangguan Linshua in a low voice, her tone innocent yet confused. She was so nervous when she went in, so why was there such a commotion now? The more she listened, the more confused she became. Shangguan Linshua was taken aback by the question, her cheeks involuntarily burning. In truth, she herself was also feeling unwell. The glimpse of the shadow behind the curtain, coupled with those sounds, had made her heart race. She muttered a curse under her breath, complaining that Lu Xinyan didn't know how to restrain himself, but her eyes held a soft emotion. Then she earnestly reminded Li Jingshu to keep a proper distance, and not to learn too quickly. Li Jingshu nodded obediently, readily agreeing and even changing her form of address in a serious manner, which eased the atmosphere considerably. Shangguan Linshua then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But after a short while, Li Jingshu snuggled into her arms again, but her little hand accidentally touched an unfamiliar soft touch. She looked puzzled and asked with her eyes wide open what it was. Shangguan Linshua blushed as she explained that the clothes were personal items given to her by Lu Xinyan. Her voice was several decibels as she spoke, as it was a rather embarrassing thing for her to talk about. Li Jingshu, however, became interested, touching it again and again, praising how beautiful and comfortable it was, her eyes full of envy, and she even couldn't help but beg her older sister to help her get one too. Shangguan Linshua was speechless for a moment, so she had no choice but to agree and said she would have some time to think of a way to speak. Li Jingshu nodded happily after hearing this, completely unaware of the deeper meaning behind it. When the system notification sounded, a long-lost smile finally flashed in Lu Xinyan's eyes. He had waited for this moment for far too long, staying up all night just for the successful upgrade of the storage system. Ding! The system has detected that the female lead, Yilingxi, has an appearance score exceeding 9.0. The host is rewarded with 200 storage points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the storage space upgrade. Current level, LV1. 500 points are needed for the next upgrade. He immediately entered the storage space, and the moment he stepped inside, he felt an unprecedented change. The originally cramped and small space had now expanded to twice its original size, so spacious that he wanted to lie down and roll around on the floor. The redemption machine was no longer its old, tacky appearance. It had been transformed into a dazzling purple gold color, looking high-end and classy. Lu Xinyan grinned and exclaimed, "Sure enough, it needs an upgrade to feel high-class." He still had a collectible item in his possession and couldn't wait to test the new exchange machine. So, he took out the Yilingxi undergarment he had secretly hidden and carefully placed it on the exchange counter. With a familiar white light, the bodice was instantly absorbed, followed by a click from the delivery port, from which something unexpected fell out. It was a set of black lace bras, so exquisite that it was impossible to look away, along with 3 pairs of well-packaged stockings. White stockings, black stockings, flesh-colored stockings? System, you really understand me. Lu Xinyan grinned from ear to ear. He pictured Yilingxi wearing stockings, her fair and slender legs encased in stockings, TSK, so tempting. After tidying up, he wasn't planning to leave yet. There was another exchange to process. Lu Xinyan took out the half bowl of rice he had previously received from Shangguan Linxue and the crossbow he had exchanged, and gently placed them on the exchange table. A flash of white light appeared, revealing 2 steaming white steamed buns and a finely crafted compound bow. "We've struck gold! This is a huge windfall!" The steamed buns looked soft and delicious, and the bow looked like a high-end product, making it irresistible. This composite bow is different from ordinary crossbows. It's easy to use, has a long range, and is very powerful. It's practically a divine weapon in times of chaos. Although this is an improved version, its arrows only weigh about 40 to 50 pounds, which is far less than those 70-pound heavy bows. However, its advantage lies in its fast rate of fire, so you don't need to aim for long. A burst of fire can suppress the enemy. After organizing his gear, Lu Xinyan left the storage space and hurriedly returned to the real world. As soon as he got back, he handed Yilingxi the bra and stockings he had just redeemed, his expectant expression impossible to hide. Upon seeing this, Yilingxi's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, and she was so embarrassed that she couldn't even speak clearly. "Husband, please don't do this. I'm really embarrassed." She hugged the quilt tightly, her voice so soft it was like a mosquito's hum, and she didn't dare to look Lu Xinyan in the eye. Lu Xinyan smiled and coaxed her. "We're not doing this for anyone else, it's just the 2 of us. What are you afraid of?" "But I'm shy," she said, lowering her head and looking away. Lu Xinyan had a sudden inspiration and said, "Then I'll blindfold you so you can't see me." Yilingxi was stunned when she heard this, and looked up in surprise, wondering if she had misheard. Just as she was about to retort, a series of urgent knocks broke the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. "Is the Lu family boy home?" The knocking was so urgent and forceful that it almost broke the door, and Lu Xinyan's expression immediately changed. He recognized the voice immediately. It was Xie Qingdong, Xie Laogo's son. "Oh no, have we been found out?" he muttered to himself as he hurriedly put on his clothes. The knocking outside grew louder and louder, even startling Shangguan Linxue inside. She frowned and entered the room, but before she could speak, Yilingxi was so frightened that she immediately hid under the covers like a frightened little rabbit. Li Jingshu, who followed her in, watched the scene with curiosity and couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. "Second sister, you look even prettier today than yesterday," Li Jingshu teased with a grin. "You brat, always making fun of me." Yilingxi blushed and scolded softly, but still didn't dare to show her face. After Lu Xinyan finished dressing, he instructed the people in the room. "None of you come out. I'm going to see what's going on outside." He turned and walked out of the room, leaving the 3 women looking at each other in bewilderment. Yilingxi then cautiously peeked out from under the covers, preparing to get dressed, when a scream suddenly rang out. "Oh! Second sister, you have something like this too? What is this?" Li Jingshu exclaimed in surprise as soon as she saw the black lace bra, and then grabbed a pair of stockings to hold them up in her hand. This is for wearing on the legs? She looked at Yilingxi with a puzzled expression. Yilingxi hurriedly put on her clothes while replying in a low voice. My husband said it's for wearing on the legs. Chapter 11 Population Tax. The Empress is angry. Hee, second sister, can you give it a try? I want to see. Jingshu, stop fooling around. I don't want to wear this, it's so embarrassing. Yilingxi pouted and gave a haughty snort, but her gaze involuntarily fell on the stockings. She was also curious about what these stockings would look like when worn. Just then, Yilingxi noticed that Li Jingshu seemed to have a strong interest in these stockings. A slight smile appeared on her lips, and she said softly, Why don't you give it a try, little sister? Oh, this won't do. This was specially given to you by young Master Lu. Li Jingshu quickly put down the stockings and shook her head repeatedly. Seeing this, Yilingxi not only did not give up, but also took the initiative to pick up the black stockings and stuff them into Li Jingshu's hand. It's okay, we're good sisters. If you're not going to wear it, I'll give it to my older sister. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue blushed and stammered. Why am I being dragged into this? Take it. Yilingxi shoved the stockings directly into Li Jingshu's hand. Li Jingshu held the stockings, momentarily at a loss, but eventually put them away quietly. In fact, Li Jingshu really liked all the things Lu Xingyan conjured up. The food was something she had never tasted before. It was incredibly delicious and left her wanting more. The things she uses, like the bra Shangguan Linxue is wearing, are light and comfortable, and she wants them too. However, it's not the right time yet. Being able to wear stockings shouldn't be too bad. Under Yilingxi's constant encouragement, Li Jingshu finally decided to give it a try. She carefully put the black stockings on her legs. The stockings were very smooth, and when her skin came into contact with them, she could clearly feel an unusual sensation. However, this feeling did not bring her the comfort she expected. Instead, it made her feel somewhat strange. There's nothing special about this. Li Jingshu tugged at her stockings while muttering to herself. They're so slippery and tight, but not warm at all. She looked down at her legs and noticed that the stockings clung tightly to her skin. This feeling of tightness made her somewhat uncomfortable, as if something was binding her legs, preventing her from stretching freely. I'm not wearing it anymore, it's not fun at all. Li Jingshu pouted. Yilingxi and Shangguan Linxue, who were standing to the side, also showed puzzled expressions when they saw this scene. They had thought the stockings would be something special, but they were surprised to find they were just ordinary. You surnamed Lu, do you intend to defy the law? However, just as Li Jingshu was about to take off her stockings, a loud argument suddenly broke out in the courtyard outside. The sound was so loud that the three women were startled. At the same time, Lu Xingyan was surrounded by Xie Qingdong and several other people. Lu Xingyan looked at the other person with a playful expression, showing no fear whatsoever. It's worth noting that in the rainforests of Southeast Asia, Lu Xingyan once single-handedly killed an entire platoon of mercenaries. He didn't even consider these good-for-nothings who only knew how to eat and poop. However, since Xie Qingdong is now the village head and there are so many villagers watching, Lu Xingyan gave him a chance to speak. Seeing that Lu Xingyan was so frightened that he didn't say a word, Xie Qingdong mistakenly thought that he had chickened out, so he became even more arrogant. Suddenly, Xie Qingdong raised his hand and snatched a notebook from the henchman standing next to him. He opened the notebook, pointed to the contents, and loudly said to Lu Xingyan, Look carefully, this is the law of the Great Feng Dynasty. All family members must be registered. You have 3 extra people in your family. Why didn't you report it? A fine must be imposed, and the full amount of poll tax must also be paid. Lu Xingyan knew that Xie Laogo must have found Shangguan Linxue and the other 2 when he led his men to search house to house last night. He knew even better that Xie Qingdong's special visit today was definitely not just about that small amount of population tax. More likely, Xie Qingdong harbored malicious intentions towards the 3 Shangguan sisters and wanted to forcibly take them as his own. However, Lu Xingyan did not show the slightest fear in the face of Xie Qingdong's arrogance. He simply curled the corners of his lips into a subtle, enigmatic smile, and then said slowly and deliberately, Since this is the law of the Great Feng Kingdom, I will naturally accept the punishment. I just don't know how much silver I need to pay. Oh, how thoughtful of you! Upon hearing this, Xie Qingdong was overjoyed. He was worried that Lu Xinyan would deny it or make excuses, but he didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. Unfortunately, Lu Xinyan kept stopping him, preventing him from seeing for himself what the stunning beauty his father had described looked like. But judging from her father's extensive experience with women, she must be quite good. After thinking for a moment, Xie Qingdong held up 5 fingers. 50 taels. What? 50 taels? Isn't this blatant robbery? When the villagers gathered in front of the Lu family heard this number, they were all shocked and their mouths dropped open. You should know that the poor villagers in the mountains might not be able to save even a tael of silver after a year of hard work. But Xie Qingdong actually asked for 50 taels of silver right off the bat, clearly intending to make it impossible for Lu Xinyan to pay. This is outrageous. The poll tax is only 1 tael of silver per person, but he's asking for 50 taels right off the bat. He's clearly trying to drive people to their deaths. My poor daughter, that's how he kidnapped her, and all he gave her in the end was a bag of wheat. My poor daughter! It's outrageous. The Xie family is truly heartless. They could have easily taken it by force, but instead they chose to talk to you about the laws of the Great Feng dynasty. If you asked me, Xie Qingdong is probably after the women in the Lu family's house. Everyone knows that the Xie family kills 1 or 2 girls every winter. Faced with the murmurs and comments from the onlookers, Xie Qingdong's face immediately darkened. He pulled a dagger from his pocket, pointed it menacingly at the villagers at the door, and roared angrily. Who the hell dares to say I'm a thief who forcibly took what I wanted? If you've got the guts, step forward. That's right, whoever said that, step forward. Seeing this, Xie Qingdong's 3 lackeys immediately joined in the commotion. They brandished wooden sticks they had prepared beforehand, shouting incessantly, looking fierce and menacing. Faced with this scene, the onlookers all fell silent, and no one dared to utter a sound. Seeing that no one dared to speak anymore, Xie Qingdong curled the corners of his mouth and smiled smugly. Humph, a bunch of troublemakers. I am the village head of this village, and I am bound by the law. What I have done is reasonable and just. If you are not satisfied, you can go to the prefectural government to sue me. After these words were spoken, no one dared to speak anymore. Everyone in the village knows that Xie Qingdong's sister married a high-ranking official in the government. In the past, some people didn't believe in the superstition and filed complaints, but they still haven't been released from prison. This is outrageous. What law are you talking about? Xie Qingdong thought no one would dare to gossip anymore, but just as he was getting carried away, 3 stunningly beautiful women suddenly rushed out of the room. Shangguan Linxue and the other 2 had finally reached their limit. Unexpectedly, even under the edification of the Great Feng dynasty, there were still such ugly places. When they stormed out in a huff, Xie Qingdong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. My dad wasn't lying to me. Xie Qingdong swallowed hard, unable to stop praising the performance. At this moment, Shangguan Linxue, who had been listening to Xie Qingdong citing the laws of the Great Feng dynasty the whole time, finally lost her temper and angrily retorted. The law of the Great Law is meant to punish evil and promote good. When did it become a tool for you to oppress the people and extort money? That is. Yulingxi echoed indignantly. What right does a corrupt and treacherous person like you have to talk about the laws of doffing? Chapter 12. You want 50 taels? I'll give you 100 taels. Faced with accusations from Shangguan Linxue and Yulingxi, Xie Qingdong remained unfazed and instead revealed a greedy smile. Wow, you've got a sharp tongue, what a clever one! Xie Qingdong was not angry at all, on the contrary, he stared at the 3 sisters with great greed. In his entire life, he had seen countless women, but he had never seen such stunning beauties as Shangguan Linxue. He arrogantly raised the dagger in his hand and said smugly, In this village I am the law. Anyone who dares to cause trouble is going against the Great Feng dynasty. Bah! What kind of law do you think you are? You're clearly oppressing the good. If it were before, I would have already. What did you say you already know? Xie Qingdong looked at Shangguan Linshue's serious expression, and immediately became suspicious. He silently observed Shangguan Linxue and felt that she had an extraordinary temperament, unlike an ordinary farm girl. So I couldn't help but tease. What, you don't think you're the Empress, do you? Showing off like this? To tell you the truth, even if she were truly the Empress, she herself would be in dire straits now. The Jin army had already stormed into the capital. All the court officials and members of the royal family had been captured and sent to the northern deserts to do hard labor and give birth for the Jin people. Who could possibly manage things here? Big sister. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshu, who had been hiding behind others, immediately had tears welling up in her eyes. She tugged at Shangguan Linxue's clothes with all her might, her face full of anxiety. Is this true? Shangguan Linxue didn't know how to tell Li Jingshu the truth, so she could only remain silent with her head down. However, it was precisely because of this action that Xie Qingdong became even more certain of his suspicions. He really did come from the capital, Xie Qingdong muttered to himself. He had long heard that the high-ranking officials and nobles in the capital were either arrested or scattered and fled for their lives, so it wouldn't be surprising if one or two of them escaped to their place. It's a pity that Lu Xinyan got the better deal. Okay, I accept the punishment. Just then, Lu Xinyan suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Shangguan Linxue. It's just 50 taels of silver, right? I'll give you 100 taels. Just come and collect it first thing tomorrow morning. Upon hearing Lu Xinyan's agreement, Xie Qingdong was stunned. Not only him, but even the onlookers thought Lu Xinyan had gone mad. You can't even come up with 50 taels of silver, yet you promise to give someone 100 taels? Aren't you just playing with your life? However, after thinking about it carefully, Xie Qingdong immediately understood what was going on. His greedy gaze silently swept over the three Shangguan sisters, and he was certain that they must have taken a lot of gold and silver valuables with them when they escaped from the capital. The reason for waiting until tomorrow morning is that the item is not with me. I didn't expect such an unexpected bonus. Xie Qingdong was overjoyed. Thinking of this, Xie Qingdong suppressed the agitation in his heart and said in a calm tone, I'm a reasonable person. As long as I accept the punishment, everything is negotiable. It's just tomorrow morning, right? I'll wait until tomorrow morning. But I must warn you beforehand, if you can't come up with the money, I'll have to take these unidentified people away and hand them over to the authorities. Big sister! Upon hearing that someone was to be arrested, Li Jingshu grabbed Shangguan Linxue's arm tightly in terror. Yi Lingxi, who was standing beside him, also showed a worried expression. Don't worry, it's all right. Shangguan Linxue wasn't sure herself, but she still forced a bitter smile to comfort them. But in truth, all three of them knew that they could never come up with that 100 taels of silver. The gold and silver valuables they brought from the capital had long been lost on the way. They couldn't even come up with a single coin, let alone 100 taels of silver. Faced with Xie Qingdong's threat, Lu Xinyan nodded. Okay, no problem, we'll do it your way. Great, let's go! Upon seeing this, Xie Qingdong immediately led his men away. When the crowd dispersed and Lu Xinyan returned to the house, he could clearly sense that something was wrong. The three women sat together, their eyes glazed over, their excessive panic making them appear particularly helpless. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan calmly took out 2 white steamed buns from his pocket and handed them to Shangguan Linxue. Linxue, you guys divide it up! However, Shangguan Linxue didn't accept it. Instead, she anxiously grabbed Lu Xinyan's hand and asked urgently, Husband, what should we do now? Should we run away? We simply can't come up with 100 taels of silver. Yi Lingxi chimed in. Yes, let alone 100 taels, we don't even have a single coin. Big sister, I don't want to be kidnapped by bad guys. Li Jingshu, her voice trembling with tears, threw herself into Shangguan Linxue's arms, sobbing helplessly. It was clear that Li Jingshu was truly terrified. Running is probably not an option. Lu Xinyan shook his head. He sat by the fire, placing the steamed bun in his hand on the stone slab to heat it. If I'm not mistaken, Xie Qingdong is probably hiding outside right now, monitoring us. Oh no, what are we going to do? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxi anxiously stood up and looked out the window. Sure enough, behind the snowdrift not far away, several furtive figures were spotted. Seeing this, she looked at Lu Xingyan anxiously and said, "Why don't you go to the government office and report this to the authorities? I believe the court will stand up for us." "The imperial court?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyan gave a disdainful, bitter smile, as if he had heard a huge joke. "Isn't Xie Qingdong an official appointed by the imperial court?" "That's different," Yilingxi quickly retorted. "He's just a lowly village head, he doesn't even have an official rank." However, Lu Xingyan looked intently at Yilingxi and continued. "Do you think that Xie Qingdong has been able to act so arrogantly in the village for so long without anyone going to the government office to file a complaint?" This. Upon hearing this, both Shangguan Linxue and Li Jingshu felt a pang of anxiety. Yes, if reporting to the authorities were truly effective, Xie Qingdong would have been arrested long ago, given his misdeeds. Seeing this, Lu Xingyan knew that his words had made them think, so he continued. "Let me tell you the truth. Do you think the reason why the Great Feng has fallen to this state is entirely due to the Jin army? No. It's because the Great Feng dynasty has supported too many officials. These people, domestically, are incompetent and corrupt, only knowing how to prey on the people and plunder. Internationally, they embezzle military funds, collude with the Jurchens, and disregard the fate of the nation. Otherwise, why do you think the capital, with its 800,000 imperial guards, would have been so badly defeated by the Jurchens?" This was the first time I had heard about the dark and wicked secrets of the Great Feng dynasty. Shangguan Linxue and Li Jingshu both widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. In their previous understanding, the Great Feng dynasty had always been a clean and honest place, so how could such a dark secret suddenly emerge? "Impossible!" Yilingxi simply refused to believe it. She continued to argue. "Even if there are one or two corrupt officials in the court, it doesn't mean everyone is dirty. At least Prince Duan is definitely an upright person." Lu Xingyan knew that they wouldn't believe what he said unless they saw it with their own eyes. So, I got too lazy to waste any more words. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. I've said everything I needed to say." After saying that, Lu Xingyan picked up a steamed bun, ate it in big bites, and started to walk out. Seeing this, Shangguan Linxue hurriedly grabbed him. "Husband, where are you going? They are all outside. It will be dangerous for you to go out alone." However, Lu Xingyan turned around and smiled, as if relieved of a great burden. He stuffed the remaining half of the steamed bun into Shangguan Linxue's hand and said with a smile, "There are some things that only I can threaten others with." After saying that, Lu Xingyan left without looking back. Seeing this, the three women all got up and chased after him to the door, fearing that Lu Xingyan might do something foolish. However, Lu Xingyan locked the door first. Chapter 13. If you have no money, take off your clothes. Sure enough, no sooner had Lu Xingyan stepped out than Xie Qingdong, who had been hiding in the shadows, followed with his men. "Sure, keep your voice down. Don't alert that kid. We'll make our move once we find where he's hidden his treasure," Xie Qingdong whispered. Soon, Xie Qingdong and his three companions followed Lu Xingyan out of the village. Lu Xingyan knew that Xie Qingdong was following him, and fearing that he would lose him, he deliberately stopped frequently as he walked. The heavy snow outside had long since stopped, but the vast expanse of white snow still covered the entire earth, and one could easily lose one's way if one was not careful. "Brother, has that kid spotted us? Why is he keeping stopping and starting?" Xie Qingdong silently watched Lu Xingyan walking ahead, and also felt that something was wrong. "Keep a close eye on him. If this kid dares to misbehave, kill him and throw him into the mountains to feed the wolves." "Yes." As they got further and further away from the village, Lu Xingyan's pace quickened. Unaware of the situation, Xie Qingdong and his three companions continued to follow at a distance. However, just as they were passing a steep slope, Xie Qingdong, who had caught up with them, discovered that Lu Xingyan's footprints had disappeared in that area. "Strange, where did that kid go? He's vanished. Wait a minute, I clearly saw him walk this way. Could he be hiding under a snowdrift? Watch out, everyone! Don't let the eagle peck your eyes." Xie Qingdong sensed something was wrong and immediately drew his dagger, warily scanning his surroundings. Just as they were anxiously searching for Lu Xingyan, Lu Xinyan had already circled around to their side and appeared behind them. "Are you looking for me?" "Who?" Hearing someone speaking behind him, Xie Qingdong turned around in alarm. Lu Xinyan had appeared behind them without them noticing. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xinyan was actually holding a uniquely shaped bow and arrow in his hand. "Lu Xinyan, you little brat, how dare you play me!" Xie Qingdong roared furiously, gripping his dagger tightly and glaring fiercely at Lu Xinyan in front of him. However, Lu Xinyan remained unusually calm in the face of Xie Qingdong's threats. A slight upturn of his lips revealed a contemptuous smile. Then, he calmly raised his composite bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed at one of Xie Qingdong's henchmen. Before Xie Qingdong could react, there was a whoosh sound, and the arrow had already shot towards the target. The younger brother fell to the ground with a thud, crashing heavily onto the snow, splashing up a cloud of snowflakes, and his blood quickly stained the surrounding white snow red. "Big brother, Urga is dead!" another henchman shouted in terror. Xie Qingdong stared incredulously at Urga lying on the ground, then turned his gaze to Lu Xinyan. "Lu Xinyan, how dare you kill someone? Do you know that murder is punishable by death?" However, Lu Xinyan simply smiled faintly. "Oh, really?" Before he finished speaking, he drew back the bowstring, and another arrow shot through the air. With a whoosh, the arrow struck Xie Qingdong's other henchman accurately. The henchman also didn't have time to react before collapsing straight into a pool of blood. Xie Qingdong watched in horror as one of his underlings fell into a pool of blood. "Oh no, this kid's got a trap!" At this point, he understood perfectly well that the so-called Silva was just a pretext used by Lu Xinyan to lure him here. What Lu Xinyan really wanted to do was kill them here. Having understood Lu Xinyan's intention, Xie Qingdong immediately said to his last remaining henchman, "We can't run away. As soon as we get out, we must tell my father what happened here and have him send someone to kill Lu Xinyan." As soon as they finished speaking, the two immediately split up and ran off in different directions. However, since Lu Xinyan had personally chosen the graves for them, how could he easily let them escape? In his panic, the younger brother ran straight towards the earthen slope. With the heavy snow blocking the roads, his speed not only didn't increase, but became extremely slow, making him look like a stationary target. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan's lips curled up slightly, and he silently drew his bow and knocked an arrow. With a whoosh, the younger brother tumbled down the hillside and then fell silent. In contrast, Xie Qingdong was much smarter. I don't know where this guy learned it from, but he actually started running in an S-curve on the snow. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "This guy must have been beaten a lot since he was a kid, right? He's even learned from experience." However, his laughter did not last long, because at the same time he spoke, his right hand quickly knocked an arrow, drew the string, and released it again. With a thud, the arrow pierced Xie Qingdong's chest. After dealing with the four bullies, Lu Xinyan walked up to them unhurriedly and searched each of them one by one. There was absolutely nothing there. "Damn it, everyone says I'm poor, but you're even poorer than me?" Lu Xinyan couldn't help but curse. But after thinking about it carefully, I understood. These guys are used to running rampant in the village. They're always the ones who have to pay money to others. When have you ever seen them take out their own money? However, since he was already here, Lu Xinyan didn't want to go back empty-handed. After putting away the compound bow, Lu Xinyan swiftly stripped all the clothes off the four people, not even sparing their shoes. "I wonder if the exchange machine accepts these things?" Lu Xinyan muttered something to himself, and then he appeared in the storage space. Lu Xinyan threw all the clothes he had taken off into the redemption machine. A flash of white light. 4 sets of thermal underwear were surprisingly found on the redemption platform of the redemption machine. "Wow, this thing came just in time!" Lu Xinyan was overjoyed upon seeing it. Although the redemption machine only offered 4 sets of affordable thermal underwear, it was a godsend for Lu Xinyan at this moment. Moreover, all he had taken off were some coarse linen clothes. He was already incredibly lucky to be able to exchange them. "I wish we had 4 more pairs of snow boots," Lu Xinyan muttered to himself, then threw the shoes he had taken off the 4 people into the redemption machine. The strong smell of feet almost made Lu Xinyan vomit up the steak he had eaten last night. With a flash of white light, the smelly shoes vanished. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan stared at the exchange machine with great anticipation. I wonder what I'll get in return. However, just as he finished speaking, the exchange machine suddenly started shaking abnormally and the alarm kept going off. Holy crap, what's going on? Is it going to explode? Lu Xinyan exclaimed in terror. Just as he was in shock, the redemption machine's slot seemed to be blocked by something. Just as Lu Xinyan curiously leaned over to take a look, suddenly, a bunch of rotten vegetable leaves and eggs sprayed out, instantly engulfing Lu Xinyan. Immediately afterwards, a line of English text appeared on the screen of the redemption machine. Fuck your mother! Goodness, no one else can make the redemption machine so angry that it's swearing. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I know I was wrong, please don't be angry. Lu Xinyan was beaten so badly that he ran away with his head in his hands. This time, he was practically kicked out by the storage space. When he arrived in the real world, Lu Xinyan stood awkwardly on the snow, surrounded by vegetable leaves and eggs. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan sighed silently. If you don't want to accept it, then don't accept it. Why smash it against me? However, just as he was about to leave, he discovered that not all the vegetable leaves on the ground were bad, quite a few were good as well. What excited him the most was there were even several unbroken eggs on the snow. Chapter 14 Enjoying Delicious Food. Is this for real? Lu Xinyan immediately stopped crying and started laughing. He suddenly felt a little regretful. He should have let the exchange machine smash for a little longer. Maybe he would have had enough food for the next few days. You know, being able to eat fresh vegetables in these snow-covered mountains is truly a blessing from heaven. Lu Xinyan didn't mind at all and immediately squatted down to pack up all the vegetable leaves and eggs. He even wiped the egg yolk off his clothes with vegetable leaves and took them with him. Hee, so much good stuff, enough to cook a whole pot. My husband hasn't come back yet, could something have happened to him? At this moment, Shangguan Linxue and the others were unaware of Lu Xinyan's situation. The three women were pacing anxiously at home, not because they were worried that Xie Qingdong would come to arrest them, but because they were worried that Lu Xinyan would do something foolish. After all, how could he possibly defeat four strong young men by himself? If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have gotten angry with him. Yilingxi sat by the fire, her face full of regret, silently sobbing. Seeing this, Shangguan Linxue quickly went to Yilingxi's side and gently comforted her. Lingxi, it's not your fault. It's all those bad people's fault. Don't blame yourself too much. Your husband won't blame you. Just then, Li Jingshu, who was guarding the courtyard, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. They're back! They're back! Hearing the shouts, Shangguan Linxue and Yilingxi exchanged a glance, then stood up simultaneously and hurriedly ran towards the door. Sure enough, as soon as I ran out of the house, I saw Lu Xinyan standing at the door, covered in snowflakes, holding a large basin made of snow in his hands. My husband! As soon as Yilingxi saw Lu Xinyan, she ran over and hugged him tightly without hesitation. No, what's wrong? Lu Xinyan was somewhat at a loss. He looked at Yilingxi in his arms with some confusion. She was crying like a child, with tears and snot all over her face. Lu Xinyan turned his head, looked at Shangguan Linxue with surprise, and asked in a low voice, Did you bully her? Shangguan Linxue was originally moved to tears by Lu Xinyan's safe return, but after his question, she forced back her tears and burst out laughing. Go! Shangguan Linxue rolled her eyes at Lu Xinyan, annoyed. Lu Xinyan chuckled, gently patted Yilingxi's back, and said softly, All right, I'm back completely unharmed, aren't I? Stop crying, or you won't look pretty anymore. After saying that, Lu Xinyan suddenly remembered what he was holding. Oh right, I also brought back some gifts for you. Gift? Yilingxi snapped out of her daze, looked down at Lu Xinyan's arms, and was slightly surprised. Eggs? And vegetables? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue and Li Jingshu curiously came over. Shangguan Linxue looked at the thing in Lu Xinyan's arms with a face full of surprise. Where did this come from? It wasn't stolen anyway. Lu Xinyan chuckled and quickly handed the snow basin to Shangguan Linxue. Don't just stand there, it's so cold. Let's go make some egg and vegetable soup to warm us up. Shangguan Linxuan nodded silently. Okay, I'll go right away. Seeing that Lu Xinyan had returned safely, Shangguan Linxue finally felt relieved. However, at that moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Is Brother Xianyan home? Upon hearing that someone else had come to their door, the women, fearing it was that scoundrel Xie Qingdong, turned deathly pale. Don't be nervous, they are my close childhood friends. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan immediately recognized that it was several close fellow villagers from the village who had come. So he comforted them, saying, Okay, you go back and cook first, I'll be right back. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When Lu Xinyan stepped outside, he saw that it was indeed several of his close childhood friends from the village. Li Ergu and Zhao Dei, the leaders, led a few young men, who stood nervously outside the door. As soon as Lu Xinyan came out, everyone surrounded him. Brother Xianyan, are you all right? We heard Xie Qingdong was going to make things difficult for you, so we came here to help you, Li Ergu said anxiously. These guys were all good brothers who grew up together, and Lu Xinyan had helped them a lot in the past. This time, upon hearing that Lu Xinyan was being harassed, he rushed to Lu Xinyan's aid without even going home after returning from the mountains. Lu Xinyan was deeply moved to see that everyone cared about him so much. It's all right, Xie Qingdong is nothing to cause any trouble. As they were talking, Lu Xinyan noticed that everyone's hands were empty, so he asked, What's wrong? Didn't you catch any prey? Ugh, don't even mention it, Zhao Dei said in frustration. The heavy snow has blocked the mountains, and all the animals in the mountains have hidden in the deep forests. We went out early this morning, but we didn't encounter a single ghost. I see. Please wait a moment. After Lu Xinyan finished speaking, he immediately turned around and ran home. At this moment, Shangguan Linxue was leading her two younger sisters in cooking soup. Seeing that Lu Xinyan had returned so quickly, she hurriedly asked him to wait a while. Don't rush. Linxue, do you still have any steak? Lu Xinyan asked anxiously. Everything you gave me last night is still here, I haven't touched it. Shangguan Linxue craned her neck and glanced at the dejected young people outside the gate, immediately understanding Lu Xinyan's meaning. In this chaotic world, what is needed most are brothers who would risk their lives for you. So she immediately took out the steak and handed it to Lu Xinyan. Here it is. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan took 5 pieces from them and handed the rest to Shangguan Linxue for safekeeping. After taking the steak, Lu Xinyan quickly turned around and ran out the door. I don't have much food here either. Not long ago, I got lost in the mountains, but luckily I met an old immortal who gave me this meat. You can take it and divide it up, at least let your family have something to eat first. Upon hearing Lu Xinyan's words, everyone gathered around. When they saw the meat in Lu Xinyan's hand, their eyes lit up, and their hunger intensified. However, everyone was relatively rational. After all, it's snowing heavily now, and every household is short of food, especially Lu Xinyan's family, which has just had 3 more members, and they are in dire need of food. Brother Xianyan, you should keep this meat for yourself. We're all young, we can manage on our own. Who knows, we might catch some prey tomorrow? Li Ergu licked his lips and declined. Seeing this, Zhao Dei chimed in. Yes, Xinyan, your family isn't well off either. If you give it all to us, what will you eat? Everyone declined. However, this only strengthened Lu Xinyan's belief that his investment was correct. Here you go, just take it. Lu Xinyan forcefully shoved the steaks into everyone's hands, and said angrily, Do you think I don't know your family's situation? Besides, these were all given to me by the old immortal, and his original intention was to save people. It's the same if I share them with you. Seeing Lu Xinyan's insistence, the others stopped refusing, since their families were already struggling to make ends meet. In that case, thank you, Brother Xianyan. Everyone expressed their gratitude. However, just as everyone was about to leave, Li Ergu rushed back. By the way, Brother Xianyan, we're planning to go out tonight to find some good food. Do you want to come? The so-called charming food is actually just eating without paying. But the local specialty food is a euphemism used by the villagers in the nearby mountains to refer to eating food made from the dead. The repeated natural disasters and wars led to the frequent tragic deaths of merchants on the official roads. The mountain people living nearby would secretly search their bodies for valuables at night, so they could exchange them for grain in the nearby town. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan felt that the opportunity was quite good. He just used Xie Qingdong's and a few others' clothes to exchange for 4 sets of thermal underwear. He might be able to exchange them for something of value if he goes out and search around tonight. So he nodded and agreed. Okay, let me know when you go out tonight. Chapter 15: The Attacked Merchant Caravan, and the Concubine Disguised as a Man. As evening approached, before it was completely dark, Lu Xinyan and several childhood friends left the village together. Not far to the northwest of the village, there is an official road leading to the county seat. At present, the Jurchens are rampaging, burning, killing and looting everywhere. Even the official roads have become unsafe. In addition to the fleeing civilians, there are also quite a few merchants mixed in with them. What Lu Xinyan and his team had to do was find some leftovers on the corpses that had been looted. Taking advantage of the remaining light at dusk, Lu Xinyan and his group of 5 tiptoed over the mountain ridge and then quietly circled around to the vicinity of the official road along the mountain path. In the grass on one side of the road, Lu Xinyan and his group crouched down and groped their way forward along both sides of the road. Although the Jin soldiers did not have the habit of raiding at night, they still had to be careful to avoid being discovered. Otherwise, they would lose their lives instead of getting any food, which would not be worth it. Finally, just as they were about to exit the fork in the main road, the sharp-eyed Zhao Dai suddenly lowered his voice and called out, "Brother Xianyan, look, there seems to be a fire over there." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan was overjoyed and immediately looked in the direction Zhao Dai was pointing. Sure enough, a faint glimmer of light could be seen in the darkness not far away. Lu Xinyan quickly breathed warm air onto his nearly frozen hands, then stepped through the thick snow and quietly climbed up a nearby earthen slope with a better view. "They're not Jin soldiers. They don't have horses." Zhao Dai had sharp eyes and noticed something was wrong at a glance. Immediately afterward, he quietly crept over along the bushes. "Could they be refugees fleeing from war?" Li Ergu suggested. "It shouldn't be." Lu Xinyan shook his head, but he soon sensed something was wrong. "Wait, those people don't look like they're asleep." "Not asleep? That's impossible." Li Ergu looked at the official road not far away with a face full of suspicion. He looked closely and saw that the people were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner, motionless, and they really looked like they were sleeping. "Aren't they all lying on the ground?" "Brother Xinyan, refugees are people too, they need to rest and sleep." Li Ergu turned to Lu Xinyan beside him and said. However, Lu Xinyan shook his head. Alert, he quickly realized something was wrong and exclaimed in shock. "No! They're not asleep, they're dead!" Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Lu Xinyan explained. "Look closely, where are those people sleeping? In the middle of the road." "Who's so fearless as to sleep in the middle of the road? Doesn't he worry about a horse coming at night and trampling him to death?" "That's really true." Lu Xinyan's reminder brought everyone back to their senses. Just then, Zhao Dai, who was in charge of scouting ahead, also rushed back. "Brother Xianyan, we have a customer!" Zhao Dai shouted excitedly. "The people ahead, they've all been killed by the Jurchens. Judging from the fabric of their clothes, they look like passing merchants." "Merchants? There must be some profit to be made." Upon hearing this, Li Ergu's eyes immediately lit up. When you go out to eat delicious food, the worst thing you can do is run into disaster victims. Those refugees were all poorer than I was. Don't expect to find anything of value on them. "Let's go take a look." Lu Xinyan emerged from the bushes and ran straight toward the fork in the road. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Upon arriving at the destination, Lu Xinyan realized that the other party was indeed a passing merchant. There were 7 or 8 merchants killed, and a deep axle mark was left on the snow on the ground. "Good heavens, isn't this Su Debangzi, the mule and horse trader from the county town? What's he doing here in the middle of the night?" Li Ergu recognized a middle-aged man lying in a pool of blood. Let me see! Let me see!" Upon hearing this, Zhao Dai immediately ran over. Upon closer inspection, it really was. "It really is him! No, I saw him before the heavy snow. That old rascal was living the high life in the county town. How did he end up out here? Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, Li Ergu and his men didn't hold back. He silently bowed before Su Debangzi's body. I'm so sorry, Mr. Su, we brothers are really out of rice to cook. Please have mercy on us and don't hold it against us. After saying that, Li Ergu bent down and searched through the corpse. Lu Xingyan looked around and finally his gaze fell on the corpse in the snow pile next door, half of its body frozen stiff. The corpse was not tall, and although it was dressed in coarse linen clothes, its hands were incredibly delicate. Lu Xingyan was curious. So he walked over without thinking, squatted down, and with great effort turned the corpse over. It's a woman! When the body was pulled out of the snow cave, Lu Xingyan was surprised to find that it was actually an 18 or 17-year-old girl. The girl was wearing coarse linen clothes, and her hair was tied up in a hat. Although there was some soot on his face, Lu Xingyan could still tell something was amiss from the fact that the other person had no Adam's apple and his skin was fair and tender. Sure enough, when he unbuttoned the button around the other person's neck, a silk-like woman's dress was revealed underneath. Ergu, come here and see if you recognize this person? Lu Xingyan shouted. Hey, here it comes! At this point, Li Ergu groped Su Debangzi for a long time, even taking off his clothes, but found nothing. Enraged, he kicked Su Debangzi in a bad mood. What terrible luck! Immediately afterwards, he ran over to Lu Xingyan. Little Peach Blossom? Is that her? As soon as Li Ergu arrived beside Lu Xingyan, he immediately recognized the corpse disguised as a man. Xiao Taohong was a concubine that Su Debangzi bought from a brothel. She was always favored by Su Debangzi, but unexpectedly, she died here. There's another package here! Lu Xingyan discovered that inside the snow hole where Xiao Taohong's body had just been dragged out, there was a dark, shadowy object. He bent down, reached inside, and took the thing out. Upon opening it, I found it contained gold and silver jewelry, as well as a few changes of women's clothing. Wow, how much silver is this worth? Li Ergu was dumbfounded. Upon hearing this, the others also gathered around. They were all genuine mountain people, and had never seen so much gold and silver jewelry in their lives. Then that's it! Lu Xingyan pointed to Su Debangzi's body lying in the middle of the road and said, I guess this Su Debangzi was planning to flee south with his concubine overnight, but he didn't expect to run into trouble on the way. Little Peach Blossom, because she was dressed as a boy, was mistaken for a servant and fell into a snowdrift, which is why she wasn't searched. So that's how it is! Li Ergu nodded, suddenly realizing what was going on. But he still couldn't understand. But Brother Xian Yen, why did Su Debangzi run away overnight? He was doing very well in the county town, but now there's chaos and war everywhere outside. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Chapter 16 Mountain Bandits Massacre the Village. Lu Xingyan looked at the package that Xiao Taohong was clutching tightly and said, I think it must be that the Jurchens broke into the city or were about to besiege it. They received advance warning and escaped overnight. The Jurchens have breached the county town? Upon hearing this, Li Ergu immediately panicked. He looked utterly dejected and said, Then what are we going to do? The county town has been captured. Even if we have silver, where are we going to buy food? Seeing this, Lu Xingyan had no choice but to comfort the other party first. This is just my guess. Maybe I'm wrong. After saying that, Lu Xingyan told everyone not to overthink it and to take a good look around in the bushes to see if there were any other items left behind. Upon hearing this, everyone readily agreed. This time everyone was smarter. Knowing that the bodies in plain sight had already been thoroughly searched beforehand, one would understand. So they all rushed to search in the bushes on both sides of the road. However, after searching for a long time, they found nothing. Damn it, those golden dogs are really thorough. Apart from this corpse that fell into the snow hole, they didn't leave us anything else, Zhao Dai said angrily. Li Ergu crawled out of the snow, shivering from the cold. Brother Xinyan, why don't we go back? It's too cold. Hey, Brother Xinyan, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, everyone turned around and discovered that Lu Xinyan was squatting at the crossroads, doing something. Everyone gathered around curiously. Strangeness! Lu Xinyan frowned, staring intently at the direction of the fork in the road. What's so strange about Xinyanji? Li Erge came closer and asked, puzzled. Look. Lu Xinyan pointed to the messy footprints on the snow and said, the Jurchens were all cavalry, and it was the middle of the night, so it was impossible for them to come out on foot. But aren't there so many footprints here? Isn't that strange? However, Li Erge was not surprised. What's so strange about that? What if it's Su Debangzi and his gang? That's not right either. Lu Xinyan pointed to the road ahead and asked, where does this road lead? Li Erge casually replied, going into the mountains. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. Zhao Dai's mouth dropped open in shock, and he added, his face filled with astonishment. Brother Xian Yen, are you saying that Su Debangzi and his gang weren't killed by Jin soldiers, but by mountain bandits? That's right. Compared to the truth, Lu Xinyan was more interested in the mountain path leading into the mountains at this moment. Look around, does anyone know where this mountain path leads? Lu Xinyan asked, looking around at everyone. Everyone looked at each other. When we first came out, we could still tell which way was north, south, east, and west, but now that it's so dark, it's hard for us to tell. Let me take a look. At this moment, Zhao Dai stepped forward. He frequently went down into the mountains to trade mountain products and had a relatively good understanding of the surrounding terrain. Relying on his memory, he ran over and carefully examined the surrounding terrain, suddenly arriving at a startling conclusion. Oh no, Brother Xian Yen, this road leads to our village. It really is true. Upon learning of their whereabouts, Lu Xinyan was immediately shocked. When Lu Xinyan first noticed the anomaly, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Although it was dark and they had taken a long, winding route, Lu Xinyan, being from the jungle, had an excellent sense of direction. He had a vague feeling that the end of this road might lead to Lijia village. Sure enough, this was confirmed by Zhao Dai. Oh no, those bandits are heading straight for our village! Lu Xinyan thought of Shangguan Linxue and the other two people at home. Li Erge was also anxious at this point. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go back quickly, or our family will be doomed. I know where the shortcut is. Follow me. Zhao Dai drew his wood-chopping knife from his waist and swung it to clear a path through a field overgrown with weeds. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan immediately followed, and the others followed closely behind. On the other side, flames soared into the sky in Lijia village, illuminating the entire village as if it were a hellish inferno. Amidst the raging flames, bursts of shrill screams could be heard intermittently. Under the firelight, countless bandits rushed into Xia Laogo's house like hungry wolves. They had ferocious faces and killed anyone they saw without mercy. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere in the Xia family mansion, a truly gruesome sight. Xia Laogo's daughter-in-law was terrified and tried to jump over the wall to escape, but she was discovered by the bandits who rushed in. 4 or 5 bandits forcibly grabbed her and dragged her into the room, their lewd music echoing over the Xia family's ancestral home. Beast! You beast! Seeing this, Xia Laogo grabbed his cane and was about to rush in to fight them. As a result, before he even reached the door, he was stabbed through the stomach by the bandits who came after him, and died in a pool of blood. At the same time, Shangguan Linxue and the others also noticed the commotion outside. Li Jingshu was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she huddled in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Yu Lingxi hid inside the gate, secretly peeking outside. All I could see outside was flames soaring into the sky, and bandits were killing people everywhere. The scene was like hell on earth. Big sister, I'm scared. Li Jingshu gripped Shangguan Linxue's clothes tightly, her voice trembling as she spoke. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Shangguan Linxue tried her best to comfort Li Jingshu, but at this moment she herself was also in a state of panic. At this moment Yi Lingxi rushed into the house. Big sister, something bad has happened. It seems like robbers have broken into the village. Upon hearing this news, Shangguan Linxue remained silent for a moment before suddenly standing up. No, we can't stay here. Although those bandits are heading towards the Xia family right now, they'll still attack us as soon as they have a spare moment. After saying that, Shangguan Linxue quickly gathered up the few belongings she had, then looked at her 2 younger sisters anxiously and said, Lingxi, Jingshu, we have to run quickly and get into the mountains, or it will be too late. Okay, big sister, we'll listen to you, Yilingxi agreed. Immediately afterwards, she helped up Li Jingshu, whose legs were trembling with fear, and the three of them took advantage of the darkness outside and ran towards the back of the mountain. Boss, there are people over there! However, at that very moment, the bandits, who had already robbed the Xia family, suddenly spotted three figures in the snow-covered ground behind the village. At that moment, Scarface, who had just come out of the house with his pants up, looked in that direction by the moonlight. Sure enough, he saw three women, and he couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Wow, it's almost Chinese New Year today. I didn't expect you still have stock? Seeing this, Scarface immediately raised his broadsword with great interest and said, Whoever can capture those three beauties, I'll make him second in line. As soon as he finished speaking, the bandits all started howling. Don't anyone try to take it from me. If anyone tries to take it from me, I'll fight them. Hey, Zhao Laolu, you little bastard, come back here. How did you get ahead of me? Go back? Only a fool would listen to you. They're all mine now. Haha, brothers, I'm going to go first. Third place is definitely mine. In an instant, the bandits, who had been holding back their anger for so long, suddenly became as energetic as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and frantically chased after Shangguan Linxue and her companions. Oh no, big sister! Those bandits are coming for us, Yilingxi said in a panic. Chapter 17 The Imperial Army is here. Shangguan Linxue, run! Shangguan Linxue turned around, and sure enough, the bandits rushed over like madmen, making her face turn pale. Run! Shangguan Linxue shouted. The three women, terrified, ran in a panic towards the back of the mountain. However, they were, after all, just weak women with limited physical strength. Coupled with the thick snow on the ground, every step they took felt like walking on cotton, making each step extremely difficult. The bandits, strong and muscular, moved with ease, and as the distance between the two sides drew closer, their mocking shouts grew clearer. Just at this critical moment, the sound of horses' hooves suddenly came from behind the mountain. Immediately afterwards, a group of disheveled government troops suddenly appeared behind the mountain. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Linxue and the other two were stunned and stood there in place. At this moment, the leading general also spotted the woman and the dozen or so bandits at the foot of the mountain. The three groups of people stopped in their tracks almost simultaneously. Big sister, it's government troops! We're saved! Upon seeing who it was, Yilingxi's voice trembled with excitement. She gripped Shangguan Linxue's arm tightly, her face beaming with joy. Li Jingshu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the officers and soldiers wearing the uniforms of the Dafeng army. Great! Father has sent people to rescue us! However, just when the two of them thought they were finally out of danger, Shangguan Linxue suddenly sensed something was wrong. Oh no! Run! Before Shangguan Linxue could explain, she hurriedly shouted. Before she finished speaking, she grabbed Yilingxi and Li Jingshu without hesitation and turned to run wildly in another direction. However, how could the general let them escape so easily under his nose? Grab them! At a single command, the routed soldiers immediately rushed forward. In just a moment, Shangguan Linxue and her two companions were caught up by the fleeing soldiers and pinned down on the cold snow. At this moment, the bandits who had been eyeing the area were thrown into chaos when they saw the government troops suddenly arrive. However, even in this chaotic moment, Scarface displayed his extraordinary calmness and decisiveness. He raised his broadsword high and shouted at the panicked bandits. Don't panic, don't panic! They're just a bunch of deserters. There are a dozen of us, and a dozen of them. Who's afraid of who? Scarface's words did stabilize the bandits' morale to some extent, but before he finished speaking, a dozen or so defeated soldiers slowly emerged from behind the mountain. Now Scarface, who had been hoping for a lucky break, was completely panicked. At this moment, the leading general turned his gaze to the three beauties, Shangguan Linxue and the others, who had been captured, as well as the jewels stuffed into the arms of the bandits. His greedy gaze lingered on the treasures, when suddenly, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. The next second, he suddenly drew the sword from his waist and shouted. Listen up, everyone! The bandits have committed an unforgivable crime of massacring the village. Leave no one alive! Yes! As soon as he finished speaking, the defeated soldiers who understood the hidden meaning in his words all revealed ferocious faces. Kill! With a swing of their swords, everyone rushed down in a swarm. Upon seeing this, the bandits all turned and ran. However, it was too late by then. Those defeated soldiers, who had lost their spirits after being defeated by the Jin army, suddenly regained their fighting spirit. They rushed into the village like madmen, killing anyone they saw. Whether they were bandits or villagers from Lijiao village, screams of agony filled the air. Seeing the villagers of Lijiao village lying one after another in pools of blood, and their houses being engulfed by fire one after another, the three Shangguan sisters were completely dumbfounded. This is the imperial army of my great foe! Shangguan Linxue stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her, unable to believe what she was seeing. Li Jingshu was already so frightened that her face turned deathly pale, and tears welled up in her eyes like a burst dam. Second sister, aren't they all soldiers? Why did they kill people? Yu Lingxi was also stunned by this sudden turn of events, at a loss for what to do, her heart filled with extreme fear. Especially when she watched helplessly as her neighbors' families were brutally beheaded by fleeing soldiers, she completely collapsed. Shangguan Linxue silently shed a tear. At this moment, she finally understood why Lu Xingyan found the words. Report to the authorities. So ridiculous. We were wrong, so wrong. My husband was right, everything he said was true. Shangguan Linxue said, tears streaming down her face. Yu Lingxi and Li Jingshu finally understood the deeper meaning behind Lu Xingyan's words. It turns out that the Great Feng dynasty was truly corrupt from top to bottom. Soon, the bandits and the villagers of Lijiao village were almost all slaughtered. Although the fleeing soldiers also lost more than 10 lives, the general in charge remained extremely calm. Hee, that means we can have a dozen fewer portions. The general silently curled the corners of his mouth, his greedy gaze sweeping over Shangguan Linxue and the other two with great interest. Immediately afterwards he turned around and said to the remaining dozen or so fleeing soldiers. Brothers, the imperial court is finished, but we still have to live. Those who are willing to follow me will live a life of luxury from now on, with plenty of wine, meat, and women. Those who are unwilling should lay down their weapons and leave on their own. Upon hearing the general's words, not one of the remaining defeated soldiers was willing to leave. Seeing this, the general was very satisfied. All right, since that's the case, then from now on we're brothers. After saying this, he immediately ordered his men to massacre and burn the entire Li family village to prevent any evidence from being left behind. However, at the critical moment of this bloody massacre, Lu Xingyan and his companions finally returned to Lijiao village. They had barely shown themselves when they were stunned by the horrific scene before them. The entire Lijiao village has been engulfed by raging fire, and is now a sea of flames. Looking to the other side, Lu Xingyan spotted Shangguan Linxue and the other two. Lin Shui! Mother! Father! Enraged, the crowd transformed into ferocious beasts. Lu Xingyan's eyes instantly reddened upon seeing this horrific scene. He took out a composite bow from his storage space, drew the bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the leading general. At this moment, the general was still basking in the glory of the gold and silver he had plundered, as well as the three beauties, Shangguan Linxue. But the next second, with a whoosh, the arrow pierced the air and actually pierced through the armor on his head. The general stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, before finally collapsing into a pool of blood. Oh no! The general is dead! The remaining defeated soldiers were terrified when they saw this. However, before they could react, several more arrows came flying at them. Li Ergu and his companions were the village's best hunters. They all drew their bows and arrows, calling out the names of the remaining dozen or so defeated soldiers one by one. It's my husband! My husband is back! Upon seeing this, Shangguan Linxue shouted excitedly. Chapter 18 Lucy's Empty Promises, Going Up the Mountain to Become a Bandit. At this moment, Lu Xingyan and his companions were like fierce tigers descending from the forest, moving with incredible speed and ferocity. The fleeing soldiers had no time to react before sharp arrows pierced their chests. I'll bite you to death! Li Ergu, who watched helplessly as his home was engulfed in flames, rushed out of the woods like a madman. he caught a fleeing soldier who couldn't escape in time. With bloodshot eyes, Li Erge viciously bit the neck of the fleeing soldier, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Everyone else has also lost their minds. When they ran out of arrows, they used the machetes they carried with them to frantically pounce on the fleeing soldiers. In just a moment, the fleeing soldiers who had been so arrogant were all killed by a few people.
Lin Shui! My husband!
Lu Xinyan hurriedly ran to Shangguan Linxue and the others. When the three of them saw Lu Xinyan return, they excitedly ran over and hugged him tightly. By the time the fire was extinguished, the entire Lijia village had been reduced to ruins. Li Erge found his mother and sister hiding in his cellar. Zhao Dai was not so lucky. His whole family was brutally murdered by the fleeing soldiers, and he fainted several times. Finally, after the village was thoroughly investigated, everyone was shocked to discover something. The once vast village now has fewer than 20 people left. This also included Lu Xinyan and a few others who went to eat out, as well as the 3 Shangguan Linxue sisters. Seeing their homes destroyed and their loved ones tragically killed, everyone's faces showed extreme grief. Looking at the tragic scene before him, Lu Xinyan knew that he could no longer stay here. He first comforted Zhao Dai, then walked over to the other villagers and looked at them, saying,
"Fellow villagers, what are your plans for the future?"
Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to their home, which had been reduced to ruins, their eyes revealing helplessness and sorrow. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan reassured everyone, saying,
"I know everyone is feeling very sad right now, but we are still alive.
Whether you're living for your deceased loved ones or for the living, you must pull yourselves together." Then, pointing to the ruins behind him, he said,
"We can't stay here anymore.
We killed the government troops. No matter what happens in the future, in the eyes of the court we are just a bunch of rebels. There is no other way for us but death. Furthermore, with the Jin army rampaging across the land, we may have escaped death today, but who knows if we'll be beheaded tomorrow.
Brother Xianyan, just tell me what to do, I'll listen to you." "Yes, I'll listen to you. We'll do whatever you say."
The young men who had returned with Lu Xinyan all expressed their willingness to follow him. Lu Xinyan stopped hiding his true feelings and spoke frankly.
"I don't have a better solution either.
However, if you trust me and are willing to follow me, I guarantee that at least everyone will have food to eat, new clothes to wear, and the opportunity to live with dignity in place of your deceased loved ones." At this point, Lu Xinyan paused, noticing that everyone looking at him had a hopeful look in their eyes. He continued,
"I've made up my mind, I'm going up the mountain." "Up the mountain?"
This statement shocked everyone. Everyone understood that Lu Xinyan meant to become a bandit in the mountains. Among them, Zhao Dai's reaction was the strongest. Their family had just been ravaged by bandits, but Lu Xinyan immediately sent them up the mountain to become bandits. Zhao Dai stared at Lu Xinyan with disbelief. Lu Xinyan knew that it wouldn't be easy to persuade these people, who were used to living obedient lives, to become bandits in the mountains. But right now, they have no choice. This is the only path they can take. This naturally included Shangguan Linxue and the other 2. They were all born into noble families, empresses and princesses. Falling to this place was already a devastating blow, but now they have to become bandits in the mountains. For a moment, I found it hard to accept. Lu Xinyan understood what everyone was thinking, so he continued.
"I know that most of you despise bandits, but bandits aren't necessarily all bad.
If you go up the mountain and become bandits, then you'll be righteous bandits, unless you think you'd be a beast." Many people expressed their indignation upon hearing this.
"Brother Xianyan, I don't like hearing that. Even if I become a bandit, I won't be like these beasts." "That's right, I can't do things like murder, arson, or harming ordinary people."
Lu Xinyan had already anticipated this, considering everyone's emotions. He continued,
"Fine, since you all believe you're not animals, what's there to be afraid of?
We went up the mountain just to survive. Are bandits destined to be enemies of ordinary people?" At this point, he pointed to Xia Laogo's house, which had already been burned down, and said,
"We can rob, but who should we rob? If we're going to rob, we should rob people like Xia Laogo, who are utterly depraved. We have no qualms about robbing them.
Today, I'm putting my words here. Looting is allowed, but indiscriminate killing and raping are forbidden. If we're going to do something, we should be righteous bandits. Moreover, we can distribute the stolen grain to people as poor as you. Give the landlords their land so that they no longer have to live like you, going hungry. In the near future, everyone will have food to eat, all children will be able to go to school, and no one will dare to bully you anymore. Don't you yearn for such a life? Listening to Lu Xinyan's grand vision, everyone's spirits soared. Many of them were seeing this for the first time, realizing that bandits could do this.
If that's the case, Brother Xianyan, I'll go with you. I'll go with you. As long as it doesn't harm the common people, I'll do it.
At this moment, even Zhao Dai stepped forward. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, looked at Lu Xinyan and said with renewed spirit,
Brother Xinyan, I believe in you. You won't let us bully ordinary people. I'll go with you. Yes, we'll all go with you.
Almost at the same time, everyone placed great trust in Lu Xinyan. Even Shangguan Linxue and the other two, who initially found it hard to accept, now looked at Lu Xinyan with new respect. This husband gave them so many unexpected surprises. In Lu Xinyan, they seemed to see the figure of a savior hero.
Big sister!
Yu Lingxi and Li Jingshu came to Shangguan Linxue's side, both casting expectant glances at her. For some reason, after listening to Lu Xinyan's words, they felt their blood boiling and were suddenly filled with hope for the future. Shangguan Linxue nodded. She immediately brought her two younger sisters to Lu Xinyan's side and held his hands tightly.
My husband, we believe in you too. Thank you all.
Seeing this, Lu Xinyan was deeply moved and hugged them tightly. Since we've decided to go up the mountain, we need to make thorough preparations. Lu Xinyan ordered his men to collect all the clothes, armor, and weapons of the bandits and defeated soldiers. He took everything without missing a single item and put it all into his storage space, exchanging it for a lot of brand new bedding and warm clothing. In addition, Lu Xinyan made a surprising discovery. Chapter 19: Taking over the bandits' nest. The armor and weapons of those routed soldiers were exchanged for 100 sets of lightweight armor that would be replicated in later generations, as well as 50 extremely sharp swords and 10 exquisite composite bows. The appearance of this equipment greatly boosted Lu Xinyan's confidence. Unfortunately, the fire set by the fleeing soldiers also ignited Xia Laogo's warehouse, destroying all the grain. Although several thousand taels of silver and some jewelry were confiscated, Lu Xinyan was still uneasy about the lack of food. However, for now, we can only take it one step at a time. After the snow melts, let's see if we can buy some food from nearby states and counties.
Brother Xianyan, the villagers are all packed up. When do you think I should leave?
At this moment, Zhao Dai ran over and said. Lu Xinyan suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled Zhao Dai aside.
Dai, you're very knowledgeable. Do you know where those bandits came from?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Dai turned around and his gaze fell on the group of bandits who had been stripped naked in the ravine. These bandits looked like plucked pigs. Zhao Dai frowned slightly. After a while, he finally spoke.
They seem to be from Xishan village. In our vicinity, only the bandits from Xishan village are quite formidable. So you knew?
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan's eyes immediately lit up. He eagerly pressed on.
Then do you know how many bandits are in Xishan village?
Zhao Dai shook his head.
I'm not too sure about that.
Generally speaking, mountain bandits would exaggerate their numbers to make the local government wary. However, I have heard that there are probably about 100 people in Xishan village. Of course, most of that is probably just hype.
100 or so people?
Lu Xinyan muttered to himself. He glanced at the dozen or so bandit corpses in the pit and said thoughtfully,
So, their actual numbers probably weren't that many.
Zhao Dai nodded in agreement. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he continued to ask.
Oh right, Xinyan, I forgot to ask you, where are all of us going next?
Lu Xinyan then curled the corners of his lips, put his arm around Zhao Dai's shoulder, and said with a smile.
Look, isn't the person who invited us lying over there? Ah, you want to?
Looking at the corpses lying haphazardly in the ditch, Zhao Dai's mouth dropped open in shock. He instantly realized that Lu Xinyan was trying to usurp his position. Without further ado, Lu Xinyan considered the weather when the mountains would be blocked by heavy snow, and there was no better place than a bandit's den. So he immediately called over his brothers. Besides Zhao Dai and his group who had gone out for a meal with him before, there were 3 more people. Although there were only 8 people in total, including Lu Xingyan and his group, fortunately, they were all hunters who spent a lot of time in the mountains and their skills were quite good. Therefore, Lu Xingyan distributed the composite bow and lightweight armor that he had redeemed through the system to them. Everyone was stunned when the brand new armor and composite bow appeared out of thin air. Upon seeing this, Li Erge's eyes widened like saucers, staring intently at Lu Xingyan. Brother Xianyan, you wouldn't happen to be the reincarnation of the mountain god, would you? The mountain god reincarnation, these were all given to me by an old immortal I met by chance. He not only gave me these treasures, but also taught me a magic incantation. As long as I recite the incantation, I can conjure these things up. When he said this, Lu Xingyan looked very serious, as if it were all true. In fact, this was just an excuse he came up with after careful consideration. After all, we'll be living together in the future, so the supplies we get from the system exchange can't be kept secret. Rather than letting everyone find out later and causing unnecessary trouble, it's better to dispel their doubts in advance. Sure enough, after hearing Lu Xingyan's explanation, everyone instantly admired him immensely. In this era of food shortages, people often have more fantasies and expectations about the existence of gods. Faced with such a miraculous event, they preferred to believe it was true rather than question it. Even Lu Xingyan himself didn't expect this. Not long after, his casually made-up lie was turned into a well-known children's rhyme. The year ends and prosperity begins, the people thrive, the son of the Red Emperor saves all living beings. After distributing the equipment, Lu Xingyan arranged for Li Erge and one of his brothers to protect the villagers, while he led Zhao Dai and the others toward Shishan village. After a long and arduous journey, Lu Xingyan and his group finally arrived at Shishan village before dawn. As Lu Xingyan watched the sky gradually brighten, he knew he couldn't delay any longer. After carefully observing the defenses of the stronghold and the number of patrols, Lu Xingyan was basically certain that there were not many people left in the stronghold. So he immediately gathered his brothers together. Brothers, now is the best time. This is when people are most tired. We'll sneak in quietly and try to take care of the bandits while they're asleep. Good. Everyone agreed. After saying that, Lu Xingyan looked at Zhao Dai and instructed him. Dai, next, you and I will each lead 2 people. You will enter from the left, and I will enter from the right. We will enter silently and fight silently. Good. Zhao Dai spent most of his time in the mountains and fields, so disguising himself was not difficult for him. After assigning tasks, Lu Xingyan and Zhao Dai went their separate ways. At this time, all the bandits in Shishan village were asleep, including the patrolmen, who were all dozing off in the watchtowers. After all, the mountains were blocked by heavy snow, and they simply did not believe that anyone would break through the mountain gate at this time. Damn it, he's sleeping so soundly! Seeing this, Lu Xingyan couldn't help but give a wry smile. Having lived in the rainforests of Southeast Asia before, dealing with guards of this caliber would be an insult to his profession. In just a moment, Lu Xingyan easily took out the 2 sentries at the gate with his composite bow and opened the gate without any trouble. Upon seeing this, Zhao Dai immediately led his men inside. As per their previous assignments, Lu Xingyan and Zhao Dai took turns clearing out the bandits in the stronghold one by one. The bandits left behind in the stronghold never expected anyone to break in, and one by one they were sent to meet their maker while they were still asleep. By daybreak, not a single person in Shishan village had survived. Brother Xianyan! At daybreak, Lu Xingyan was carrying the bodies of bandits at the gate. At this moment, Zhao Dai rushed over, his face beaming with excitement. Brother Xianyan, that was so satisfying! According to your account, when my brothers and I took action, those bandits were still asleep when we were dealt with. I, old Zhao, have never felt so happy in my entire life. Lu Xingyan nodded and quickly asked, Are the brothers all right? No, not a single hair fell out, Zhao Dai said excitedly. However, his excitement didn't last long, and soon a bitter look appeared on Zhao Dai's face. But Brother Xianyan, when I was searching the mountain stronghold just now, I found out that these bandits have also run out of food. What should we do? Chapter 20. The third uncle of the bandit family came to deliver grain.
Is that so?
Lu Xinyan had originally hoped that by taking over the bandits' stronghold, he could rely on the food there to get through the winter. Unexpectedly, even the bandits ran out of food. After some thought, Lu Xinyan didn't have a good solution, so he said, "Since it's a large river, you go and bring the villagers ashore first. I'll figure out a way to solve the food problem."
"Okay, I'm going right now."
After agreeing, Zhao Dai did not hesitate at all and immediately went down the mountain to report the news. No sooner had Zhao Dai left than Lu Xinyan headed into the mountain stronghold. He simply couldn't believe that a group of bandits would be without food. However, just as he turned to leave, his subordinate Li Qingtian rushed over.
Brother Xianyan, a nouveau riche has come from outside. He says he's the third uncle of the big boss, Sun Qi."
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan immediately understood that they had come looking for the original band of mountain bandits. So he quickly asked, "How many of them are there?"
Li Qingtian hurriedly said,
"There aren't many people, but they all have things with them. The 2 pack horses are fully loaded with a lot of things."
"It's like my wish came true."
Lu Xinyan was overjoyed upon hearing this. He immediately realized that the other party had come to deliver food to these bandits. No wonder these bandits have squandered their wealth. After understanding, Lu Xinyan immediately instructed, "Bring them all in, then close the door immediately and act according to the situation."
"Okay."
Li Qingtian left in a hurry. Fearing that Sun Qi would see through their scheme, Lu Xinyan immediately moved the bandit corpses from the courtyard. In just a short while, the corpses in the courtyard were completely cleared away, as if nothing had ever happened. Just then, Li Qingtian led Sun Qi and the others into the mountain stronghold. Sun Qi was seen wearing a bear-patterned hat and a luxurious mink coat, his face radiating wealth and an arrogant demeanor.
"Nephew, your third uncle has come all this way to pay a visit. Why don't you come out to greet me personally?"
As soon as Sun Qi entered the door, he started shouting at the top of his lungs. Lu Xinyan walked out of the inner room unhurriedly, a faint smile on his face, and replied,
"Oh, isn't this third master Sun? What a rare guest. Who are you? Look at you, so forgetful. It's me, Xiao Lu Zi."
Upon hearing this, Sun Qi frowned slightly. He scrutinized Lu Xinyan closely, and the more he looked at her, the more familiar she seemed, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before.
"He does look somewhat familiar. Oh well, never mind. Where's my nephew? Call him out to see me right now."
Sun Qi waved his hand and said impatiently,
"You want to see the boss?"
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan was immediately perplexed. He hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously,
Third master, the boss hasn't returned from his mission yet." "He didn't come back? What did he do?"
Sun Qi asked, puzzled. Lu Xinyan's eyes darted around, and he said,
"This, don't you understand?"
As expected, Sun Qi was speechless when he heard Lu Xinyan say that, clearly because he had touched a nerve.
Sun Qi argued, "That's not my fault, it's all my second brother's fault. He wouldn't let me send grain up the mountain, saying that the Jurchens were coming and we had to save some for the family."
"Really?" Lu Xinyan muttered to himself. He was just thinking, how could a bandit's den of thieves wait until they run out of food before going out to rob? If the mountain stronghold truly has no food, it can only mean that their food is supplied regularly by someone. The supply has suddenly stopped, which is why we are facing a food shortage. Having understood the general situation, Lu Xinyan smiled apologetically.
"Third master, let's not beat around the bush. Those gentlemen down the mountain have been acting very unfairly. They've made our chief so angry that he started cursing."
Sure enough, he led his brothers down the mountain to gather grass and grain early this morning.
Yes, what the third brother did was really dishonest."
Sun Qi did not argue, but instead pushed all the blame onto the third brother. As he spoke, he immediately ordered his men to remove the sacks from the mules and horses. "I randomly opened one of them, and it turned out to be filled with rice and pork."
"Look, I know the second brother is dishonest, so I specially brought you some things,"
Sun Qi said smugly. Hiss. Upon seeing what was in the bag, not only Lu Xinyan, but also the eyes of his brothers around him lit up. They haven't eaten pork in far too long. Not to mention the rice and wheat flour, it was even more abundant than the Lunar New Year. Sun Chi also noticed this, and thought to himself that he had arrived at the perfect time. So he smiled and said, "Tell my nephew that his third uncle felt sorry for him and specially sent him this grain. Also, I'll send him another batch when the roads are easier to travel on in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan was overjoyed. "Really? Then thank you so much, Third Master." "You're welcome, we're all on the same side." Sun Chi waved his hand arrogantly and continued, "All right. Well, you guys go ahead with your work, I'll be going now. Remember to tell my nephew, don't forget." "Don't worry, I won't forget." Lu Xinyan thanked Sun Chi profusely as he saw him off at the gate of the mountain stronghold. "Third Master, come visit often when you have time." After Sun Chi walked away, Li Qitian followed with a puzzled look on his face. "Brother Xianyan, why didn't you reveal your identity just now? You're infuriating that old man," Li Qitian said indignantly. "He's related to the bandit leader. He's obviously not a good person." "A good person? Who would come to a bandit's den if they were a good person?" Lu Xinyan laughed and said, "Didn't you hear what he said just now? In a couple of days he'll be sending things over again. Why wouldn't we accept something that's being offered to us for free?" "But is he really that kind?" Li Qitian wondered. Lu Xinyan was taken aback, then smiled and looked at Li Qitian, saying, "What, even you noticed? This is way too obvious." Li Qitian was speechless. Lu Xinyan nodded, watching Sun Chi's departing figure thoughtfully. "That's right, that old man is definitely up to no good. He's been shifting the blame onto his second son and trying to absolve himself of all responsibility. I think there's definitely something going on here. What could happen? Hard to say, but it's definitely not a good thing." Although he didn't understand what the other party was up to, Lu Xinyan was too lazy to guess. When Sun Chi brings another generous gift up the mountain next time, he will naturally tell us. At this point, Lu Xinyan's gaze immediately fell on the grain sacks, and he couldn't stop smiling with joy. "It's like getting exactly what I needed." So Lu Xinyan immediately rolled up his sleeves and said, "All right, forget about him. Bring in the pork and flour. I'll make braised pork for everyone." Upon hearing that they were going to eat meat, his men excitedly shouted, "Really? Okay, let's go." Chapter 21. Still eating? If you eat again, I'll call you Pighead Squad leader. As evening approached and darkness began to fall, the bustling scene in Shishan village remained unaffected. Although everyone was very busy, their faces were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Many elderly people and children had reservations before coming, thinking that a bandit's den would be a terrifying place. However, once they stepped through the gate of the mountain stronghold, they discovered that it was exceptionally well sheltered from the wind, and they had no need to worry about the raging north wind. Moreover, there are 2 rows of houses around the natural cave, which are warm in winter and cool in summer, making them very comfortable. Most importantly, the entire mountain village was filled with an enticing aroma of meat. Lu Xinyan hid in the kitchen, refusing everyone's help, and spent half a day tinkering by himself, soon filling the entire mountain village with the aroma of braised pork. "Big sister, it smells so good." Li Jingshu tugged at Shangguan Linshua's sleeve, stood on tiptoe, stretched her neck, and greedily inhaled the aroma of meat filling the air. The enticing aroma attracted not only Shangguan Linshua and Yilingxi, but also the villagers of Lijia village, all of whom were captivated by the meaty fragrance. "What delicious food is Brother Xianyan making? It smells so good." "Silly child, that's the smell of meat. Come to think of it, it's been over 20 years since I've tasted pork. I don't know how much longer I have to wait. I can't wait any longer. 3 sisters-in-law, why don't you go in and lend a hand to Brother Xianyan? I'm worried he can't handle it all by himself." "I think what you're worried about isn't Xianyan Ge, but rather you want to find someone to go in and urge him to come out quickly, right?" "Ha!" As soon as Li Ergu uttered those words, it immediately drew a burst of laughter from those around him. In front of so many people, the 3 Shangguan sisters were called sister-in-law, and they were immediately overcome with shyness. Although they had long since tacitly accepted that they belonged to Lu Xinyan, they still couldn't help feeling embarrassed at this moment. "Let me see who's so greedy." Just then, the kitchen door, which had been sealed for a long time, was pushed open. Lu Xinyan appeared at the door carrying a large bowl of braised pork, looking at everyone with a smile on his face. Upon seeing this, everyone widened their eyes in tension, their gazes fixed on the pot of brightly colored and fragrant braised pork. At this moment, the sounds of hunger and swallowing saliva have become a symphony of the moment. A moment later, the main hall of Shishan village was bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Everyone sat together, laughing and chatting, while the table in front of them was filled with all sorts of fragrant food. These foods are not only diverse in variety, but also delicious in color, aroma, and taste. The most eye-catching dish was the braised pork, with its bright red color that made one's mouth water. In addition, there are large white steamed buns, Swiss rolls, toast, and other delicacies, as well as 3 large bowls of fragrant rice, making it an absolute culinary feast. For the villagers who had never seen such a sumptuous meal, this was undoubtedly a rare treat. Everyone's eyes lit up, their faces filled with anticipation as they gazed at the delicious food on the table. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan took the initiative to take on the responsibility of serving meals. He was skilled and efficient, filling everyone's bowls to the brim without the slightest tremor. When Lu Xinyan saw that Shangguan Linxue only had a little rice in her bowl, he did not hesitate to put 2 Swiss rolls on her plate and then fill a bowl with braised pork. Linxue, eat more. Look at you, you're only eating so little. You need to eat more meat, Lu Xinyan said with concern. Seeing this, Li Erge and the others immediately felt that they were in for a laugh. They teased Lu Xinyan with playful laughter, saying, "Brother Xinyan, I'm skinny too, why don't you cut me some more meat?" "Go away, you've already eaten 2 bowls, are you still going to eat? If you eat any more, I'll call you Pighead Squad leader." Ha! Lu Xinyan's witty and mischievous teasing immediately caused everyone around him to burst into laughter. Shangguan Linxue was extremely shy at this moment. Her face flushed, she whispered her thanks and then scurried away in a flustered manner. However, after taking her seat, she couldn't help but turn her gaze to the busy Lu Xinyan. "Big sister, why aren't you eating? It's so delicious. The meat that young Master Lu makes is different from what we used to eat. It's even better than what the Imperial Kitchen makes." Li Jingshu ate with her mouth full of oil, showing absolutely no restraint that a princess should have. Yu Lingxi was relatively more refined. Although she could taste the uniqueness of these delicacies, she still maintained the elegance befitting a lady of high society. Seeing that Lu Xinyan had almost finished his work, Shangguan Linxue immediately ran over quietly and handed him the food she had just prepared. "You've been busy all day, have something to eat," Shangguan Linxue said with concern. Lu Xinyan was deeply moved when he saw Shangguan Linxue make a special trip to see him. "These are for you, I have some here." However, he only realized it when Lu Xinyan lowered his head. A huge bowl of braised pork, along with 3 large bowls of rice, steamed buns, and bread, were all eaten clean. Looking at the big guys, they were all lying there, rubbing their round bellies, slumped over. Lu Xinyan knew that everyone was so hungry that they were eating their fill of the meal. Of course, Lu Xinyan was also delighted with this. After all, it was he who sent these people up the mountain to become bandits. If he didn't give them an unforgettable experience, who would stay wholeheartedly? Although Shangguan Linxue hadn't thought of this, but she had already noticed that the food on the table was almost gone, and fearing that Lu Xinyan would have nothing to eat by the end, she specially saved a portion for him. "Eat up, I've already eaten. This was specially saved for you," Shangguan Linxue said with a smile, her eyes revealing a hint of sincerity. Looking at Shangguan Linxue, Lu Xinyan felt a surge of emotion and accepted her kindness without further hesitation. However, this made Lu Xinyan realize that Shangguan Linxue had an exceptionally high level of sensitivity in many details. People with this personality type are very well suited for managing mundane tasks. So, as he accepted the food from Shangguan Linxue, he added, "Linxue, I'd like to entrust you with the management of all matters concerning food, clothing, and daily necessities in the mountain stronghold. Is that all right with you?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue quickly declined, saying, Me? I can't. However, Lu Xinyan's mind was already very firm. Back in Lijia village, she was in charge of all the big and small matters at home, so he believed that Shangguan Linxue would definitely be able to handle this task.
Linxue, I know you can do it. You wouldn't want me to be busy and overwhelmed all day, would you?
Chapter 22 Recruiting Soldiers. Lu Xinyan then used a coquettish tone, his voice carrying a hint of pleading. Shangguan Linxue's face instantly turned bright red. She lowered her head shyly.
Pa, shameless! How can a grown man act coquettishly towards a weak woman like me?
However, Lu Xinyan disagreed. He kept his head down and nuzzled against Shangguan Linxue's chest, saying,
Linxue, please say yes. I believe you can do a great job. Okay, alright, I'll give it a try.
After struggling internally for a while, Shangguan Linxue nodded gently, ultimately unable to resist Lu Xinyan's persistent pleading. After saying this, afraid that the villagers would notice the two of them acting coy, Shangguan Linxue immediately ran away shyly. Watching Shangguan Linxue run away in a panic, Lu Xinyan almost burst out laughing. While everyone was at lunchtime, Lu Xinyan gathered Li Ergu, Zhao Dai, and others together.
Brothers, we've finally gained a foothold. With this place to shelter us from the wind and rain, at least we don't have to worry about sleeping in the wilderness anymore.
Lu Xinyan first affirmed the plan for the first phase. He then added,
However, if we want to be able to live here peacefully indefinitely, we will face many problems, the most pressing of which is the shortage of manpower.
We only have less than 20 people at most, and only 8 of us are capable fighters. If we encounter any danger, we simply won't be able to handle it.
Brother Xianyan, just tell us what to do, we'll do whatever you say.
Li Ergu patted his round belly and made a statement with a silly grin on his face.
Yes, we'll listen to you.
Others also benefited and expressed their support for Lu Xinyan. Now, they wished they could worship Lu Xinyan like a mountain god.
Okay, since you're all going to listen to me, let's do it this way.
This is exactly the attitude Lu Xinyan wants. So he continued,
I know you all have a lot of relatives and friends around you, so can you think of a way to get them all to come up to our mountain?
As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur arose from the crowd. Zhao Dai then spoke up.
Brother Xianyan, this might be a bit difficult.
Our village suffered a disaster, forcing us to become bandits in the mountains. Their villages are all at the foot of the mountain, they have land and homes. Why would they easily come up the mountain to join us as bandits?
Yes, they definitely won't agree.
Zhao Dai's words resonated with many people, who nodded in agreement. After all, no one wants to leave their familiar living environment to become a bandit in a strange place.
Yes, Brother Xianyan, even if they were willing, wouldn't we have to take care of the whole family's food, drink, and daily needs? How much food would they consume every day?
Others expressed their concerns. However, Lu Xinyan had already thought of this. He patted his chest and said,
I will take care of the food problem, so everyone doesn't need to worry.
The most urgent task now is to build up our team. Without people, we can't amount to anything. Although the court is currently too busy with the rampage of the Jin army to attend to us, what will happen if they come to suppress the bandits once the situation stabilizes? What will happen to your wives, children, and elderly parents then? His words made everyone fall into deep thought. Indeed, although being a bandit may seem carefree now, the consequences would be unimaginable if the imperial court were to send troops to suppress them.
Brother Xianyan, we understand the reasoning, but how do we persuade them to come up the mountain?
Li Qingtian said with a worried look on his face. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan revealed a confident smile.
I've already thought of this for you.
After saying that, Lu Xinyan followed closely behind and carried out a large sack from behind the table where the food had just been served. The burlap sack was bulging and looked like it was full of things. Everyone's attention was drawn to him, and they looked at him with curiosity. Lu Xinyan slowly untied the burlap sack and took out a series of large flatbreads.
Meat pie!
Li Ergu exclaimed in surprise. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief.
Brother Xianyan, when did you do this? How come we didn't know?
Lu Xinyan rolled her eyes at him and retorted irritably.
If you knew, wouldn't we have all gone home already? Ha!
Lu Xinyan's words caused a burst of laughter, and everyone turned to look at Li Ergu. Li Ergu was a little embarrassed by the laughter of the crowd. He scratched his head sheepishly, and then obediently sat back down in his original seat. At this moment, Lu Xinyan continued,
Tomorrow, you will take turns going down the mountain to distribute meat pies to your relatives and friends. One isn't enough, so we'll use two. Two aren't enough, so we'll use three. In short, you have to find a way to get him up the mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dai immediately understood what Lu Xinyan meant. He laughed and teased. Brother Xianyan, that's such a wicked trick. Throwing meat pies at people? Our poor relatives have been eating coarse grains and wild vegetables for so long, how can they withstand your constant feeding pies? They'd all come rushing up the mountain in droves. That's right, that's exactly the effect I wanted. Lu Xinyan then added. However, you have to tell them one thing, it's okay for one person to go up the mountain, or it's okay for them to bring their whole family. However, we provide food for one person going up the mountain. There's no problem with rice and flour for every meal. But if you have a family to support, you'll have to work hard to earn food from us to feed your family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dai blurted out. Wouldn't that make me a wage earner? That's what I mean. Lu Xinyan affirmed Zhao Dai's statement, and continued. However, there's one thing, since we are all in the business of turning around, no one can guarantee that everyone will be safe and sound. But I can make a guarantee. If any of our brothers on the mountain lose their lives, their families and mountain villages will be responsible for taking care of them in their old age and seeing them off in death. This will ensure the brothers have absolutely no worries. Lu Xinyan's words were like a reassuring pill, deeply touching the hearts of everyone present. Why did they resist becoming bandits in the first place? Wasn't it because they were afraid that if they died, their whole family would starve to death? Now that Lu Xinyan has resolved their worries, what else do they have to fear? Brother Xianyan, no matter what others think, my life belongs to you from now on. As long as my parents can live, I'll accept it even if I die. Li Ergu stood up excitedly, his emotions running high. That's exactly what I meant. Me too. Brother Xianyan, I knew I hadn't made a mistake in following you. Seeing this, the others also stood up to express their opinions. Even Zhao Dai, who had lost all his relatives, was full of fighting spirit at this moment. Seeing the attitude of everyone who was willing to entrust their lives to him, Lu Xinyan was very gratified. Chapter 23 Little sister, have you forgotten that it's your turn to serve the emperor tonight? After arranging for everyone to rest, Lu Xinyan specifically asked Zhao Dai to stay behind. He looked at Zhao Dai and said earnestly, Dai, you have a wide network of connections. This time, besides looking for brothers suitable for our mountain stronghold, there is another important matter that I need you to handle. Seeing Lu Xinyan's serious expression, Zhao Dai quickly asked, Brother Xinyan, please tell me what you need, and I will do my best. Lu Xinyan took a deep breath and slowly said, I want you to inquire about a businessman named Sun Qi. Then, he told Zhao Dai about the rice and flour. After listening, Zhao Dai's expression turned serious. He was well aware of the gravity of the matter. Brother Xianyan, don't worry, leave these matters to me. I will do everything I can to find this Sun Qi. Seeing Zhao Dai's confidence, Lu Xinyan felt somewhat relieved, nodded, and continued. In addition, to ensure the safety of our mountain stronghold, I would like to place more informants in the nearby county towns and even the nearby villages. In this way, we can get the news in time and take countermeasures if there is any disturbance. I'm assigning this task to you. What do you think? Zhao Dai immediately replied. No problem, Brother Xianyan. Lu Xinyan smiled with satisfaction and added, Just ask Lin Shui for whatever amount of silver you need. From now on, your sister-in-law will be in charge of everything in our village, from food and drink to basic necessities. Just tell her if you need anything. Don't worry, Brother Xianyan, I will definitely handle these matters well. Zhao Dai understood that this was not just a task, but also a testament to Lu Xinyan's immense trust in him. He's entrusting the safety of the entire mountain stronghold to his own hands. Knowing this, Zhao Dai secretly resolved that he would not let Lu Xinyan down. After a busy day, things in the mountain village finally came to an end, and it was already close to midnight. Under Lu Xinyan's arrangement, the villagers of Lijiazi all moved into the wooden houses on the west side of the cave. As the leader, Lu Xinyan naturally took over the place that originally belonged to the bandit leader Scarface. Scarface's residence was inside a cave, which was much more spacious and comfortable than other places. When Lu Xinyan returned,
the three Shangguan sisters were busy tidying up the house. As expected of the chief's residence, it was fully furnished, even with a tiger skin rug, and the bed was covered with a thick blanket. Looking at Shangguan Linxue and the others, they saw that a small bed had been set up next to the master bedroom using a curtain. Compared to the large bed covered with thick blankets, this small bed looked extremely simple, barely enough to squeeze two people in. Lu Xinyan understood that Shangguan Linxue and the others were doing this to create a relatively independent space for themselves. But this makes them feel really wrong. Alright, you guys stop what you're doing. I suddenly remembered that there are still some meat patties in the hall that I haven't put away yet. Could you go and tidy them up for me? Lu Xinyan stepped forward and suddenly spoke. These meat patties were originally intended for tomorrow's breakfast, but unexpectedly they'd become a tool to get rid of the three of them. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, we'll go right away. Watching their departing figures, Lu Xinyan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. Once they left, Lu Xinyan didn't linger for a moment. He simply scanned the area with his mind. The furniture in the cave disappeared one by one. Immediately afterwards, as if by magic, Lu Xinyan conjured up many new pieces of furniture out of thin air. First, there's a large bed with a Simmons mattress. The soft and comfortable mattress makes you want to lie down right away. Then there's a wardrobe with a full-length mirror, which is surprisingly eye-catching. There are also wooden screens that cleverly divide the space, plus a kung fu tea table. Even the bedding has been upgraded to be made of top-quality goose down, which is soft and warm. This is more like a place for people to live. After doing all this, Lu Xinyan was very satisfied. However, while the items were in place, moving them to their correct locations was not so simple. Lu Xinyan casually tossed the large bed in his hand, immediately looking utterly embarrassed. Holy crap, it's so heavy? The boss didn't cut corners? I'm going to complain about you. On the other side, Shangguan Linxue, along with Li Jingshu and Yi Lingxi, searched the hall for quite a while, but still couldn't find the meat pie that Lu Xinyan had mentioned. Finally, it was the little glutton Li Jingshu who, with her keen sense of smell, found the meat pie that Lu Xinyan was talking about under a wooden barrel weighed down by a bluestone slab. Shangguan Linxue immediately frowned. Didn't my husband already put it away? Maybe he forgot. Yi Lingxi reminded him. We've just arrived at the mountain, and my husband has so many things to do. He might have mixed them up. Shangguan Linxue nodded in agreement. It seems that my husband has his reasons for asking me for help. Big sister, can I have a pancake? It smells so good. Li Jingshu leaned over the wooden tub, her eyes fixed on the fragrant pancakes inside, her mouth watering. Shangguan Linxue and Yi Lingxi exchanged a smile when they saw Li Jingshu's greedy expression. Then, without prior arrangement, they reached out and picked up Li Jingshu like a chick, then turned and walked back. Little sister, have you forgotten that it's your turn to serve the emperor tonight? Shangguan Linxue said as she walked. That's right, you're an adult now, so don't be greedy, Yi Lingxi chimed in. Oh? How could I have forgotten about that? Shangguan Linxue and Yi Lingxi chatted back and forth, one after the other, and Li Jingshu, listening to them, immediately blushed with nervousness. Actually, it should have been Li Jingshu's turn to serve the emperor last night. However, because Lu Xinyan suddenly said he wanted to go eat some delicious food, and because of the harassment from bandits and defeated soldiers, the matter was delayed. Now that it's been brought up again, Li Jingshu had completely forgotten about it. Now that she was suddenly reminded, she panicked and had no idea what to do. Eldest sister, second sister. Li Jingshu looked pitifully at Shangguan Linxue and Yi Lingxi, hoping they could help her. Yi Lingxi found it particularly amusing to see Li Jingshu's nervous expression. She chuckled mischievously and said, Calling me sister won't help. Good luck to you. After tonight you'll be a real adult. I don't want to be an adult, it's not fun at all. Wait, did we come to the wrong place? Li Jingshu raised her head with a heart full of doubt, her gaze falling on the house in front of her. Her eyes widened instantly, her face filled with astonishment. At the same time, Shangguan Linxue and Yi Lingxi were also stunned by the scene before them. Is this our house? Why is the door gone? Shangguan Linxue muttered to herself. Just as everyone was at a loss, Yilingxi suddenly screamed.
Ah, ghost!
Yilingxi hurriedly hid behind Shangguan Lingxue, her finger trembling as she pointed to something on the wardrobe. At this moment, Shangguan Lingxue also noticed a peculiar treasure on the wardrobe. Chapter 24 Taking a Bath? What a coincidence, I've prepared new clothes for you. She walked forward in disbelief and said,
Could it be a mirror?
When Shangguan Lingxue first saw the glass mirror reflecting her entire body, she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Even in the imperial palace of the Great Feng dynasty, she did not possess such a wondrous treasure.
Big sister, this bed is so comfortable and soft.
At this moment, Li Jingshu also discovered something interesting. She excitedly jumped and bounced on the soft mattress, having a great time.
This is...
Shangguan Lingxue and Yilingxi stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Their eyes met, and they could both see the shock in each other's eyes. The next second, the two of them spoke at the same time.
Husband? Who's calling me?
Just then, a smug voice came from the corner. Shangguan Lingxue and Yilingxi looked over at the sound and saw Lu Xingyan walking out from the corner with a smile on his face.
Just as I expected.
Upon seeing Lu Xingyan's grin that almost reached his ears, Shangguan Lingxue and Yilingxi immediately understood what was going on. The reason Lu Xingyan tricked them out was to set up this place. Of course, besides him, who else has such great ability? However, when Yilingxi saw herself in the dressing mirror, she couldn't help but pout and complain.
Husband, are these things from the celestial realm? But they have too many flaws.
She pointed to herself in the full-length mirror and said with a displeased expression.
Look, I look uglier in the mirror. When have I ever looked this ugly? Even my clothes are filthy. I don't look like myself at all. Forehead.
Faced with this question, Lu Xingyan didn't know how to answer it. After everything that had happened, Yilingxi's exquisite makeup was ruined, and even her hair was a mess, so it's no wonder she didn't recognize herself.
Lingxi, how about I find a chance to boil some water for you tomorrow so you can have a nice bath?
Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Shangguan Lingxue quickly stepped forward and tried to smooth things over with a big smile. Upon hearing this, Yilingxi looked surprised.
Big sister, what do you mean? Do I need to wash up? Forehead.
Shangguan Lingxue was somewhat at a loss for words due to Yilingxi's reaction. She chuckled awkwardly and said,
Let's wash up, it'll be better to wash up. You want to take a bath? Great! I've even prepared your clothes.
When Lu Xingyan heard that everyone was going to take a bath, he excitedly walked to the wardrobe and opened it.
Look, all of this is prepared for you.
As the wardrobe door slowly opened, everyone took a closer look and saw that the wardrobe was full of clothes, in all colors and styles, dazzling the eyes.
Wow, so many beautiful clothes!
Li Jingshu exclaimed in surprise. Shangguan Lingxue and Yilingxi were equally shocked. However, when they looked closely at the styles of these clothes, they couldn't help but feel a little confused. The design style of these clothes is quite different from the mortal clothing they are familiar with. Some can even be described as rather peculiar.
Husband, are these also clothes from the celestial realm?
Shangguan Lingxue pointed to a backless dress and asked in confusion.
But this dress isn't finished yet, so why is it being worn by people? This is called a backless dress, and that's how it's designed.
Lu Xingyan smiled and continued to introduce the three women.
Look, this is the hanfu you are wearing now. And these next to it are maid outfits, office lady outfits, Lolita fashion, JK skirts, sailor uniforms, and so on.
As he spoke, he pointed to various styles of clothing and explained their characteristics in detail. However, his introduction did not excite the three women. Instead, it made them blush. Especially those clothes that expose the thighs, which are simply unacceptable to the mindset of their time.
Husband, I suddenly think my clothes are quite nice too, Yilingxi said, blushing. Yes, I think so too,
Shangguan Lingxue quickly echoed. At this moment, Li Jingshu suddenly interjected.
Big sister, I like that lorry.
However, before she could finish speaking, Shangguan Lingxue quickly covered her mouth. Shangguan Lingxue laughed awkwardly.
Hee, husband, the child is just being silly and talking nonsense.
Lu Xingyan rolled his eyes in exasperation. These clothes were all exchanged for clothes he had collected from Xiao Taohong. He originally thought he would be able to feast his eyes on them. Unexpectedly, it is so ahead of its time that Shangguan Linxue and Yi Lingxi are still unable to accept it.
Fine, whatever you want.
Lu Xinyan pouted helplessly, then asked,
By the way, who's going to sleep with me tonight?
She. As soon as she finished speaking, Shangguan Linxue and Yi Lingxi, as if they had planned it beforehand, pointed at Li Jingshu standing to the side. Li Jingshu opened her eyes wide, stunned and frozen in place, staring incredulously at Shangguan Linxue and Yi Lingxi. That look in her eyes was so pitiful and heartbreaking. 1 hour later, Shangguan Linxue and Yi Lingxi nestled comfortably in their newly replaced Simmons mattress. Having never enjoyed such a comfortable bed before, they became lazy and didn't want to get up once they lay down. The two of them were in a daze and didn't know how much time had passed. However, at that moment, sparse conversations suddenly came from behind the screen next door.
Is it good looking?
A slightly trembling voice came, and Shangguan Linxue and Yi Lingxi were instantly awakened, all sleepiness gone.
Jingshu's voice!
Yi Lingxi exclaimed in surprise. Shangguan Linxue stared at her in astonishment, both of their eyes wide open.
Big sister, Jingshu wouldn't,
Yi Lingxi said incredulously. Shangguan Linxue also realized that something was wrong. So, the two exchanged a knowing glance, then quietly peeked out from the gap in the screen. When their gazes pierced through the gap in the screen and landed on the scene next door, both of them took a deep breath in unison.
Jingshu really wore it?
Yi Lingxi asked incredulously. At this moment, Li Jingshu was standing in front of Lu Xinyan. Her once fair face was now as red as a ripe apple, and she lowered her head shyly, not daring to meet Lu Xinyan's gaze. She had somehow changed into a milky white Lolita dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her movements. The white stockings made her legs look even longer and slimmer. The two cute pigtails on her head swayed slightly with her movements. Her innocent and shy appearance made Lu Xinyan's eyes widen. Beside Lu Xinyan, Shangguan Linxue was surprised to find a pair of black stockings that had become tattered. She exclaimed in surprise,
Lingxi, look, isn't that the one you gave to Jingshu?
Chapter 25. The head steward Shangguan Linxue. Yi Lingxi looked at it carefully and nodded hurriedly.
It really is. But why has it become so tattered?
Upon seeing this, Shangguan Linxue couldn't help but scold.
That Jingshu, really? I'll have to give her a good talking to later.
How could she treat a gift from her husband like this? Wouldn't that break his heart? Yi Lingxi nodded in agreement, saying,
Yes, I hope my husband won't be angry. After all, this is his good intention.
The two whispered for a while, and then their gazes fell on Li Jingshu at the same time. Yi Lingxi frowned more and more as she looked at the outfit. She hesitated and said,
But sister, that outfit is so beautiful. I really want to try on that black business suit too.
Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue gave an embarrassed smile and said softly,
Actually, I also like that dress called a cheongsam.
Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said,
Why don't we give it a try too?
Shangguan Linxue shook her head somewhat embarrassedly and said,
But wouldn't it be too embarrassing if someone saw us?
Yi Lingxi's eyes lit up, and she came up with an idea.
That's easy. We can just stay here and put on our clothes, and not go out, right?
Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue's heart stirred. If you're just hiding here wearing it and admiring it yourself, that doesn't seem like a bad thing. She pondered silently for a moment, then finally nodded.
In that case, shall we try again tomorrow when my husband isn't here?
Yi Lingxi silently raised the corners of her mouth in agreement.
Let's do it this way.
On the other side, Lu Xinyan looked at Li Jingshu, who had changed into Lolita fashion, and felt as if he had suddenly returned to the modern world. However, the refined and noble air about this girl was something that could not be seen in the pseudo-ladylike women of later generations. Then, he silently took Li Jingshu's hand and pulled her into his arms.
Jingshu, you are so beautiful!
The next morning, Lu Xinyan felt refreshed after a hearty meal. They work exceptionally hard. To get a clearer picture of the village's resources, he specifically ordered a thorough search of the entire village. After a thorough search, new discoveries were indeed made. Hidden beneath the Land Rover skin in the lobby was a secret room. Lu Xinyan was overjoyed and quickly opened the door to the secret room, where he found it filled with all sorts of valuables and weapons. These valuables were clearly looted by Scarface over the years. Although the weapons were of no interest to Lu Xingyan, the silver was considerable. He roughly estimated that there were more than 10,000 taels of silver here, in addition to a lot of gold and silver jewelry. Adding the things brought from Lijiao village, all the valuables together should amount to 50,000 taels of silver. With this wealth, Lu Xingyan felt even more confident. Meanwhile, the Shangguan sisters were not idle either. They kept Lu Xingyan's instructions in mind and got up early to get busy. Shangguan Linxue was in charge of counting the grain on the mountain. She carefully recorded the quantity of each bag of rice and each bag of flour to ensure she had a clear understanding of the situation. Lingxi, could you go check how much flour is left in the kitchen? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxi immediately ran into the kitchen. However, when she came out, she was empty-handed and said helplessly, "Big sister, there's nothing in the kitchen, we're almost out of firewood." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linshua's heart skipped a beat, and her brows furrowed. "Really? I heard from Li Qitian that a merchant delivered a lot of rice and flour yesterday. There's still half a bag of rice left, but how come there's not a single sack of flour left?" Yi Lingxi replied with a bitter face. "Big sister, you haven't forgotten, have you? How many steamed buns did you eat last night?" It really is." Shangguan Linxue also realized at this moment how difficult it was to be the head steward. She sighed silently and said reproachfully, "My husband is really something, he doesn't know how to be frugal. It's such a hardship for me, the housekeeper." "Big sister! Why didn't any of you call me?" Just then, Li Jingshu came out. The two looked over at the sound and saw Li Jingshu limping out of the cave. She held onto the wall, each step difficult, looking utterly comical. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Linxue and Yi Lingxi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yi Lingxi teased, "Big sister is just worried about you. She knows you worked hard last night, so she's letting you get some more sleep." Upon hearing this, Li Jingshu's cheeks immediately turned bright red. She understood that Yi Lingxi had heard her howling and wailing last night. She had just promised her older sister the day before yesterday that she would never yell and scream like Yi Lingxi. As a result, she completely let herself go, going even further than before. Shangguan Linxue then chuckled and teased, "By the way, Jingshu, didn't you ask me for a bra? Do you still want one?" Upon hearing this, Li Jingshu wished she could disappear into the ground. She lowered her head shyly, pouted, and muttered, "Big sister is always making fun of me, you know perfectly well. Humph, I'm ignoring you." "Ha!" Seeing Li Jingshu's embarrassed expression, the two sisters laughed so hard they could hardly stand up straight. Li Jingshu only found out last night when she was serving the emperor. It turns out that the so-called bra was only given to her by Lu Xingyan on his own initiative at that time, which made her waste all the time she had to beg and plead with Shangguan Linxue. As everything began to proceed in an orderly manner, the entire Shishan village presented a thriving scene. Lu Xingyan arranged for people to reinforce the guard post at the entrance, and install anti-attack partitions to prevent anyone from sniping the sentry post. There are also many traps and mechanisms set up in the nearby woods to catch animals. After all, they have now become outlaws, so we need to be more thorough in considering their safety. Lu Xingyan certainly didn't want to have his throat slit in the middle of the night when he had just started planning how to make a name for himself in this era. Meanwhile, just as Lu Xingyan was making arrangements in an orderly manner, the first batch of brothers who went down the mountain to recruit people also returned. To Lu Xingyan's surprise, Li Ergu brought back 4 or 5 brothers on the first day, all of whom were young and strong. "Ergu, you're really something. I didn't expect you to bring people back for me so quickly." Lu Xingyan excitedly patted Li Ergu on the shoulder. Seeing this, Li Ergu revealed a smug smile. "Brother Xianyan, don't you even know who's in charge? Let me tell you, I threw those meat pies you gave me in front of them, and they went crazy grabbing for them. I found out later. It turned out that those despicable landlords in the village, fearing that the Jin soldiers would come to plunder, had actually swindled the villagers out of their winter food reserves. That's why everyone came up the mountain with me. We were all so hungry we had no other choice." "I see." Lu Xingyan sighed inwardly. There were too many injustices in the world, so the more people suffered, and the more turbulent the world became. However, it was precisely because of this that he was given an opportunity to realize his grand ambitions. Lu Xinyan turned to look at Li Ergu and comforted him. All right, now that these people have come up the mountain, they are now part of our mountain stronghold. Go and arrange accommodations for them first. I'll see them later. Okay. Li Ergu responded and then turned to leave to arrange accommodations for the newcomers to the mountain. Just then, Lu Xinyan suddenly heard a shout. Brother Xianyan! Upon closer inspection, they saw Xiao Dai running back from the foot of the mountain, beaming with joy. Chapter 26 Of all the things to learn, why did you choose to learn swordsmanship? And of all things, you chose the lowly? Lu Xinyan was overjoyed. It must be that the matter he had asked Xiao Dai to investigate had made progress. How's the river? Lu Xinyan asked excitedly. Xiao Dai ran up to Lu Xinyan, took a breath, and said, I visited several relatives in the neighborhood and found that they were all living quite hard lives. When they heard that they were to be sent up the mountain to become bandits, everyone was a little hesitant. Don't worry, I'll go and persuade them again tomorrow, and I'm sure I can get things done. Okay, I believe you can convince them. By the way, is there any news about Sun Qi's situation? Got it. Xiao Dai nodded seriously and said, I asked several brothers who run mountain goods businesses in the area, and finally found out about this Sun Qi. It turns out that he was the third manager of the Sun family rice shop in Pingyuan City. Besides him, the Sun family rice shop also had two other managers, the eldest, Sun Yao, and the second, Sun Wu. The three brothers were renowned grain merchants in the area. Almost all the grain from the surrounding villages ended up in the hands of the Sun family. Have you found out anything about what's happened to the Sun family recently? Lu Xinyan continued to press for answers with a serious expression. Xiao Dai shook his head. No, that's not true. But I did hear that Pingkong City has been captured by the Jin army, and the vanguard of the Jin army has already begun to advance towards Pingyuan City. At this point, Xiao Dai's face suddenly darkened, and he clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the wooden stake beside him. Those defeated soldiers who fled to our village before were from Pingkong City. So it was them. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan frowned slightly. At this moment, all doubts were answered. No wonder government troops suddenly appeared in their remote mountain valley. It turns out these people were deserters from Pingkong City. Sun Qi's sudden ascent of the mountain must also be related to the Jin army's advance on Pingyuan City. Brother Xianyan, what is Sun Qi planning to do by bribing the bandits at this time? Could he be trying to get us to fight the Jin soldiers? Xiao Dai frowned, his mouth agape in disbelief. Has he lost his mind? 10,000 Jurchens are invincible. What can a bunch of bandits possibly do? It's hard to say. This guy seems kind and docile on the surface, but he's actually quite cunning. We need to be careful around him. At this point, Lu Xinyan hesitated for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he said, Let's not worry about what Sun Qi is up to for now. The main force of the Jin army is about to arrive, and it's hard to guarantee that they won't pose a threat to us. We need to get this intelligence post set up at the foot of the mountain done as soon as possible. We can't turn a blind eye while we're up in the mountains. We need to be ready to react immediately if anything goes wrong. Don't worry, Brother Xianyan. I've talked to my brothers who run mountain trails. As long as we pay them, they're willing to act as our informants. Very good. But that's not enough. Lu Xinyan thought for a moment and added, How about this? You take some money from the mountain and have someone build an inn at the foot of the nearby mountain, preferably with a husband and wife running it. From now on, this place will serve as an intelligence relay station. Once news arrives in the city, it will be immediately relayed up the mountain through here. No problem, I'll find some clever people to settle down here right away. Time flies. Just as Lu Xinyan was busy recruiting soldiers, Sun Qi once again led several horse-drawn carts loaded with goods to Shishan village as promised. Upon receiving the news, Lu Xinyan immediately went to the main hall in front of the mountain. Sun Qi still had that arrogant demeanor, standing in the hall with his hands behind his back, looking down at everyone. After Lu Xinyan arrived, he did not rush to see him, but quietly summoned Li Qingtian. Brother Xianyan! Qingtian, what good things has the god of wealth brought us this time? Lu Xinyan asked excitedly. This morning he was still worried about the increasing number of people in the mountain stronghold and the fact that the food was running out, when he didn't expect Sun Shi to come up the mountain at this time. It was a lifesaver for him.
There are so many!
Li Qingtian couldn't hide his joy at this moment. He exclaimed excitedly,
Brother Xian Yan, we've really struck it rich this time.
That old man brought us a lot of rice, as well as fresh pork noodles, enough to feed us villagers for a month.
So much stuff? So this old man is going to lay his cards on the table this time.
Lu Xinyan muttered to himself, realizing that the other party wouldn't bring so many things to his door for no reason. However, he was also curious to see what Sun Shi was up to. So he lingered at the door for a while, deliberately delaying, before pretending to be late and greeting them with a big smile.
Hey, Third Master, long time no see. How have you been?
However, when Sun Shi saw that the person who came was Lu Xinyan again, the smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of displeasure.
It's you? Where's my dear nephew? Why doesn't he come out to see me?
Lu Xinyan was not surprised by Sun Shi's reaction. He maintained his smile and answered calmly.
Third Master, I have relayed your words to the Chief Master verbatim last time.
But the head of the family has been deeply hurt by the Sun family, and he really doesn't want to see you. Otherwise, if there's anything you need, just tell me. Upon hearing this, Sun Chi's expression turned even more unpleasant. With a face full of disdain, he glared at Lu Xinyan.
Tell you? Who do you think you are? Do you even need my attention?
However, Lu Xinyan was not angry at Sun Chi's terrible attitude. Instead, he continued to smile apologetically.
Third Master, please don't be angry. I know you have important matters to discuss with the Chief, but it's really inconvenient for the Chief to come out and see you. He says he won't see me? I'm his own uncle. You'd better tell him to get out here right now. Get out? That's our boss. It's not appropriate for you to make such a demand. He's my own nephew. That's fine too. You bastard, are you going or not? If you don't, I'll slap you across the face. What the hell?
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan, who usually had a good temper, was actually angered by Sun Shi and broke down. His face darkened, and he suddenly drew his sword and held it to Sun Shi's neck.
Hey, old man, can't you understand human language? I've given you a little respect, and you've taken advantage of me.
You're not going to talk or you're going to get out of here. Running wild on our turf, do they really think they're something special?
Believe it or not, our boss will raid your Sun family's rice shop tonight.
Upon seeing this, Sun Shi was so frightened that his legs went weak.
Hey, no, Grandpa, spare me. I know I was wrong. I was being mean.
No sooner had he finished speaking than this old man, who was really good at being flexible and adaptable. He was just swaggering around, but now he was slapping himself hard across the face.
I'm not a thing. I'm not a person.
Seeing this, Lu Xinyan was so shocked that his mouth twitched crooked.
Damn it, of all the 18 martial arts, why did you have to learn the sword? Why not learn the superior sword but the inferior one? Bah! You spineless bastard!
Chapter 27 How can this person change their mind faster than flipping through a book? Sun Shi never expected that Sang Biao's men would be so ruthless. Xiaoling suddenly drew his knife and held it to his neck. If I say a few more words, won't my head be shaved flat?
Little sister. What the hell? Pa, no. Bro. I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me this time? Please.
Sun Shi was so frightened that his legs trembled, and he completely lost his previous arrogance. He frantically pulled out a few gold leaves from his pocket and handed them over, his mouth trembling as if it were stuffed with dead rats.
Brother left in a hurry today and only took this much with him. Please don't mind, buy some wine for the brothers to drink.
Lu Xinyan was speechless for a moment. If I had known this thing would fall for this trick, I would have shot it in the butt with a compound bow the moment it walked in. Let's first bleed 2 ounces from his hemorrhoids, then we won't be afraid of Sun Shi's stubbornness.
If you had done this earlier, this wouldn't have happened.
Lu Xinyan cursed and kicked Jin Yezi into his arms, then slammed the knife on the table, sat down in the armchair, and crossed his legs over Sun Shi. Seeing this, Sun Shi didn't dare to utter a single word. He would never say a tough word before his eldest nephew arrived.
Tell me, what exactly do you want from our boss? Don't you know how to talk nonsense? Lu Xinyan is completely giving up acting. Fortunately, in his previous life he especially loved watching Tiger Mountain, and he learned the slang so well that it was like he was playing himself. Sun Shi never expected Lu Xinyan to turn on him so suddenly. Just a moment ago he was all smiles and flattery, but in the blink of an eye he was holding a knife to his neck. How can this person change their mind faster than turning the pages of a book? That, my dear nephew. Master Biao, that's right, Master Biao. While wiping the sweat from his forehead, Sun Shi cautiously looked at Lu Xinyan and said humbly, Yes, that's how it is. Didn't the second brother say before that he wouldn't supply food to the heroes on the mountain? They even said that Biaozi, Master Biao, becoming a bandit in the mountains is a disgrace to the family. They strongly suggested that my eldest brother, who is Biao's biological father, should erase Master Biao from the family genealogy. When I heard that I thought, how could that be allowed? I immediately jumped out to object. But I'm just a nobody, and the second brother didn't give me any face at all. He even accused me of colluding with Biao Yi and threatened to report me to the authorities. In the end, it was my older brother who saved me. Sun Shi got more and more excited as she spoke, and tried to stand up several times, but Lu Xinyan pressed her back down by stepping on her face. After being pressed a few times, Sun Shi became obedient, and dared not make any further moves. He continued, Right now, the Jin army has already breached Pingkong City and is heading towards Pingyuan City. The second son plans to take his family's belongings and flee south overnight. I thought to myself, this won't do. If you run away with the grain, what will Biaozi and his brothers on the mountain eat and drink? Will they starve? So here I am. I went up the mountain to tell Uncle Biao about this. Let Brother Biao intercept him halfway up the mountain. Then Brother Biao can take half the grain with him, and we won't have to worry about the brothers going hungry, right? Goodness, upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan finally understood what Sun Shi was planning to do. All those belittling remarks about the second son were meant to provoke Sang Biao, so that they could join forces with him to attack the Sun family's group fleeing south. Finally, all the family property was divided equally between the two individuals. What a clever scheme! Of course, Lu Xinyan, who understood this, did not expose him. There's no reason not to take a business that's offered to you for free. That son of a bitch, Sun Lao Er, is he tired of living? He actually wants to abandon my older brother and run away. Lu Xinyan shouted. The emotional value it provides is quite substantial. First, he kicked Sun Shi away, then he raised his knife and stared with his eyes as big as donkey testicles. He angrily raised his knife and roared at Sun Shi. Tell me, isn't that son of a bitch Sun Shi tired of living? Yes, yes, yes. Sun Shi was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he repeatedly agreed. That's right, that son of a bitch. Wait, isn't his mother my mother? Sun Shi looked extremely embarrassed. He paused for a moment, then immediately shifted the focus away from the issue. Well, what the second brother did was really underhanded. We can't be soft-hearted about it. Of course. Lu Xinyan nodded and put away the horizontal sword in his hand. Little fatty, you're absolutely right. You're also very filial. I'll definitely talk to the boss about this and make sure that son of a bitch Sun Lao Er is taken away. Lu Xinyan's voice suddenly became low and serious. He then changed the subject, asking, However, I'd also like to know when he plans to leave? And which path will he choose? Sun Shi answered without hesitation. I will set off the day after tomorrow night, as soon as it gets dark, and take the waterway through Yangzhuang. Sun Shi cooperated and directly betrayed Sun Lao Er. Of course, he wasn't afraid that Lu Xinyan would bypass him and launch a sneak attack on Sun Lao Er on his own. Sun Shi continued. To be honest, boss, I've disliked Sun Lao Er for a long time, so I secretly bribed many of his men. Don't worry, as long as we work together from the inside and outside, I guarantee this will succeed. Well, so this guy was prepared all along? Lu Xinyan muttered to himself. They must be worried that we try to take all the food, so they arranged for people to come beforehand. They've probably been harboring resentment towards Sun Lao Er for a long time and have been looking for an opportunity to get rid of him, right? Although Lu Xinyan saw right through Sun Shi's scheme,
he did not expose Sun Qi's intentions on the spot. Ultimately, without this confidence, Sun Qi wouldn't have dared to go up the mountain rashly.
All right, I'll tell the chief about this. We, the people from Shishan village, will ambush them there in advance.
At this point, Lu Xinyan paused deliberately. He raised the knife again and held it to Sun Qi's neck, threatening.
But if you dare to lie to us, I guarantee I'll remove your body, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. You won't leave a single thing behind.
No, no! Sun Qi nodded repeatedly, sweat pouring down his face like rain. After seeing Sun Qi off, Lu Xinyan immediately summoned Zhao Dai and asked him to personally go to Pingyuan City to verify the situation. This was done both to prevent any potential scams and to be responsible to the brothers on the mountain. Such a large-scale evacuation operation could not possibly be carried out quietly by the Sun family. Once the intelligence is confirmed to be true, Lu Xinyan will definitely not let go of the first big business deal after going up the mountain.
Jingshu, where did your sister and the others go?
Here, Lu Xinyan had just seen Sun Qi off and returned to the mountain stronghold, only to find that Li Jingshu was the only one on the register. Shangguan Lingxue and Yi Lingxi were nowhere to be found. Because Li Jingshu had done a lot of work last night and was unable to move easily, she was left behind to register the quantity and type of grain that Sun Qi brought over. Chapter 28. The two sisters secretly wore bodycon skirts. Upon seeing Lu Xinyan, Li Jingshu's face flushed red, and she lowered her head shyly.
My eldest and second eldest sisters aren't feeling well, so I'll take their place. Feeling unwell? Could it be that you ate something bad?
Lu Xinyan felt worried. Considering the lack of medical care and medicine in the mountains, I hope he doesn't get acute gastroenteritis. So he told Li Jingshu to stay and keep the accounts while he hurried off to his lodging in the cave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shangguan Lingxue and Yi Lingxi took advantage of Lu Xinyan's busy schedule and quietly slipped back to their residence. The two were dazzled by the wide array of new clothes in the wardrobe. Yi Lingxi picked up a set of office lady attire and stood in front of the mirror, trying it on. Among a pile of clothes, Shangguan Lingxue finally turned her attention to the light and airy cheongsam with a slit.
Oh dear, this skirt is so revealing. How can this be proper? Won't people see everything?
Shangguan Lingxue said, her face full of embarrassment.
Yi Lingxi laughed and said, Big sister, you don't understand. Didn't my husband say that people in the immortal realm dress like this?
At this point, she couldn't wait to hide behind the screen, changing her clothes while excitedly saying,
Hey, big sister, if we wear the clothes of immortals and eat the food of immortals, does that mean we can live forever?
However, Shangguan Lingxue rolled her eyes and said coquettishly,
If you could truly live forever, wouldn't all the people in our mountain stronghold become immortals? Before long, wouldn't there be so many people in the world that there wouldn't be enough room for everyone to stand? That's different. My husband said I'm a fairy.
As she spoke, Yi Lingxi had already quickly changed into that sexy office lady outfit. The white shirt seemed tailor-made for her, perfectly hugging her slender waist. That alluring bodycon dress perfectly accentuated her S-shaped curves, exuding a captivating and sensual aura.
Big sister, do I look good dressed like this?
Yi Lingxi asked coquettishly. Shangguan Lingxue's gaze was completely drawn to Yi Lingxi. She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth, and her face was full of envy and infatuation.
Lingxi, this outfit suits you perfectly,
Shangguan Lingxue exclaimed.
However, isn't this skirt a bit too short? It's showing too much.
However, Yi Lingxi waved her hand dismissively.
Oh, big sister, it's all right. We're just putting our clothes on here. We're not going out. No one will see us.
After saying that, she impatiently urged Shangguan Lingxue to hurry up.
Oh, big sister, why are you still standing here? You should try it on too. I can't wait to see what you look like in the immortal's clothes. Oh, Lingxi!
Before Shangguan Lingxue could react, Yi Lingxi pushed her behind the screen. Before long, Shangguan Lingxue changed into a graceful, sexy, and charming purple cheongsam. She lowered her head shyly, her hands tightly gripping the slits on both sides of her cheongsam, fidgeting awkwardly.
Lingxi, no, this dress is too revealing. I should change back.
Shangguan Lingxue's voice trembled slightly. However, Yi Lingxi disagreed. She smiled and pulled Shangguan Lingxue to the mirror, saying,
Oh, big sister, you're here again. Look how beautiful you are. I never realized you had such a beautiful figure. I'm so envious.
Shangguan Linxue looked up at herself in the mirror, feeling a little embarrassed. Instantly, she was stunned by her reflection in the mirror. In the mirror, she wore a sexy and alluring cheongsam, her figure curvaceous and beautiful, exuding a unique charm. She never imagined that she could be so beautiful that she almost fell in love with herself by accident. Unconsciously, Shangguan Linxue loosened her grip on the slit of her cheongsam and clutched her chest in extreme tension. His gaze was fixed blankly on himself in the mirror, and even his breathing became rapid. Just then, Lu Xingyan walked over. Before he even entered the room, he discovered that there were two modern figures inside. Lu Xingyan was startled, thinking that a time tunnel had appeared. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the two figures standing in front of the mirror, dressed in modern clothes, were actually Shangguan Linxue and Yi Lingxi. Seeing this, Lu Xingyan finally understood what was going on. He couldn't help but smile and said, "These two, they keep saying no, but their bodies are more honest than anyone else's." To be honest, Lu Xingyan, who was hiding outside the door, was also stunned by the two people's stunning looks and figures. In comparison, even the so-called traffic models at auto shows in my previous life could not compare to these two. The refined and elegant demeanor they possess, like that of a lady from a prominent family, is something that no one can easily imitate or fake. "Big sister, I told you look amazing in this, didn't I?" With a big smile, Yi Lingxi hugged Shangguan Linxue's arm tightly and said happily, "If I were a man, I would definitely be completely infatuated with you." "Go away, you're making fun of me again." A shy blush crept onto Shangguan Linxue's face. She gazed at Yi Lingxi beside her, who possessed both cuteness and sexiness, and was particularly amazed by the uniform she had never seen before. "And you're one to talk. If my husband saw you, he would be completely captivated." "Humph, big sister, you're just making fun of me." Yi Lingxi gave a shy, awkward smile, then continued to look at herself in the mirror. Shangguan Linxue looked at herself in the mirror one last time, and said reluctantly, "All right, it's about time. My husband is almost done with his work. Let's hurry up and go out. It would be so embarrassing if he saw us." After saying that, Shangguan Linxue returned to behind the screen. When she came out, she found that Yi Lingxi was still standing in front of the mirror. "Lingxi, why are you still standing here? Be careful not to get stuck," Shangguan Linxue teased with a smile. Yi Lingxi only came to her senses when she heard Shangguan Linxue's voice. She pouted and said with dissatisfaction, "Oh, dear sister, just let me enjoy it a little longer, just a little longer, okay?" As she spoke, she even started to act coquettishly towards Shangguan Linxue, a sight that was both infuriating and hilarious. Chapter 29 West Mountain Village Overcrowded. Seeing Yi Lingxi's persistence, Shangguan Linxue could only shake her head helplessly. "All right then. But you'd better hurry, or your husband might blame me if he sees you." Yi Lingxi nodded quickly. I know, I knew you were the best, big sister." After saying that, she turned her head back and continued to stare at herself in the mirror, completely immersed in her own beauty. "Well..." Shangguan Linxue sighed silently, then turned and left. At this moment, Yi Lingxi was still immersed in her reflection in the mirror, unable to extricate herself. However, just as she was reveling in her self-admiration, she suddenly heard a soft footstep behind her. Yi Lingxi, intrigued, turned around and asked in confusion, "Hey, big sister, why are you back again? Didn't we agree that you'd help me hold things off, ah?" Before she could finish speaking, Yi Lingxi's voice abruptly stopped. To her astonishment, the person who walked in from outside was none other than Lu Xingyan. This sudden scene caught Yi Lingxi off guard, and shyness and panic surged into her heart like a tide, her face instantly turning bright red. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Lu Xingyan's gaze, secretly lamenting her misfortune. "Who did you just say you were going to stop?" Lu Xingyan asked with a half-smile. Yi Lingxi's heart pounded faster and faster. Why, my husband, you're so mean! You were peeking at me like that. Humph, I'm not talking to you anymore." As she spoke, she pretended to be angry and turned her head away, making a move to run away. However, how could Yi Lingxi's little tricks escape Lu Xingyan's eyes? He reached out and pulled Yi Lingxi into his arms.
Husband. I still have to go out and help my elder sister.
Yi Lingxi, slightly tipsy, dared not look directly at Lu Xinyan, and could only keep her head down. Lu Xinyan chuckled, picked her up by the waist, and then placed her directly on the table. With a mischievous grin on his face, he stared at the shy and charming Yi Lingxi and said gently,
No rush, no need to rush. Oh, my dear, please be gentle with Lingxi. Good. My husband, you are so good to me.
Before long, the entire cave was filled with Yi Lingxi's melodious and lively voice. Over the next 2 days, more and more people climbed West Mountain to join Lu Xinyan's group. In just 2 days, the number of available people in Zishansai has reached nearly 100, and this number continues to increase. This is not because Lu Xinyan's promises are so tempting, but because the current situation in the northern border of Dafeng is simply too bad. The Jin army ravaged the land, large swathes of territory fell to the enemy, bandits roamed freely, and the people lived in dire straits, suffering unspeakable misery. Rape and looting occurred every day, villages were engulfed in flames, and innocent lives were lost in the war. Even ordinary people who only wanted a peaceful life could not escape the chaos of war. Nowadays, having enough to eat has become everyone's dream, and people even wake up laughing because of it. Even Lu Xinyan himself was caught off guard by such a dire situation. He realized that if no measures were taken, the counterfeit goods would soon be overwhelmed. So he urgently summoned Li Ergu and said to him with a serious expression,
Ergu, the situation is not good.
Starting today, our village can no longer accept families. We will only accept young adults. Otherwise, if things continue like this, our mountain stronghold will eventually become a refugee camp. No wonder he was so heartless. In just 2 days, the mountain recruited 100 young men, but the number of their family members who followed them was as many as 300 or 400. If things continue like this, it will eventually become a heavy burden. However, Li Ergu hesitated after hearing this.
Brother Xianyan, I'm afraid it won't work. There are huge crowds of people coming up the mountain from the foot of the mountain. They are all villagers who have suffered from disasters nearby. We can't stop them at all.
Lu Xinyan also knew that recently, due to the Jin army's successive attacks on cities and fortresses, many people had been displaced. However, Shishan village's capacity was limited and it simply couldn't accommodate so many people. Lu Xinyan thought for a moment, then continued.
In that case, you should immediately arrange for people to set up roadblocks at the foot of the mountain to prevent unauthorized personnel from going up the mountain.
In addition, I discovered that the river valley area to the west of our mountain foot is lush with trees and abundant with water and grass, making it a very suitable place to live. Organize another group of people to cut down trees and build a camp. Those refugees who don't want to leave can be sent there.
Okay, I'll take care of those 2 things right away. But Brother Xianyan.
After agreeing, Li Ergu frowned and expressed his concerns, saying,
With so many people staying here, what will they eat?
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan sighed silently, a hint of helplessness on his face. He said slowly,
We really don't have much food left on the mountain, so they have to be self-sufficient.
I figured the weather would clear up in a couple of days, and the heavy snow would melt by then. Then they can go fishing, gather mountain produce, but ultimately they'll have to rely on themselves. Li Ergu listened to Lu Xinyan's words and remained silent, understanding that he had indeed done his best. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan patted him on the shoulder and comforted him.
Ergo, the only thing we can do now is to do our best to ensure that they are not harassed by bandits.
As for the rest, there's really nothing we can do.
Brother Xianyan, I understand. Don't worry, I won't act on my emotions.
Li Ergu nodded silently. He certainly understood these principles. But when he saw those impoverished villagers, the miserable scene of his own journey up the mountain flashed into his mind, and he couldn't shake off the feeling. After arranging for Li Ergu to handle the refugee situation, Lu Xinyan did not stop. He immediately organized people to cut down a patch of trees behind the mountain stronghold, clearing a large area of land, and build wooden houses on the spot. With more and more people coming up the mountain, the original accommodations are already full, so it's necessary to rebuild dormitories. However, this is also a good thing, as it provides an opportunity for Lu Xinyan to reorganize the stronghold and improve its overall defense capabilities.
My husband!
Lu Xinyan led his men to work diligently, while Shangguan Linxue and the others led the women and children from the mountain to cook for them. However, when Shangguan Linxue and her group arrived at the construction site with their lunch, which should have been lunchtime, they found the site deserted.
Huh, that's strange. Where did everyone go?
Yu Lingxi was also curious about this. At this moment, the quick-witted Li Jingshu noticed a large group of people sitting behind the woods.
Big sister, second sister, they're here!
Chapter 30 Acting on behalf of heaven, ensuring land for all farmers. Upon hearing this, the three girls immediately moved closer out of curiosity. In the woods ahead, nearly 100 young men sat in a circle on the ground, with Lu Xinyan standing in the center.
Huh, that's strange. What is my husband doing?
Li Jingshu asked curiously.
Shh, don't talk, just listen.
Shangguan Linxue said softly, leading the three women to quietly stand guard not far away. At this moment, Lu Xinyan casually called up a burly, dark-faced man beside him and asked with a smile.
Brother, what's your name? What did you do at home before you came up the mountain?
Upon hearing Lu Xinyan's question, the dark-faced man quickly stood up and answered in a nonchalant manner.
Boss, my name is Litiniu. Before I came up the mountain, I was a blacksmith in my village.
Lu Xinyan nodded, then asked.
Being a blacksmith is good. Having a skill shouldn't be too difficult to earn some food, right?
Litiniu smilingly scratched his head and said,
In good years I can earn a few dollars, which is enough to feed and clothe my family.
After listening, Lu Xinyan first acknowledged Litiniu's contributions, then changed the subject and continued to ask.
Then let me ask you, why did you give up being a blacksmith and become a bandit in the mountains?
Upon hearing this, Litiniu's eyes widened in anger, and he roared.
It's all because of those despicable Jurchens. After they came, they burned, killed, and looted. Some of the villagers died, and others fled. I had no choice but to come out with everyone else.
After listening, Lu Xinyan gestured for him to sit down. Then he looked at the young men around him who looked dejected and asked,
And what about you? Are you like this too?
Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Lu Xinyan nodded slightly in agreement, and then continued.
Actually, we're all the same. We were all forced to become outlaws because we had nowhere else to turn. But have you really thought about becoming bandits?
As soon as he finished speaking, the previously noisy crowd below suddenly fell silent. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their faces bearing an indescribable expression, seemingly harboring an instinctive aversion to the identity of mountain bandits. After all, becoming bandits was not their original intention. If they weren't forced by life, who would be willing to embark on this path of no return?
What, none of you like being bandits?
Lu Xinyan asked with a half-smile. These words immediately caused an uproar among the previously quiet crowd. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Some looked astonished, while others were filled with fear, worried that Lu Xinyan would drive them away because of this. At this moment, several people suddenly stood up from the crowd. They looked at Lu Xinyan with slight nervousness and stammered.
Boss, I'm mentally prepared. Me too. As long as I can have food to eat, I'm willing to be a bandit.
Another person quickly chimed in. However, it was clear from their tone and expressions that these words were just casual remarks and not sincere. Lu Xinyan was quite satisfied with everyone's half-hearted answers. If these people really came with the intention of becoming bandits in the mountains, then he really wouldn't dare to take them in.
Don't be nervous, you've done nothing wrong.
Lu Xinyan smiled and gestured for the people to sit down first. Then he raised his voice so that everyone could hear him.
Disliking bandits is a natural reaction for a kind person. It's perfectly normal.
If someone is born wanting to be a bandit, then that person is destined to be nothing more than a robber, and will never become a true hero. Just then, a soft voice suddenly came from the crowd.
Hey boss, what kind of bandits do you think they are?
Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Li Qitian, who was mixed in with the crowd.
That's a good question, brother.
Lu Xinyan smiled approvingly, then said in a loud and powerful voice.
Since we all came up the mountain because of the persecution by the Jurchens and the bullying by bandits, and because we had no other choice, we cannot be like them.
What kind of skill is it to only know how to bully the poor? Isn't that just becoming the kind of person you despise most? His words struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's hearts hard and causing a stir. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, discussing the matter animatedly.
Then, boss, what should we do? Someone asked loudly. How do you do it? Bring it up!
Lu Xinyan suddenly waved his hand, and then Zhao Dai and several other burly men came up carrying a large flag. The large flag fluttered in the wind, embroidered with 4 huge characters.
Acting on behalf of heaven!
Among the crowd, those who could read blurted out, their voices filled with surprise.
That's right, it's about acting on behalf of heaven.
Lu Xinyan's voice was strong and resonant, echoing in everyone's ears. His gaze was sharp, fixed on the front, and he continued.
If heaven is unjust, then we will stand up for ourselves.
We must not only stand up for ourselves, but also for the poor people of the world. Let those people like us be protected from being bullied, let them own land to till, and let their children have access to education. Only then can there be hope. Lu Xinyan's words flowed like a clear spring into everyone's hearts, nourishing the deepest desires within them.
Land to the tiller? My husband, what a noble ambition you have!
Shangguan Linshui couldn't help but sigh, her eyes filled with admiration. At this moment, the men around him were also moved by Lu Xinyan's speech, and each of them was so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. However, Lu Xinyan did not stop there. He continued.
Here, I want to solemnly warn everyone that we, the people of Shishan village, will never bully the weak.
We only rob the ill-gotten gains of those nouveau riches and tyrants. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on ordinary people will only face death in my eyes. If anyone can't accept this, they can leave now. Does it exist? For a moment, the whole scene fell silent, and no one dared to make a sound. Lu Xinyan carefully observed everyone present. The people in the audience also looked around, eager to see if there were any such people around them. Fortunately, none of them backed down.
Boss, we understand what you've said. Although we are bandits, we must never harm the common people.
Li Tinu, who had answered questions before, stepped forward. Seeing his incredibly serious expression, everyone was inspired.
Yes, that's right.
Immediately afterwards, the rest of the people, deeply moved by the situation, stood up one after another, looking at Lu Xinyan with unwavering eyes. Chapter 31 The Sun Family on the Run.
For that reason alone, boss, we'll do it with you. Yes, we'll follow you, even if it means death, we'll have no regrets.
Right. Looking at the determined eyes of these men, Lu Xinyan was filled with emotion. He knew that the burden in these people's hearts had finally been completely lifted at this moment. No one is born wanting to be a robber. Most of them are forced into this path by life's hardships and when they have no other choice. However, Lu Xinyan has now given them a legitimate reason to act on behalf of heaven. This title made them no longer feel like despicable bandits, but gave them faith and a firm belief in serving the working masses. Every day after that, Lu Xinyan would take some time during mealtimes to personally give these newly joined brothers a pep talk. It is important to understand that an army with faith will inevitably be invincible. As evening approached, the sky gradually darkened. Several sailboats sailed by on the river in Yangzhuang, and the fishermen on board worked together to unload the day's catch from the boats. Occasionally, 1 or 2 refugees would pass by and beg for some food. However, what's surprising is, the fishermen not only refused to give them anything, but also drove everyone away in an extremely domineering manner, as if they were afraid that the fishermen would discover some secret. I don't know how much time passed, but it had become completely dark. All around was silent, and the cold north wind raged across the lake. Just as all was quiet and the night was still, a light suddenly appeared on the official road not far from the dock. Soon, a caravan of horse-drawn carriages came into view. The caravan consisted of several horse-drawn carriages, each loaded with heavy goods. The wheels creaked and groaned on the official road, breaking the tranquility of the night. However, just as the carriage procession was about to approach the dock, 4 or 5 men wielding large knives suddenly rushed out from the procession. They moved nimbly and were the first to rush onto the ship, cautiously scanning every corner of the cabin. Once they confirmed there were no safety issues inside the cabin, they breathed a sigh of relief and waved to signal that the convoy could approach the dock.
Second brother, do you really need to be so cautious? Don't you trust me?
Inside the carriage, Sun Chi leaned back lazily, glancing speechlessly at the man with the goatee beside him. After confirming that there was no problem on the ship, Sun Wu quickly smiled apologetically and said,
Third brother, what are you saying? How could I not believe you? But with bandits running rampant right now, we'd better be careful. TCH, you make it sound so high and mighty, but you're clearly just worried I'll ambush you. Third brother, you're overthinking it. All right. Stop arguing, the most important thing is to get people loading the goods.
At this moment, Sun Yao, the square-faced man sitting in the center and the head of the Sun family, spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lu Dong, the steward who had been following outside the carriage, immediately waved to signal the convoy behind to come over. As the torch was waved, a whole row of lights suddenly lit up on the pipe. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that more than 20 fully loaded horse-drawn carriages had arrived. At this moment, Sun Yao opened his eyes, got off the carriage with a smug look on his face, and his two younger brothers followed suit. The dock was bustling with activity, as the Sun family's servants loaded bags of rice onto the sailboat. Seeing this, Sun Yao nodded silently and said, Second brother, third brother, on this trip to the south, we must all keep a low profile and not be as ostentatious as before. The situation is unstable right now, and no one can guarantee what will happen to the court. Before he could finish speaking, Sun Wu suddenly interrupted. Brother, I heard that Prince Duan has led his men to the south, and now the officials in the south are all obedient to him. In my opinion, why don't we submit to him? However, Sun Yao disagreed. He frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then replied, Although Prince Duan is a vassal king, he is ultimately just a regional lord. Although His Majesty and the Emperor Emeritus have been captured, their legitimate status remains unchanged, and the empire will eventually return to their hands. At this point, Sun Yao turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Wu, and said in a deep voice, I've also heard that my second brother has been frequently interacting with people in the south lately. I wonder if this is true or not. Upon hearing this, Sun Wu gave an embarrassed smile and quickly explained, Brother, you misunderstand. How could I possibly be close to the south behind your back? Those are just business dealings. Seeing this, Sun Yao nodded thoughtfully. But he didn't press further, simply saying, That's good. Oh no, there are people here. They're government troops. However, at that moment, someone on the shore suddenly exclaimed. Hearing the commotion, the servants carrying the grain looked up in alarm and saw several fast boats speeding toward them, filled with fully armed government troops. As soon as the menacing government troops landed, they launched an indiscriminate shooting attack on the people on the shore. In an instant, arrows rained down, screams filled the air, and people fled in terror, turning the once orderly scene into utter chaos. What's going on? How did the government troops end up here? Sun Yao stared wide-eyed, his face filled with astonishment. However, before he could recover from the shock, something even more unexpected happened. Suddenly, a dagger came from behind him and pierced his body. Sun Yao turned around in disbelief, only to see his second brother, Sun Wu, standing behind him with a cold smile on his face. Second brother, you! Sun Yao's voice was filled with despair and disbelief. He never dreamed that his own brother would turn against him. Sun Tzu's face was expressionless, except for that cold smile that seemed particularly glaring. He said coldly, Brother, blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you. His Highness Prince Duan asked me to send his regards to you. Sun Yao's eyes widened, his body slowly collapsed, and he remained motionless. Upon seeing this, Sun Chi was immediately shocked. Second brother, how could you be so cruel as to kill even your eldest brother? However, Sun Wu looked at Sun Chi with utmost calmness and composure and said, Third brother, don't think I don't know. You've secretly slipped away to Shangxi Mountain Village several times. Don't you have a backup plan? You're talking nonsense. Sun Chi panicked immediately when he realized that his little scheme had been exposed. However, Sun Tzu knew very well that he had no expectation that the other party would admit to it. He sneered and said to Sun Chi without any attempt to hide his true feelings, Let me tell you the truth, your good nephew is probably already dead. What? Upon hearing this, Sun Chi was completely astonished. Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed all around. Chapter 32 Mission Impossible. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sun Chi looked closely and saw a troop of cavalry galloping towards them not far away. He instinctively shouted, "Oh no, it's the Jurchens! The Jurchens are coming! Second brother, you have to make them stop, or we'll all die here!" However, in stark contrast to Sun Chi's panic, Sun Wu remained extremely calm. He smiled slightly, revealing a playful expression, and said, "Now you should know why your dear nephew can't come, right?" Upon hearing this, Sun Chi's eyes widened, and he looked at Sun Wu in disbelief. "You colluded with the Jurchens?" "No, it's not collusion. It's cooperation." Sun Wu's cold and cunning gaze fell on Sun Yao, who was lying in a pool of blood, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. "My elder brother has always been too trusting of what he sees. He actually dares to dream of welcoming back the two emperors? Ha, that's just wishful thinking." What do you mean? What do you mean? Ha! Upon seeing this, Sun Tzu suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter, a laugh that sent chills down one's spine. After laughing, he looked at Sun Chi with a mocking expression and said, "You really think I'm the one who colluded with the Jurchens?" Upon hearing this, Sun Chi looked at the government troops frantically slaughtering the Sun family members on the dock and suddenly realized what was going on. He looked at Sun Wu in disbelief. Is it His Highness Prince Duan?" Sun Wu did not admit it, but just smiled and said, "With this batch of grain, His Highness Prince Duan will be able to quell the unrest in Danzhou, and then ascend the throne and rule the world, and I will be a minister who follows the dragon." Upon learning the truth, Sun Chi was no longer calm. He thought he was ruthless enough, but he didn't expect someone to be even more ruthless than him. "All right, third brother, all that was just to let you die in peace. Go down there and behave yourself properly with your tail between your legs." After saying that, Sun Chi took out a white silk thread from his body and went to the intersection to wave it at the Jurchen cavalry. My lord, I am a member of the Sun family." However, in the very next second, an arrow pierced through the air and struck Sun Chi squarely in the chest. Sun Chi stared incredulously at the strange arrow in his chest, then at the approaching cavalry, utterly shocked. "You are not Jurchens!" As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Chi collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Lu Xinyan, riding a warhorse, galloped in and shouted loudly to the crowd behind him. "First team, surround the left flank. Second team, surround the right flank." Sun Tzu could never have imagined that the Jurchens had completely underestimated the strength of the small team they sent to attack Shishan village. Especially after Lu Xinyan equipped everyone with 10 composite bows, they proved incredibly powerful in this battle. In just one round, they almost wiped out the entire Jurchen army. At this moment, the direct descendants of the Sun family on the dock had been almost wiped out by the government troops. Suddenly, dust rose and the sound of horses' hooves could be heard not far away. With countless arrows raining down, the government troops were thrown into chaos, instinctively mistaking the Jurchens for the approaching Jurchens. "Damn it, didn't we agree that the Jurchens wouldn't attack us?" Seeing the enemy charging towards them like wolves and tigers, the leading centurion's face turned deathly pale, and he immediately shouted in panic, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! Retreat quickly!" The formidable reputation of the Jurchen cavalry had long cast a deep shadow over the hearts of the Fengtian government troops. Rumors say that the Jurchen cavalry, numbering in the tens of thousands, are invincible, but even when encountering only a small group of Jurchens, the great Feng army has almost no chance of winning. Upon seeing the Jurchens charging towards them, the Dafeng soldiers were terrified and turned tail and fled for their lives. In the blink of an eye, these usually arrogant and domineering government troops vanished without a trace. At this moment, Lu Xinyan also rushed to the dock, but he was still a step too late. He watched helplessly as the sailboats sailed away from the shore. "Ha ha, little brother, you're late!" Just then, a triumphant laugh drifted from the sailboat. Lu Xinyan looked closely and saw Sun Chi standing at the bow of the ship, surrounded by several trusted confidants. Sun Chi looked at Lu Xinyan with a big smile and a mocking expression. For a moment, Sun Chi really thought he was doomed and almost died because of the second brother's scheme. However, what he didn't expect was... The person who came was not a Jurchen cavalryman, but Lu Xingyan, which greatly surprised him. So, while Lu Xingyan was busy dealing with the government troops and Sun Wu's men, he secretly led his men onto the sailboat. Lu Xingyan rode his horse to the shore and, looking at Sun Shi not far away, shouted, "Actually, you already knew that Sang Biao was dead, didn't you?" "That's right." Sun Shi nodded and replied, "I already guessed it when I first went up the mountain. Although I'm old, I'm not so blind as to not recognize any of those people on the mountain. How could I not tell them apart?" "So, today's events were all planned by you beforehand. Regardless of whether Sun Shi had this trick up his sleeve or not, you were going to take the opportunity to escape with the grain, right?" "That's right," Sun Shi said smugly. "In this world, with the situation in turmoil, whoever controls the grain controls the initiative. With these several hundred dan, a unit of weight, of rice, I can go to Danzhou and exchange it for a minor official position." As he said this, a fierce glint flashed across his face as he glared menacingly at Lu Xingyan. "Little brother, I haven't forgotten the humiliation I suffered at Shishan village. When I return, I will definitely seek revenge. You'd better stay alive so I can personally chop off your head when I get back." "Yeah?" Lu Xingyan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looking at Sun Shi with a half-smile, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Unfortunately, you probably won't be able to leave today." Upon hearing this, Sun Shi burst into laughter, his eyes filled with mockery. "Oh, really? Then I'll see how you manage to keep me here. Ha!" However, before he could finish speaking, the boatman who was punting the boat suddenly made a move. With a flick of his arm, a flash of cold light appeared, and a sharp dagger stabbed straight towards Sun Shi's waist. Sun Shi's eyes widened in shock. Before he could even react, the dagger was already deeply embedded in his body. A sharp pain shot through him, and Sun Shi let out a scream. He turned his head in disbelief, staring intently at the fisherman in front of him. You're not the boatman." The boatman looked at him expressionlessly and said coldly, "Of course not." After saying that, he suddenly yanked off his hat, revealing his true identity. It was Li Tinyu. Watching this scene, Lu Xingyan on the shore silently curled the corners of his mouth. "If I'm planning something big, guess why I'm so late?" Upon hearing these words, Sun Shi immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, as if all his strength had been drained, his body went limp and he plunged headfirst into the icy lake water. Chapter 33. We've struck it rich. It turned out that before Lu Xingyan set off, he had already arranged for Li Tinyu to lead a group of people to the water transport terminal. Lu Xingyan knew that Sun Shi would never give in obediently, so he deliberately kept a trick up his sleeve. Sure enough, while Lu Xingyan was busy dealing with the government troops, Sun Shi actually tried to take advantage of the situation and escape. Unfortunately, he was one step behind and Lu Xingyan beat him to it. As the three sailboats slowly approached the shore, almost the entire Sun family had been wiped out, and the ground was littered with bloody corpses. "Brother, I've taken care of everyone on the boat, and all 500 dan of grain are here." Li Tinyu excitedly ran off the boat. With these 500 dan of grain, the brothers no longer have to worry about going hungry. "Well done, Tinyo!" Lu Xingyan forced a smile, first acknowledging Li Tinyu's contribution, and then ordered his men to clean up the battlefield. The people of Shishan village looked at the boat full of grain, and every one of them had an excited and happy smile on their face. However, Lu Xingyan frowned as he looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, unable to feel happy. He originally thought this contest was just an internal matter for the Sun family, but he never expected it would involve the Great Phone Court and the Jurchens. This made him vaguely sense a crisis. Once news of the ferry crossing incident spreads, coupled with the deaths of the Jurchen squad, either the Great Phone Court nor the Jurchens will easily let the matter rest. They will inevitably launch an operation against Shishan village. Although the fighting force of Shishan village is now close to 100 people, it can be considered one of the stronger bandit groups in the surrounding area. However, compared to the Southern Feng dynasty or the overwhelming Jin army, the strength of Shishan village was insignificant. Faced with such a grim situation, Lu Xingyan suddenly had the idea of finding another place to continue his hiding. "Brother Xianyan, we've struck it rich this time. Look what we found!" Just then, Li Ergu excitedly led his men over, carrying a large wooden box.
You're so happy, did you eat bee poop? No poop smells as good as this. Li Ergu was so excited that his eyebrows danced with joy, and he hurriedly had someone open the box. Upon opening it, they found the boxes inside were filled to the brim with gleaming silver. So much silver! Where did it come from? Lu Xinyan asked in astonishment. Li Ergu excitedly pointed to the carriage behind him and said, All this silver belongs to the Sun family. The carriage behind them was loaded with several more chests. The Sun family didn't have time to load the silver onto the boat, and we intercepted it. Really? Take me to see it. Over here! Li Ergu excitedly led Lu Xinyan to the official road. There were more than 20 horse-drawn carriages parked by the roadside, most of which were used to transport grain, while the last few were used by the Sun family to transport their wealth. So much money! The Sun family must be very wealthy! Lu Xinyan glanced around and found that there were more than a dozen similar large boxes, enough to fill 3 carriages. A rough estimate puts it at least in the hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Seeing such a large fortune on the carriage, Lu Xinyan, who was already feeling depressed, felt even more bitter. It's like giving a newborn baby an RPG rocket launcher before he's even grown up, and letting him fly all the way. Isn't this just making yourself a target for others? At this moment, Lu Xinyan finally understood the true meaning of the saying. A gentleman is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. If others were to discover that a silver mountain was hidden in Shishan village, and that he only had a mere 100 or so men guarding it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention the Jurchens and the great Feng dynasty, which would send troops to seize it. I'm afraid that all the forces with ulterior motives would pounce on it like hungry wolves and flatten it. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Lu Xinyan took a deep breath helplessly and decisively issued the order. Ergo, immediately seal off the silver box and assign someone to guard it. No one is allowed to open it without my order, and no one is allowed to disclose anything about the silver box. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Li Ergu was stunned. Although he didn't understand why Lu Xinyan's expression suddenly became so serious, he still immediately and solemnly agreed. Don't worry, Brother Xianyan, I will personally guard these silver chests. Lu Xinyan nodded, and just then, his gaze was suddenly drawn to several carriages not far away. Upon closer inspection, a group of women were squatting beside the carriage, all of them looking somewhat frightened and uneasy. Lu Xinyan pointed at the group of women and asked Li Ergu, What's going on there? Li Ergu looked in the direction Lu Xinyan was pointing and then explained. Oh, you mean them? They are all family members of the Sun family, and some are innocent girls who were captured by the Sun family. At this point, Li Ergu hurriedly asked Lu Xinyan for advice. Brother Xianyan, what do you think we should do with those people? Maybe we should just release them. Taking them back is just a waste of food. After all, Lu Xinyan had said before that the people of Shishan village were not beasts, so of course they could not plunder women. However, Lu Xinyan rejected him with an extremely serious expression. No, not a single one can be released. Bring everyone up the mountain, and have people guard them. Absolutely no one can escape. Ah, Brother Xianyan, didn't you say? Li Ergu looked at Lu Xinyan with great surprise, then suddenly realized something. A mocking smile suddenly appeared on his face as he teased. Brother Xianyan, can you handle this? If your wife and the others found out, they'd fight you to the death. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm thinking of taking a concubine? Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, We robbed the Sun family of hundreds of bushels of grain and so much gold and silver. Once the news gets out, how many forces will covet it? We might not even know how we died. Ah, this. Upon hearing this, Li Ergu suddenly realized the truth. At that moment, he finally realized that the seriousness of the problem far exceeded his imagination. Not to mention the mountains of gold and silver treasures, the hundreds of bushels of grain alone were enough to cause a huge uproar. It should be noted that the northern border of Dafeng is currently suffering from severe war and famine, with refugees everywhere and corpses of the starving scattered across the land. The consequences would be unimaginable if these people found out that Shishan village had so much grain hidden there. Li Ergu could even imagine a scene. Countless starving refugees swarmed towards Shishan village like locusts,
fighting and killing each other for the meager amount of food that could save their lives. The entire village will be shrouded in chaos and violence, with rivers of blood flowing and a scene of unbearable horror. Just thinking about that terrifying scene made Li Erge tremble all over.
Brother Xiai Nian, what should we do next? How did making money turn into a bad thing?
Chapter 34 The Runaway Princess Li Lizzie. Looking at Li Erge's panicked appearance, Lu Xinyan sighed inwardly. He shook his head silently and said helplessly,
"There's no better way right now. We can only try to keep the news under wraps for as long as possible. Hopefully, we can come up with a proper solution during this time. Princess, they seem to be bandits. What should we do? We're probably doomed this time."
While the people of Shishan village were busy cleaning up the battlefield, among the captured women, a nervous and helpless young girl huddled close to a young woman with an elegant demeanor and striking appearance. Although the girl was dressed in simple clothes and her face was covered in dirt, her clear eyes and the scholarly air she exuded indicated that she was no ordinary woman. At this moment, Li Lizzie, who was mixed in with the crowd, was also filled with fear and unease. She kept a close eye on the menacing-looking robbers around her, fearing they might suddenly attack her. Li Lizzie is the younger sister of the current Emperor Lin Yan, and holds a noble status. Before the Jin army breached the capital, she, like other members of the royal family, disguised herself and fled south in haste under the protection of guards. However, during their escape, they were attacked by Jin cavalry. The guards fought desperately, but suffered heavy casualties. They finally managed to escape to the vicinity of Pingyuan City. I thought that since there were still Dafeng troops stationed here, the Jin soldiers wouldn't pursue us. But who could have imagined that they, who had just escaped one disaster, would be attacked again here by villains sent by the Sun family to capture young girls? All the guards were killed in battle, and the 2 women were eventually captured. After being taken to the Sun family, Li Lizzie met many girls in the dungeon who had suffered the same fate as her. Later I learned that these women were specially captured by the Sun family, and were to be sent to the south as gifts to curry favor with powerful and noble families. They feared that the Sun family would discover their identities and kill them to silence them. Li Lizzie then mingled in the crowd, planning to wait until she arrived in the south before revealing her identity. At first, everything went smoothly. Unexpectedly, just after leaving Pingyuan City, they were captured by bandits again at Yangzhuang Ferry. At this moment, Li Lizzie felt like dying. She is of noble birth. How could she be defiled by these uncouth and vile people? Li Lizzie clutched a sharp hairpin tightly in her hand, ready to commit suicide if these people dared to treat her rudely.
"How are you? Nothing happened, right?"
Just then, Lu Xinyan walked over carrying a bag full of meat pies. Upon seeing Lu Xinyan, the guards standing to the side immediately stepped forward respectfully and bowed.
"Boss, everything is well."
Lu Xinyan nodded slightly, his gaze then sweeping over the captured people. "Although I was captured, it was quite interesting. Even though the Sun family members and the innocent girls who were captured were trapped together, there was still a clear dividing line between them." Seeing this, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but smile, then walked forward with the bag full of meat pies.
"Don't be afraid, everyone. Although we are robbers, we have our code of honor, and we won't do anything to you."
As he spoke, he took out meat pies from his pocket and distributed them to the panicked girls. Clearly, the girls were starving, and they immediately began to devour the meat patties. When the Sun family members nearby saw this, some of them reached out, but Lu Xinyan ruthlessly slapped them back.
"The Sun family shouldn't waste food. You don't even want this little bit of meat pie. You should save your appetite for big fish and meat."
After saying that, Lu Xinyan had all the members of the Sun family taken aside and left to fend for themselves. With the Sun family no longer an eyesore, Lu Xinyan became increasingly carefree. After he finished distributing the meat pies, watching the girls wolf them down, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pity. He quickly sent someone to fetch water, worried that the girls might choke. Regardless, let's try to build some goodwill first. Taking this opportunity, Lu Xinyan cleared his throat and smiled as he spoke to the girls.
"Don't worry, everyone, there are plenty of meat pies.
However, after you finish eating the meat pie, you might have to make do for a few days and stay with us up the mountain for a while. But don't worry, I promise I'll let you down the mountain in a few days, and then you can go wherever you want." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the girls suddenly erupted into a commotion. They wouldn't even eat the meat pies in their hands, and they all cried their eyes out. "I don't want to go! I don't want to go! I want to go home! Your Majesty, please let us go! I don't want to go up the mountain! I'm not going either! I miss my husband and children at home! Please let us go!" For a time, cries and pleas filled the air. Lu Xinyan had no idea that these people would react so strongly. But upon closer reflection, this isn't surprising. In those days, women already had a low social status. If a woman entered a bandit's den and managed to leave innocent, she was definitely a relative of the bandit. Sure enough, the fox's tail has finally been revealed. He even gave me meat patties. I knew he had no good intentions. Li Lizzie glared fiercely at Lu Xinyan. Rather than being led into the bandit's den and subjected to all sorts of abuse, it's better to fight them. Based on this idea, Li Lizzie slowly moved her body and quietly approached Lu Xinyan. At this moment, Lu Xinyan was surrounded by kneeling women crying and pleading, making so much noise that his ears were about to explode. "No, ladies, I really just want to invite you to stay on the mountain for a few days. At most, you'll just need to sleep in." As soon as Lu Xinyan finished speaking, the girls around him cried even harder. "And you still say you're not after their bodies?" Lu Xinyan realized he had said the wrong thing at this moment, and hurriedly tried to explain. "No, that's not what I meant. I'm sleeping, but it'll only be for a few days." "More than 10 days? No, it's just a few days. 90-odd days? How many days? More than 10 days? You've finally told the truth." "No, sisters, what do you mean? Can't you explain it clearly? Are you hard of hearing, or did you never learn pinyin from a young age?" Lu Xinyan turned his head away in annoyance, wanting to see who was interrupting him. However, Lu Xinyan had not finished speaking. Suddenly, Li Lizzie in the crowd jumped up as if she had gone mad. "Go to hell!" The sharp hairpin she was holding tightly pierced straight into Lu Xinyan's shoulder, and blood gushed out like a fountain. "Boss!" Upon seeing this, the surrounding men were terrified and rushed forward with their broadswords. It looked like Li Lizzie was about to be killed with a single blow. Chapter 35. Lu Xinyan is injured, and the three women are furious. "Stop!" Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan immediately shouted to stop his men. He covered his still bleeding wound and walked up to Li Lizzie with an incredulous expression. "No. Sister, what do you mean? We've never done anything to each other, why did you stab me?" Li Lizzie was being held down on the ground by her men, but her gaze was still fixed on Lu Xinyan with a fierce look. "You bandits, when the country is in peril, instead of thinking of serving your country, you do nothing but commit despicable acts of plunder and kidnapping women. Even if I die today, I will never compromise with a villain like you." "Oh no, she's going to bite her tongue and commit suicide." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan was greatly shocked. He hurriedly took off his own socks and forcibly stuffed them into Li Lizzie's mouth. The pungent smell wafted over, and Li Lizzie's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lu Xinyan. "Stinky socks? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. When did I say I was going to bite my tongue? That would hurt so much. What I mean is, just give me a quick death." Li Lizzie was cursing inwardly. However, it was too late to say anything at that moment. She now truly wished she could die. To think that a princess of such high status would have her mouth stuffed with a stinky sock? "I'm going crazy. Even if they don't die, they will be forever branded with shame." "Wah, wah!" Li Lizzie struggled desperately, tears welling in her eyes, staring intently at Lu Xinyan, wishing she could bite him to death. Seeing Li Lizzie's determined attitude towards death, Lu Xinyan silently breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I acted quickly and saved another life. Amitabha, my merit is immeasurable." Li Lizzie. Soon, the group finished cleaning up their spoils on the dock. To maximize his profits, Lu Xinyan didn't even spare the clothes on the corpses. After removing the bodies, they threw them all into the river to feed the fish, thus destroying the evidence. Finally, more than 20 horse-drawn carts, all covered with weeds, were driven back to Shishan village overnight. Inside Shishan village, Upon learning that Lu Xinyan had been injured, Shangguan Linxue and the other two women were so anxious that tears streamed down their faces as they rushed to the mountain gate to greet him.
Husband, how are you? Is your wound serious? Oh dear, so much blood! Who could be so vicious? Li Ergu, tell me, what exactly happened?
At this moment, Li Ergu, who was following behind Lu Xinyan, suddenly looked completely innocent. Although Lu Xinyan's wound did bleed quite a bit, he was wearing enough clothes to prevent any serious physical damage. However, the three Shangguan sisters, Lin Xue and Li Jingshu, clearly did not think so, especially Li Ergu, who was clamoring for Li Ergu to explain the situation. Li Ergu was even more at a loss after being yelled at by Li Jingshu. Just then, Li Ergu suddenly caught sight of Lu Xinyan snuggling against Shangguan Linxue. While feigning weakness, Lu Xinyan winked at Li Ergu, as if to say, "Brother, I'm counting on you." Li Ergu cursed inwardly.
"Brother, you're so unfair. If we had waited any longer, your wound would have healed by now."
However, faced with the persistent questioning of the three Shangguan sisters, Li Ergu had no choice but to bite the bullet and explain.
"That's right, my three sisters-in-law. On our trip this time, we captured quite a few girls who had been trafficked by human traffickers.
The girls, seeing we were bandits, mistook us for bad guys. One of them, taking advantage of Xia Yan's inattention, used a hairpin to stab him."
"What?"
Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linshue's face immediately turned furious.
"How could she do this? My husband kindly rescued her from human traffickers, and instead of being grateful, she repays kindness with enmity."
Yu Lingxi, standing to the side, was equally angry, her chest heaving, and she said indignantly,
"If you asked me, my husband shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. He should have let her be kidnapped by human traffickers, preferably sold to a brothel, so she could experience what it's like to be bullied."
Li Jingshu stomped her feet in anger, gripping Li Ergu's arm tightly, and roared furiously.
"Li Ergu, you better explain yourself. Where is that little bitch? I'll tear her mouth apart." "Oh hey, that's really unnecessary."
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan immediately snapped out of his feigned deaf state and hurriedly tried to dissuade him.
"Actually, she was terrified, which is understandable. We're all civilized people, we shouldn't stoop to her level."
Although Shangguan Linxue still harbored resentment after hearing Lu Xinyan's words, she nodded silently. Then, she turned to Li Ergu and asked,
"Li Ergu, where is she now?"
Li Ergu hurriedly turned around and pointed behind him, saying,
"They're in the carriage behind us, brought back to the mountain along with the other abducted girls."
Shangguan Linxue peeked out. After a moment's thought, he instructed,
"Here's what we'll do. Take those girls to the small house on the east side of the cave for temporary accommodation.
Provide them with plenty of hot water and food. We must not mistreat them."
"Okay, sister-in-law,"
Li Ergu replied quickly.
"As for that one."
After a slight pause, Shangguan Linxue slowly said,
"Take her to the small room next to the kitchen to stay alone.
Starting today, she will be in charge of washing all the dishes in our village. If she doesn't want to do it, don't force her, just don't feed her." Upon hearing this, Li Ergu's eyelids twitched. Shangguan Linxue is usually quite gentle, but I never expected her to be so ruthless when it comes to Lu Xinyan. The entire village has hundreds of bowls for each meal, and one person washes them all? If you have to wash all day, you'll be exhausted.
"What, you have a problem with that?"
Shangguan Linxue raised her eyebrows and widened her beautiful eyes. Her originally gentle face instantly turned icy cold, and a powerful aura of authority, emanating from her without anger, surged forth. Li Ergu was startled, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He dared not have any objections and quickly nodded in agreement.
No. Sister-in-law's arrangement is very reasonable, and I also think it should be done this way." "Good to know. Now go and make the arrangements." "Yes, I'll arrange it right away."
Li Ergu felt like he had been granted a pardon and ran away as fast as he could, fearing that these three ladies would complain again about his failure to protect Lu Xinyan properly. However, at this moment, Shangguan Linxue and the other two paid no attention to him. Their eyes were all on the injured Lu Xinyan.
"Husband, how are you? Are you in pain?" "I'm fine, just a scrape, it's nothing serious." "You're bleeding and you still say you're fine?" Come on, let us help you inside to rest. Okay, all done. Lu Xinyan feigned weakness in his reply, but his heart was as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Supported by the three women, he felt their tenderness, and his heart was filled with warmth. He couldn't be more proud. While the bug in his body was still active, Lu Xinyan suddenly said to Shangguan Linxue, Linxue, I suddenly want to see you in a cheongsam. You must look especially beautiful. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw Yilingxi's eyelids twitch suddenly, and then she glared at him fiercely with a resentful look. Chapter 36 Punishingly Lizzie. Last time Yilingxi was caught by Lu Xinyan when she secretly wore the uniform, she was whipped for a long time. I didn't expect that this guy was not satisfied and actually set his sights on Shangguan Linxue. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue blushed. Although she was shy, she still maintained a degree of rationality. So she hurriedly advised, Husband, you are injured now, you should not fight. Let me prepare a small bed for you to rest in. A small bed? But I've always slept in a big bed. Lu Xinyan's eyes widened. Shangguan Linxue said reproachfully, Oh dear, my husband is injured and cannot share a room with me. I can't possibly make the three of us sisters squeeze into one small bed, can I? Then you could totally sleep with her, right? What a heroic figure my husband is, others may not know, but do you think I don't know? Shangguan Linxue's words were already very clear. The words subtly imply that Lu Xinyan is up to no good. Rather than risk injuring the wound, it's better to let him sleep peacefully by himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan jumped up suddenly. It's ruined, they overdid it. He quickly explained. No, nothing's wrong, I'm perfectly fine, really. Or how about I do a few push-ups for you guys? However, Shangguan Linxue did not give him that chance at all. She exchanged a glance with the other two and then burst into laughter. All right, husband, don't push yourself. You're injured and your mind isn't quite clear yet, so please don't do anything reckless. After saying that, Shangguan Linxue didn't give Lu Xinyan a chance to explain. She and her two younger sisters surrounded Lu Xinyan and forcibly pulled him back to his room. Madam, I really can do it. You must believe me. In the woodshed, Lizzie was imprisoned alone. The noise outside gradually subsided, and the people of Shishan village, who had been busy all day, went to sleep one after another, and the whole village gradually quieted down. However, Lizzie was too hungry to sleep. She clutched her emaciated stomach, sat dejectedly on the tangled haystack, and muttered to herself, I should have eaten that meat pie first, and then tried to assassinate him. Wah, I'm so hungry. Okay, I'll put it here. Just as she was feeling dizzy from hunger, she suddenly heard a noise outside. Lizzie raised her head alertly, and saw Li Ergu leading several people, carrying a large basin full of bowls and chopsticks, with a bucket of clean water next to it. Seeing this, Lizzie was filled with confusion. She couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Hearing the voice, Li Ergu turned around with a smug smile on his face. Oh, still not asleep? Too hungry to sleep? Lizzie felt even more aggrieved after hearing what he said. She glared at Li Ergu and replied irritably, None of your business! Seeing this, Li Ergu not only didn't stop laughing, but laughed even louder. It's only because our boss is soft-hearted that you're behaving like this. If it were just for you, killing you with one blow wouldn't be too much. Hearing this, Lizzie was a little scared, but she refused to back down. That's good, it saves me from suffering. Alright, stop complaining. To tell you the truth, our madam said that if you want to eat, from now on you'll have to earn it through labor. Li Ergu pointed to the bowls and chopsticks and said, See these bowls and chopsticks? If you want to eat, you have to wash these bowls clean. Delusion! Lizzie snorted disdainfully and turned her face away without even looking at him. She was a pampered princess who never lifted a finger. Not to mention washing dishes, she even had someone to serve her a cup of tea. Asking her to wash the dishes is simply wishful thinking. Oh, you're pretty arrogant. Li Ergu didn't argue with Lizzie any further, saying, Whether you wash or not is up to you. Anyway, if you want to eat, you have to work first. After saying a few words to the guards in the courtyard, Li Ergu stretched and went back to sleep. Seeing this, Lizzie was somewhat annoyed, but she was stubborn by nature and would not easily give in.
He snorted and plopped down on the haystack, determined not to wash. And so, she curled up on the haystack and drifted off to sleep, sleeping until the sun was high in the sky the next day. Finally, it was her own maid, Xiaolan, who ran in and woke her up.
Princess, princess, are you all right?
Xiaolan called out anxiously.
Xiaolan!
Li Lizzie rubbed her eyes, looking sleepily at the person in front of her. Xiaolan was dressed in clean clothes, with a rosy complexion and looking radiant, a stark contrast to her dirty appearance the night before. Upon seeing this scene, Li Lizzie felt a sudden sense of foreboding. She anxiously gripped Xiaolan's hand tightly, scrutinizing her from head to toe.
Xiaolan, what's wrong? Did they bully you? Tell me quickly, is that true?
However, Xiaolan just kept shaking her head.
Princess, no, they didn't bully me. No? How is that possible? You even have new clothes to wear?
Li Lizzie was incredulous. Xiaolan explained.
They are 3 ladies from the mountain. They not only brought us new clothes, but also gave us meat to eat. They are so kind to us. What, you're giving me meat to eat?
Li Lizzie stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. Look again at the bowls and chopsticks by the door of the woodshed. 2 more pots? Clearly, another batch has arrived. It's not just 1 pot from yesterday, but 3 large pots.
Oh my God!
Li Lizzie pointed incredulously at the door and said,
Then why do they make me work before they give me food?
Xiaolan looked embarrassed when the topic came up.
Princess, I'll say something you won't like to hear. Could it be that you've really misunderstood the leader? Could he really be a good person? Impossible!
Li Lizzie firmly refused to believe it and retorted.
We've suffered so much on this journey, and we've encountered so many bandits and outlaws. Is there a single good person among them? Let me tell you, all the kindness they're showing you now is just an act. You're faking it? Why? You're so stupid,
Li Lizzie said indignantly.
That must be for your health. Aren't all those despicable men the same? If that's really the case, then that would be great.
Xiaolan's voice trailed off, as if she were feeling a little guilty.
What did you say? Oh, it's nothing.
Xiaolan suddenly came to her senses, a slightly embarrassed smile appearing on her face, and quickly waved her hand. However, only Xiaolan herself knew that her thoughts just now were by no means casual remarks. Today she truly witnessed what it means to be so beautiful that she could topple kingdoms. Before being sent to the palace, she had heard that the Empress was a beauty that was rare in 100 years. She thought that she was going to serve the princess, and maybe she would be able to meet her. As a result, the Jin army captured the capital. Unexpectedly, when she fell into trouble and arrived at this bandit's den, she discovered that the 3 wives of the bandits on the mountain were so beautiful that they took her breath away. Sometimes Xiaolan would think that the legendary beauty of the Empress was nothing more than this. Chapter 37 The Fallen Princess is Treated Differently. Thinking of those 3 stunningly beautiful ladies, Xiaolan suddenly thought that it might not be so bad if she could serve the boss alongside them. Of course, Xiaolan wasn't the only one with this idea. After seeing Lu Xinyan's 3 wives in person, many of the captured girls had this thought. After all, Lu Xinyan is handsome and surrounded by beautiful women, so it's normal for ordinary-looking girls like them to have some aspirations. However, Li Lizzie always believed that there was something fishy going on and refused to believe it.
By the way, Xiaolan, do you have any food on you? I'm so hungry,
Li Lizzie suddenly asked pitifully. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan immediately frowned and said,
Princess, I'm sorry, but when we were eating, Madame arranged for people to keep an eye on us and prevent us from secretly hiding anything. Wah!
Upon hearing this, Li Lizzie burst into tears. Those 3 despicable women again. It's all their fault that I have no food to eat. Seeing Li Lizzie's weak appearance, Xiaolan was somewhat annoyed.
What, didn't the princess and the others feed you? How could they do this? Even prisoners on the execution ground should be given a full meal, right?
Upon hearing this, Li Lizzie's eyes widened.
Are you saying I'm going to die?
However, Xiaolan shook her head.
In my experience, princess, you shouldn't die, because they didn't feed you.
Upon hearing this, Li Lizzie rolled her eyes in exasperation.
Thank you so much, you really know how to comfort people. You're welcome, princess.
Li Lizzie.
By the way, Princess, why are there so many bowls and chopsticks outside? The curious Xiaolan asked again. When this painful memory was mentioned, Li Lizzie's tears welled up again. She cried out. Those 3 heartless women made me wash all these dishes before they would give me any food. Wow! So many! Hearing this, Xiaolan felt very distressed and quickly comforted her. Princess, how can you possibly finish washing? How about this, Princess? I'll wash it for you. As she spoke, Xiaolan quickly walked to the door of the woodshed, picked up the bowls, and went to wash them. However, just as Xiaolan picked up the bowl, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It turned out to be Li Ergu, who was just passing by. Hey Xiaolan, what are you doing here? Li Ergu looked at Xiaolan with surprise. Xiaolan suddenly looked up, and when she saw that the person who came was Li Ergu, her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Ah, Commander Li! Commander Li! Xiaolan said shyly. Last night, because there weren't enough blankets, Li Ergu gave up his own, allowing Xiaolan to have a warm night. Xiaolan has always kept this kindness in her heart. Upon seeing her benefactor again, Xiaolan felt not only gratitude but also a touch of shyness. She quickly explained. My young lady has never done these kinds of work before, I'm doing it for her. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Li Ergu immediately stepped forward, took the bowl from Xiaolan's hand, and put it back in its original place, saying, But that won't do. Your young lady attempted to assassinate our boss, and all 3 ladies are furious. She must do this herself. Ah, but... Xiaolan looked troubled. She really wanted to say that her princess had never done such dirty or tiring work. There's no but. Li Ergu resolutely refused to compromise. In principle, your young lady should be beheaded for attempting to assassinate our boss. Making her do some hard and tiring work now is already letting her off easy. Just as Xiaolan was still hesitating, a clear voice suddenly came from afar. Xiaolan! Why? Xiaolan turned around at the sound and saw her sisters, who had come up the mountain with her, rushing towards her. What are you doing here? The madam is calling us to go to the back hill to learn weaving. The woman, panting, said. The madam said she wants to hire us as maids, with room and board provided, and we'll even get paid. But... Xiaolan's gaze reluctantly drifted towards the woodshed. At this moment, Li Lizzie was looking at her pitifully, her eyes filled with pleading and helplessness. However, Xiaolan's companions ignored all of this. She urged anxiously. Oh dear, just leave her alone. She attempted to assassinate the chief. This is the punishment she deserves. Let's hurry up and go, don't miss such a great opportunity. After saying that, the sisters grabbed Xiaolan's arm and dragged her away without saying a word, without waiting for her to agree. Oh no, miss. Xiaolan. As Li Lizzie watched Xiaolan's receding figure, tears welled up in her eyes like a burst dam, her heart filled with despair and helplessness. Looking at the 3 large bowls and chopsticks at the door, Li Lizzie wanted to help, but due to prolonged hunger, she had no strength left and could not possibly do any work. Li Lizzie lay dejectedly on the haystack, her eyes instantly losing their luster. Looking at the dilapidated woodshed, Li Lizzie secretly lamented that she was probably going to die here. Clang! However, at that very moment, suddenly, something wrapped in cloth was thrown in through the back window. Li Lizzie was puzzled, but when she picked it up and looked at it, she was overjoyed. Rice ball! It's a rice ball! Li Lizzie, who was so hungry that her eyes were dizzy, ate in a disheveled manner without thinking twice. In no time, she had eaten the whole rice ball clean. Having regained some strength, Li Lizzie was very curious about who had thrown it in. She peered out the window but found no one there. Strange, who could it be? Li Lizzie muttered to herself, but her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the 3 large bowls and chopsticks outside the door. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to go over and accept reality. Li Lizzie recalled how the palace maids worked when she was in the palace, and silently learned their movements. Little did she know that while she was engrossed in washing the dishes, she was completely unaware that in a corner not far away, a pair of eyes were watching her with a grin. Lu Xinyan watched Li Lizzie diligently washing the dishes and secretly gloated. You little brat, I can't handle you! However, at that moment, someone quietly appeared behind Lu Xinyan.
Zhao Dai came to find Lu Xinyan and happened to pass by here. He immediately saw Lu Xinyan staring at Li Lizzie furtively. Chapter 38 is a miniature version of Weishan Lake with the addition of Liangshan Marsh. Upon seeing this, Zhao Dai immediately understood Lu Xinyan's thoughts. He tiptoed to Lu Xinyan's side and whispered, "Brother Xinyan, if you like this girl, why don't you just marry her too?" "Holy crap, Lao Zhao, why do you walk so quietly?" Lu Xinyan was startled and kept patting his chest. Seeing this, Zhao Dai chuckled and scratched his head, explaining, "Brother Xinyan, it's not that I walk quietly, it's just that your attention was all on that girl." "Nonsense, do you think I'm the kind of person who'd eat what's in my bowl while eyeing what's in the pot?" "No, you usually take everything in one go." "What the hell?" Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes disdainfully. "Alright, stop being so glib. I'm asking you, is there any news from down the mountain?" "Oh right, I almost forgot about the important matter." Zhao Dai suddenly snapped out of his daze and said with a serious expression, "Brother Xianyan, Pingyuan City has been occupied by the Jurchens. Judging from their posture, the Jurchens intend to occupy all 6 northern states." "Such a big appetite?" The fall of Pingyuan City was exactly what Lu Xinyan had anticipated. The current Fengtian government troops have all lost the courage to resist, and it is impossible to expect them to defend the city. It's no wonder the Jurchens were so crazy. The great Feng army was just too incompetent and collapsed at the first touch. Now that the capital has been lost, all the officials who could escape have fled, and those who couldn't have been captured and taken to the north. The remaining men have no heart to defend the city," Zhao Dai said helplessly. "So, it seems we're in a bad situation too." Lu Xinyan understood that once the Jurchens occupied all 6 prefectures, their Shishan village would be trapped in the heart of Jurchen territory. When they learn that Lu Xinyan intercepted the Jin army squad, they will likely face annihilation. "Brother Xianyan, your concerns are valid." At this moment, Zhao Dai suddenly spoke again. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan looked at him with a face full of curiosity. "What, have you found out some news this time?" Zhao Dai nodded and explained with a serious expression. "The news that the Sun family fled overnight with their grain has spread throughout the streets and alleys, and it's getting more and more outrageous. Some say the Sun family transported tens of thousands of dan, a unit of weight, of grain, but it was intercepted en route. Now, not only the Jurchens, but even the great Feng dynasty in the south are searching everywhere for the whereabouts of this grain." "Tens of thousands of dan? That's ridiculous." Lu Xinyan stared wide-eyed, speechless. Last night he went through a lot of trouble to finally get 500 dan of grain. How did it become tens of thousands of dan? Seeing this, Zhao Dai quickly comforted him. "Brother Xianyan, don't take these rumors too seriously. After all, most of them are just passed down by word of mouth, and there's bound to be some exaggeration. However..." At this point, Zhao Dai frowned slightly, revealing a hint of worry. "I'm worried that news of our acquisition of this batch of grain will leak out soon. If that happens, we'll be in big trouble." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan's heart sank. He had already anticipated this. Otherwise, Zhao Dai wouldn't have been made to keep a close eye on news from down the mountain at all times. Lu Xinyan took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. "You're right. It seems we need to find a new place to stay." When the topic of changing locations came up, Zhao Dai had an idea. "Brother Xianyan, I do have a place to go." "Where?" "Yanshan Lake," Zhao Dai explained. "I've heard that there's a large river to our south, covering 1,000,000 acres. If we move there, wouldn't we be able to avoid the Jurchen cavalry?" "That's a good place." Lu Xinyan was quite moved after hearing this. The Jurchens were known for their cavalry but were not good at naval warfare. If they had moved to that place, they might have been able to make a name for themselves. "Tell me more about that lake, what exactly is it?" Lu Xinyan asked. However, Zhao Dai waved his hand at this moment. "Brother Xinyan, I've only heard about it, I've never been there. I don't know the specifics very well. But I do know that someone on the mountain has been there." "Who?" "Zhang Fatsai," Zhao Dai explained. "Zhang Fatsai used to run goods with merchant caravans traveling north and south, and he went to Yanshan Lake. I heard about him from him." Lu Xinyan's heart stirred. He hadn't expected there to be such a capable person on this mountain. "This is like a live map delivered right to my door." "So," he said impatiently, "then quickly bring him over to see me. I want to ask him about the situation at Yenshan Lake myself." Zhao Dai seemed to have anticipated Lu Xinyan's actions and laughed. "I guess that brother Xinyan might be interested, so I brought him along." After saying that, Zhao Dai waved his hand, and a chubby figure came running from not far away. The man was dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt with a horizontal sword at his waist. Although he was bulky, he was unusually agile. In the blink of an eye, the fat man ran up to Lu Xinyan and bowed respectfully. "Boss!" Lu Xinyan nodded and looked Zhang Fatsai up and down. He cut to the chase and asked, "Have you been to Yenshan Lake?" Zhang Fatsai replied, "I have been there. I even followed the fishermen on their boats and went around the lake. That place is huge, you can't see the end of it. Local fishermen say the lake is nearly 1,000,000 acres. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan was overjoyed. Wasn't this the place he had always dreamed of? So he continued, "Do you know if there are any habitable places or islands there?" "There really is." Zhang Fatsai thought for a moment and replied, "In the center of Yenshan Lake, there is an island covering about 100 acres. On the island is a small mountain called Yenshan, from which Yenshan Lake gets its name. Although the mountain isn't very high, the terrain is relatively dangerous. It is said that a group of river bandits had been entrenched there for a long time, and even the imperial court couldn't do anything about them. In the end, they were appeased and dealt with." "River bandits? Recruitment? Holy crap! This plot sounds familiar." Lu Xinyan opened his eyes wide and asked, "Is the leader of that group of river bandits surnamed Song?" "Hey, how did you know, boss?" Zhang Fatsai looked at Lu Xinyan in shock. "His surname was Song. He died in battle while fighting against the rebels." "Holy crap, this is way too similar." Lu Xinyan took a deep breath. He thought to himself, isn't this just a miniature version of Weishan Lake with Liangshan Mountain in the middle? How could this happen by chance? However, Lu Xinyan was still quite satisfied with this place. If we could occupy that place, we could not only neutralize the advantage of the Jurchen cavalry, but also leverage its rich and advantageous geographical location to vigorously develop our own power. Given time, he will surely make a name for himself. Now that he had a clear goal and direction, Lu Xinyan naturally wouldn't waste any more time. He made a quick decision and immediately arranged. "Here's what we'll do, Lao Zhao, you take Zhang Fatsai and head to Yenshan Lake tonight. We must do everything we can to find out the specific situation in the lake. The fate of our stronghold rests entirely on your shoulders." Zhao Dai and Zhang Fatsai exchanged a glance, knowing they bore a heavy responsibility and dared not make the slightest mistake. So they all bowed and agreed, saying, "Please rest assured, boss, we guarantee to complete the mission." Chapter 39. Lu Xinyan wants to take a concubine? Meanwhile, on the other side, Shangguan Lingxue led the rescued girls to learn weaving, sewing, and doing what they could in the back mountain. They had never done these things before when they were in the palace, but now that they were up in the mountains, they truly experienced what it was like to live the life of ordinary people. Li Jingxu was slow to learn things and pricked her hand with the needle several times. In the end, she simply gave up and went to chat with Shangguan Lingxue and Yi Lingxi. "Hey, big sister, why didn't I see that big bad guy today?" Li Jingxu craned her neck, full of curiosity, looking around. You see, Lu Xinyan is always hanging around in front of them from time to time, like a ghost, making it hard not to notice him. However, today, this big bad guy seems to have vanished into thin air, completely disappearing without a trace. Li Jingxu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Her heart felt empty. Since Li Jingxu gave herself to Lu Xinyan, her attitude towards him has completely changed. She used to ignore Lu Xinyan and even dislike him. But now, whenever she has free time, Li Jingxu can't help but think of Lu Xinyan. Shangguan Lingxue and Yi Lingxi exchanged a glance, and seeing Li Jingxu's absent-minded appearance, they both burst out laughing at the same time. "Lingxi, do you see? Our Jingxu has grown up," Shangguan Lingxue teased with a smile. Yi Lingxi nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "That's right, Jingxu has changed so much lately, she's becoming more and more like a sweet little wife." Upon hearing this, Li Jingxu blushed deeply, lowered her head, and muttered softly. Humph, eldest sister, second sister, you're just making fun of me. You often talk about him too. Okay, Jingshu is right. Yilingxi smiled and agreed, then couldn't help but mention Lu Xingyan as well. Hey, big sister, look how many more girls there are on our mountain now. Will your husband find us a few more sisters? Yes, that's what I was thinking of saying too. Li Jingshu quietly crept forward, her big, bright eyes intentionally or unintentionally scanning the girls who were engrossed in their work ahead. Most of the girls were 16 or 17 or 18, all at a beautiful and youthful age. Not to mention the rough and uncouth men on the mountain, even Shangguan and her friends were very fond of them. I just took a closer look and found that there are quite a few pretty girls among them. That wicked guy is so evil, he must have ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would he bring so many girls up the mountain? That makes sense. Alright, stop making wild guesses. My husband brought them up the mountain, not for his own sake. Seeing the two of them struggling with this matter, Shangguan Linxue, as the chief steward of the mountain, knew some of the inside story. This included Lu Xingyan's instruction to her never to reveal the matter of those hundreds of bushels of grain, and the gold, and silver. So she patiently explained. Actually, my husband did this mainly to prevent them from revealing the secrets of our mountain stronghold. That's why they kept delaying their departure from the mountain. However, my husband said that he would let them leave in a few days. Hearing Shangguan Linxue say this, the two sisters' doubts were finally dispelled. However, Li Jingshu suddenly remembered something else and asked. By the way, big sister, I've noticed that there are more and more people on our mountain lately. The number of sentries near the mountain gate alone has increased by 40 or 50, and now there are nearly 200 guards on the mountain. Is war about to break out? Yilingxi agreed upon hearing this. There were quite a few weapons in the armory before, but when Jingshu and I went to check just now, we found that a lot of them were missing. Well, I'm not sure either. Shangguan Linxue sighed and continued. However, you haven't forgotten why we came here in the first place, have you? With the Jin army rampaging, my husband is busy expanding our forces to better protect us. I believe he has his own plans. Upon hearing this, the two women nodded silently. However, Li Jingshu soon lowered her head and began to sigh. I wonder how father and mother are doing, whether they are alive or dead. Mentioning this matter, Shangguan Linxue and Yilingxi lost their luster. Seeing this, Li Jingshu quickly apologized. I'm sorry, eldest sister, second sister, I didn't mean to bring this up. This is not your fault. Yilingxi sighed silently and comforted her. We've been away from the capital for so long, it's only natural to be worried. I hope they can live well, just like us. Okay, let's not talk about these sad things. Shangguan Linxue suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly said. I suddenly remembered that the woman who stabbed my husband hasn't eaten yet, and I wonder how she is doing. Big sister, why do you care about that heartless, vicious woman? Upon hearing this, Li Jingshu was immediately enraged and said indignantly. She even stabbed her husband. It would be too kind of her to let him starve to death. However, Shangguan Linxue shook her head and said with a solemn expression. No, I have to go and see. My husband instructed me that these girls brought up the mountain must neither be let go nor be allowed to get into trouble. So, it would be best to go and take a look. Seeing this, Yilingxi silently stood up as well. In that case, eldest sister, I'll go with you. When Li Jingshu saw that no one was talking to her, she awkwardly got up from the ground. Hey, wait for me, I'm coming too. Meanwhile, on the other side of the kitchen, Li Lizzie was at the sink, her hands soaked in the cold water, diligently washing the mountain of dishes. After a lot of hard work, Li Lizzie finally washed all 3 large basins of dishes and chopsticks clean. She let out a long sigh of relief, a relieved smile appearing on her tired face. Phew, finally finished washing. Hey, not bad. Just then, Li Ergu walked over, holding a fragrant meat pie in his hand. He handed the meat pie to Li Lizzie and said with a smile, Here, we kept our word, this is your food. Really for me? Li Lizzie asked in disbelief. Otherwise what? Li Ergu couldn't help but laugh. You're offered food and you're afraid to take it? At this moment, looking at the meat pie she had earned through her hard work, Li Lizzie was moved to tears and couldn't help but burst into tears. Li Ergu never expected that Li Lizzie would cry so sadly after having food. Looking utterly frustrated. Wait, why are you crying? Chapter 40 Married to the same person? However, little did he know. Previously, Li Lizzie had always been waited on hand and foot in the palace, and had never experienced earning food through her own labor. Although all that was handed to her was a meat pie, Li Lizzie felt it was hard-won, and cried because of her achievement. However, how could Li Ergu understand these things? He remained silent for a moment, then immediately said, No, do you want it or not? If you don't, then I'll take it back. Who said I don't want it? This is money I earned through hard work. Li Lizzie snatched the meat pie from Li Ergu's hand and held it tightly in her arms. This was the first time in her life that she had to earn food through her own efforts. Thinking of this, Li Lizzie sat down on the ground happily and suddenly burst into laughter without realizing it. Seeing Li Lizzie's alternating crying and laughing, Li Ergu looked utterly frustrated. What's going on? You're so happy about a meat pie. After saying that, Li Ergu ignored the mad Li Lizzie and walked away. Li Lizzie returned to the woodshed, lay down on the haystack, and smelled the meat pie in her hand. It smells so good. It was even more delicious than any of the delicacies she had ever eaten before. However, just as Li Lizzie was enjoying the food she had earned through her hard work, suddenly, a loud thud came from in front of the woodshed, as if something had fallen to the ground. Li Lizzie was startled, mistakenly thinking that Li Ergu had changed his mind and come back to snatch her meat pie, so she immediately clutched it tightly to her chest. Don't take my cake, it's mine! However, when she looked up, the scene before her completely stunned Li Lizzie. Shangguan Linxue and the other two stood in front of the door, stunned and dumbfounded, looking incredulously at Li Lizzie, who was now disheveled and in a sorry state. At this moment, Li Lizzie also noticed them, and tears instantly welled up and streamed down her face. Sister-in-law, elder sister, Jing Shu, you, am I dreaming? Li Lizzie sobbed in disbelief. Beautiful! Upon hearing Li Lizzie's voice, Shangguan Linxue and the other two finally came to their senses. They exchanged a glance, then rushed into the woodshed without hesitation, heading straight for Li Lizzie. When Li Jingshu saw her older sister appear before her, she could no longer contain her excitement. She threw herself into Li Lizzie's arms, hugged her tightly, and burst into tears. Sister, I thought you were dead. Wah! Jingshu! Li Lizzie sobbed as she looked up at the three of them, her eyes blurry with tears, and asked with a face full of suspicion. Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? As soon as she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she cried even harder than before. She cried as she muttered. Wah! You guys were also captured by those three wicked women? Why are our lives so miserable? We've all been captured by those three wretched women. How heartbroken father will be if he finds out. Li Lizzie cried harder and harder, constantly trying to gain sympathy. Do you know what? Those three old women are so vicious. Not only did they not feed me, they made me do the dishes. Wah! Forehead. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue and the other two exchanged an awkward glance. At this point, it's so awkward that you could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of your toes. That woman is so beautiful. Just as Shangguan Linxue was about to speak, Li Lizzie interrupted her. Oh, right, sister-in-law, elder sister Jing Shu, how did they capture you? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Li Lizzie looked at them with concern. However, the more Li Lizzie acted this way, the more awkward Shangguan Linxue and the other two became. After exchanging a glance, Yilingxi awkwardly spoke. That, Lizzie, if nothing unexpected happens, the three of us, we should be what you called, the three wicked, old women. What? Li Lizzie looked incredulous after hearing this. She stood up in disbelief, looking at Yilingxi. Sister-in-law, you, how could you? Li Lizzie simply couldn't believe that her two sisters-in-law and younger sister had all become bandit wives. However, when she looked closely at the embarrassed expressions on their faces, it was clear that they had already said everything. Seeing this, Shangguan Linxue quickly advised. Lizzie, there are some things you don't understand, but we'll explain them to you later. Now, why don't you come with us first? At this point, Shangguan Linxue was so overwhelmed by the stench emanating from Li Lizzie that she repeatedly backed away.
How about we take a hot shower first?
Upon hearing this, Yilingxi and Li Jingshu seemed to have caught the urge as well, quickly covering their noses and moving far away from Li Lizzie. Seeing how much they disliked her, Li Lizzie couldn't help but feel a little depressed. She sniffed herself in confusion, muttering to herself,
"Strange, do I smell that bad?"
However, before she could finish speaking, a strong stench suddenly wafted over. Li Lizzie instantly understood what was going on, and quickly pointed to a smelly sock behind the haystack.
"That's not my smell, it's that stinky sock."
Li Lizzie pointed at the smelly sock and shouted angrily,
"That despicable bastard stuffed a smelly sock into my mouth."
Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue and the other two were stunned into silence. Upon closer inspection of the smelly sock that had been tossed into the corner, all three of them found it somewhat familiar. Yilingxi pinched her nose, quietly approached, and whispered,
"Big sister, those socks look like my husband's."
Li Jingshu suddenly realized.
No wonder it smells so bad. Wait, what did Lizzie just say? That her husband stuffed that thing into her there?
At this moment, the three of them finally reacted, took a deep breath, and looked at Li Lizzie with shock and fear. Li Lizzie frowned in annoyance.
"No, why are you all looking at me like that?"
Half an hour later, Li Lizzie finally finished her bath in the cave and changed into a clean set of clothes. She was already extremely beautiful, and now she was like a lotus emerging from the water, pure and elegant, a sight to behold. However, when she learned the whole story, her eyes widened in disbelief.
"What? Imperial sister-in-law, elder sister-in-law, you've both remarried? And you, Jingshu, you've actually gotten married?"
Li Lizzie looked at the three of them in disbelief. Her gaze swept back and forth between the three of them, trying to find a trace of a joke on their faces, but all she saw was helplessness and embarrassment.
"All three of you married the same person?"
At this moment, Li Lizzie felt that her worldview was about to be overturned. You must know that Shangguan Linxue is the current empress, with an extremely noble status. Her elder sister and sister-in-law are the princess consort of Duan, also from a prestigious family, and Jingshu is her own younger sister, a princess of the current dynasty. How could someone of that status possibly marry the same man at the same time? This is simply a fantasy. Chapter 41. Prince Duan is not dead?
"Lizzie, calm down!"
Shangguan Linxue quickly spoke up. She knew that it would be difficult to explain this matter to Li Lizzie in a short time, but the truth was what it was and there was no room for falsehood. Yilingxi kept her head down, her face full of shame. She had no idea how to face Li Lizzie, let alone how to explain everything. Seeing this, Li Lizzie quickly pulled Yilingxi aside and asked incredulously,
"Sister-in-law, don't you want my brother anymore?"
However, Yilingxi sighed and sobbed.
"Lizzie, actually your brother, he's gone." "What? When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it?"
Li Lizzie was stunned, and sat down on the stool in disbelief.
"Just as he was escorting us out of the city, he was surrounded by the Jurchens."
At this point, Yilingxi was already sobbing uncontrollably. However, upon hearing this, Li Lizzie suddenly jumped up excitedly.
"Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. My brother isn't dead."
Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue and the other two exchanged puzzled glances.
Li Jingshu said, "Impossible. At that time, my brother was surrounded by many Jurchens, and he himself was hit by an arrow. How could that be? Did you see him fall with your own eyes?" "No, that's not true." "That's it,"
Li Lizzie said loudly.
"When I was captured by human traffickers, I overheard that my brother had already led the remaining troops to Danzhou, and those people were going to join him." "What? Jingtai is really not dead?"
Upon hearing this, Yilingxi stood up in astonishment, her gaze becoming blank. She remarried Lu Xinyan because she mistakenly believed that Prince Duan, Li Jingtai, had died in battle, but she never expected that he was still alive. Now that I've remarried, wouldn't I be letting him down? She sat there, dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Shangguan Linxue quickly advised.
"Lingxi, what's done is done, you should face it calmly." "No, sister-in-law, my brother, His Majesty, is not dead. He was just captured by the Jurchens, Li Lizzie said upon seeing this. However, Shangguan Linshue's reaction was completely different from Yi Lingxi's. With a stern face, she replied, I know he's not dead, but I divorced him a long time ago. What? You divorced your brother? Li Lizzie stared in shock. I've heard of women divorcing their husbands, but I've never heard of an empress divorcing an emperor. Is that correct? Is it not allowed? Shangguan Linshue scolded him impatiently. When the Jin army besieged the city that day, in order to escape, he actually made me follow Prince Duan out of the city. Don't think I don't know what he's up to. He just wants me to distract the Jin soldiers so he can escape. At this point, Shangguan Linshue snorted coldly. This time it's truly a blessing from heaven that he was captured by the Jurchens. It's retribution. In fact, Shangguan Linshue's marriage to Emperor Lin Yan was nothing more than a political transaction. Lin Yan attempted to win over powerful families in the south through marriage and secure his position as crown prince. The Shangguan family was well aware of this, and in their eyes, what did sacrificing Shangguan Linshue matter as long as there was profit to be made? That's why Shangguan Linshue never felt she owed anyone anything. No. Li Lizzie wanted to say something more, but Shangguan Linshue interrupted her. All right, Lizzie, now that you're here, settle in comfortably. As for our identities, don't mention them to anyone otherwise. At this point, Shangguan Linshue glanced at her expressionlessly, as if threatening her, or perhaps solemnly warning her. After that, he said nothing more and silently turned and left. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyan, completely unaware of the situation, was busy training his troops. During this period, Lu Xinyan's Shishan village has been busy recruiting soldiers and expanding its ranks, which now number 200. The ensuing problem was that the new recruits had no combat effectiveness. He needs to intensify his training, otherwise he'll be a disorganized mess on the battlefield. Fortunately, Lu Xiqian had worked in this field in his previous life, so it was a good match for his major. As for training, with him, the head mercenary instructor, personally overseeing the training, there shouldn't be any major problems. However, there is still a fatal problem. That's a weaponry problem. Carrying some of the weapons seized from Yangzhuang Wharf, Lu Xinyan returned to the storage space. At this moment, the upgrade bar for the storage space has been quietly updated. Lu Xinyan looked closely and saw the words, System level LV1, 200/500 until next upgrade, displayed on it. He was speechless for a moment, and cursed inwardly. Seriously, bro? Where am I supposed to find so many beauties with a looks score of 9.0 or higher? And you only give 200 points for each beauty? That's so stingy. However, no matter how much he complained, the system ignored him. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan was too lazy to continue nagging, so he simply threw all the captured weapons into the exchange machine. With a whoosh, a dazzling white light flashed, and a portion of the weapons that had been piled up instantly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully exchanged for 20 level 1 composite bows, 100 horizontal swords, and 100 sets of black armor. The current exchange quota for fixed items such as the composite bow, sword, and black armor has been exhausted. To continue exchanging, please complete the upgrade quest. Looking at the exchange quantity displayed on the exchange machine's page, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had guessed that the redemption machine had a limit, but he didn't expect it to be used up so quickly. Fortunately, he has enough things for now. Upon exiting the system space, Lu Xinyan immediately distributed all the weapons. He now has a team of 30 composite archers, which, combined with the warhorses he had previously captured, can be used to build a cavalry force. As for the others, with the support of the horizontal sword and black armor, they can also gain a certain combat strength with a little training. However, this sudden reminder from the system made Lu Xinyan realize that he could not rely entirely on the system to deliver on its promises. The rarer the weapon, the less it can be exchanged. If you want to arm an army of thousands or even tens of thousands, you definitely can't rely solely on the system. It seems I need to find a way to exchange for some smelting tools so I can manufacture them myself, Lu Xinyan thought to himself. However, now is not the time.
We must wait until we have a firm foothold in Yanshan Lake and a stable rear area before we can develop the military industry.
The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue to strive.
Lu Xinyan silently encouraged himself. However, just as he was preparing to go to the training ground to supervise the training, suddenly they spotted a lost figure in the woods not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xinyan realized it was Yi Lingxi. Chapter 42: Li Jingtai's Escape.
Lingxi!
Lu Xinyan called out, but the other person seemed not to hear him, continuing to walk on, lost in thought.
Strange, what's wrong with Lingxi today?
Lu Xinyan was curious. Fortunately, the team had all gone to the back mountain for rock climbing training, so Lu Xinyan had some free time. So he broke off a lot of tree branches from a nearby hilltop and tied them into a bundle. After being exchanged through the storage space's exchange machine, it instantly transformed into a bouquet of flowers mixed with baby's breath. Lu Xinyan was very satisfied. He had never met a girl who didn't like flowers. Immediately afterwards, he quietly walked up behind Yi Lingxi. Taking advantage of the moment when the other person was distracted, he patted her left shoulder and then quickly hid on the right. Sure enough, Yi Lingxi felt someone patting her, so she turned around, only to find that there was nothing there. But when she turned around again, she found herself in front of a bouquet of incredibly vibrant flowers. Yi Lingxi was immediately astonished.
Strange, where did such brightly colored flowers come from in the middle of winter? Hi, Lingxi.
Just as Yi Lingxi was in a daze, Lu Xinyan popped out from behind the flowers with a grin.
Lingxi, hee, this is for you.
When Yi Lingxi saw that it was Lu Xinyan, she immediately blushed and said, "Thank you." After silently accepting the flowers, she kept her head down, not daring to look him in the eye. Lu Xinyan looked at Yi Lingxi, who seemed preoccupied, and felt very curious.
Lingxi, what's wrong? You seem unhappy at all?
Me, did I?
No, I didn't.
Yi Lingxi forced a smile, but in Lu Xinyan's eyes, it was far too forced. He laughed and said,
You still say no? Your displeasure is written all over your face. Oh, really?
Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxi anxiously ran to the pond and looked around, exclaiming,
No, there isn't any.
Seeing this, Lu Xinyan burst into laughter.
Lingxi, you're so adorable.
It was only then that Yi Lingxi realized she had misunderstood Lu Xinyan's meaning, and immediately pouted and walked forward angrily. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan immediately followed. Along the way, regardless of whether Yi Lingxi wanted to listen or not, Lu Xinyan told a lot of funny corny jokes. Yi Lingxi never expected that Lu Xinyan could be so humorous and witty. Even though I tried my best to hold it in, I couldn't help but burst out laughing several times. The two walked along the path until they got tired, then sat on a large rock and looked at the beautiful mountain scenery. Yi Lingxi leaned against Lu Xinyan's broad shoulder, her beautiful eyes somewhat unfocused, seemingly concealing many complex emotions.
Resigning for the new year?
Yi Lingxi called softly, murmuring.
Tell me, if one day I suddenly disappear, will you miss me?
Lu Xinyan was taken aback by Yi Lingxi's sudden question. He turned his head and looked at Yi Lingxi's slightly sad face, and quickly comforted her.
Silly girl, how could you suddenly disappear? Don't overthink it.
Perhaps realizing she had misspoke, Yi Lingxi immediately corrected herself.
Humph, I just wanted to test your nerves. After all, you already have my older sister and Jing Shu, and who knows how many more women you'll have in the future. How about that? You've given yourself away, haven't you? You're just feeling guilty.
Yi Lingxi pouted, trying to appear calm and create some emotion, but her disappointed eyes couldn't hide her nervousness. Lu Xinyan was completely taken aback by Yi Lingxi's words, and he was somewhat surprised, but he quickly came to his senses. He looked at Yi Lingxi, then put his arm around her shoulder tightly and said earnestly,
I don't know what the future holds, but at least I won't abandon any of you.
Although the sentence was simple, it instantly warmed Yi Lingxi's heart. Unable to control herself, she was bolder than ever before in her life, stretching her neck to kiss Lu Xinyan on the cheek.
Thank you. Lingxi. No.
The governor's mansion in Danzhou was quiet until a terrified scream shattered the tranquility. Li Jingtai suddenly woke up from his sleep, his forehead covered with large beads of sweat. Hearing the commotion inside, the eunuch Zhang Gan hurriedly pushed open the door and entered. He looked at Li Jingtai with a worried expression and asked softly, "Your Highness, did you dream about the princess consort again?" Li Jingtai nodded silently, his eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach. Seeing this, Zhang Gan quickly picked up a hot towel from the table next to him, walked over to Li Jingtai, and carefully handed it to him. Li Jingtai took the towel and slowly wiped the sweat from his forehead. After a while, Li Jingtai calmed down a bit. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "I dreamt again of when I first left the capital." Prince Duan, Li Jingtai, was ordered to escort the empress out of the palace, but they were attacked by the Jurchens on the way. During the attack, Empress Shangguan Lingxue, Princess Yilingxi, and Princess Li Jingshu were separated. Li Jingtai fought desperately, but was eventually outnumbered and surrounded by the Jin army. At this critical moment, Zhang Gan arrived in time with dozens of cavalrymen and drove back the Jin army. However, Yilingxi and the others had already disappeared. Li Jingtai wanted to follow the road to search, but Zhang Gan stopped him in time. "Your Highness, you are of noble birth and must not be harmed. Please take advantage of the fact that the Jurchen army has not yet discovered you and flee south as soon as possible." Li Jingtai stopped in his tracks and hesitated. He was genuinely terrified by the brutality of the Jin soldiers. Although he longed to go back and find Yilingxi, he was instinctively terrified when he saw the corpses scattered all over the ground. With Zhang Gan's encouragement, he inexplicably turned around and ran away. However, little did he know that Yilingxi and the others were hiding behind a snowdrift not far ahead. If Li Jingtai had walked back 200 meters, he would have found them. But he didn't do that. Although he later managed to escape to Danzhou, he dreamed almost every day of Yilingxi being captured by the Jurchens in the snow and being treated roughly. Zhang Gan, understanding Li Jingtai's thoughts, quickly advised, "Your Highness, this is not your fault. It was the princess consort's bad luck. If she had stayed close to your Highness and fought her way out of the encirclement that day, she would not have ended up like this." Seeing that Li Jingtai had no reaction, Zhang Gan urged him again. "Your Highness, please take care of your health and prioritize the well-being of the nation. Now that the Emperor Emeritus and His Majesty have been captured and taken to the north, if our great Feng dynasty is to avoid destruction, we must have you step forward to take charge. You must not sacrifice the nation for a woman." Upon hearing this, Li Jingtai's expression finally softened considerably. He went through a fierce internal struggle, but was eventually persuaded by some force, and his conscience gradually dissipated. "Indeed, I am the son of the retired emperor and the younger brother of the current emperor. I cannot abandon the country." Li Jingtai muttered to himself. "Lingxi is so understanding, she'll definitely understand me. Yes, that's it." Chapter 43. Leaving Xishan and heading to Yanshan Lake. Zhang Gan was very pleased to see that Li Jingtai had finally come to his senses. He knew that his persuasion had not been in vain. So he hurriedly went outside and waved to the people outside. Almost instantly, 2 graceful and beautiful palace maids floated in. "Your Highness, please allow my sisters to serve you." Before he finished speaking, the 2 alluring sisters pounced on Li Jingtai like hungry tigers, knocking him down. Zhang Gan, who was guarding outside the door, listened to the sounds inside the house until he heard a slight noise coming from inside. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. As time went by, all the cities near Xishan village had been occupied by the Jurchens, and the number of refugees fleeing the city was increasing. Every day, many people starved to death on the streets, and the practice of exchanging children for food is commonplace. Looking at the intelligence reports that had been continuously sent up from the foot of the mountain over the past few days, Lu Xingyan knew that the danger was escalating step by step. In addition, in recent days he has clearly felt that quite a few people are trying to spy on Xishan village, and this feeling has become increasingly strong. However, just when he was feeling immense pressure, good news arrived. Zhao Dei was back. "Brother Xian Yan!" As soon as Zhao Dei returned, he rushed over to see Lu Xingyan. When Lu Xingyan saw Zhao Dei, his joy was palpable. He quickly stepped forward and grasped Zhao Dei's hand tightly. "Dei, you're finally back. Wait, why are you all alone? Where's Zhang Fa-Cai?" While Lu Xingyan was overjoyed, he suddenly realized that Zhao Dei had returned alone, which made him suspicious. Zhao Dai sighed in annoyance, and said with a face full of grief and indignation.
On our way back, we encountered a Jurchen army raiding our territory.
The situation was extremely critical. Fa Kai was killed by the Jurchens while trying to cover my escape.
What?
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan's anger flared up. Before the battle even began, they had already lost one of their top generals. What a huge loss! However, Lu Xinyan knew very well that now was definitely not the time to act impulsively. Seeing this, Zhao Dai immediately took out a topographical map from his pocket and handed it to him.
Brother Xianyan, this is a topographical map of Yanshan Lake drawn by Fa Kai. He insisted that I give this to you before he died.
Lu Xinyan took it and held it tightly in his hand.
We will settle this blood debt with the Jurchens sooner or later.
Immediately afterwards, Lu Xinyan asked Zhao Dai about the current situation at Yanshan Lake. Zhao Dai's expression turned extremely solemn. He took a deep breath and slowly said,
Brother Xianyan, the current situation is getting worse and worse.
The Jurchens have already captured Qinzhou, Yunzhou, and Yongzhou, and the flames of war are about to spread to Yanshan Lake. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan was taken aback.
So fast? Indeed. Along the way, we saw fleeing civilians everywhere, and we hardly saw a single government soldier. The Jurchens advanced unimpeded, as if they had no one there.
At this point, Zhao Dai said with a worried expression,
Brother Xianyan, the sooner the better. If we wait any longer and the Jurchens gain a foothold, it may be too late.
Lu Xinyan certainly understood this. Therefore, from the moment Zhao Dai left the mountain stronghold that day, he had already begun planning the evacuation. Even if he can't go to Yanshan Lake by then, he will retreat to other places. In short, Xishan village is no longer a place to stay.
Dai, you're absolutely right. We have to act immediately.
Lu Xinyan knew that the current situation had reached a point where there was no time to lose. So he immediately summoned Li Ergu and Li Tinia.
Big brother!
Upon hearing the summons, Li Ergu and Li Tinia rushed over. Lu Xinyan looked at them, his face still grim, and said in a deep voice,
Ergu, Tinu, the evacuation has been decided. Dai and Fatsai have sent us back a topographical map of Yanshan Lake.
At this point, Lu Xinyan paused, his face filled with grief and indignation. At this moment, Li Ergu and Li Tinia also noticed that there was only Zhao Dai standing next to them. They both instantly understood what had happened, and their faces were filled with anger.
All right, time is of the essence, we can't delay any longer.
Lu Xinyan regained his spirits and said,
According to the previous exercise plan, the lights will not be turned off and the flags will not be raised. We will withdraw from Xishan village tonight.
Li Tinia and Li Ergu exchanged a glance and replied in unison,
Yes.
However, Li Ergu then raised another question.
Brother Xianyan, what about the people at the foot of the mountain? Should we inform them?
This problem put Lu Xinyan in a dilemma. He knew, of course, that the people were also in danger, but if he notified them to evacuate together, they would become too large a target and easily be discovered by the pursuing Jurchen forces. At that time, not only will the people of Xishan village be unable to escape, but these innocent refugees will also be implicated. But it would be a real shame to abandon them without taking them with me. Lu Xinyan frowned, feeling hesitant. Seeing Lu Xinyan in a dilemma, Zhao Dai stepped forward at this moment.
Ergu, leave some grain for the villagers.
Upon hearing Zhao Dai's words, Li Ergu turned to look at Lu Xinyan, only to find that Lu Xinyan remained silent, clearly acquiescing to Zhao Dai's suggestion. Although Li Ergu felt a little reluctant, he also understood the seriousness of the matter. So, he silently nodded in agreement.
Okay, I know what to do.
That night, Xishan village was brightly lit and bustling with activity, as if celebrating some great joyous occasion. Meanwhile, the refugees at the foot of the mountain each received a bowl of thick white porridge, which was a godsend for them who had been starving for several days.
What a stroke of luck! We're actually getting food from the bandits. Yes, these days even bandits are more reliable than the government. If we relied on those officials, we would probably have starved to death on the way. That's right. No wonder the villagers are all saying, a prosperous year brings prosperity to the people. The son of the Red Emperor will save all living beings. It seems that this saying is absolutely true. Fellow villagers, let us all kowtow towards Shishan village to thank our chief for the meal we have received. As the aroma of steaming rice porridge wafted through the air, the people gathered there knelt down in the direction of Shishan village. This scene left the people of Shishan village standing to the side speechless. They knew that the people were so grateful because they had given them a full meal during this difficult time. However, everyone knows in their hearts that this is actually a helpless move. That night, the people of Shishan village each ate only half a meal. They voluntarily saved half of their food and then quietly left it where they were. However, just as they were preparing to evacuate in the middle of the night, something unexpected happened. Chapter 44 The Jin soldiers have caught up. Just as the people of Shishan village had evacuated from the back mountain, Lu Xingyan, riding on horseback, was suddenly shocked to find that the mountain path on both sides of the back mountain was now filled with people holding torches. The people stood there silently, without making a sound, while the blazing torches illuminated the entire mountain path. Seeing this, Lu Xingyan was completely stunned. He never expected these people to appear at this time, let alone that they would send him off in this way. Yazi, live well, and when you reclaim the lost territory, don't forget to come back and burn paper money to tell us. Suddenly, an old voice rang out from the crowd. These words struck Lu Xingyan's heart like a heavy hammer. At this moment, Shangguan Linxue sat in the carriage, gazing out the window at the villagers covering the mountains and fields. She was also moved by this scene. Even though she had once been the empress, she had never been respected so sincerely before. She silently turned to look at Li Lizzie beside her and said softly, "Look, this is our husband." Li Lizzie's gaze followed Shangguan Linxue's words and turned to the car window. When she saw the mountain road lined with grateful people, she was filled with an indescribable shock. In such a chaotic world, she never imagined that there could be someone so beloved by the people. Li Lizzie's gaze slowly moved, finally landing on Lu Xingyan, who was riding a tall horse not far ahead. Suddenly, Li Lizzie couldn't help but feel a strong interest in this man, and she wondered to herself, "What kind of person is he?" A group of several hundred people left Shishan under the cover of night and headed for Yanshan Lake. Unlike when we left Lijiazi, when there were fewer than 20 people in our group and very little luggage, we were able to travel a long distance in one night. Things are different now. During his time in Shishan village, Lu Xingyan accumulated quite a fortune. Besides distributing some food rations to the people at the foot of the mountain before leaving, Lu Xingyan also had 400 dan of grain, as well as a lot of gold and silver jewelry. Lu Xingyan could temporarily store gold, silver, jewelry, and grain in his storage space, but besides that, there were also many military dependents. These people included both the old and the young, and were already frail and weak, so it was impossible for them to walk quickly. Helpless, Lu Xingyan had no choice but to arrange for Zhao Dai to take a group of people to Yanshan Lake first, and prepare boats to welcome them. He then led the remaining troops, disguised as refugees, and headed south. Initially, the group was relatively well hidden, and the presence of many elderly people and women and children in the group helped them to deceive everyone. However, after the group had been walking for several days, a number of refugees began to follow behind them. Whether they wanted to follow the crowd or had ulterior motives, Lu Xingyan was extremely anxious as more and more people gathered. "Brother Xianyan, something bad has happened. I just went to check, and our line has become incredibly long. Refugees from all around are crowding into our line." Li Tinia rushed over to report this. "Brother Xianyan!" Before Lu Xingyan could respond, Li Ergu, who was on guard duty, hurriedly returned. He brought bad news. "Brother Xianyan, we've spotted Jurchen cavalry behind us, about 20 of them. What should we do?" Lu Xingyan's worst fears came true. It would be extremely difficult for such a large marching force to avoid attracting the attention of the Jurchens. "Is it possible to get away with this?" Lu Xingyan asked. Li Ergu shook his head. "I'm afraid it won't work. I just took a closer look and realized these Jurchens are truly beasts, killing people as if it were nothing. If they were to charge into our ranks, it would cause a huge mess." "Damn it!" Lu Xingyan cursed angrily. "Since we can't avoid it, then let's wipe them out." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pulled on the reins, turned around, and shouted loudly, "Li Qintian! Arrive!"
Upon hearing the summons, Li Qingtian immediately spurred his horse forward at full speed.
Boss!
Li Qingtian bowed respectfully. Lu Xinyan pointed behind the troops and said,
Take the cavalry and ambush them on both flanks of the mountain. Wipe out those barbarian boars behind us. Yes.
Li Qingtian clasped his hands in acceptance, and then immediately rushed towards the supply train behind him.
Cavalry! Exist!
At a command, the composite archer squad, who had been disguised as refugees, unveiled their gleaming black armor by removing the curtains on their horses. The group mounted their horses, exuding a murderous aura. Although no one spoke, their voices were louder than a roaring mountain or a tsunami. After Li Qingtian made a few tactical hand gestures, the archery team leader immediately understood and split into two groups, heading towards the left and right flanks respectively. Seeing this, Li Ergu said worriedly,
Brother Xianyan, with such a high-profile ambush on the Jurchens, it's probably no longer possible for us to pretend to be refugees.
Lu Xinyan understood this perfectly well, and said helplessly,
We can't worry about that now. Even if we don't kill them, they'll find out anyway, so we might as well strike first.
After making the arrangements, Lu Xinyan turned his attention to Li Tinya.
Tainyo, I'm giving you a task. You'll immediately take a team and cover my rear, creating a gap between the refugees and our team. No one is allowed to get close. Yes. Ergu. Exist. You take the second team and lead the way. Tell everyone to speed up the march and discard anything useless. Otherwise, I'll just throw it away. Yes.
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ergu and Li Tinyu immediately sprang into action. As the battle horn sounded, the armored soldiers who had been disguised and blending into the crowd revealed their black armor and formed a battle formation. In an instant, the entire marching column transformed into a stable military formation. At the same moment, the Jurchen cavalry following behind also noticed the unusual situation ahead. The squad leader, with his keen eyesight, immediately noticed something amiss ahead, but then a look of wild joy instantly appeared on his face. He then shouted at the top of his lungs,
Warriors, look! There are soldiers of the Great Feng ahead! Charge, warriors!
To these Jurchens, the government troops of the Great Feng dynasty were nothing more than prey. Since successfully capturing the capital of Dafeng, the government troops were utterly helpless against the Jin soldiers. They would run away in terror at the sight of the Jin soldiers, completely powerless to fight back. Therefore, in the eyes of the Jurchens, the Dafeng army was a group of weak and incompetent men, who could not be compared with their brave warriors. Now, this Jin army squad has discovered Lu Xingyan's group, which they see as nothing more than a slightly larger Dafeng army. Despite the enemy's large numbers, these 20 Jurchen cavalrymen showed no fear. Waving their sharp scimitars, they shouted excitedly and charged straight at the main force like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Little did they know that dozens of composite bows were already quietly aimed at them from the dense forest on both sides. Chapter 45 Princess of the Jin Kingdom. Just as this group of Jurchen soldiers was about to approach the marching column, a dense rain of arrows suddenly poured down from the dense forests on both sides. The archery team assembled by Lu Xingyan consisted entirely of local hunters from Xishan. They were already highly skilled archers, and with the addition of compound bows, the accuracy of each arrow was extremely high. With just one volley of arrows, the Jurchen cavalry squad was almost wiped out. The remaining Jurchen squad leader and 2 subordinates were terrified upon seeing this.
Retreat quickly! The Dafeng dogs have laid an ambush!
The golden squad leader shouted, but it was too late. Another volley of arrows pierced the sky. The 3 remaining golden statues were instantly struck by arrows and fell to the ground dead.
Li Qingtian, do not linger in battle. Bury the Jin corpses on the spot and leave this place immediately.
Lu Xingyan turned around and shouted loudly at the mountains and forests behind him. Lu Xingyan was not surprised by this result. If his carefully assembled archery team can't even handle these few golden men, then he might as well disband it. Upon hearing this, Li Qingtian, who was still excited about the first victory, immediately cupped his hands in agreement.
Yes, Chief! Please lead the way, we will follow shortly.
Lu Xingyan said nothing, but immediately urged the troops to speed up their march. Because he knew perfectly well that this small Jurchen squad was nothing more than scouts, and once the main Jurchen force discovered their disappearance, they would definitely send people back again. What Lu Xinyan had to do was to leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible within this time difference.
Everyone, speed up!
Fortunately, Li Qingtian's time spent taking Lu Xianyan's military theory classes was not in vain. Fearing that the Jurchens might follow the trail, he specially tied tree branches to the back of the horses' tails when the archers returned, to clear away the footprints left by the main force when they passed through. It was precisely because of this measure that the main force of Zishanzhai gained a few more days to evacuate. 3 days later, on the morning, a series of hoofbeats echoed through the valley as a troop of 500 elite Jin cavalrymen galloped in, kicking up clouds of dust. This cavalry unit tracked the Jurchen scouts all the way to this location, following the marks left along the route.
Your Highness, the marks left by Savari and his men disappear here. I suspect that something happened to them here.
Cavalry Captain Siram placed his right hand on his chest and respectfully reported to the female general who was riding on her warhorse. The female general was heroic and valiant, dressed in the attire of a northern nomadic people, with a headscarf covering most of her face. But judging from her beautiful eyes and fair skin, it's easy to see that she is definitely a goddess-level beauty. Wanyan Yuchen rode on his warhorse, his posture upright like a pine tree, his gaze sweeping over both sides of the mountain road as if he were not paying attention.
Search!
She parted her red lips slightly, her voice clear and decisive.
Yes.
Upon hearing this response, hundreds of Jurchen cavalrymen sprang into action, racing towards the forests on either side of the mountain path. Before long, a cavalryman came running back. Before his warhorse had even come to a complete stop, he shouted, "Your Highness, a scout squad has been spotted in the woods on the left. Captain Savari and his men are all dead." However, faced with this astonishing news, Wanyan Yuchen remained as calm as Mount Tai, still sitting upright on her warhorse without any ripples in her expression. Just then, Cavalry Captain Sarim also rushed back.
"Princess, we found a very strange arrow hole on the body of the fallen soldiers. This arrow hole is very different from the arrows used by the Great Feng army that we have encountered before." "Oh? Let's go take a look."
Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yuchen's previously calm face finally showed a slight change. She became somewhat interested in the discovery, immediately dismounted, and headed towards the woods. Upon entering the mountains and forests, the scene before us was shocking. A group of Jin cavalrymen lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies completely exposed to the air. The scene was truly appalling, and upon seeing it, Sarim felt incredibly embarrassed. He originally intended to find an excuse to make Wanyan Yuchen wait a while, and then take her to examine the strange arrow hole after he had dealt with the corpses. However, before he could even speak, Wanyan Yuchen ignored the naked corpses and walked straight over to them. She crouched beside the corpse, carefully examining the arrow holes in its body, her brow furrowing slightly.
"Do all soldiers have arrow holes like this?"
Sarim replied.
"Yes. Some soldiers even have 3 or 4 arrow holes in their bodies."
Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yuchen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice,
"It seems we're in big trouble. Send someone back immediately to request reinforcements."
Upon hearing this, the Jin soldiers around them exchanged puzzled glances. It should be noted that since their southward advance, the Jin army had been an unstoppable force. With their 500 elite cavalry, they were more than capable of dealing with several thousand Defeng soldiers. They simply couldn't understand why Wanyan Yuchen was being so cautious. Sarim also felt that this was overly cautious, so he cupped his hands in a fist and said,
"Princess, is this really necessary?"
However, Wanyan Yuchen gave him a cold glance.
"Sarim, you should correct your arrogant and overconfident temper, or you will suffer a great loss sooner or later."
After saying that, Wanyan Yuchen turned around and returned to the main road she had come from, carefully examining the traces on the road. Just as expected. Although tree branches had cleared some of the footprints from the road, the hoofprints of cavalry horses and the tracks of many wheels were still unavoidable.
"Take a good look at this road. Our opponent is a very cunning guy. He even thought of erasing his tracks when he retreated, which is enough to show that he is no ordinary person."
At this point, Wanyan Yuchen glanced at the captain beside her and said,
"And the arrow wounds on those corpses, almost every arrow hit a vital spot, which is enough to show that the enemy's arrows were superb."
The fact that they were able to ambush one of our squads at the same time further demonstrates that the enemy's numbers were not small.
Faced with such a powerful and numerically superior army, do you still dare to be careless? This.
Listening to Wanyan Yechen's detailed analysis, cold sweat dripped down Saram's forehead. He admitted that he had been a bit arrogant and underestimated his opponent. Before setting off to find this scout team, Saram had not taken the Dafeng soldiers seriously at all. He felt that these Dafeng troops were nothing but a rabble, easily defeated, and utterly incapable of contending with the Jin's elite cavalry. However, Wanyan Yechen's detailed analysis hit him like a hammer blow, making him instantly realize the seriousness of the problem.
Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. I will send someone back to the main camp to request reinforcements immediately.
Saram took a deep breath, composed himself, and quickly agreed. Immediately afterwards, he summoned a messenger, gave him a few brief instructions, and then ordered the messenger to return to the main camp as quickly as possible to request reinforcements. At the same time, Wanyan Yechen gracefully mounted her horse. Chapter 46. One bad news after another.
Everyone, travel light and mount your horses to give chase.
Wanyan Yechen's voice usually exploded in the air.
Yes.
The soldiers quickly prepared their equipment, mounted their horses, and assumed a battle-ready stance. Wanyan Yechen couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth into a smile. Her long-dormant fighting spirit was completely ignited at this moment. She was eager to see what other skills this person possessed, and whether he was worthy of being her opponent. It should be noted that the Jin army had been advancing southwards, conquering passes and seizing strongholds with unstoppable momentum. Most of the Dafeng army they encountered was easily defeated, which made Wanyan Yechen extremely bored. She had finally encountered a formidable opponent, and didn't want to miss this opportunity. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyan, completely unaware of the situation, was getting closer and closer to Yanshan Lake after several days of continuous travel. Yanshan is located between the armies of the Great Feng and the Jin dynasty, and the number of people encountered on the way here increases. This time, there were not only civilians fleeing, but also many deserters, defeated soldiers, bandits, and so on. There are countless people starving to death or being robbed and murdered on the roadside. Of course, when Lu Xinyan and his group appeared, many fleeing soldiers and bandits hiding in the shadows also turned their attention to Lu Xinyan's group. However, when they discovered that the people of Shishan village not only had well-disciplined infantry, but also a cavalry force of more than 30 men patrolling back and forth, my little scheme was immediately dispelled. This large marching force was not something they could easily devour. However, at that very moment, Zhao Dai rushed back.
Boss! Dai, why are you back? What happened to you?
When Lu Xinyan saw Zhao Dai return in a disheveled state with his men, he immediately had a bad feeling. As expected, upon seeing Lu Xi, Zhao Dai excitedly said,
Brother Xi Nian, something terrible has happened. A group of bandits have appeared out of nowhere in Yanshan Lake and taken over Yanshan Island. We don't have as many people as them, so we were driven back.
Yanshan Lake is crucial to the survival of the people of Shishan village, and absolutely no mistakes can be made. So Lu Xinyan quickly asked,
How many of them are there? There aren't many people, maybe 40 or 50, and the leader is a woman,
Zhao Dai said awkwardly.
A woman? Ha!
Upon hearing this news, Li Tinyu, who was standing next to him, burst into uncontrollable laughter.
Ha ha ha, Lao Zhao, you're such a disgrace. You can't even beat a woman?
Zhao Dai felt embarrassed after being mocked like that. He rolled his eyes and retorted irritably.
What do you know, you black devil? That woman's martial arts skills are not low. Even if several of us brothers attacked together, we were no match for her. In addition, there were more of them than us. Isn't it normal that we couldn't beat her? In the end, it's because you're not good enough.
Li Tinyu clearly wasn't buying it and continued to mock.
All right, you two, stop arguing.
Seeing the two bickering, Lu Xinyan quickly spoke up to stop them. Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats suddenly came from not far away. Upon closer inspection, a swift horse galloped towards them, arriving in the blink of an eye.
Is there going to be more bad news?
Lu Xinyan looked at the person on horseback and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The person on horseback was Li Qitian, who was responsible for bringing up the rear. At this moment, Li Qingtian had a furrowed brow and his face was full of anxiety. As expected, Li Qingtian arrived and, without even catching his breath, anxiously reported. "Boss, something terrible has happened. A Jurchen cavalry force, numbering several hundred, is chasing us from behind. Damn it!" Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan cursed in exasperation. "Just what I feared most has come to pass." Upon hearing this, Li Tinu, standing beside him, glared with his eyes as big as copper bells, raised his two Xianhua battle axes with a face full of disdain, and roared. "Brother, what are you afraid of? If they dare to come, I'll chop them all up with an axe." "Tine Yo, stop fooling around!" Lu Xinyan sternly rebuked him. "They are truly caught between a rock and a hard place. If they are not dealt with properly, these people will be finished." Understanding the urgency of the situation, after a moment's thought, Lu Xinyan immediately gave the following instructions. "All right, Zhao Dai, Li Ergu, you two immediately select 150 men from the team, and I will also allocate 10 archers to you. No matter what, we must take Yanshan Lake before the main force arrives. Whether we survive this or not depends on you." Upon hearing this, Li Ergu said worriedly, "But brother Xian Yen, the Jurchen cavalry will catch up with us soon. What will you do if you give all your men to us?" "Yes, why don't we stay and fight them?" Zhao Dai chimed in. "What's the point of competing? With our numbers, we're not even enough to fill their teeth." Lu Xinyan gave a rebuke, then said, "Although the Jurchens are still chasing us, we still have some time to use. During this time, I will try my best to come up with other ways to deal with it. However, the most important thing right now is whether you can quickly occupy Yanshan Island. Our fate rests on the shoulders of the two of you." Upon hearing Lu Xinyan's words, Zhao Dai and Li Ergu both understood how heavy the responsibility they bore was. They exchanged a glance and both saw a heavy weight of pressure in each other's eyes. Li Ergu, with a determined look in his eyes, cupped his hands and said, "Brother Xian Yen, don't worry. Even if it costs us our lives, we will definitely take Yanshan Island before the main force arrives at Yanshan Lake." Zhao Dai chimed in. "That's right, we won't come back alive until we take Yanshan Island." Having said that, Zhao Dai and Li Ergu didn't dare to delay for a moment, and immediately turned around and led everyone away quickly. They knew that time was of the essence, and that every second could determine life or death. With Zhao Dai and Li Ergu leading their main force away, the defenses of Shishan village instantly became weak. The once tight defenses have now become sparse. To make matters worse, Lu Xinyan sensed something in the woods not far away. Those defeated soldiers and bandits who had previously shown no interest in their side were now starting to stir and turning their attention to this side. Lu Xinyan understood that these people were clearly up to no good. Fearing any mishap, Lu Xinyan immediately instructed, "Tine Yo, you take the remaining 50 men and guard the perimeter of the main force. Anyone who tries to approach must be driven away, and anyone who disobeys orders must be executed." "Yes." "Li Qingtian. Exist. You will divide the archers into 3 groups. One group will be responsible for monitoring the Jurchen cavalry in the rear, while the other 2 groups will move to the sides of the main force. If any disturbance is detected, provide immediate support." "Yes." After receiving their respective tasks, Li Tinu and Li Qitian immediately got to work. Li Tinu, holding 2 Xianhua broadswords, stood guard in the center of the group, like a god of war climbing up from hell. He glared with his large, bell-like eyes and shouted, "Brothers, draw your swords!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a clicking sound rang out. The gleaming sword was drawn from its sheath, its chilling aura particularly striking in the ranks. "Prevent any unauthorized personnel from approaching the brigade. Anyone who refuses to comply will be killed first and reported later." "Yes." More than 50 soldiers responded loudly, their shouts deafening. Perhaps it was this imminent battle situation that actually intimidated many of the routed soldiers in the forest, but there were also many who were not afraid of death who were still watching the Shishan village troops with predatory eyes. After all, the contents of the carriages in the procession alone were enough to make them drool. Why didn't they reveal their identities to the government troops and seek protection in Chapter 47? "Husband, is there any danger?" Hearing the commotion outside, Shangguan Linxue hurriedly leaned out of the carriage to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan rode over on horseback with a smile on his face and comforted him.
No, there are just a lot of defeated soldiers outside. I had the brothers set up a battle formation to scare them off. You all just sit in the carriage and don't move around. Good.
Shangguan Linxue silently nodded in agreement. However, the clever woman still sensed a dangerous signal in the eyes of the soldiers standing guard nearby. Having realized this, and fearing she might frighten her 3 younger sisters, she returned to the carriage and comforted them, saying,
It's nothing, my husband was just trying to scare us. Don't get off the carriage unless it's absolutely necessary, okay?
Yu Lingxi and Li Jingshu both nodded silently upon hearing this. Only Li Lizzie, seeing the many scattered Defeng soldiers outside, remained restless, saying,
Sister-in-law!
What did you call me?
No, big sister.
Li Lizzie was startled by a look from Shangguan Linxue and quickly changed her words, saying,
Elder sister, I see so many Defeng soldiers outside. Why don't we reveal our identities and have them protect us on our way back to the south?
Upon hearing such a stupid question, Shangguan Linxue immediately rolled her eyes at her.
Are you stupid or are they stupid?
Li Lizzie was puzzled.
Big sister, why do you say that? I'm only doing this for our own good.
Shangguan Linxue was too lazy to explain to her. Looking out the window with concern, she casually said,
Jingshu, you talk to her. Oh.
After responding, Li Jingshu sighed helplessly and explained,
Sister, are you really stupid or just pretending? Don't glare at me. I'm just repeating my older sister's tone, trying to be as realistic as possible.
Li Lizzie. Seeing this, Li Jingshu smiled sheepishly and continued,
Let's not even talk about how you prove your identity. Look at those people outside. Do they look like good people?
They might all be deserters.
If you expect them to protect you, you'll likely be raped and killed before you even reach the south, or sold into brothels. Jingshu, what you're saying is way too exaggerated. They are, after all, the Imperial Army of Defeng. How could this happen? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Li Lizzie didn't believe Li Jingshu's words at all. After all, she had not experienced the horrific massacre in Lijiao village and still harbored a sliver of hope for the Defeng government army.
Sis, I'm telling the truth, why won't you believe me? Anyway, I simply cannot believe that the Great Feng army would do such a thing. Alright, Jingshu, there's no need to say anything more. No matter how much you say, Li Ji won't believe it unless she sees it with her own eyes.
Seeing that Li Lizzie believed everything she said, Yu Lingxi knew that there was no point in saying anything more. So, after comforting Li Jingshu, he then instructed Li Lizzie.
Lizzie, I don't care whether you believe it or not, but now that you're in the team, you have to follow the rules. You must stop acting like a princess, doing whatever you want. All actions must follow the main group. Absolutely no solo action is permitted.
Sister-in-law. Li Lizzie looked at Yu Lingxi, who had a serious attitude, with some surprise. Suddenly she felt that the other person was a complete stranger. Is this still the same sister-in-law who used to take good care of her? However, Yu Lingxi ignored her and silently turned her head to look out the window. Meanwhile, Wanyan Yechen, who had been tracking along the main road, also began to discover the group's whereabouts. On the hilltop, she looked at the large procession moving forward not far ahead and smiled excitedly.
Great! We finally caught up!
Immediately afterwards, she gave the order.
Pass on my command, everyone prepare to launch an attack. If you see the leader, you must capture him alive. I want to see who this person is. Here you go!
As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of cavalrymen stirred up a cloud of sand and galloped down the mountain in a mighty procession.
It's bad, boss. The Jurchens are catching up.
Suddenly, a panicked cry broke the silence. Lu Xinyan's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around, looking behind him. Dust billowed in the distance, obscuring the sky, clearly indicating that a large number of pursuers were rushing towards them.
So fast?
Lu Xinyan frowned, inwardly realizing the situation was dire and that he needed to find a solution as soon as possible. Seeing the critical situation, Lu Xinyan made a decisive decision and shouted,
Everyone, speed up the march! The archers will follow me into the rear forest to draw the enemy's attention.
However, just as Lu Xinyan was about to take action, a knight suddenly sped off in the rear. As he ran, he shouted, "Archery team, assemble! Keita!" Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan cried out in alarm. "Brother Xianyan, you lead the main force and hurry up. I'll try my best to slow them down." "You!" Lu Xinyan was furious that Li Qingtian dared to disobey his orders. But he also knew that Li Qingtian was doing this entirely to protect himself. Left with no other choice, Lu Xinyan gritted his teeth and ordered, "Everyone, retreat immediately!" Soon, under Lu Xinyan's command, the large group of people quickly retreated. After traveling some distance, Lu Xinyan was pleasantly surprised to find a wide river ahead with a wooden bridge across it. Although the river is only 20 or 30 meters wide, it is a lifeline for Lu Xinyan at the moment. This is truly divine intervention. Lu Xinyan realized that the opportunity had come, so he immediately urged, "Everyone, cross the river quickly! Tine Yo, you take your men and guard the bridge. If the Jurchens get close, destroy the bridge immediately." "Yes." Litinia had just led his men to make preparations when he turned back to find Lu Xinyan riding back on horseback. "Boss, where are you going?" "I'm going to pick up the archery team brothers. We can't abandon any of them." After saying that, Lu Xinyan urged his horse forward while taking out a composite bow from his storage space. On the other side, the Jin cavalry swept in, their deafening hoofbeats seemingly tearing the earth apart. Hidden within this grove were fewer than 20 members of the archery team, each with a solemn expression, bows drawn and ready. "They are right ahead! Kill them!" Wanyan Yechen shouted loudly. However, in the next second, countless arrows shot out from the nearby woods. Caught off guard, many Jin cavalrymen fell from their horses, screaming in agony. "Oh no, an ambush!" Wanyan Yechen was shocked. Looking at the strange arrows on the dead soldiers, she instantly came to her senses. "It's that cavalry!" After understanding, Wanyan Yechen immediately pointed to the dense forest beside her and shouted, "There are people in the forest!" However, in the very next second, she quickly noticed the Shishan village people gradually withdrawing from the wooden bridge not far ahead, and instantly realized that this was a delaying tactic by the enemy. Therefore, Wanyan Yechen immediately gave the order, "Sarim, you take a team and continue the pursuit. The rest of you come with me." Chapter 48 Decapitation Operation. "Yes." As soon as she finished speaking, Wanyan Yechen immediately drew her bow and aimed at an archer hiding in a tree in the forest. With a whoosh, the archer in the tree screamed and fell to the ground. "Oh no, they're splitting their forces!" Seeing this, Li Qingtian pointed at Silim, who was leading the team, and shouted, "I'll aim at that leader and shoot him." Upon hearing this, the remaining archers immediately drew their bows and nocked their arrows. However, before they could even fire their arrows, they were bombarded by a dense rain of arrows from the pursuing Jurchens. With no other option, everyone had to fight and retreat in the forest. At this moment, Lu Xinyan, who had rushed over on horseback, also noticed this. So, he charged headlong into Sarim's cavalry alone on horseback. "Oh ho, you dare to charge my army formation all by yourself?" With a disdainful look on his face, Salem raised his saber, a contemptuous smile on his face, ready to personally rush over and kill Lu Xinyan. However, just as Saram was about to approach Lu Xinyan, suddenly, Lu Xinyan turned his hand and shot an arrow accurately at Saram. With a whoosh, the arrow, as if it had eyes, struck Salim squarely between the eyebrows. Saram's eyes widened in disbelief, and the saber in his hand fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he lost his balance and fell straight off the horse to the ground, dying instantly. "General! Oh no! The general is dead!" Seeing Saram die a horrible death, the cavalrymen were immediately enraged. He spurred his horse on like a madman and charged toward Lu Xinyan. As Lu Xinyan watched the dense rain of arrows hurtling towards him, he clenched his buttocks tightly. "Mommy, this is going to turn me into a beehive!" He cursed under his breath, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately jumped off his horse and rushed into the nearby woods at an astonishing speed. Fortunately, the terrain of the forest was very advantageous to Lu Xinyan, and the density of the trees greatly restricted the cavalry's mobility. Their horses struggled to gallop through the woods, their speed noticeably slowing, and they frequently tripped over branches. At the same time, upon learning of Sarim's death, Wanyan Yuchen was furious. She roared furiously, "Everyone, charge into the woods and kill them all!" However, Wanyan Yuchen seriously underestimated Lu Xinyan and his men's combat capabilities in the jungle. You should know that Lu Xinyan is an instructor who came from the rainforests of Southeast Asia. They excel at disguise and combat. He and his archers made full use of the complex terrain to launch surprise attacks on the Jurchens, causing them great trouble. As darkness fell, although Wanyan Yuchen and her group had achieved some success, the price they paid was several times higher. "Damn it, is this guy a human or a monkey? All he does is hide. What kind of man is he?" Wanyan Yuchen gritted her teeth in anger. At this moment, the guard returned and reported, "Princess, it's too dark. Our men can't find them at all. Going into the forest again would be too disadvantageous for us." Wanyan Yuchen understood this too. Even though she was unwilling, she had to order a retreat. "Surround the forest and annihilate them as soon as the main force arrives." "Here you go!" Meanwhile, Lu Xinyan met up with Li Qingtian and the others in the woods. "How come there are only a few of you left?" Lu Xinyan was shocked to discover that the 20-person archery team had dwindled to less than 10 people. Li Qingtian explained with a disheveled expression, "Boss, this is all thanks to the jungle warfare you taught us, plus the fact that all the brothers are from hunter backgrounds, otherwise we would have been surrounded and wiped out by the golden dogs long ago." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan silently took a deep breath, feeling helpless, given the vast disparity between them and the enemy. "Right now, we need to find a way to escape from here as soon as possible, otherwise we'll be finished once the Jurchen army arrives." "But boss, we're surrounded by golden dogs, where can we run to?" One of the archers, Song Sanjiang, explained. "When I came over just now, I noticed that the wooden bridge leading to the other side of the river has been destroyed. What are we going to do?" "I ordered the wooden bridge to be destroyed, otherwise the Jurchens would have taken advantage of the situation to cross the river, and the consequences would have been unimaginable." After explaining, Lu Xinyan carefully observed the surrounding terrain, and quickly came up with an idea. "Let's go from the southeast." "Southeast? But there's a river to the southeast," Li Qingtian asked, puzzled. Lu Xinyan knew perfectly well. "There's no other way, we'll have to swim across unarmed." Everyone looked at each other, and instinctively wrapped their clothes tighter around themselves. Although spring is approaching, the weather is still very cold. Going into the river at this time would probably mean certain death. Lu Xinyan noticed everyone's worry and laughed. "What, are you scared already?" "Boss, we're not afraid. If you can do it, we can do it too," Song Sanjiang said righteously. They thought they were all doomed, but Lu Xinyan turned back halfway to save them, which was enough to move everyone. "Right." At this moment, Li Qitian solemnly stated, "It's just death, we're going to die either way, so rather than sit and wait to die, we might as well take a gamble." "All right, if that's the case, then let's give it our all." Lu Xinyan had someone find some dead wood, tore off a few strips of cloth from his clothes and tied them tightly, then used them to store his clothes and weapons. When everything was ready and everyone arrived at the riverbank, Song Sanjiang was surprised to find that the Jin camp was brightly lit. "It's terrible, boss. Those golden dogs are repairing the bridge all night," Song Sanjiang said anxiously. Lu Xinyan looked back and indeed found that the other party was busy building a bridge. "We are still a day's journey from here to Yanshan Lake. Even if we travel through the night, we cannot escape before the Jurchens catch up." After analyzing the current situation, Lu Xinyan felt immense pressure. "It seems we can't just leave like this." After much deliberation, Lu Xinyan gritted his teeth, looked at everyone, and said, "Do you remember the decapitation operation I mentioned when I was teaching you before?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in shock. "Boss, you wouldn't be thinking of—" "That's right." Lu Xinyan pointed to the Jurchen camp ahead and said, "Kill the enemy leader, and we can buy some more time." "But the Jurchens are so heavily guarded, how are we supposed to get in?" Song Sanjiang asked worriedly. At this time, although the Jurchens focused on protecting the forest, they also strengthened the guard of the camp, making it extremely difficult to break in. However, little did they know that in the eyes of Lu Xinyan, a professional, these were nothing more than petty tricks.
You call this difficult? Ha! Lu Xinyan smiled dismissively. In my eyes, it's all flaws. Chapter 49, Capturing the Jin Kingdom Princess. Meanwhile, inside the Jin Kingdom's camp, all was quiet. In the center of the tent, there was a huge bathtub, with wisps of steam rising from the water inside. Wanyan Yuchen lazily soaked in the bathtub, but held a compound bow tightly in her hand, examining it carefully. Upon first meeting, Wanyan Yuchen drew the composite bow with almost no effort. I thought this thing was just for decoration. When the arrow was fired, she was astonished to discover that the composite bow had a longer range and greater power than the bows and arrows used by the warriors of the Jin Kingdom. Wanyan Yuchen couldn't help but develop a strong interest in the maker of this bow, muttering to herself, "Who exactly is this person, that he could create such a miraculous treasure?" Setting down the compound bow, Wanyan Yuchen slowly stood up from the bathtub. The steam from the hot water filled the air like a thin veil, partially obscuring her graceful figure. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth and delicate, and so soft it seemed to break at a touch. She slowly raised her long, slender, white legs and gracefully stepped out of the bathtub. However, at that very moment, a strange noise suddenly came from behind her. Who? Wanyan Yuchen was terrified and ran out of the bathtub in a panic, grabbing a semi-transparent gauze from the shelf next to her and draping it over herself. Immediately afterwards, Wanyan Yuchen's instinctive reaction led her to reach out and touch the curved knife placed beside the bed. However, just as her hand was about to touch the scimitar, a dark shadow suddenly appeared from behind her and pounced on Wanyan Yuchen. Wanyan Yuchen was caught off guard and was startled by the sudden attack. She frantically tried to defend herself, but the light veil on her body hindered her movements, making her actions slow and clumsy. In just a few moves, she was easily forced onto the cot by the dark figure. Wanyan Yuchen's heart raced, her eyes widened as she stared intently at the dark figure pressing down on her, and she asked in a trembling voice, "You audacious man, who are you to dare be so disrespectful to me? Believe me or not, I will exterminate your entire family." At this moment, Lu Xinyan, dressed in the clothes of a Jurchen cavalryman, silently curled the corners of his mouth and stared at the beautiful woman beneath him with great interest. "It's actually a woman?" Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yuchen immediately realized what was going on. "You're a Defeng person! You despicable Defeng dog! Let me go!" he cried in terror. "Oh, you dare to swear?" Lu Xinyan forcibly restrained her in an annoyed manner, then freed his right hand and slapped Wanyan Yuchen's but without any politeness. "Would you dare say another curse word to me? You!" Wanyan Yuchen blushed instantly. In all her life, no man had ever dared to spank her. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Lu Xinyan smiled and said, "Let me tell you the truth, if I didn't think you were a woman, I would have slit your throat long ago. Tell me, who exactly are you?" Faced with the blatant threat, Wanyan Yuchen felt both ashamed and angry, and gritted her teeth in hatred. "Kill me! Even if you don't kill me, I will definitely kill you, you bastard! Oh, you dare to insult me? I'll let you insult me! I'll let you insult me!" Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan slapped Wanyan Yuchen's buttocks repeatedly without holding back. The snapping sounds were particularly loud inside the tent. I will definitely kill you!" Wanyan Yuchen cursed with tears in her eyes, her small eyes filled with grievance and anger, as she stared intently at Lu Xinyan. "You must know that she is of the most noble royal bloodline in the Jin Kingdom, with a high status. Even the old stubborn people in the Jin Kingdom's Privy Council have to bow and scrape before her. But I never expected that in this godforsaken place, I would be so humiliated by a stinky man. Your Highness, are you all right?" At this moment, the guards patrolling outside heard strange noises and came over to ask them their routine questions. "So you're a princess after all?" Lu Xinyan covered Wanyan Yuchen's mouth and sternly warned her. "Your Highness, you don't want your men outside to see you naked, do you? I don't need to teach you how to deal with them, do I?" After saying that, Lu Xinyan very unkindly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the only piece of semi-transparent gauze on Wanyan Yuchen's body. The meaning is clear. As long as Wanyan Yuchen dares to alarm the guards, Lu Xinyan wouldn't mind making him run naked in front of everyone. Although Wanyan Yuchen was angry, she was still relatively rational.
She was fully aware of her terrible situation. Although he wanted nothing more than to have Lu Xinyan chopped up immediately, he suppressed his anger and silently nodded.
Very good. You're a smart person.
Seeing this, Lu Xinyan smiled with satisfaction and slowly released Wanyan Yechen's mouth. Wanyan Yechen glared fiercely at Lu Xinyan, then shouted towards the door.
I'm fine.
Upon hearing this, the patrolmen outside the door put away their weapons and continued their patrol. Inside the tent, Lu Xinyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the Jurchens outside had left. However, in the instant he relaxed his guard, his gaze involuntarily glanced downwards. That one glance made Lu Xinyan's eyes widen. Wanyan Yechen had just finished bathing, and her body still exuded a faint fragrance. At this moment, the fragrance became even stronger in the closed tent, like an invisible temptation, tightly entwining around Lu Xinyan's nose. What's worse, Wanyan Yechen was only wearing a semi-transparent veil, her skin barely visible beneath it, yet it did nothing to block Lu Xinyan's unbridled gaze. Especially when Lu Xinyan held her firmly in his arms, some physical contact between the two was inevitable. This close contact made Lu Xinyan's heart race and his blood boil.
This is absolutely killing me.
Lu Xinyan hadn't expected that a princess from a nomadic tribe would have such a hot figure, with skin as white as snow and delicate and luscious, obviously because she usually paid special attention to sun protection.
Have you seen enough?
Wanyan Yechen's face was flushed red as she glared at Lu Xinyan, both ashamed and angry. Lu Xinyan quickly closed his shocked mouth and gave an awkward smile.
I'm sorry, but I'm not the kind of person you imagine. You know, as a man, it's normal for me to have that kind of reaction in this situation, right?
Wait, that's not right. Why would I explain all this to you? You're my prisoner. I can do whatever I want with you.
You despicable dog, one day I'll gouge your eyes out, and your dog paws. Get them off me.
Wanyan Yechen was so angry she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She's still a young, innocent girl, yet she's been treated so roughly. It would have been better to kill her. Chapter 50, Kidnapping a Princess While She Was Taking a Bath?
All right, stop yelling. It's just a couple of glances at you. Is it really that big of a deal?
Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes, then knocked Wanyan Yechen unconscious with a karate chop. Looking at Wanyan Yechen, who was lying on the cot with a graceful figure, Lu Xinyan suddenly felt troubled.
Damn, it was supposed to be a decapitation strike, but this is a woman. What do we do now?
Lu Xinyan cursed inwardly, feeling a sense of unease. Although he can be a bit of a beast in his daily life, he simply can't bring himself to lay a hand on a woman. But if we just let Wanyan Yechen go, wouldn't all his efforts to infiltrate here have been wasted?
Never mind, just take it with you.
Lu Xinyan gritted his teeth and simply wrapped Wanyan Yechen up in a blanket, then carried her away on his shoulder. As long as Wanyan Yechen is in his hands, the Jurchens will definitely be hesitant to harm him, and will not dare to do anything to him. As agreed beforehand, Lu Xinyan held a torch in his hand and waved it vigorously a few times towards the forest. At this moment, Li Qingtian and the others who had been guarding the area around the forest saw the signal sent by Lu Xinyan, and immediately understood. They all drew their bows and shot arrows at the Jin soldiers stationed outside the forest.
Oh no, they're trying to escape. Everyone, don't panic, hold your ground, we absolutely cannot let them get away.
Upon seeing this, the Jin leader shouted loudly. As Li Qingtian and his men launched their feint attack, more and more Jurchens were drawn to this location. The forest bordering the main camp quickly developed a clear defensive gap due to the dispersed defensive forces. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Xinyan carried Wanyan Yechen and quickly escaped into the forest. When the group reunited, they were surprised to find that Lu Xinyan had returned carrying a roll of bedding.
Boss, you're so thoughtful. You knew everyone would be freezing after we got ashore, so you even prepared blankets.
As he spoke, Song Sanjiang excitedly reached out his hand to take it. However, upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan suddenly backed away, asking,
"What are you doing?"
Song Sanjiang looked puzzled and asked,
"No, boss, isn't this thing for warming our hands? Wait, something's not right. Why is it still moving?"
However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed that something seemed wrong with the thing. It was actually trembling slightly. Upon seeing this, Lu Xingyan quickly stretched out his right hand and frantically groped on the bedding. Finally, he touched a raised area, which should be the back of his neck. Without hesitation, he delivered another chop to the ground, slashing down hard. It's finally quiet. Lu Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief and explained. This isn't a hand warmer. It contains the princess of the Jin people. I captured her to take her hostage. Upon hearing this, everyone present stared wide-eyed in disbelief, intently scrutinizing the bare feet peeking out from under the bedding. Shocked, Li Qingtian stammered. Wait, boss, didn't you go to carry out a decapitation operation? How come you brought back a princess instead? Wait, this princess doesn't look that great to me. She didn't even manage to get a pair of shoes. Nonsense, do you wear shoes when you take a shower at home? Lu Xingyan retorted, speechless. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly became unusually quiet. Everyone gasped and stared at Lu Xingyan with an extremely strange look. Take a bath? Looking at the wide-eyed stares of these guys, Lu Xingyan couldn't help but wonder. I just said it casually, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? However, he quickly realized that these people might be imagining some unpleasant scenarios. Realizing this, Lu Xingyan quickly explained. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not that kind of person. Having said that, in order to change the awkward topic, Lu Xingyan quickly urged. All right, stop dawdling and take off your clothes. Slap each other until you're all red. After saying that, he ignored everyone's reactions and fixed the bedding to the raft that had been prepared in advance for storing clothes. Once everything was settled, Lu Xingyan looked up and found the others still standing there dumbfounded. He shook his head helplessly, waved his hand, and called out. Stop daydreaming! Come and grab a corner of the raft, we're about to set off. Upon hearing this, the group turned their gaze away from the bedding, silently walked to the raft, gripped the corner of the raft tightly, and quietly headed towards the opposite shore of the lake. Meanwhile, on the opposite bank of the river, Shangguan Linxue and the others were extremely anxious as they waited for Lu Xingyan to return. As time ticked by, Shangguan Linxue and the others grew increasingly impatient. Just then, Li Tinyu, who was in charge of the safety of the main force, hurriedly rode back after safely sending the troops away. My 3 sisters-in-law, everyone has already set off, so you should hurry up and get going too. I'll guard this place and wait for the boss to return. You all must not make any mistakes, Li Tinyu earnestly advised. However, Shangguan Linshue's attitude was unusually firm. No, my husband hasn't returned yet. I absolutely will not leave. That's right. We would have died long ago without my husband. If we're going to die now, we might as well die together. If you want to leave, then leave. I'm not leaving no matter what. Yilingxi sat stubbornly on the cold stone, her anxious gaze fixed on the opposite bank of the river. Li Jingshu pulled Li Lizzie to Li Tinia's side and said, Sister, you go with the main group first. I'll stay here and wait for my husband. Upon hearing this, Li Lizzie looked at her with a face full of surprise. Jingshu, why are you doing this? Sister, you're not me, you wouldn't understand. After saying that, the stubborn Li Jingshu silently sat down next to Yilingxi. Li Lizzie looked at the 3 resolute people in front of her, and was momentarily incredulous. They've only been separated in Kyoto for a short time, so how come Shangguan Linxue and the other 2 are so devoted to one man? Although she didn't understand, Li Lizzie still felt sorry for her younger sister. Since you're not leaving, then I'm not leaving either. You! Seeing how stubborn these people were, Li Tinyu was so worried that even his big-faced basin was depressed. Just as he was wondering what to do, a rustling sound came from the grass on the bank. Who? Upon hearing the commotion, Li Tinyu immediately raised his axe and led his men to surround the area. However, at that moment, a familiar voice came from the shore. It's me! Boss! My husband! Upon hearing Lu Xingyan's voice, everyone was overjoyed. Rushing over, I saw Lu Xingyan and 7 or 8 others, shivering from the cold, slowly walking ashore from the icy lake. Chapter 51 Husband, you really seem to be having a great time. Seeing this, Li Tinyu immediately took off his cotton-padded coat and draped it over Lu Xingyan. That's great, brother! You're finally back, Li Tinyu said excitedly. However, Lu Xinyan was so cold that he couldn't speak. Seeing this, Shangguan Linxue and the other women immediately helped Lu Xinyan ashore and set up a fire by the roadside. After everyone had dressed and warmed themselves by the fire for a while, they finally recovered a little.
Thank goodness, my husband, you're finally back. I thought you. Wah!
Shangguan Linxue and the other two threw themselves on Lu Xinyan, crying their hearts out. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan hurriedly tried to comfort them.
All right, I'm back safe and sound. Don't cry.
He had only spoken halfway when Lu Xinyan seemed to suddenly remember something important and quickly said,
Oh, right.
Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue and the others stopped crying abruptly, raised their heads, and looked at Lu Xinyan with teary eyes. Lu Xinyan pointed to the bedding next to him and continued,
The Jean princess I captured is in that bedding. Quickly, take her to the carriage. Before she wakes up, find her some clothes to change into, and then tie her hands and feet tightly. Whatever you do, don't let her escape.
As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan Linxue and the other two women opened their mouths in astonishment, staring blankly at Lu Xinyan, and then turned their gazes to the bedding next to them.
Jean Kingdom Princess? You captured her?
Shangguan Linxue looked at Lu Xinyan with disbelief. Even the usually composed Li Lizzie couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief at this moment. It should be noted that the Jin dynasty has been a major thorn in the side of the Great Feng dynasty for many years, like a sword hanging over their heads, making them uneasy. The people of Dauphin had been oppressed by the Jin people for so many years, and they both hated and feared the Jin royal family. However, who could have imagined that Lu Xinyan would actually capture a princess from the Jin kingdom?
Wait, husband, what did you just say? Find her some clothes to wear.
Yulingxi gaped in disbelief, looking at Lu Xinyan with a puzzled expression.
Could it be that she wasn't wearing any clothes? Well.
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan scratched his head a little embarrassedly.
When I went to catch her, she was taking a shower.
Upon hearing this, all three women simultaneously cast disdainful glances at him. Even Li Jingshu curled her lip in disdain.
Husband, you really seem to be having a good time. I didn't. Please stop being so dirty-minded.
Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan immediately raised his hand and solemnly swore.
I swear, I am a gentleman, and I guarantee that I did nothing to her.
However, at this point, it didn't matter what Lu Xinyan said. Shangguan Linxue silently led Yulingxi and Li Jingshu, who were too lazy to listen to her explanation. The three of them worked together to lift the bedding onto the carriage. After the three women left, Lu Xinyan looked awkwardly at Li Tinyu, trying to change the subject.
Tinyu, where is the main force now?
Li Tinyu, who had turned his big black head to the side and pretended not to hear Lu Xinyan and the others' conversation, turned back around in a daze.
Brother, what did you say? So, where is the main force now?
Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Hey, you big black guy, you're still pretending with me? You heard everything, things you shouldn't have heard, okay?
Oh. Hee, is that what it is?
Li Tinyu breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled.
I sent the brothers ahead to Yanshan Lake. I reckon they should arrive by noon tomorrow.
Lu Xinyan nodded, then looked towards the opposite bank of the lake. The Jurchen camp was in turmoil, with chaos and disorder everywhere.
It seems they've discovered the princess is missing.
Realizing this, Lu Xinyan decisively issued an order.
We can't wait any longer. I estimate that the Jin people will have finished repairing the bridge by tomorrow morning. We can't delay any longer. We must travel through the night and catch up with the main force.
Just as Lu Xinyan had predicted. As dawn approached, the Jurchens had already repaired the damaged bridge, and at that very moment, their reinforcements arrived. General Jiagu Tieta personally led 3,000 cavalry to reinforce the area. Upon learning that Wanyan Yuchen had been arrested, Gu Tieta was immediately shocked.
What? How could such an absurd thing happen?
It should be noted that the Jin kingdom has been marching south for so long without losing any generals, yet here, in this very place, they have lost a princess. If Wanyan Yuchen cannot be found in time, Jiagu Iron Tower, who came to reinforce, will also be punished for the delay.
Useless trash! A bunch of useless trash!
At this moment, Jiagu Iron Tower is furious. I thought that his arrival with 3,000 iron cavalry to reinforce us was just a formality, an opportunity to win favor with the princess. To my surprise, I encountered such a terrible situation. Enraged, he raised his whip and lashed it mercilessly at Abu Khan, the captain of his personal guard. Useless idiots, how can you still have the nerve to live with the princess being kidnapped? Abhan was terrified and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. General, please forgive us. It happened suddenly, and we didn't know when the enemy sneaked in. Then it's even more of a dereliction of duty on your part. You don't even know when the man went missing. What use are you? Guards, drag Abhan away and behead him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Jin soldiers next to him immediately stepped forward and forcibly dragged Abu Khan away. Immediately afterward, realizing that something was very wrong, Jiagu Taita did not dare to hesitate for a moment. After calmly contemplating for a moment, he immediately pointed to the woods beside him and commanded, Abda, order 800 cavalry to search the forest for me. If they find nothing, immediately catch up with the main force. Yes. After Captain Abda agreed, he immediately led the 800 cavalrymen behind him toward the woods beside the mountain path. However, at this moment, Jiagu Taita did not focus all his attention on the forest. His sharp eyes were fixed on the opposite bank of the river. He had a bad feeling. He felt that Wanyan Yuchen had probably already fallen into the hands of bandits and been taken to the other side of the river. As for the woods, he didn't really think there would be anyone left. But just to be on the safe side, he decided to send people to search the area to ensure that nothing went wrong. After completing the deployment of the forest, Jiagutia Tower did not delay at all. He immediately turned to face all the remaining soldiers and shouted loudly, Everyone, listen up! Follow me and immediately pursue the enemy. If we encounter any obstacles along the way, kill them without mercy. We have only one goal, to rescue the princess. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices deafening and echoing through the sky. Before he could finish speaking, the anxious Jiagyurita had already taken the lead, leading a massive cavalry force that galloped toward the other side of the river. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wanyan Yuchen was awakened by a jolt. In a panic, she suddenly opened her eyes, only to find that her hands and feet were bound and she could not move. Chapter 52 Arrival at Yanshan Lake, Jurchen cavalry arrive. Look around. 4 pairs of eyes, filled with hatred, were fixed on her. Wanyan Yuchen was immediately terrified. Who are you people? How dare you treat me like this? I am a princess of the Jin kingdom. Do you believe I will exterminate your entire clan? Upon hearing this, the 4 women around them looked at each other with wry smiles, finding it quite amusing. Yulingxi looked at Shangguan Linxue with a half-smile and said, Eldest sister, listen to this, she said she's going to exterminate your entire family. Shangguan Linxue couldn't help but smile. I never thought that one day someone would say such a thing to me. It's really a trick of fate. After sighing, Shangguan Linxue looked at the bound Wanyan Yuchen with great interest and smiled. Princess, my entire clan was already ravaged by you when you breached the capital. Do you still want to exterminate them? Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yuchen looked at them with a face full of fear. This has fallen into the hands of our enemies. At this moment, hearing the noise from inside the carriage, Lu Xingyan curiously went to the window. Oh, you're awake, my princess? You're? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue and the others sitting in the carriage immediately showed displeasure. Lu Xingyan realized he had misspoke and quickly corrected himself. Hehe, what I meant was, my captive. This isn't even a lot of cars. Yilingxi replied proudly. At this moment, Lu Xingyan looked at Wanyan Yuchen, who was in a panic, and said with a smile, Your Highness, I must remind you that there are more than 20 archers around you who are unerring marksmen. You'd better put away your wicked thoughts. Although I don't have the habit of killing women, it's hard to say about them. Furthermore, we will not harm you, so please rest assured. Of course, this is on the premise that your people don't push us too hard, otherwise there are some things I can't control. Boss! Just then, Li Qingtian hurriedly rode over to report. Boss, something terrible has happened. We've spotted several thousand Jurchen cavalry behind us. So much? Hearing this number, Lu Xingyan was also taken aback. He had anticipated that the Jin cavalry would not give up easily, but he never expected that so many would be attracted. This force is probably strong enough to fight against tens of thousands of troops of the great Feng dynasty.
My princess, you certainly have a lot of influence. Several thousand cavalry? Hell, I hope they will value your life.
Having said that, Lu Xinyan immediately spurred his horse away, determined to reach Yanshan Lake before the Jin cavalry arrived. At this moment, Wanyan Yuchen was almost speechless with shock when she heard Li Qingtian address Lu Xinyan. She looked at the women around her with disbelief and said incredulously, "Are you bandits?"
Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could mountain bandits be so difficult to deal with?
However, Shangguan Linxue and the others couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to Wanyan Yuchen. Considering the national and personal grievances, their decision not to kill Wanyan Yuchen was already incredibly magnanimous. Confused and bewildered, Wanyan Yuchen looked on in disbelief. Just then, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest.
Wait, something's not right. Why does my chest hurt so much? It feels like I've been hit by a rock?
Finally, after a tense and hurried journey, Lu Xinyan and the others caught up with the main group. However, the main force was blocked at this time and stopped on the shore of Yanshan Lake.
What's going on? No boats are coming to pick us up.
Lu Xinyan stood on the shore, gazing at the boundless Yanshan Lake before him, his heart filled with anxiety. He couldn't help but wonder.
Could it be that Zhao Dai and the others have encountered some unexpected situation?
Just as Lu Xinyan was getting anxious, Li Qingtian suddenly ran over in a panic and urgently reported.
Boss, something terrible has happened. The Jurchen cavalry behind us are less than 3 miles away. What? They arrived so quickly.
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan's expression instantly turned serious. If the Jurchens catch up and trap them on the riverbank, the consequences will be unimaginable. Just as Lu Xinyan was extremely anxious, suddenly, a shout came from not far away.
Brother Xinyan!
The sound echoed across the empty lake, sounding exceptionally clear. Lu Xinyan was overjoyed and hurriedly looked in the direction from which the sound came. Suddenly, countless boats emerged from behind the reeds in the river not far away and quickly approached them. And the person standing on one of the boats was none other than Li Ergu.
Great! The ship has finally arrived!
Lu Xinyan shouted excitedly, finally feeling a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. However, at that moment, the Jurchen cavalry drew ever closer, their hoofbeats echoing through the sky. Looking around, there were still hundreds of people waiting to board the ship. With so many people, it was clearly too late to board the ships before the Jurchen cavalry arrived. Realizing this, Lu Xinyan immediately instructed.
Time Yo, once the boat docks, you must lead the villagers onto the boat as quickly as possible.
Yes, Li Tini replied, cupping his hands in greeting. Immediately afterward, Lu Xinyan did not hesitate for a moment. He led his warhorse to the carriage, lifted the curtain, and smiled slightly at Wanyan Yuchen.
Your Highness, I need your help with something.
Wanyan Yuchen. After saying that, Lu Xinyan quickly helped Wanyan Yuchen onto the horse before she could react, and then mounted the horse himself. Lu Xinyan, riding on his horse, said to the women in the carriage,
Lin Shui, once the boat arrives, don't hesitate, get on board immediately.
Shangguan Linxue nodded.
Yes, my husband, you must be careful too.
Lu Xinyan gently patted Wanyan Yuchen's head and said with a smile,
Don't worry, I'll be fine with her here.
Wanyan Yuchen. I hate men who have no boundaries. Meanwhile, in order to cover the main force's boarding, Lu Xinyan immediately led several archers and sped off to the rear. In the blink of an eye, several thousand elite Jurchen cavalrymen arrived at lightning speed. From afar, the thousands of cavalrymen stretched out in a vast, overwhelming mass, their imposing presence awe-inspiring. Compared to these thousands of cavalrymen, Lu Xinyan and his men appeared extremely small, like candles flickering in the wind, utterly vulnerable. However, at that moment, Jiagu Iron Tower suddenly caught a glimpse of Wanyan Yuchen's figure. Jia Gyuda's heart tightened suddenly, and he quickly pulled on the reins. His warhorse neighed and reared up. He slapped his thigh in frustration and said bitterly,
Sigh, the thing I feared most has happened.
Seeing that Wanyan Yuchen had fallen into Lu Xinyan's hands, Jiagu Tieta dared not make any rash moves, fearing that the other party might harm the princess. So he hurriedly shouted,
Everyone, stop!
Immediately afterwards, Jia Gu Tai Ta spurred his horse forward, arriving at a distance not far from Lu Xingyan. His eyes widened in fury, and he roared. Listen up, kid! If you know what's good for you, release the princess right now, or I'll make sure you're torn to pieces. However, Lu Xingyan remained unmoved. He curled his lips into a disdainful smile and said, Oh ho, you dare to threaten me? After saying that, he actually reached out and pinched Wanyan Yechen's pink cheek without any politeness. A blush immediately spread across Wanyan Yechen's face. She was both ashamed and angry, and wanted to break free but was powerless to do so. Seeing this, Lu Xingyan's smile became even more mocking. Have your men retreat 20 miles. Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yechen gritted her teeth and said, Don't even think about it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyan's temper flared up immediately. Without any hesitation, he flipped Wanyan Yechen over, making her lie face down on the horse's back, and then raised his hand to slap her buttocks repeatedly. Clap, clap, clap. Each strike was crisp and loud, sounding particularly jarring in the silent wilderness. Wanyan Yechen was both in pain and ashamed from the beating, tears welling up in her eyes. She angrily cursed. Bastard, I'm going to kill you! Chapter 53A System. Upon seeing this, the thousands of Jin cavalrymen opposite were enraged. General, let me go and kill that brat. Yes, General. He insulted my princess. He must be made to die a gruesome death. Shut up, all of you! Jia Gyurita, his face contorted with rage, berated his subordinates. He knew perfectly well that if Wanyan Yechen were to suffer any mishap, he, as the vanguard general, would be in deep trouble. So he patiently said, Boy, you kidnapped our princess just to save your own life, right? Fine, as long as you release the princess, I can let you leave. Do you think I'm stupid? A princess, and you only ask for this little bit of money? So what do you want? Lu Xingyan looked back and saw that most of the group had already boarded the ship, so he said, All right then, if you want to redeem your princess, you can exchange her for 1,000 strong bows, 30,000 arrows, 100 war horses, and 1,000 dan of grain. You're dreaming. Even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to you. Wanyan Yechen immediately rebuked him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyan then proceeded to attack Wanyan Yechen's shapely buttocks. What are you doing, you little brat, interrupting when adults are speaking? You! Wanyan Yechen roared angrily. I'm not a child, I'm an adult too. Big my ass! It's not even big enough to be a steamed bun. You! Wanyan Yechen was so angry that her face turned red. Faced with this predicament, she had no choice but to glare fiercely at this shameless scoundrel. So, do you agree or not? Lu Xingyan shouted at the other party. That damned guy! When Jia Gyurita heard the conditions Lu Xingyan proposed, his old face turned green with anger. Such a large amount of supplies is far beyond the authority of a mere vanguard general like him, and even if they were available now, there wouldn't be enough time to transport them. Just as Jia Gyurita was in a dilemma, his deputy suddenly leaned forward and whispered, General, according to our scouts, Yunqing, not far from here, has stockpiled a large amount of grain and military supplies that the Defeng army transported back from the north. Why don't we seize it and use it to exchange for the princess? Really? Jia Gu Tai Ta confirmed. The lieutenant nodded affirmatively. This matter was informed on by the southerners long ago, but the general is busy conquering cities and territories and has no time to attend to it for the time being. If that's the case, then that's good. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, Jia Gyurita loudly responded, All right, we agree to your request. In 3 days, we will exchange the goods for the princess. Lu Xingyan was stunned. He had made these requests to buy time, but he didn't expect the other party to agree. However, if we can use this silly princess to get so many supplies, it's a very good deal. Lu Xingyan agreed without hesitation. Okay, no problem, I'll be waiting for you here in 3 days. As both sides reached a consensus, thousands of fierce and menacing elite Jin cavalrymen gradually disappeared into the rolling dust, the dust they raised obscuring the sky. Standing at a distance, Lu Xingyan gazed at this magnificent scene and couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He couldn't help but sigh. I wish I could have such a powerful cavalry force someday. However, Wanyan Yechen overheard Lu Xingyan's mutterings. A mocking smile played on her lips as she openly addressed Lu Xinyan.
You think you deserve to have such elite cavalry? You're destined to be nothing more than a bandit, a pathetic clown who can't even be considered respectable. Oh, you're still cursing?
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan was not angry. Instead, he looked at the graceful little girl in his arms with great interest. He smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face.
I love this feeling. You better keep cursing me. If you don't, I'll look down on you.
After saying that, Lu Xinyan slapped Wanyan Yuchen's buttocks again without hesitation. However, this time he didn't remove his hand as quickly as before, but paused for a moment. Wanyan Yuchen was clearly not expected that Lu Xinyan would do something so shameless, and she was immediately terrified, her face turning pale and filled with fear.
You shameless bastard, what do you want to do? I'm not doing anything. I'm just doing what someone of my status should do.
Lu Xinyan curled his lips into a smile, staring at Wanyan Yuchen's graceful figure with amusement.
I did say that he would use supplies to ransom you and send you back, but I didn't say that I would just let you go back like this, did I?
As he spoke, Lu Xinyan's hand began to move.
You mustn't do anything reckless.
Wanyan Yuchen was terrified, tears streaming down her face, her eyes brimming with anxiety.
You can't treat me like this, or my father and mother will not let you off the hook. What can be done? What can be done anyway?
Lu Xinyan leaned down nonchalantly, lowering his voice with a playful expression, and said,
Your Highness, you just said that I'm a bandit. If I don't do something to you, can I still be considered a bandit? You bastard! I will definitely kill you!
Wanyan Yuchen, with tears welling in her eyes, screamed with heart-wrenching despair. Lu Xinyan laughed instead of getting angry.
Oh, you're still cursing me? I love this feeling. I wouldn't mind having my brothers line up for me later. The taste of the Jean Princess is a real feast.
Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yuchen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. At this moment, a scene she had once witnessed in the Jean Kingdom's main tent kept replaying in her mind. You should know that the reason she appeared on the front line was because she couldn't stand seeing those Jean nobles bullying the great Feng royal family. It's hard to imagine that she was the Empress Dowager of the great Feng dynasty. There was a long queue outside her tent, and the people there all had lewd faces and greedy eyes, which sent chills down one's spine. If even the Empress Dowager of Dafeng was treated this way, one can only imagine how the princesses and members of the royal family were treated. Their tragic state caused Wanyan Yuchen to have nightmares for a long time. It was precisely because she couldn't stand the beastly behavior of those people that Wanyan Yuchen chose to lead her personal guards to the front lines. However, she never expected that she would fall into the hands of the Dafeng people so quickly. Upon hearing the methods Lu Xinyan was about to use, Wanyan Yuchen was on the verge of collapse. She secretly resolved that if Lu Xinyan dared to touch her, she would bite her tongue and commit suicide.
My lord, something terrible has happened. Lizzie has disappeared.
Just as Lu Xinyan returned to the dock full of pride, Shangguan Linxue rushed over anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan frowned deeply.
How could she, a perfectly healthy person, just disappear? Could she have mistakenly boarded another ship? Won't.
Shangguan Linxue shook her head and explained.
We agreed to wait for you to come back, so we've been guarding the boat. But just now, when we turned around to count the number of people, we found that she was gone.
At this point, Shangguan Linxue looked at Lu Xinyan with some worry.
My lord, before. Lizzie seemed to have mentioned wanting to seek protection from the government troops. Do you think she might?
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan felt as if his head was about to explode. Looking for government troops in such a desolate place? Has she gone mad?
That's it. I'm probably going to get dragged into the woods and have to split the bill. Splitting the bill?
Shangguan Linxue looked bewildered and asked in confusion.
Husband, what is the going Dutch system?
Lu Xinyan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly.
It's one-on-one service. As long as I don't die, it'll be one-on-one forever.
Chapter 54 Encountering a High-Ranking Official.
Ah?
Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linshua's face turned deathly pale. Wouldn't Li Lizzie be exhausted to death? The thought of such a terrifying scene sent chills down Shangguan Linshua's spine. Startled, she couldn't help but worry.
What should we do? What if Lizzie? Jingshu can't find out about this, or she'll go crazy. The current situation is not the worst. I am worried that she will fall into the hands of the Jurchens. Lu Xingyan frowned as he watched the Jin cavalry disappear from sight. What if these people come back and kidnap Li Lizzie to force a trade for Wanyan Yechen? Lu Xingyan could certainly be ruthless enough to pretend he didn't see anything. But after all, Li Lizzie is Li Jingshu's older sister. Lu Xingyan can ignore it, but Li Jingshu can't just watch her sister be humiliated and killed. In the end, won't the trouble still fall on Lu Xingyan's shoulders? No wonder they say the more you gain, the more you worry. The ancients were right. Lu Xingyan sighed helplessly and continued to comfort him. All right, you guys get on the ship first. I'll go find that troublemaker. Seeing this, Li Qitian hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Boss, why don't I go instead? It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Lu Xingyan waved his hand, his eyes firm, and said, No need, I'm more comfortable in the jungle by myself. Here's what we'll do. Tonight at midnight, arrange for a boat to come here and wait for me. Whether I find her or not, I will return. Immediately afterward, Lu Xingyan mounted his horse without hesitation. Lin Shui, take good care of everyone. After saying that, he immediately brandished his whip and galloped off into the woods on one side. According to Lu Xingyan's speculation, Li Lizzie probably took advantage of the chaos when everyone was boarding the ship to quietly slip away into the nearby woods and leave. Because that direction is the only one that is outside everyone's field of vision. Lu Xingyan ran wildly, seeing many displaced people along the way. Their faces were haggard and their expressions were terrified, clearly indicating that they had suffered great hardship. Occasionally, a few scattered government soldiers could be found among these civilians, but they were all in a very sorry state. Lu Xingyan still had some confidence in Li Lizzie, believing that she wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke those lone soldiers. So he continued to pursue the refugees in the direction they had fled. As Lu Xingyan continued south, he noticed an increasing number of defeated soldiers lining both sides of the road. However, despite Lu Xingyan's inquiries everywhere, he was unable to find Li Lizzie's whereabouts. Where did that little wench run off to? As Lu Xingyan rode on his horse, he muttered to himself. How come there isn't a single trace of him? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard an angry shout from behind him. Hey kid, your General Ma Ben has been conscripted! Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyan turned around and saw 4 or 5 disheveled soldiers of the Great Feng army suddenly rushing out of the woods behind him. One of them, clearly a general, was wearing brand new armor and showed no signs of battle. He was obviously a deserter. Lu Xingyan looked at them in confusion. Are you talking to me? Nonsense! Besides you, who else rides a horse here? A lowly soldier with a sleazy face snapped at him irritably. Do you know who this general standing in front of you is? He's none other than the renowned General Wu Tianda, the Grand General of Qinzhou. Hurry up and give me your horse. At this moment, Wu Tianda walked over arrogantly. Although he looked somewhat disheveled, his arrogant and rude demeanor remained unchanged. Hey kid! Wu Tianda spoke to Lu Xingyan in a condescending tone. I see you're quite robust, so I'll give you a meal. You'll come with me to Danzhou. I'll definitely get you a position there, so you can bring honor to your ancestors. However, in response to Wu Tianda's words, Lu Xingyan just looked at him with a half-smile, a playful expression on his face. I say, General! You are a general, how could you be in such a sorry state? Are you trying to fool me? Upon hearing this, Wu Tianda flew into a rage and cursed. Damn it! It's all because those gold dogs are chasing me like madmen. I'm just baffled. I'm just a lowly, a mere adjutant. Is it worth sending thousands of elite cavalry to chase after me? Well, my horse died halfway there, otherwise I wouldn't have fallen for your skinny. Wait, that's not right, your horse is quite nice. As he was speaking, Wu Tianda suddenly stopped talking. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Lu Xingyan's warhorse was exceptionally strong and a head taller than the warhorses they usually rode. At this moment, a sharp-eyed soldier stepped forward. At just one glance, his mouth gaped open, and he cried out in terror. General, this is a Jurchen warhorse. What? A golden man? Upon hearing this, Wu Tianda was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly, his legs going weak. In a panic, he instinctively tried to kneel down and beg for mercy,
but fortunately, the person next to him reacted quickly and pulled him back.
General, it's not a Jurchen man, it's a Jurchen man's horse. I want you to say it.
Wu Tienda, trembling, came to his senses and angrily rebuked the soldier beside him.
Damn it, do you think I didn't know it was a Jurchen horse? I've been traveling all day and I'm exhausted, you know that? Yes. Good to know.
At this point, Wu Tienda turned and glared at Lu Xingyan on horseback, roaring.
Kid, where did you steal this horse from? Explain yourself, or I'll treat you like a spy. Hurry up and tell me!
With a roar, 2 soldiers wielding sharp blades quickly surrounded him, closing in on Lu Xingyan. However, facing such a dangerous situation, Lu Xingyan did not show the slightest fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a playful smile. Suddenly, he pulled hard on the reins, and his warhorse, in pain, reared up and kicked the soldier in front of it. With a muffled thud, the soldier was sent flying backward by the sudden attack, spitting out blood and losing consciousness on the spot. But that wasn't the end of it. Lu Xingyan's warhorse then kicked backward with its hind legs. He kicked another soldier who was flanking him from behind, sending him flying backward, spitting out blood that splattered all over the ground. In the blink of an eye, 2 of Wu Tienda's men lost their lives without any explanation. Seeing this, Wu Tienda was so frightened that his diaper almost got wet. Lu Xingyan looked at Wu Tienda with a half-smile and said,
General, do you still want my horse now?
Chapter 55 Lu Xingyan, I am Wu Tienda, the military commander of Qizhou.
Oh my God! No more!
Wu Tienda was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy.
Hero, spare my life! Hero, spare my life!
I, a lowly person, have no respect for a great man and have offended a hero. I hope that you, sir, will be magnanimous and spare my life. Please, for the sake of us being all from the great Fengtian, do not do anything that would hurt your loved ones and please your enemies. If the Jurchens found out, wouldn't they be overjoyed? Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyan immediately laughed.
Oh ho, you're quite the moral blackmailer, aren't you? Where did you learn that? You've got a whole repertoire. Huh! What are you tying up?
Wu Tienda looked on with suspicion, completely baffled. However, in order to save his life, he quickly clasped his hands and asked,
Hero, who do you want to tie up? Just give the order, and I'll go and tie him up right away. All right, enough nonsense.
Lu Xingyan impatiently interrupted Wu Tienda, saying,
If you want to live, take off your armor right now. Huh? Armor?
Wu Tienda asked, puzzled.
What, you can't bear to part with it?
Lu Xingyan's eyes became even sharper.
No, I'll take it off.
Wu Tienda was so frightened that his hair stood on end, and he hurriedly began to remove his armor. As he removed his armor, he angrily roared at the 2 soldiers beside him who were already dumbfounded.
What are you 2 standing there for? Get out of your armor right now! Oh!
The 2 soldiers snapped out of their daze and hurriedly followed Wu Tienda to remove their armor. A moment later, Lu Xingyan put on Wu Tienda's armor with satisfaction. It fit him well, and he even looked more heroic and handsome than Wu Tienda did. Wasn't Li Lizzie looking for the Defeng army?
Okay. Hee.
Lu Xingyan smiled, a smile full of scheming intent, and then began to direct Wu Tienda and his 2 men.
You 3, immediately gather all those defeated soldiers around here for me.
Tell them that I, General Wu Tienda, the assistant commander of Qizhou, am here, and order them to return to their posts immediately. Lu Xingyan roared majestically from his horse.
Huh? Who?
Wu Tienda was stunned when he heard this. If you are Wu Tienda, then who am I? However, before he could react, Lu Xingyan's whip came down.
Stop talking nonsense, didn't you hear me telling you to get to work?
However, despite his words, Lu Xingyan felt it was still necessary to demonstrate some deterrent measures to Wu Tienda. He took out his composite bow and suddenly shot an arrow, which accurately pierced the helmet of a fleeing soldier 100 meters away. Seeing this, Wu Tienda was completely terrified. Lu Xingyan said with a smile,
See? If you dare to run away or try anything else, I can kill you any time. Yes.
Terrified, Wu Tienda scrambled to his feet and led his 2 men toward the fleeing soldiers.
You! Come here right now! I'm talking to you! Are you blind? Can't you see our General Wu Tienda here? Hurry up and come over to pay your respects. And you, what are you looking around for? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Believe me or not, I'll slap you across the face and kill you. Hey you guys, are you heading south? Don't go! Come back here! Our General Wu is here to gather the defeated troops. Return to your posts immediately.
Wu Tienda continued to berate and drive away the routed soldiers. In a short while, Wu Tienda had successfully gathered more than 30 defeated soldiers together. Lu Xinyan was not idle either. He gathered these defeated soldiers together and began his political lecture.
Do you know why you lost the battle? It's because you didn't have a good leader.
Look at these tall, powerful horses of the Jurchens. Everyone says that the Jurchens are invincible if they number 10,000, but that's all just talk. I refuse to believe it. We all have 2 shoulders and 1 head. Who's more precious than the other?
Elite? Bah! I'm going to take on the elite!
After saying that, Lu Xinyan let these defeated soldiers take turns riding the Jurchen warhorses to suppress their fear of the Jurchens. Although he didn't know if it would be useful, Lu Xinyan felt that he couldn't just do nothing. Time passed by, the sun gradually set in the west, and the sky gradually darkened. Lu Xinyan felt a little hungry, so he opened his storage space to find something to eat. To make marching easier, he had someone prepare a lot of cooked food and put it in his space so that when he took it out, it would be as if it had just been cooked and was still warm. Lu Xinyan took out a meat pie from his spatial storage. He had just taken a bite when he suddenly heard a series of swallowing sounds coming from the surrounding area. He turned his head and saw that the fleeing soldiers were staring longingly at the meat pie in his hand, their mouths watering.
You want to eat?
The surrounding defeated soldiers nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with longing. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan casually took out a few more meat pies from his pocket and handed them to the fleeing soldiers.
Then you can share them.
Perhaps because they had been hungry for too long, some people stuffed the meat patties into their mouths as soon as they got them, almost choking to death. Of course, many people actually did as Lu Xinyan said, tearing the cake in half and sharing a piece with each person, eating it with great care.
General, I brought you dozens more.
Just then, Wu Tienda returned with a large group of people. He happened to see Lu Xinyan distributing cakes, and his mouth watered. Lu Xinyan looked up and was shocked to find that there were people all around him. So much so that Lu Xinyan didn't even realize that he was surrounded by 300 or 400 people.
My God! So many people?
Seeing so many people, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but feel a little flustered. This is a bit like shooting yourself in the foot. Once these people rush up, he won't be able to control the situation by himself. So, he subconsciously moved closer to the warhorse. However, to Lu Xinyan's surprise, despite being starving, no one dared to cause a disturbance.
What's going on?
Just as Lu Xinyan was wondering, a young man covered in blood, whose armor was also quite tattered, approached him. He knelt down in front of Lu Xinyan with a thud.
General, could you give me a little bit of bread? My brother is about to starve to death.
Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan finally realized what was happening. It turned out that the general's armor he was wearing had made a difference. Looking at Wu Tienda on the side, he was obediently smiling, clearly having taken Lu Xinyan's threat to heart. I don't know if he didn't dare to cause trouble, or if he simply didn't have the intention, but he was quite honest. Lu Xinyan subconsciously pulled a meat pie from his pocket and handed it to the boy. Chapter 56. Lizzie found the government troops.
Give!
Upon seeing the plump meat pie, the boy was so excited that he kowtowed repeatedly, saying,
Thank you, General, for the pie! Thank you, General, for the pie!
After kowtowing several times, the boy immediately took the cake and walked to the side. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xinyan discovered a dying boy lying under a nearby tree. The boy had been struck by an arrow, and his clothes were already stained red with blood. He looked like he was about to die.
Little brother, I brought you some food.
The boy carefully fed the cake into his younger brother's mouth. Whether he swallowed it or not is unknown, but after being fed half a pancake, the boy's younger brother finally showed a satisfied smile on his face and slowly closed his eyes. Lu Xingyan was deeply moved by this scene. So he silently took out some flatbreads from his pocket and gave them to the soldiers around him. Even Wu Tiande got his share. It was clear he was starving. He devoured a piping hot flatbread in no time. Having tasted success, Wu Tiande's eyes lit up, and he immediately volunteered to stand up. "General, I'll go and bring you a few more men." After saying that, Wu Tiande immediately picked up a torch and excitedly continued to search for any remaining defeated soldiers in the surrounding area. Although it was already dark, Lu Xingyan was not worried at all about him escaping or doing anything. Soon, more and more defeated soldiers gathered around. In the end, Wu Tiande didn't even need to scare or threaten them. As soon as they heard there was food, the scattered and defeated soldiers would come over on their own. Lu Xingyan was not stingy at all. He conjured up a large bag of meat patties as if by magic and distributed them to everyone. In no time, the camp was filled with people moving around. However, when the defeated soldiers saw Lu Xingyan conjure up so many cakes out of thin air, they were all stunned. "Hey, have we run into the mountain god?" "What mountain god? Haven't you heard? There's a man in the north who's the reincarnation of a mountain god. He can conjure up food out of thin air. The refugees are all telling his story. I've heard about it too. There's even a nursery rhyme. It says something like, the year ends in prosperity, the people thrive, the son of the Red Emperor saves all living beings. Could it be this general? Wow, have we encountered a deity?" Rumors quickly spread among the fleeing soldiers, and when they looked at Lu Xingyan again, their eyes were filled with both admiration and fear. They began to whisper among themselves, discussing whether Lu Xingyan was truly the legendary mountain god or the son of the Red Emperor. Lu Xingyan naturally noticed this change, but he did not make a fuss. Instead, he remained silent, making his image even more mysterious and unpredictable. He knew that in such situations, remaining silent often inspired more awe than explanation. After everyone had managed to eat something, Lu Xingyan immediately gathered everyone together. In the woods under the campfire, the routed soldiers lined up in several orderly rows. Lu Xingyan counted carefully and found that there were more than 800 people gathered. It's unimaginable how many troops the Great Feng dynasty had deployed in the 6 northern prefectures, yet even so, they were still defeated by the Jurchens. Lu Xingyan divided these people into 10 queues and assigned 10 captains. Arrange these people to take turns on guard duty and station there, just like during a military march. If you don't have weapons, use tree branches instead. In short, make them look as much like a regular army as possible. I refuse to believe Li Lizzie won't take the bait. Because everyone mistakenly regarded Lu Xingyan as a deity, and because he was wearing general's armor, everyone held him in great awe. Whether it was for a bite to eat or to avoid the wrath of the mountain god, everyone was proceeding according to plan. The camp quickly became orderly, just like a real military encampment. Even Wu Tiande cooperated obediently. He shamelessly appointed himself a deputy general and strutted around the camp, giving instructions and supervision to each team, which saved Lu Xingyan a lot of trouble. On the other side, Li Lizzie, struggling to move forward in the forest, looked extremely miserable. She was covered in dirt, her clothes were torn in several places by tree branches, and her once delicate face was now filthy with mud and sweat. She walked with a limp, leaning on a wooden cane, each step extremely difficult. Actually, Li Lizzie was riding a horse at first, and they were almost out of the woods. However, halfway there, she unfortunately fell into a trap set by hunters, and her horse died on the spot. She had no choice but to abandon her horse and walk. Along the way, Li Lizzie not only had to endure physical exhaustion and hunger, but also had to face inner fear and anxiety. What puzzled her even more was that she had clearly seen many Defeng soldiers along the way when she traveled south with the Shishan village troops. But now that she has escaped alone, these people seem to have vanished into thin air, and she has not seen them along the way. "I'm so unlucky!" Li Lizzie inwardly groaned. "If I had known this would happen, I should have secretly hidden a few meat pies before coming out." At that moment, she was hungry and tired, and tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. Back then, although she concealed her identity as a princess in Shishan village, she was at least able to eat her fill and stay warm. Now, having finally escaped, she is starving. Especially when she looked around and saw that desolate forest, fear welled up in her heart. For a moment, Lizzie felt as if she was about to die in this gloomy and terrifying forest. Fortunately, after a long and arduous journey, Lizzie finally saw a faint glimmer of light in the darkness. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the area illuminated by the firelight.
Are those government troops?
She lay prone in the woods, observing carefully. The camp ahead was filled with soldiers patrolling in armor. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly 1,000 of them. With excitement in her heart, Lizzie slowly moved forward. As she got closer, she gradually saw the figures clearly. They were indeed the Great Feng army soldiers in armor. Upon seeing this scene, Lizzie's heart suddenly raced, and she could no longer hold back her tears, which welled up in her eyes the next second.
I knew it! As long as I didn't give up, I would definitely find the government troops.
With the protection of the government troops, she no longer had to worry about bandits or the Jurchens. Lizzie was so excited that she cried uncontrollably.
Jing Shu, sister-in-law, you are saved! I will definitely rescue you!
She silently made a vow in her heart, then wiped away her tears and mustered her courage to walk toward the government troops' camp. Chapter 57. Even a beggar dares to call himself a princess?
Halt! Who goes there?
Outside the camp, Lizzie, who was limping, was quickly spotted by the patrolling soldiers, who then surrounded her. Lizzie was initially very nervous when she was suddenly surrounded by so many people, but as the military appearance of the other party gradually became clear, she suddenly felt more confident.
Such a well-disciplined and disciplined army must be the elite of our Great Feng.
Lizzie muttered something to herself, then arrogantly threw away the wooden stick in her hand.
Get out of my way, do you know who I am?
She stood with her hands on her hips, and shouted in a domineering tone.
Go quickly and inform your general that His Majesty's younger sister, Princess Lizzie of Dafeng, is here, and have him come out immediately to pay his respects and welcome the Emperor. What? A princess? This beggar is actually a princess?
Upon hearing this, the surrounding officers and soldiers couldn't help but chuckle. They looked at each other, their faces full of intriguing, mocking smiles. Seeing their nonchalant attitude, Lizzie immediately rebuked them speechlessly.
How dare you disrespect this princess? Do you believe I will exterminate your entire family?
Contrary to her expectations, Lizzie had thought that as long as she revealed her identity, she could frighten the Dafeng soldiers. However, the truth is that these people completely ignored her existence as a princess, and instead greedily and cunningly looked at her body, just like street thugs surrounding an innocent young girl.
Hey, what are you all doing? Aren't you supposed to be patrolling? Be careful, or we won't give you any food.
With that shout, Wu Tienda strode over arrogantly. He swaggered through the crowd and immediately spotted Lizzie, who was surrounded by people. Wu Tienda looked closely and couldn't help but mutter to himself.
Who is this woman? She looks like a beggar, yet she dares to come here to beg for food? She's got some nerve.
He waved his hand impatiently, shooing them away.
Go away, I don't have any food for you, get out of here.
Lizzie was so angry at Wu Tienda's words that she almost fainted. Her eyes widened, she stomped her foot in annoyance, and roared.
Who are you calling a beggar? Let me tell you, I am a princess of the Great Feng. Princess?
Wu Tienda couldn't help but sneer and said sarcastically.
You're a princess? Then I'm the emperor.
All right, stop pretending and get the hell out of here. Don't get in my way. If you keep babbling, believe me, I'll get my brothers to drag you into the bushes and strip you naked.
Ha!
Wu Tienda's words instantly sparked laughter from the surrounding soldiers. Especially those guys with pointed faces and monkey-like cheeks who have just eaten pancakes and have a little bit of strength. Upon seeing Lizzie, their eyes gleamed with greed, like those of hungry wolves.
You!
Upon seeing this, Lizzie immediately lost her composure and exclaimed in anger.
I really am the Princess of Dafeng. Why don't you believe me?
All right, let's get going.
Look at these guys, they're practically starving.
Wu Tienda waved his hand, turned around and left. After noticing the soldiers' malicious gazes, Lizzie became genuinely afraid. Those fiery eyes sent chills down her spine. Terrified at the sight, Lizzie dared not say anything more. He had no choice but to silently walk to the side, find a big tree to squat under, and prayed that he would see the general in the military camp. However, this scene was witnessed by several soldiers with ulterior motives in the camp. They exchanged a glance, then quietly slipped aside and crept up behind Li Lizzie. At this moment, Li Lizzie was completely unaware of the danger behind her. All her attention was focused on the military camp, eagerly awaiting the general's appearance. Just as she was completely focused, the soldiers suddenly rushed up and quickly covered her mouth. Li Lizzie was terrified by the sudden attack. She struggled desperately to break free from the soldiers' restraints. However, her hands and feet were tightly restrained, and her mouth was covered, so she couldn't make a sound at all. Meanwhile, on the other side of the camp, Wu Tiende found the matter increasingly interesting. He stood with his hands behind his back, muttering to himself. Do you really think I old Wu am a blockhead? Those princesses and princes were captured by the Jurchens and taken to the north long ago. Where did this princess come from? Wu Tiende, what are you babbling about over there? Just then, Lu Xinyan happened to pass by. Upon seeing Lu Xinyan, Wu Tiende immediately put on a fawning smile, rushing forward like a lapdog, bowing and scraping as he said, Hee, General, what about the people outside? Do you think they're all starving? Knowing that the capital has fallen, they're all pretending to be princesses and princes to swindle people. How could I possibly fall for that? What princess? Lu Xinyan asked, puzzled. Just now, a little beggar came to the entrance of the camp, insisting that he was some kind of princess. Wu Tiende laughed and said, You're kidding me, aren't you? The princes and princesses were all captured by the Jurchens, so where would any princesses come from? Is that little beggar you're talking about a girl? Long hair, 2 dimples, likes to put on airs, and is always so arrogant. Upon hearing this, Wu Tiende's mouth dropped open in shock. General, how did you know? Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan immediately craned his neck to look around. Where is she? Just now, hey, the person was just squatting under that big tree. How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Wu Tiende scratched his head in confusion. Not good. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xinyan immediately realized that something was terribly wrong. He rushed out and arrived at the big tree that Wu Tiende pointed to, where he indeed found some messy footprints on the ground. Lu Xinyan immediately drew the sword from his waist and chased after him into the woods. Upon seeing this, Wu Tiende was greatly alarmed. General, what happened? Completely unaware of what was happening, Wu Tiende quickly led a few people to chase after them. At this moment, Lu Xinyan, following the trail, chased into the woods and saw several figures moving about inside. Lu Xinyan rushed in with his knife, only to find Li Lizzie gagged and pinned to the ground, her clothes torn down to just a bodice. Asshole! Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan became enraged. The horizontal sword in his hand flashed through the air, slashing towards the 2 fleeing soldiers. With a flash of light, the 2 fleeing soldiers were cut down before they could even scream, their blood splattering everywhere. Their bodies twitched a few times, then they stopped moving. The other 2 were terrified when they saw this and turned to run away. Trying to run? Catch them! Upon seeing this, Wu Tiende immediately shouted loudly. Upon seeing this, the others immediately pounced on one of them and pinned him down. The remaining person was agile and ran wildly through the woods in a state of great fear. Chapter 58. He's not an official, he's a bandit. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan calmly took off his cotton-padded coat and covered Li Lizzie with it, then took out his composite bow. With a whoosh, the arrow struck the back of the opponent's head squarely, piercing through it and splattering brain matter all over the ground. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. Wu Tiende, in particular, was astonished and didn't forget to reach out and touch the back of his head. Lizzie, are you all right? At this moment, Li Lizzie was curled up on the ground, trembling, her eyes filled with fear and blankness. Extreme fright made her look like a freak. Lu Xinyan didn't say much, and simply picked her up by the waist. Then, with a blank expression, he turned around, looked at the fleeing soldier who was being held firmly to the ground, and said, Take him back! Yes! Wu Tiende and the others readily agreed, their expressions completely blank, their hearts pounding wildly. Upon returning to the campsite, Lu Xinyan did not immediately put Li Lizzie down, but went straight to his tent. He placed Li Lizzie on the bed and then took out a set of clean clothes from the storage space. When Lu Xingyan tried to help Li Lizzie change her clothes, she suddenly showed extreme panic and resistance.
Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Get away!
Li Lizzie went berserk, waving her hands frantically, trying to push Lu Xingyan away. Lu Xingyan was not frightened by her actions and remained calm. But just as he relaxed his guards slightly, Li Lizzie suddenly bit his arm hard. Lu Xingyan grunted, but he did not rebuke Li Lizzie, he merely frowned slightly. At this moment, Li Lizzie seemed to be startled by Lu Xingyan's reaction. She raised her head blankly and stared at Lu Xingyan. A moment later, she seemed to suddenly come to her senses, immediately pushed Lu Xingyan away forcefully, and then curled up to the side again. Lu Xingyan remained silent and continued trying to dress her. This time, Li Lizzie surprisingly did not resist, so Lu Xingyan dressed her very smoothly. Seeing how frightened she was, Lu Xingyan sighed silently and was about to turn and leave when Li Lizzie grabbed his sleeve.
No, don't go! I'm scared!
Li Lizzie had clearly regained her senses a little, and she stared at Lu Xingyan with a wronged expression. Lu Xingyan patted her hand and comforted her.
I won't leave! If you're scared, you can come out with me!
Upon hearing this, Li Lizzie immediately stood up from the ground and clung tightly to Lu Xingyan's arm. Seeing Li Lizzie, who was once incredibly sunny, suddenly become like this, Lu Xingyan didn't know how to comfort her. When they arrived outside the tent, they saw that all the officers and soldiers in the camp had already lined up and were waiting outside. The captured soldier was kneeling at the front of the line, trembling with fear. Lu Xingyan slowly walked out of the tent, glanced around expressionlessly, and then focused his gaze on the hundreds of officers and soldiers in front of him.
This man dared to attempt to defile a woman in broad daylight. What do you suggest we do?
At this moment, the people gathered below the stage, upon hearing these words, did not stand up indignantly to condemn the person who attempted to defile the woman, as Lu Xingyan had imagined. Instead, they whispered amongst themselves. Although their voices were not loud, they sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet atmosphere. In fact, Lu Xingyan saw some people in the crowd brazenly mocking him, saying he was stupid and didn't know to stay away from such a place. Seeing this, Lu Xingyan finally understood why the Jurchens had been able to advance unimpeded.
Wu Tianda, what do you think he should do?
Lu Xingyan turned his attention to Wu Tianda. Wu Tianda lowered his head nervously, glancing silently at the man, his heart churning with turmoil. Because this guy is one of Wu Tianda's personal guards. After a long pause, Wu Tianda sighed silently and said,
He deserves to die. No, 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 General, you can't kill me. You can't.
The routed soldier scrambled to Wu Tianda's feet in a panic and clung tightly to his thigh. Seeing that Wu Tianda remained unmoved, the defeated soldier turned around and pointed at Lu Xingyan on the platform, shouting loudly,
Brothers, don't be fooled by this guy. He's not General Wu.
He held Wu Tianda tightly and shouted excitedly into the crowd.
He is the real General Wu, and I am his personal guard.
Hiss. Upon hearing this, the hundreds of Defeng soldiers below the stage were immediately astonished and began to discuss among themselves. Everyone's surprised gazes involuntarily turned to Lu Xingyan. Seeing this, Lu Xingyan knew there was no need to continue pretending. So he readily admitted,
That's right, I am indeed not Wu Tianda.
Lu Xingyan slowly removed his helmet and armor, tossing them aside disdainfully, and said,
I'm not only not an official, I'm also a bandit.
These words caused another uproar in the audience. Even Wu Tianda was taken aback, looking at Lu Xingyan with disbelief. Lu Xingyan stood on the stage, his gaze sharp as he looked down at the hundreds of officers and soldiers below. His voice echoed in the empty space, carrying a hint of disdain and mockery. His words struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer.
Although you call me a bandit, I believe I am far superior to you so-called officials. At least I never rob refugees, much less harm innocent civilians. I have the courage to confront the Jurchens head-on, to fight with bayonets, but what about you? Do you dare?
Before he finished speaking, a commotion arose from the crowd below the stage. Someone shouted indignantly,
Don't underestimate us. We may be defeated soldiers, but we're not cowards. If those officials hadn't been so afraid of death, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Yes, that's it.
Another person chimed in.
Who is born wanting to be a coward? It was the officials who ran away first. What could we do? That's right. If the officials hadn't run away first, would we have been routed without a fight? Immediately, dissenting voices rose and fell within the ranks. These officers and soldiers were stirred up by Lu Xinyan's words and expressed their dissatisfaction in a passionate and impassioned manner. Lu Xinyan watched this scene and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. So it seems there are still some principled people among you. In that case, what do you think should be done with this person? However, the moment he finished speaking, those few people who had just been so indignant suddenly fell silent, as if someone had grabbed their throats. Their escape journey made them acutely aware of the difficulty of survival. They not only learned to be observant and attentive, but also learned to stay out of trouble when faced with problems, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. What, have you all gone mute again? Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but sneer. Immediately afterwards he drew his sword from his waist and planted it in the ground, shouting loudly. If any of you are still urinating standing up, grab your knife and execute him on the spot. Does anyone dare? Lu Xinyan silently watched the crowd below. Some were watching and observing, some were mocking Lu Xinyan's naivety, and others, though indignant, showed no intention of stepping forward. However, the defeated soldier who witnessed this panicked. Why do you have to pick a fight with me? Chapter 59, Recruitment? Become a river bandit? He abruptly took a few steps back, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lu Xinyan, shouting at the top of his lungs. Brothers, don't be fooled by him. We are officials, he is a bandit. Kill him, and we can go back to Danzhou to collect our reward. His words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples among the crowd. The previously hesitant and defeated soldiers now whispered among themselves, clearly wavering in their resolve over his words. Lizzie, who had been standing beside Lu Xinyan, turned pale with fright at the sudden turn of events. She clung tightly to Lu Xinyan's arm in fear and anxiety, her body involuntarily shrinking back. Lu Xinyan sensed Lizzie's fear, patted the back of her hand, and comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here, everything will be alright. Does anyone dare? Lu Xinyan ignored the fleeing soldier and continued shouting loudly at the troops below. I'll do it! Just then, a boy suddenly stepped out from the crowd. The boy was covered in blood, so much so that it was impossible to tell whether it was from the enemy or his own. His clothes were stained with blood so much that they were unrecognizable as their original color. When the boy reached the front of the line, several people tried to stop him. However, the boy only glared at them with his fierce eyes, and the group was so frightened that they shrank back and dared not take another step forward. The boy walked up to Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan took a closer look and was startled. This boy was actually the defeated soldier who had begged him for meat pies to feed his younger brother. The young man stepped forward and grabbed the sword that Lu Xinyan had stuck in the ground. What do you want to do? Upon seeing this, the defeated soldier was immediately terrified. He wanted to run away, but his legs were like nails, and he couldn't move an inch. Suddenly, the boy raised his knife, grabbed the fleeing soldier by the hair, and held the blade to his neck. No! Don't kill me! The voices of the fleeing soldiers were filled with fear and despair. However, the boy's determination remained unwavering. With a forceful pull, a crack was heard, and the fleeing soldier's throat was slit. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. The boy, expressionless, held the defeated soldier's head high, and then casually tossed it into the crowd. Upon seeing this, everyone turned pale with fright. Most of these people had never experienced a major battle, and such a bloody scene was unprecedented. Very good, what's your name? Lu Xinyan asked with satisfaction. The young man returned the knife to Lu Xinyan and replied expressionlessly. Yang Xingye! What a fine Yang Xingye! Lu Xinyan looked at the audience below and said coldly, I will hold today's matter accountable to Lu Xinyan. If the government wants to seek revenge in the future, they can come to Yanshan Lake to find me. Yanshan Lake? Upon hearing the name of the place, the government troops below all showed expressions of shock. Just half a day earlier, on their escape route, they learned that the Jin Kingdom had dispatched 3,000 cavalry to pursue them to Yanshan Lake, and they had assumed they were after them. However, they were defeated and forced to retreat by a group of river bandits on the shores of Yanshan Lake. This matter has already spread far and wide,
Compared to these defeated soldiers who were driven away, the bandits in Yanshan Lake were more like heroes.
General, as far as I know, the Jurchens suffered a great loss at Yanshan Lake half a day ago. Are you aware of this?
Someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Lu Xinyan, hoping to get an answer from him. Lu Xinyan didn't hide anything and said bluntly,
"Just like I just said, the Jurchens are not scary. What's scary is your hearts.
They all have 2 shoulders and 1 head. They were also raised by parents, and they are just as afraid of death. As for what happened at Yanshan Lake, I was merely protecting myself. In the future, I will reclaim the lost territory." Hearing this answer, everyone felt reassured. It really was him. Upon learning the truth, the defeated soldiers who had been secretly plotting something had no choice but to suppress their ulterior motives. Lu Xinyan looked down at the audience and continued to speak loudly.
"I know there are still some brave souls among you. If any of you are not afraid of death, you are welcome to join my ranks.
Although we often didn't know where our next meal would come from, and we had no money to pay our rations, we also had to be on guard against the Jurchen's sneak attacks at all times. But one thing is certain, as long as the banner of acting on behalf of heaven stands, we will fight the Jurchens to the bitter end." Listening to Lu Xinyan's words, Li Lizzie felt as if there was something wrong with her ears. "Not enough to eat or wear? Who are you talking about? How come I didn't know?" As he spoke, Lu Xinyan's gaze swept over the officers and soldiers below, his voice still clear.
"If anyone is willing, please stand to my right. If not, I will not force you and you may leave on your own."
Upon hearing this, the group of several hundred people immediately became noisy. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Xingye exchanged glances with his close brothers and then stood directly next to Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan noticed. Yang Xingye and his brothers were all wounded, clearly having been through a major battle. With one person taking the lead, others followed suit and made their own choices. Among them were many who were already disillusioned with the court, and others who had a blood feud with the Jurchens. All of them chose to stand by Lu Xinyan's side. However, this number is still relatively small compared to a larger force. But there were also people among them who surprised Lu Xinyan. Wu Tianda actually stood up too. Lu Xinyan looked suspicious, a half-smile playing on his lips, and stared intently at Wu Tianda as he slowly said,
"You're giving up your position as adjutant?"
Wu Tianda shook his head and chuckled.
I suddenly feel like following you will lead to a brighter future."
Lu Xinyan frowned and quickly waved his hand, saying,
"That won't do. Anyone can come, but not you."
Upon hearing this, Wu Tianda immediately became displeased. His eyes widened, his voice rose, and he shouted,
"What's wrong with me? Why can't I be a river pirate?"
Seeing this, Lu Xinyan was not angry at all. Instead, he was amused by Wu Tianda's excited appearance. He reached out and pulled Wu Tianda aside, lowering his voice to say,
"Wu Tianda, you're not exactly useful here."
Wu Tianda clearly didn't understand Lu Xinyan's meaning, thinking he was worried that Wu Tianda couldn't endure hardship, and immediately retorted indignantly,
"Don't underestimate me. Although I'm a military officer now, I'm still a child from a poor family.
I was just lucky. I caught my general in a compromising situation, and he took a liking to me and promoted me all the way up, which led to my current position. Actually, I'm quite hardworking at heart."
"That's not what I meant,"
Lu Xinyan quickly explained.
"You just saw it with your own eyes. Only a small number of people are willing to stand on my side. The vast majority of people are not."
"So, after all this effort to gather everyone together, are we just going to let them disperse so easily?" Wu Tianda looked at Lu Xinyan with suspicion and pressed.
"Then what do you mean?"
Chapter 60. They're all even better at flattering me than I am. Lu Xinyan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly, mischievous smile, and he said softly,
"That's right, you can still use Wu Tianda's name, and I will send someone to provide you with some food.
Next, you will lead these people to continue gathering the scattered soldiers along the way. Finally, you will travel together to Danzhou to seek refuge with the imperial court and strive to rise in your official positions. I believe that with your abilities, once you reach Danzhou, you will definitely not just be a minor military officer." After hearing Lu Xinyan's words, Wu Tianda suddenly realized what was going on. He took a deep breath, his eyes wide open, staring at Lu Xingyan in disbelief.
Are you trying to make me a spy? What spy? That's a really harsh way to put it.
Lu Xingyan quickly waved his hand and corrected him with a smile.
What you're doing is called being an undercover agent, like someone who's in Cao Cao's camp but has their heart in Han, understand?
Wu Tianda nodded thoughtfully, seemingly understanding something.
Oh, I see. If you put it that way, then I understand.
He paused briefly, then nodded silently.
If that's the case, then I'm willing to do it. Okay, it's settled then.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xingyan suddenly raised his hand and slapped Wu Tianda hard across the face.
Wu Tianda, a corrupt official like you who bullies the good and kind, do you even deserve to be a river bandit? Get as far away as you can, I don't want someone like you.
Wu Tianda was completely stunned by the sudden slap. He covered his burning cheek, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Lu Xingyan. After a long while, he came to his senses and muttered in a low voice.
This was too brutal, wasn't it?
Seeing this, Lu Xingyan suppressed a laugh and said,
If you're going to be acting, you have to go all the way.
Wu Tianda listened to Lu Xingyan's words, nodded as if he understood, and then silently turned and left. As he walked away, he inwardly groaned.
This is so unlucky. I got slapped so hard for no reason.
Wu Tianda walked up to the routed soldiers who had not chosen sides and suddenly stopped. Suddenly, his face turned extremely grim, and he roared angrily.
Damn it! A mere bandit dares to look down on this general! Men, arrest them all!
Before he finished speaking, Yang Xingye and the others drew their knives and quickly stood in front of Lu Xingyan and the others.
Who dares?
In an instant, the flash of blades created an atmosphere of extreme tension. Upon seeing this, Wu Tianda was startled and quickly hid behind the crowd. Because of the previous incident involving the routed soldiers, everyone already knew that he was the real military commander Wu Tianda, so a considerable number of people were willing to act as his vassals. At this moment, it is clear that the conflict between the two sides has reached the point of armed conflict. Seeing that the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, Lu Xingyan stepped forward and said in a deep voice.
Wu Tianda, although you outnumber us, we are not to be trifled with. If you insist on fighting, we will fight you to the bitter end.
But have you thought this through? Are you really confident you can defeat us? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xingye and the others got into fighting stances, which immediately silenced the fleeing soldiers. Seeing this, Wu Tianda couldn't help but mutter to himself.
Why are all the taxis going over there? That's enough.
Wu Tianda sighed helplessly and said,
Considering that you once gave me a bite to eat, I will let it go.
From now on, let's go our separate ways and leave each other alone. Lu Xingyan silently curled the corners of his mouth after hearing Wu Tianda's words. That son of a bitch actually acted quite convincingly. Without much fuss, Lu Xingyan readily agreed.
No problem.
He quickly glanced at the soldiers around him, and was surprised to find that there were more than 200 of them. Compared to the routed soldiers, these 200-plus men were all vigorous and fierce. Although they all bore some scars, their demeanor and spirit clearly indicated that they were seasoned veterans. Lu Xingyan was secretly delighted. He had really struck gold this time. With a wave of his hand, he immediately turned and left with his men, his movements swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Wu Tianda watched helplessly as Lu Xingyan left with his men, a wave of disappointment and bitterness washing over him.
They just left like that.
Leading a large group of people, Lu Xingyan arrived at the shore of Yanshan Lake without the slightest hesitation, just as agreed. Under the pitch-black night, more than 200 people moved through the mountains and forests like a group of ferocious, hungry wolves, silent and creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Li Lizzie lay quietly on the horse's back, tears welling in her eyes, not daring to make a sound. Soon, the group passed through the forest and arrived at the shore of Yanshan Lake. Lu Xingyan lit a torch and waved it a few times over the lake. Soon, countless small boats emerged from the reed marshes, each carrying fully armed guards from Shishan village. Upon seeing so many well-trained soldiers, Yang Xingye and his men were all taken aback. Especially the compound bows they were carrying. They were something I'd never even seen before.
Boss, is that you? Ergu, it's me.
Lu Xingyan responded and turned to Yang Xingye and the others, saying,
Don't be nervous, everyone. They've come to pick us up. At this moment, Li Erge led his team over, and when they got close, he was almost scared to death. Fortunately, Lu Xinyan was in the group, otherwise he would have really thought that the government troops had come to besiege them. Wait! Brother Xianyan, weren't you going to find fourth sister-in-law? How did you get recruited? Li Erge stared in shock at the densely packed imperial troops on the shore, feeling as if he were dreaming. Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, What recruitment? I recruited them all. What? The government troops have turned into river pirates? Li Erge gaped in shock. What's the point? Who would believe this if they told anyone? Lu Xinyan said curtly, Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and get everyone on board. At this point, Lu Xinyan suddenly thought of Wu Tianda. Then he added, Oh, and have someone throw me a few bags of grain on the shore. Huh! Brother Xinyan, why do we have to throw away grain? What's this for, to appease the river god? Stop talking nonsense! I told you to throw it, so just throw it. Oh! Although he couldn't understand why Lu Xinyan was doing this, Li Erge still did as he was asked. It was shortly after they boarded the ship and left. Wu Tianda then arrived with his men. Seeing the few bags of grain on the ground, he immediately became smug and said, See that? That's the charm of your general. These petty thieves are so afraid I'll wipe them out that they've already paid their protection money in advance. Upon hearing this, the lackeys around him immediately began to fawn over him. Yes, 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 General, you are invincible. We admire you to the fullest. Yes, General, my admiration for you is like a surging river, unstoppable. General, your hands are just sitting around doing nothing. How about you slap me a couple of times to relieve your boredom? Listening to the praise from the sycophants around him, Wu Tianda's lips twitched awkwardly. He thought to himself, No wonder I left you guys behind. How come they can lick my boots even better than me? Chapter 61 Arrival at Yanshan Island. As early spring approaches, the weather remains unusually cold. Especially on the vast lake, the cold wind blows like a knife from all directions, leaving no place to escape. In such an environment, even those hiding in the cabin were shivering from the cold, and didn't even want to lift their heads. After an unknown amount of time, just when Lu Xinyan felt his hands were about to freeze, a glimmer of hope finally appeared ahead. Through the dense reeds, a small island, resembling a hill, could be seen faintly. Brother Xianyan, we've arrived! Li Erge shouted excitedly. As the ship drew closer to the island, the firelight on the island became increasingly visible. The blazing flames were like a beacon in the darkness, bringing people a glimmer of warmth and hope. At this moment, everyone could no longer contain their excitement, and stood up, their eyes eagerly gazing at the mysterious island. Seeing this, Li Erge quickly explained, Brother Xianyan, we're going to the mudflats on the west side of the island now, where we can go ashore. The island only has 2 piers, one on the southwest side and one on the west side. The rest of the island is composed of steep cliffs, making it impossible to reach. After listening, Lu Xinyan nodded slightly. Yes, that's good too, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Before the words were even finished, the boat had already slowly entered the west wharf and smoothly docked at the shore. Zhao Dai, Li Tiniu, and others, who had been waiting at the dock, were overjoyed to see Lu Xinyan's ship finally arrive and hurriedly went to greet it. Boss, you're finally back! I was so worried if you hadn't come back any later! Li Tiniu shouted anxiously. However, just as he was speaking, he suddenly noticed that the ship behind Lu Xinyan was full of government troops. His eyes widened in surprise, and he stood frozen in place as if under a spell. It took Li Tiniu quite a while to come to his senses. He blinked his big eyes, shook his large, dark head, and cautiously leaned forward to ask. Boss, what's going on? Why did you bring back so many government troops? Have you been recruited by the government? What do you mean by begging for amnesty? You're just like Ergo. Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes at him, annoyed. Offer them amnesty? Only a dog would do that. He explained curtly. These brothers are all new recruits I brought in. As he spoke, Lu Xinyan turned to Zhao Dai and instructed him. Dai, take these brothers to settle in first, arrange accommodations for them, and get them some food. We can talk about the rest tomorrow. Okay.
Zhao Dei responded, walking proudly in front of so many officials for the first time, feeling extremely pleased with himself.
Everyone come with me. Once we get to the island, we'll all be one family.
Upon arriving at the mountain stronghold camp, Shangguan Linxue and her two companions, who had been waiting there, immediately ran over excitedly.
My husband!
Upon seeing Lu Xinyan, the three rushed over and hugged him tightly. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan quickly comforted her.
Why are you crying? I'm back safely, aren't I?
At this moment, Li Lizzie, standing behind Lu Xinyan, looked at the scene before her and couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. She lowered her head in shame, not daring to meet Shangguan Lingshue's gaze. Lu Xinyan noticed Li Lizzie's unusual behavior, so he whispered something in Shangguan Lingshue's ear. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Lingxue and the other two were immediately shocked and looked at Li Lizzie with worry. Originally, Shangguan Lingxue and the other two had accumulated a lot of resentment, and were waiting for Li Lizzie to return so they could give her a good scolding. However, when they heard that Li Lizzie had almost gotten into trouble, their resentment was quickly replaced by worry.
All right, now she's the one who needs comforting the most.
Lu Xinyan's voice rang in the ears of the three of them, causing them to involuntarily abandon their original thoughts. Shangguan Lingxue nodded in understanding, and the three of them walked towards Li Lizzie in tacit agreement.
Beautiful! Big sister!
Li Lizzie lowered her head in shame. Looking at her disheveled appearance, Shangguan Lingxue sighed silently.
It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Those things are in the past. Let's not bring them up again.
From now on, you absolutely mustn't be willful anymore. Li Lizzie nodded silently, her heart filled with regret and self-blame. After this incident, she deeply realized her mistake and understood that the outside world was not as simple as she had imagined. Especially the government troops of the Great Feng dynasty, who were unexpectedly so incompetent.
Sister, my eldest sister, second eldest sister, and I asked the kitchen to make a lot of delicious food, including ginger soup. You should go and have some to warm yourself up.
Li Jingshu held Li Lizzie's hand tightly, her face full of heartache, and her big eyes were filled with care for her older sister. Seeing this, Yilingxi quickly chimed in.
Yes, Lizzie, don't think so much. Let's go get something to eat, don't go hungry.
Hearing that everyone cared about her so much, Li Lizzie felt a little less nervous and uneasy. She had been worried that Shangguan Lingxue and the others would scold her for running away, but now it seemed that they were still as kind to her as before. Led by Li Jingshu and Yilingxi, Li Lizzie followed them to the temporary camp. This place was originally an empty open space, but now it has been occupied by the soldiers that Lu Xinyan brought back. The soldiers were sitting around bonfires, each holding a steaming plate of food.
Hey, I said, didn't we come here to eat coarse food and wild vegetables? How come we're eating meat now? Am I dreaming?
Suddenly, a surprised shout came from the crowd, which made everyone around laugh.
Who can argue with that?
Someone chimed in.
When we were choosing sides, Luer Matzi from our squad said something like, as long as we get to Danzhou, we'll have meat to eat. Why do we have to become bandits and starve?
As it turned out, I don't know if he even made it to Danzhou, but I got to eat the meat first.
Ha!
Another person laughed out loud.
Luckily I wiped my eyes clean. I knew the boss was no ordinary person. We chose the right side, didn't we? Now we not only have food to eat, but also meat. I think we've come to the right place. Did you notice when you went ashore? The weapons those soldiers were carrying were better than our Imperial Guards. Those bows, they had wheels. I'd never even seen them before. Yes, and that horizontal sword too. I just asked a brother to let me try it out.
Guess what? It's incredibly handy and sharp. If I had had this sooner, I could have killed at least 2 more golden statues. The crowd chattered excitedly, full of anticipation and excitement for this new environment. However, amidst the laughter and merriment, Yang Xingye remained somewhat silent. He silently drank the meat soup and ate the wheat cakes, his gaze unconsciously drifting to Lu Xinyan, who was busy not far away. Chapter 62. It doesn't matter if he dies, he's still alive and well. Since arriving on the island, Lu Xinyan has not stopped for a moment. He had been preparing food, drinks, and shelter for the fleeing soldiers. He personally attended to every detail, showing no airs of an official whatsoever. Yang Xingye silently observed Lu Xingyan's every move. As time went by, the muscles on his face that were originally tense gradually relaxed. Yang Xingye thought to himself, "It seems I've come to the right place." However, at the same time, news that gave Lu Xingyan a headache came from the other side. It turns out that Wanyan Yuchen has refused to eat since arriving on the island. Li Qingtian frowned and explained to Lu Xingyan with a helpless expression. "Boss, in my opinion, it must be because of what you said before about raping her that scared her quite a bit. Just because of that." Upon learning the truth, Lu Xingyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "She calls herself a princess, and she has so little courage? You do not say!" Li Qingtian hurriedly advised. "Boss, you should go and take a look. If she gets sick from hunger, those Jurchens will definitely not let it go. We've only just arrived on this island. We haven't even gotten our footing yet." Lu Xingyan was also clear about the current situation. Although they hit on Yanshan Island, their strength was ultimately too weak. At present, the Jurchen's focus remains on the southern phone court, and they do not have the extra energy to deal with these river bandits. This undoubtedly gave Lu Xingyan an excellent opportunity for development. If he can make full use of this time difference, and devote himself to developing his own strength, he will be able to gain a foothold between the southern Feng and the Jin people. However, the key to truly stabilizing the situation lies in how to properly handle the troublesome Wanyan Yuchen. After all, she was a princess of the Jurchens. If she were to meet with misfortune in Lu Xingyan's hands, the Jurchens would surely launch a full-scale invasion, and she would likely be in dire straits. After fully realizing the seriousness of the matter, Lu Xingyan nodded solemnly and said, "In that case, I'll handle this matter. You should take good care of the officers and soldiers who have just landed on the island. They're new here, so their emotions are probably still a bit unstable. You must make it clear to your subordinates that they must not engage in any discriminatory or differential treatment. From today onwards, they are our brothers, especially now when they need care and warmth the most. No one is allowed to cause me any trouble." Li Qingtian nodded. "Don't worry, boss. The brothers know what's important, and won't cause any unnecessary trouble." After Li Qingtian went to take care of the defeated soldiers, Lu Xingyan's gaze involuntarily fell on the thatched hut not far away, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "That little brat, she's not going to beat me up, is she?" As Lu Xingyan muttered to himself, he carefully opened the steaming rice bucket, took out some rice, and then shaped it into a rice ball with his hands. Little did he know that while Lu Xingyan was focused on making rice balls, a pair of eyes were silently watching his every move from not far away. It was him! Watching Lu Xingyan skillfully make rice balls, Li Lizzie suddenly felt a complex mix of emotions. She survived because of that rice ball when she was starving and almost fainted in the woodshed. For so long, she still didn't know who had given her that rice ball. Until I saw what happened today. Li Lizzie is almost certain that the person is Lu Xingyan. On the other side, after making the rice balls, Lu Xingyan immediately headed towards the thatched hut. At this time, Wanyan Yuchen was imprisoned inside. Upon seeing Lu Xingyan appear, Wanyan Yuchen was instinctively frightened and panicked, and subconsciously hid in a corner. Because Lu Xingyan had previously said he would humiliate her, Wanyan Yuchen almost bit her tongue and committed suicide because of this. "Oh dear, why is your mouth covered?" When Lu Xingyan walked over, Wanyan Yuchen resisted strongly, but unfortunately her hands and feet were tied and she couldn't resist at all. "Look how scared you are! A princess, is that all the composure you have?" Lu Xingyan pressed down on Wanyan Yuchen and removed the gag from her mouth. Wanyan Yuchen seized an opportunity and, in a panic, grabbed Lu Xingyan's arm and bit down hard. "Damn it, can't you bite somewhere else?" Lu Xingyan quickly broke free and looked down at his right arm. A clear bite mark was visible on her fair skin, with a slight oozing of blood. He inwardly groaned, thinking to himself, "Why is this woman acting like a mad dog?" Looking at the left arm, there is also a delicate teeth mark, which was bitten by Li Lizzie. Thank goodness it wasn't the same spot they bit. Lu Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief. If both arms had been bitten, it would have been troublesome. He rubbed his arm and glared at Wanyan Yuchen speechlessly, saying irritably, "Are you Jurchens all like dogs, biting whenever you want?" Wanyan Yuchen, not to be outdone by his insults, glared at Lu Xingyan and retorted. You shameless scoundrel! Even as a ghost, I will haunt you! You'll never get my body! After saying that, she opened her mouth as if to bite her tongue and commit suicide. Upon seeing this, Lu Xingyan was startled. He didn't want this woman to die like this. So he quickly said, Go ahead and bite, I don't care if you live or die. I'm also telling you, the moment you died, I'll have my buddies line up outside and take care of you. Anyway, it's the dead of winter, you won't rot any time soon. Wanyan Yuchen was stunned when she heard this. She stared wide-eyed at Lu Xingyan in disbelief. Listen to this. Is this even human language? You don't even spare corpses? They're worse than animals. In that instant, Wanyan Yuchen's tears flowed down like a burst dam. You shameless! You bastard! You're worse than an animal! I'm already dead, and you still won't let me go! Wah! Wanyan Yuchen glared fiercely at Lu Xingyan, crying her heart out. However, the results are remarkable. Wanyan Yuchen has truly stopped mentioning the incident of biting her tongue and committing suicide. Despite Wanyan Yuchen's strong reaction, Lu Xingyan smiled with satisfaction. Hey, don't cry! Are you hungry? What? Wanyan Yuchen cried out with tears in her eyes. I'm already like this, and you still won't let me cry. I didn't mean you couldn't cry. Lu Xingyan quickly explained. I just saw that you were crying so much that you were almost out of energy, so I thought I'd give you something to eat first to replenish your strength. You can continue crying after you've eaten your fill. It would be best if this whole island were flooded, and we all drown. Upon hearing Lu Xingyan's words, Wanyan Yuchen was completely stunned. She stared wide-eyed at Lu Xingyan, looking at him with a frustrated expression. Is this even something a human being would say? Eat your fill before you cry? Is that how you comfort someone? They even said they would flood the island and drown everyone? Why don't you drown me first? Wah! This is bullying, it's so unfair! Wanyan Yuchen cried even more miserably. Chapter 63. Are you speaking human language? Wow, so noisy! Get out of here! Lu Xingyan's ears were numb from the noise. Taking advantage of Wanyan Yuchen's open mouth and howling, he shoved the rice ball into her mouth to shut her up. In an instant, the whole world fell silent. Wanyan Yuchen's mouth was stuffed with rice balls, and she stared wide-eyed at Lu Xingyan with a frustrated expression. Look at what you're doing, is that even human? But it smells pretty good. Since being captured, Wanyan Yuchen hasn't even had a sip of water. Suddenly, the rice ball was stuffed into her mouth, instantly bringing her back to reality from her hunger. So, subconsciously, he swallowed the rice ball in his mouth little by little. After finishing her meal, Wanyan Yuchen's mouth didn't stop. She continued to grumble and curse. You bastard, you villain! I'm a public servant. Wah! However, before she could finish speaking, Lu Xingyan quickly stuffed another large rice ball into her mouth. Instead of wasting time chatting nonsense, you'd be better off eating more. Lu Xingyan watched with a grin as Wanyan Yuchen went from being completely bewildered to feeling frustrated, and he almost died laughing. And so, the rice balls that Lu Xingyan brought were quickly devoured by Wanyan Yuchen. Strangely enough, after Wanyan Yuchen finished eating, she miraculously quieted down and stopped cursing like before. Lu Xingyan was expecting her to continue her tirade, but seeing her so quiet suddenly made him feel a little uneasy. He looked at Wanyan Yuchen curiously and asked with a smile. So, you're not going to scold me anymore? Snort! Wanyan Yuchen simply snorted coldly, then turned her body away completely from Lu Xingyan, not even glancing at him. Women's minds are truly unfathomable. Seeing this, Lu Xingyan shook his head helplessly. However, he didn't say much, and just sighed silently. Then he stood up, walked to Wanyan Yuchen's side, and personally untied the ropes binding her hands and feet. Just as Lu Xingyan untied the rope, Wanyan Yuchen suddenly shoved Lu Xingyan away and ran out without looking back. However, to Wanyan Yuchen's utter surprise, the scene outside left her completely dumbfounded. Outside, the open ground was densely packed with soldiers dressed in the uniforms of the Dafeng officials. A rough estimate suggested there were several hundred of them. At this moment, Everyone's eyes were focused on Wanyan Yechen. She stood in the middle of the open space, looking at the soldiers around her with a look of astonishment. The air seemed to freeze. The silence was eerily quiet. Just then, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "Run! Why aren't you running anymore?" The speaker was Lu Xinyan. He slowly walked out of the thatched hut with a mocking smile on his face. Wanyan Yechen turned around abruptly, glaring at Lu Xinyan. "You knew all along that I couldn't escape, so you deliberately let me go, didn't you?" "Nonsense, if I knew you could run, why would I let you go? What, am I a blockhead?" Lu Xinyan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. He knew that no matter how he explained, Wanyan Yechen would never fully believe him. Instead of doing that, it would be better to just let her go and let her experience her own situation firsthand. This might help her come to terms with reality more quickly. Lu Xinyan took a deep breath and continued to explain. "On the way here, you should have noticed that this is an isolated island, surrounded by water on all sides, with no other way out. Besides, my men are guarding the only 2 docks on the island. Do you think you can escape?" He paused, then continued. "Even if you manage to get on the ship by sheer luck, what can you do? Yanshan Lake is so big, can you row it by yourself? Can you swim? What will you do if the boat capsizes?" At this point, Lu Xinyan smiled knowingly. "Your Highness, you are only staying with me for 3 days. After 3 days, you can go wherever you want, and I will personally send you off with gongs and drums. You should also think this through carefully. Is it safe to wait for someone to bring you something in exchange, or are you willing to risk being riddled with bullets and insist on running away?" Wanyan Yechen frowned, somewhat unable to understand Lu Xinyan. "What exactly do you want? Didn't you say? Are you going to sleep with me?" Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes in disgust. "You smell like sheep, I wouldn't even look at you." "Alright, you're full, so don't wander around aimlessly. It's freezing outside. You might freeze into a solid block of ice." After admonishing Wanyan Yechen, Lu Xinyan also reminded his subordinates. Lu Xinyan strode forward, raised his voice, and shouted to the crowd. "Brothers, this is the princess of the Jin Kingdom. She is our first hostage since we arrived at Yanshan Lake. Whether she can get 1,000 dan of grain and a large number of weapons depends entirely on her. Are you confident you can keep an eye on her?" "Have." As soon as Lu Xinyan finished speaking, the people of Shishan village shouted in unison, filled with excitement and anticipation. The newly arrived soldiers of the Great Feng Army were all shocked and stared wide-eyed with disbelief when they heard Wanyan Yechen's true identity. "Princess? My God, what kind of bandits are these? They actually dared to kidnap the Jin princess as a hostage. This is unbelievable. All our high-ranking officials used to treat the Jurchen commanders like grandsons, but this is a princess. Absolutely. I'm telling you, if we brought this back to Danzhou, we'd be rolling in money. What are you thinking? With those cowards in the imperial court, I guarantee that if you take her back that day, they'll tie you up properly the next day and carry her back in a sedan chair." "Agreed. If those officials had any backbone, we wouldn't have been beaten so badly. I was just joking. Why did you all take it so seriously? Do you think I'm that kind of brainless person? My goodness, this woman is really valuable. 1,000 dan of grain, how much silver is that worth? I'm suddenly starting to like being a river pirate. It's so damn exciting. Kidnapping a hostage, you'd have to start with a princess." Before this, if these government troops had gone to the island with Lu Xinyan, it would have been solely because he was upright and courageous. But at this moment, Lu Xinyan's personal charm had already taken root in the hearts of these officers and soldiers. In an era when everyone feared the Jurchens, Lu Xinyan's audacity in kidnapping a Jurchen princess made him an absolute hero. After briefly communicating with his subordinates, Lu Xinyan felt a great sense of relief. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and turned his gaze to Wanyan Yechen. "For the next 3 days starting today, you are free to move around, but the restriction is that you cannot go up the mountain. I'm afraid you'll sneak into my bed in the middle of the night." "You!" Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yechen rolled her eyes viciously. "Shameless! We can't go to the dock either." Lu Xinyan slightly suppressed his smile and explained in a serious tone. "You just saw it too, all my brothers were yelling with excitement. If they misunderstand and think you're trying to escape, and take drastic measures against you, then I won't be able to control them. Chapter 64 Offering Oneself in Return? Wanyan Yuchen was somewhat displeased upon hearing this, but she also understood that what Lu Xingyan said was true. Although Wanyan Yuchen still had some doubts about Lu Xingyan's words, there was one point she strongly agreed with. That means Lu Xingyan really cares about her life and death. After all, the Jin army has already marched south, and if anything happens to her here, they will likely face annihilation. It was precisely because she understood this that Wanyan Yuchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, the canteen is on your left, and you can figure out the restroom yourself. There's plenty of room for you to make a difference in this vast world. 3 meals a day are provided on the island. Just line up at meal times. We'll get through these 3 days peacefully. After that, you can go wherever you want. It's none of my business. Lu Xingyan stretched as he spoke casually. After saying that, he turned to leave, showing no intention of saying another word to Wanyan Yuchen. Etc. Wanyan Yuchen suddenly called out to him, her voice tinged with confusion. Lu Xingyan stopped and turned around impatiently. Is there anything else? Wanyan Yuchen looked at him, her face full of doubt, and asked. You're just leaving like that? Lu Xingyan replied speechlessly. Otherwise what? I told you, I hate the smell of cows and sheep on you. I'm not interested in you, so don't even think about it. Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yuchen frowned deeply. She subconsciously sniffed her clothes, but couldn't smell anything at all. After all, she was caught by Lu Xingyan while taking a shower, and the clothes she changed into belonged to Shangguan Linxue and the others. How could someone possibly still smell of mutton? Where are the sheep? Hey, where are the people? Wanyan Yuchen looked up in surprise and found that Lu Xingyan had disappeared without a trace. Frustrated, Wanyan Yuchen reached out and touched her cheek, doubting her own looks. Am I really that unattractive to him? Lu Xingyan's residence is located on the mountaintop, which was once a stronghold of river bandits, leaving behind many houses and a council hall. Although the mountain is not very high, only about 100 meters high, the terrain is steep and there is only one path to climb it. When Lu Xingyan arrived at the mountaintop, Shangguan Linxue and her sisters were busy tidying up the house. Upon seeing this, Lu Xingyan hurriedly took out a mattress, sofa and other furniture from the storage space and arranged a room on the east side as his own. The other women chose to live in the adjacent room on the right. This wasn't because there weren't enough rooms, but because the sisters had long been accustomed to living together. Especially in such an unfamiliar environment, being together can make them feel a little more at ease and reduce their tension and fear. After a flurry of activity, the house was finally arranged neatly and looked quite presentable. Lu Xingyan stretched contentedly, then turned around, only to be surprised to find that Shangguan Linxue and the others had all turned around at the same time and walked straight towards the next room. Lu Xingyan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, muttering, Hey no, you guys could at least leave one person here. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linxue and the other girls' faces instantly turned as red as ripe apples. They all knew perfectly well that Lu Xingyan was looking for someone to sleep with in his bedchamber. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward and subtle. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly hesitant about whether to step forward. Shangguan Linxue, being the eldest sister, remained relatively calm in this situation. She took a deep breath and then said to Lu Xingyan, Husband, please wait a moment. After saying that, she hurriedly led the other girls to the next room. Lu Xingyan stood there, watching their departing figures, looking completely bewildered. No? What do you mean? He muttered to himself, completely baffled. After a while, he shook his head helplessly, then slowly walked to the bedside and lay down on the soft Simmons mattress, beginning to guess who would be serving him tonight. According to the shift schedule, it should be Lin Xue's turn, right? Lu Xingyan wondered to himself. However, he suddenly remembered that Shangguan Linxue seemed to be feeling unwell these past few days, apparently because she was on her period. In that case, it must be Lingxi. However, upon further reflection, Lu Xingyan felt that Jingshu might also be a possibility. After all, Jingshu has always been gentle and considerate, and she has been particularly attentive to him lately. Just as Lu Xingyan was lost in thought, drowsiness washed over him like a tide. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from traveling these past few days, coupled with the troubles he had encountered, that had taken a toll on his physical and mental health. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xinyan's eyelids grew heavier and heavier until he finally closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed before he slowly woke up, opening his eyes groggily. At this moment, he noticed that the lights in the room were off, and it was pitch black all around. Lu Xinyan blinked, trying to adjust to the darkness. Suddenly, he felt something moving around him. He looked closely and saw a young figure huddled up beside him. However, Lu Xinyan quickly realized what was happening, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. Naughty! Why don't they wake themselves up to exercise? In a daze, Lu Xinyan reached out and subconsciously pulled the other person into his arms. Even though she had moved very gently, she still woke the other person up, who was so frightened that they started trembling. Lu Xinyan finally realized that something was wrong. Strange, this isn't the first time for Lingxi and the others, so why are they so nervous? Just as Lu Xinyan was feeling puzzled, his hand inadvertently touched a rope. Let's try to explore further ahead. Wrong. This is not a bra. This is a belly band. Lu Xinyan suddenly woke up, staring wide-eyed at the nervous little person in his arms. Shangguan Linxue and the others were all wearing bras, not belly bands. Since it wasn't them, there's only one possibility. Beautiful? Li Lizzie was extremely nervous at this moment, keeping her head down and her body trembling. Really? Lu Xinyan knew that the sudden unfamiliar feel was because of Li Lizzie. Li Lizzie was very nervous at this moment, but when she thought of Shangguan Linxue's words, she had to get serious again. Shangguan Linxue was right. In this chaotic world, women are indeed the most vulnerable group. Without strong power and background, they are often at the mercy of others. And Li Lizzie, now an ordinary woman, is even more so. Yulingxi's words echoed in her ears. Even if she was lucky enough to return to Danzhou, her identity would still determine her fate. She might be used as a bargaining chip, forced to marry a stranger and live a life devoid of dignity and freedom. In comparison, Lu Xinyan is undoubtedly a better choice. He not only has a handsome appearance, but also extraordinary talent and courage. This time, in order to save her, he disregarded everything and risked coming alone. How could Li Lizzie not repay such kindness? Thinking of this, Li Lizzie felt a warm current surge in her heart, but at the same time felt a little guilty. She knew that she owed Lu Xinyan far too much. Just then, Lu Xinyan seemed to notice her nervousness. His gaze fell on her, making Li Lizzie's heart beat even faster. She took a deep breath, mustered all her courage, and suddenly threw herself into Lu Xinyan's arms, hugging him tightly. Young master, please take me. I have no way to repay your life-saving grace, so I can only offer myself to you. Please do not despise me and accept me. Li Lizzie's voice trembled slightly, but it was full of sincerity and determination. Unable to repay your kindness? Should I offer myself in gratitude? Lu Xinyan was stunned when he heard this. Damn, isn't this something that only happens in novels? So, it seems that after a hero saves a damsel in distress, the good thing that happens to me, I can also repay that kindness with my body? Chapter 65 Mixed Organization, Reorganization. Having figured this out, Lu Xinyan pulled Li Lizzie into his arms without hesitation, pinching her fair chin and saying, Look at what you're saying, how could I possibly dislike you? Li Lizzie lowered her head shyly. Young master, please be gentle. Looking at the shy Li Lizzie in his arms, Lu Xinyan felt a surge of affection and asked with a smile. By the way, do you know how to blow silk? Stretch? Li Lizzie looked at Lu Xinyan with a blank expression. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan smiled and explained. That's how it is. As he spoke, he stretched out his finger and gently traced a line on Li Lizzie's lips. Li Lizzie's face instantly flushed red. She glared at Lu Xinyan reproachfully and said coquettishly, Young master, how could you be like this? Humph, Lizzie is too much. She said she wasn't allowed to be promiscuous, but she's completely forgotten what we said. Yeah, she's even more energetic than me. Doesn't she let anyone get any sleep? Jing Shu is blaming you for insisting on choosing the bedroom next to your husband's. Didn't you just make yourself uncomfortable? In the next room, The three Shangwan sisters lay on the bed with their eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, showing no signs of sleepiness. Next door, Lizzie was like a wild horse, completely unrestrained. Her cheerful voice filled the entire room. Shangwan Linshu silently rubbed her temples. Just wait, it won't be long before she can't scream anymore. Don't you know how powerful my husband is? Upon hearing this, Yilingxi and Li Jingshu both smiled shyly. The next morning, after a good night's rest, Lu Xinyan walked out of his room feeling refreshed. Lizzie, lying on the soft bed behind him, seemed to be completely exhausted, buried in the quilt, unable to even open her eyelids. At this moment, the joy of happiness made Lu Xinyan's lips curl up in an uncontrollable smile. Just now, Lu Xinyan glanced at the storage space and was surprised to find that it had been upgraded. When I defeated Li Jingshu, I was 300 points short of leveling up. After that, I continued to complete the human promotion project and gained 100 points. Last night I defeated Lizzie and immediately gained 200 newbie points, instantly upgrading my storage space level to LV2. I wonder how much stuff I can exchange for? Lu Xinyan pondered to himself, feeling a little expectant. However, before that, he had an important task to complete, to reorganize all his subordinates. Currently, the troops on Yanshan Island come from diverse backgrounds, mainly consisting of men from Shishan village and defeated soldiers gathered together. If they are not integrated, conflicts will inevitably arise between the two teams over time, which will affect the unity of the entire team. With this in mind, Lu Xinyan dared not delay in the slightest. After breakfast, he immediately ordered everyone to be gathered together. After a night's rest, the originally exhausted soldiers were now in much better spirits. Lu Xinyan stood in front of everyone, his gaze sweeping over each and every one of them. He shuffled everyone and reorganized them into groups based on their individual strengths. First, he selected those who could ride horses and formed a separate team. Then, he formed another team with those who were good at swimming, and the rest were made into infantry. However, to Lu Xinyan's surprise, out of the 500 people present, fewer than 50 could swim. This number shocked him so much that he almost fainted from anger. You have to understand, they're river pirates now. If you can't swim, isn't that like blocking your own path to survival? Therefore, Lu Xinyan made a decisive move and transferred a total of 150 men from the infantry to the navy. Thus, the current troop distribution becomes 100 cavalry, 200 naval troops, and 200 infantry. However, this is only a temporary arrangement based on the current situation. After all, once the weather warms up a bit, both cavalry and infantry will need to master the skill of swimming. According to Lu Xinyan's overall plan, the Navy will take on the important task of staying behind in the future, and more than a dozen more water forts will be built around Yanshan Island. These water fortresses will not only enhance defenses, but will also become crucial strategic strongholds in Lu Xinyan's hands. In addition to their daily guard duties on the island, the infantry also needed to work closely with the cavalry. When necessary, they would go out together to carry out tasks such as robbing wealthy households, serving as a mobile force. However, despite the personnel being properly assigned, how to arrange the generals at all levels became a difficult problem for Lu Xinyan. We can't have all the key positions filled by people from Zishanzhai, can we? In that case, it won't be long before the internal conflicts escalate to an uncontrollable level. After careful consideration, Lu Xinyan finally made up his mind to decide on the generals based on their actual talents and abilities. He decided to hold a grand martial arts competition on the island, organized by the three branches of the military, naval, land, and cavalry. This competition is not only to showcase the strength of each branch of the military, but also to select truly talented generals. Lu Xinyan knew the importance of an excellent general to the army, so he hoped to find those talents who truly possess leadership skills and combat abilities through this method. Of course, Lu Xinyan also had his own selfish motives. After all, the people of Zishanzhai were his original shareholders, so he naturally hoped they could stand out in the competition. Therefore, he specifically focused on scoring in the archery event. With his command, this grand competition officially began. In an instant, shouts rose from all sides of the field, and the sounds of clashing weapons and hoofbeats echoed throughout the entire island. However, while everyone was engrossed in the intense competition, one person seemed rather bored. This person was Wanyan Yechen. She stood outside the training ground, watching the people competing inside, a disdainful smile on her lips.
TCH, such a small number of people, yet they act like they're commanding an army of nearly 1,000,000.
Wanyan Yechen muttered to herself. In her view, these people were just small fry and could not compare to the Jin army. Just as she was feeling bored, her gaze was suddenly drawn to Shangguan Linxue not far away. Shangguan Linxue was seen leading Yulingxi, Li Jingshu, and a group of women, busy with something. She remembered that the clothes she was wearing were given to her by Shangguan Linxue. Although she didn't have any particular feelings for Shangguan Linxue, she still remembered this kindness. Therefore, Wanyan Yechen decided to step forward and express her gratitude.
Madam Shangguan, thank you for the clothes.
Wanyan Yechen walked up to Shangguan Linxue and said with a smile. However, when Shangguan Linxue saw Wanyan Yechen, her expression was not as friendly as Wanyan Yechen had imagined. On the contrary, a hint of indifference flashed in her eyes, as if she had no good feelings towards Wanyan Yechen. Yulingxi and Li Jingshu, standing next to Shangguan Linxue, directly showed expressions of disgust towards Wanyan Yechen. After all, it was because of the Jurchens that they had ended up in this state, and their faces showed some displeasure.
Chapter 66 is now complete.
Shangguan Linxue knew that Wanyan Yechen was an important bargaining chip in Lu Xingyan's hands. Although she was also in a bad mood, she still forced a smile.
This is my duty. My husband said that we should use you to exchange for grain. Only with grain can everyone have enough to eat and drive away the Jurchens.
Hearing this, Wanyan Yechen felt very uncomfortable. She herself was very disgusted by the atrocities committed by some of the Jurchens, otherwise she wouldn't have come to the front lines.
If my people have hurt you, I apologize on their behalf, but you also know that some things are beyond my control.
Wanyan Yechen expressed her apology.
Crying like a crocodile, feigned compassion.
Yulingxi shouted angrily.
If you really want to repent, go back and persuade your people to stop harming the people.
Li Jingshu chimed in.
That's right, stop pretending here.
Seeing their anger, Shangguan Linxue felt somewhat helpless and sighed, saying,
All right, you guys stop talking. If she had that kind of ability, she wouldn't be here.
After saying that, Shangguan Linxue turned around and led everyone to leave. However, when she was halfway there, she suddenly saw Wanyan Yechen standing there all alone, and that lonely figure stirred something in Shangguan Linxue's heart. She hesitated for a moment, then finally stopped and said,
If you're bored, you can also come with me to learn textiles.
Upon hearing Shangguan Linxue's words, Wanyan Yechen felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She immediately raised her head happily, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Although she had no idea what textiles were, she was so lonely at that moment that she was willing to do anything as long as someone was with her.
Really?
Wanyan Yechen asked, somewhat incredulous.
Sure.
Shangguan Linxue smiled and replied,
At least here, you are a woman, just like us.
The martial arts competition lasted for 2 whole days. Ultimately, 12 people stood out. Of course, there were also those who disappointed Lu Xingyan, such as Zhao Dai and Li Ergu. Although both of them were good at archery, their martial arts skills were slightly lacking. They didn't even make it into the top 30. Fortunately, Zhao Dai was skilled at intelligence gathering, so Lu Xingyan granted him tens of thousands of taels of silver to be in charge of building a news network around Yanshan Lake. If any external force threatens the Yanshan Island base, these intelligence outposts need to issue an alert immediately. Li Ergu is good at logistics. Lu Xingyan then put him in charge of coordinating the distribution of supplies and procuring provisions. In the past, that would have been the role of Xiao He. After all, logistics can't always be the sole responsibility of Shangguan Linxue. Apart from the two of them, Li Qingtian's archery skills surpassed all others, making him the undisputed number 1 in the archery group. Li Tinyu, relying on his 2 battle axes, managed to break into the top 3 of the infantry. The top-ranked infantryman was also an acquaintance of Lu Xingyan. Yang Xingye. Yang Xingye wielded the Yang family spear with unparalleled skill, surpassing all others. Although he won first place in infantry combat, Lu Xingyan did not intend to let Yang Xingye remain in the infantry. Lu Xingyan could tell that Yang Xingye was also a highly skilled horseman and had considerable insight into strategic theory. In his opinion, Yang Xingye was definitely a general who could stand alone, and he could be paired with Li Qingtian to be in charge of the cavalry. As for naval battles, the number of participants was pitifully small, and it was early spring with cold river water. To Lu Xinyan's delight, one of them was a local. Sun Xing was originally a fisherman in Yanshan Lake. Later, he was conscripted by the imperial court and enlisted in the army, where he stayed for 6 years. He demonstrated exceptional skills in naval battles and rightfully became the commander of the navy. Finally, Lu Xinyan took stock of the people who advanced to the next round. It is clear that the number of government troops who arrived on the island later was larger. After all, those who were willing to follow Lu Xinyan to the island were all truly talented and had fought their way out of piles of corpses. This didn't surprise Lu Xinyan. After discussion, it was finally decided that Li Qingtian would serve as the cavalry commander and Yang Xingye as his deputy. The infantry commander was Zhao Long, the second-rank soldier in the land battle who had surrendered to the government forces, with Li Tiniu as his deputy. The naval commander was Sun Xing, and his deputy was Song Sanjiang. There were many other squad leaders, but most of them were government troops who had surrendered. Of course, there's nothing that can be done about it, since the people of Zishanzhai are indeed lacking in practical combat skills. Once everything had settled down, Lu Xinyan immediately issued tasks to the commanders. Qingtian and Xingye, you'll have to work harder from now on to train the cavalry as soon as possible. Weapons and equipment will be supplied to you first. Yes. Li Qingtian and Yang Xingye accepted the offer with clasped hands. Zhao Long! Tai Niu! Your subordinate is here. Besides your regular training, you must not be careless about the security and guarding of the island. You need to be more vigilant. Yes. Sun Xing! Your subordinate is here. The weather is a bit cold now, so you should prioritize training everyone's combat capabilities so that they can at least fight. Yes. Having been arranged here, Lu Xinyan then turned his attention to Li Ergu. Ergu! My lord! Forehead. At this point, Lu Xinyan suddenly teased, somewhat embarrassed. Ergo, you're the chief steward of our stronghold now, it's not appropriate for you to still use this name, is it? After hearing this, Li Ergu scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. My lord, to be honest, I've wanted to change it for a long time. But I don't know what to call it. Lu Xinyan thought for a moment and said, How about this? You and Deha are like brothers, one in charge of internal affairs and the other in charge of external affairs. Why don't you just call yourself Li? Li, this is great. After hearing this, Zhao Dei raised both hands in agreement. Ergu is younger than me, so he's perfect to be my younger brother. Li Ergu accepted it. It is, it's better than Erguzi. Ha! This remark made everyone burst into laughter. Lu Xinyan smiled and continued to make arrangements. In that case, from now on you will be called Li. Li, your subordinate is here. Lu Xinyan solemnly instructed. Your next task is quite demanding. Not only do we need to coordinate the allocation of various resources in the stronghold, but we also need to spare manpower to inject fresh blood into the stronghold as much as possible. Our stronghold currently only has 500 people, which is still far too few. Don't worry, my lord, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Li patted his chest and promised. Now that there's a system in place, military merit depends entirely on individual effort, and everyone is full of fighting spirit. After assigning tasks, Lu Xinyan looked at everyone with utmost seriousness. Gentlemen, the Jurchen army and the southern phone court are now in a stalemate. If we want to survive, we must make ourselves stronger as soon as possible. This requires the efforts of everyone. Upon hearing this, all the generals bowed and said, Please rest assured, my lord, we will do our utmost. Chapter 67 Lu Xinyan's Little Calculation. As dusk settled, Lu Xinyan, having finished his deployments on the island, finally had a rare moment of leisure. Lu Xinyan is now starting from scratch, and he has to arrange everything himself, including the selection of positions for both overt and covert sentries. As a king who emerged from the rainforest, Lu Xinyan deeply understands the importance of safe houses. A well-planned guard post arrangement can effectively protect everyone's safety. Therefore, he attached great importance to this work and dared not be careless in the slightest. After completing his survey of the terrain and landforms around Yanshan Lake, Lu Xinyan returned to the canteen at his residence. It was peak mealtime, and the soldiers on their shift were lining up to get their meals. The cafeteria was bustling with noise and filled with a lively atmosphere. However, in this noisy environment, Lu Xinyan's gaze was drawn to several familiar figures in the dining area.
When did these girls get together?
Those figures were none other than Wanyan Yechen, Shangguan Linxue, and others. Wanyan Yechen has been in a relatively free state these past few days. As long as it doesn't involve classified information, she can move around freely. At this moment, Wanyan Yechen was sitting next to Shangguan Linxue, holding a steaming hot meat bun in her left hand and a fragrant shumai in her right. Compared to the refined eating habits of Yilingxi and others, Wanyan Yechen's eating manners were much more rugged and unrestrained. She ate heartily, her mouth dripping with oil, her hands covered in grease, and even her clothes were stained with oil. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xinyan's eyelids twitched involuntarily.
Has this princess of the Jin kingdom never eaten before? Sister Linxue, Yuhan people really know how to eat. I love all kinds of food, like meat buns, shumai, flour rolls, and braised pork,
Wanyan Yechen said with a smile. Shangguan Linxue put down her chopsticks and said gently,
If you like it, you can eat more. But I heard you're going back tomorrow?
Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yechen's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of disappointment. She frowned, and said with a hint of helplessness,
That's right. But I haven't had enough of all this delicious food yet.
At this moment, Li Jingshu, who had been sitting quietly eating to the side, suddenly leaned over curiously and interjected, asking,
Hey Yechen, what do you Jin people usually eat?
These past 2 days, Li Jingshu and Wanyan Yechen have gotten along quite well, although she was initially quite resistant to Wanyan Yechen. But as she got to know them better, she discovered that Wanyan Yechen was actually just like them, a pitiful bunch. However, Wanyan Yechen chose to join the army to prove her worth, while Li Jingshu and the others could only stay in the deep palace.
Food.
Wanyan Yechen thought for a moment, then said,
It seems like it's all meat and nothing else, or maybe milk wine or something like that. It's definitely not as rich and diverse as the food here in Han China.
Upon hearing Wanyan Yechen's words, Li Jingshu was so surprised that her mouth dropped open.
Oh? You only eat meat? You guys are so lucky to be able to eat meat as your main dish.
Do you know that the people of our great Feng dynasty might not even get to eat meat once a year? Upon hearing Li Jingshu's words, Wanyan Yechen quickly said,
In that case, how about we exchange?
Upon hearing Wanyan Yechen's suggestion, Shangguan Linxue asked curiously,
How do you want to make the exchange?
Wanyan Yechen thought for a moment and replied,
How about this? I can spend money to buy your food and then take it back with me.
After hearing Wanyan Yechen's words, Shangguan Linxue and the others looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a voice suddenly came from not far away.
No problem, we'll change it.
Everyone turned to look and saw Lu Xinyan walking towards them. Upon seeing Lu Xinyan, Wanyan Yechen's initially excited expression instantly turned gloomy. That annoying guy. He was yelling at her just a couple of days ago.
My husband!
Upon seeing Lu Xinyan, Shangguan Linxue immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. At this moment, Yilingxi's gaze was drawn to what Lu Xinyan was holding, and she asked with a heart full of suspicion.
Husband, what are you holding in your hand? It's such a magical thing, I've never seen it before. Is it from the celestial realm?
You mean this? Lu Xinyan shook the instant noodles in his hand and replied with a smile.
This is a good thing, it's called instant noodles, and you can eat it.
After the system upgrade was completed, Lu Xinyan took several bags of wheat intending to exchange them for some bread, but the system spat out dozens of boxes of instant noodles instead. He initially thought it could only be used as reserve food for war, until he discovered the existence of Wanyan Yechen, this little glutton. At this moment, Lu Xinyan walked over to Shangguan Linxue and sat down with a thud. Then, he placed the instant noodles on the table, looked at Wanyan Yechen with a grin, and a sly glint flashed in his eyes.
Your Highness, how about we make a deal?
Upon hearing the word deal, Wanyan Yechen's brows furrowed involuntarily. She looked at Lu Xinyan warily and asked,
What kind of deal do you want? Didn't you already agree to let me leave? Are you going back on your word? That's not true. Lu Xinyan quickly waved his hand and explained. Look, this instant noodle in my hand is a unique delicacy in the world. I'm telling you, once you try it, I guarantee you'll want to try it again. Wanyan Yuchen scoffed dismissively. You're just bragging. Do you think instant noodles are any better than meat buns? Hey, don't underestimate this instant noodle, you just haven't seen it before. Lu Xinyan explained with a serious expression. Let me tell you, this is no ordinary delicacy. Even Lin Shui and the others have never tasted it before. It tastes 100 times better than meat buns. Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yuchen's face showed a hint of doubt. Is it really that delicious? Certainly. After saying that, Lu Xinyan immediately picked up the instant noodles, quickly tore open the packaging, and then began to demonstrate in detail how to eat this delicacy in front of everyone. Look carefully, there are seasoning packets, pickled cabbage packets, and so on inside. Put them all into the instant noodles. As Lu Xinyan spoke, he tore open each of the various seasoning packets and poured them into the instant noodle cup. However, when Wanyan Yuchen curiously leaned forward to take a look, her brows furrowed tightly, and her face was full of disgust. Lu Xinyan, this thing looks disgusting. Take it away, take it away! It looks like a pile of shit to me. Chapter 68, Taking Advantage of Someone's Inability to Do Math. What kind of shit is this? Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes in frustration. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xinyan turned to Shangguan Linxue and called out, Linxue, quickly go and get me some hot water. Shangguan Linxue immediately responded and turned to leave quickly. A short while later, Shangguan Linxue returned carrying a pot of steaming hot water. Lu Xinyan took the boiling water, carefully poured it into the instant noodle box, then quickly closed the lid and waited quietly for 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the moment Lu Xinyan lifted the lid, a rich aroma wafted out like a heat wave. Wow, it smells so good! Li Jingshu, standing to the side, was drawn in by the aroma and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her mouth watering. This is noodles! Yi Lingxi stared at the food in front of her in shock, her mouth agape in astonishment. Lu Xinyan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, and nodded, saying, That's right, this is my exclusive Xinyan brand pickled cabbage noodles. Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yuchen, who was standing nearby, curiously leaned forward and smelled the aroma of the bowl of noodles. Especially when she saw the same shocked expressions on Shangguan Linshue's and the others' faces, she couldn't suppress her curiosity, and sniffed hard again. Is it ready to eat like this? Lu Xinyan smiled without saying a word, but handed the fork he carried with him to Wanyan Yuchen and encouraged her. Try it, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Wanyan Yuchen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to trust Lu Xinyan. She took the fork and carefully picked up a small mouthful of noodles and put it in her mouth. However, the moment that small bite of noodles entered Wanyan Yuchen's mouth, her eyes widened suddenly, as if she had been shocked by a powerful force. Stop just MMMING, is it good or not? Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan hurriedly pressed for details. However, Wanyan Yuchen had no time to respond to him, only focusing on stuffing noodles into her mouth, completely disregarding whether the noodles were still too hot to handle. Glug! Standing to the side, Li Jingshu watched Wanyan Yuchen wolf down her food and couldn't help but swallow hard. It looks so delicious! Shangguan Linxue looked at it incredulously. Husband, what exactly is this? Why can it be eaten after just soaking in hot water? Lu Xinyan explained with a smile. This is specially made for busy people. It's convenient, quick, and can fill your stomach in no time. I named it instant noodles. Shangguan Linshue's eyes lit up. Instant noodles? What a perfect name! Husband, you're amazing! Just then, Wanyan Yuchen devoured a whole bucket of instant noodles in a flash, leaving not a single drop of soup behind. Is there anything else? Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. Is this a princess or a glutton? She's still not full after eating this whole bucket of noodles? After calming himself down a bit, Lu Xinyan quickly pushed the empty instant noodle cup aside, then looked at Wanyan Yuchen with a serious expression and asked, Your Highness, what do you think of the taste of this instant noodles?
Wanyan Yuchen smacked her lips and answered succinctly. Delicious! Lu Xinyan was both amused and exasperated. This answer was far too simple, just one word. He couldn't help but recall when he went to see the sea, everyone else would recite a poem in a refined manner, while he, on the other hand, would just exclaim, "Holy crap, the waves are huge! Would you like to be able to eat at any time in the future?" Lu Xinyan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looking at Wanyan Yuchen with a half-smile. Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yuchen stared at Lu Xinyan in astonishment. "What do you mean? You don't want to let me go?" "No." Lu Xinyan quickly waved his hand and explained. "Didn't I say before that this is a transaction? Trade?" Wanyan Yuchen sneered. "Fine, then tell me, how does the transaction work?" Lu Xinyan composed himself and slowly said, "It's very simple. I'll trade you 5 buckets of instant noodles for 5 top-quality warhorses. How about that?" "What?" Wanyan Yuchen's eyes widened, and she screamed. "You're robbing me! Warhorses are priceless treasures. You think you can trade my 5 superior warhorses for a mere 5 buckets of flour? Do you think I'm a fool? 2 at most." Wanyan Yuchen grew angrier as she spoke, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "However, I want 20. I can't finish more than that, and it would be a waste if they spoiled." 20 barrels? Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan's lips twitched involuntarily. This woman has a huge appetite. Thankfully, I only locked her up on the mountain for 3 days. If I had kept her there any longer, she probably would have eaten me out of house and home. 5 barrels for 4 warhorses. Lu Xinyan explained confidently. "Your Highness, I think it's necessary to remind you that the biggest advantage of this instant noodle is that it tastes good. Its biggest advantage is that it can hold. Even if you leave it for a year or 2, there absolutely won't be any problems. The shelf life is 6 months, but I wouldn't be exaggerating if I said 24 months, would I?" "Real?" Wanyan Yuchen looked suspicious, clearly doubting Lu Xinyan's words. "Is this thing the same as our dried meat?" "That's true, but its ingredients are much more refined than those of dried meat, and the taste is also much better," Lu Xinyan hurriedly explained, trying to convince Wanyan Yuchen of his words. "In that case, 3 horses it is. I don't have any more." Wanyan Yuchen hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan could barely suppress the smile on his face. "Make a deal." "Huh? No, you're not even asking for bids anymore?" "No need, I'm afraid you'll change your mind." Wanyan Yuchen. Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yuchen had already changed her mind. "Is it made of gold? It's so expensive." "Your Highness, how much do you intend to ask for?" Lu Xinyan then asked. Wanyan Yuchen thought for a moment and said, "Then let's start with 20. "Only 20? Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes in disdain and said, "Your Highness, I must remind you that these are rare items. Just because you can buy them now doesn't mean you'll be able to have them in the future. Moreover, Your Highness, you have come all the way to visit our Yanshan Island, so you should at least bring back some local specialties, right? Go back and give some to your relatives and friends, and prepare some for your parents. And then there are brothers, sisters, aunts, and uncles. It must be at least 1,000 buckets, right?" "What? 1,000? 1,000? Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yuchen suddenly stood up and started counting on her fingers. "How many warhorses would 1,000 barrels require?" Lu Xinyan's eyes darted around, and he said, "Not many, only 900 horses." "What, 900? Wanyan Yuchen was stunned on the spot. At this moment, Li Jingshu, who was standing behind Lu Xinyan, tugged at Shangguan Lingshua's clothes in confusion. "Big sister, something feels off to me." Shangguan Lingxue almost burst out laughing, and said in a low voice, "Husband, are you taking advantage of my inability to do math?" "Oh, I see. I knew it. 5 barrels for 4 horses, so 1,000 barrels for 400 horses. So he was just playing dirty tricks." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Lingxue and Yi Lingxi both widened their eyes and stared at Li Jingshu in astonishment. Chapter 69 Exchange. Here, Wanyan Yuchen hesitated after learning how many horses were needed. 900 superior warhorses are enough to form a powerful cavalry.
If father and mother find out, they certainly won't let it go easily. Wanyan Yechen muttered to herself. The more she thought about it, the more troublesome it seemed. After much hesitation, Wanyan Yechen finally made up her mind. How about this? I think we'll split it in half. 500 is enough for me. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan's eyes widened. What? Only 500? Then you'll have to give me 500 horses. Oh, so much more? Wanyan Yechen asked with a bitter expression. Then, what about the 300 barrels? 400 horses. What, another 400 horses? That's worse than 500. Wow, you're pretty smart. Isn't that a must? Wanyan Yechen raised her chin with a smug look on her face. It's settled then. I'll give you 500 horses, and you give me 500 of these. I want to take them back for my father and mother to try. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan patted his chest without hesitation and agreed. No problem. At this point, Lu Xinyan suddenly added, How about this? To thank you for patronizing my first business deal, I've decided to give you 2 extra buckets. As he spoke, Lu Xinyan pulled 2 buckets of instant noodles from his crotch as if by magic. Wanyan Yechen stared in disbelief. What did you just conjure up from? Oh, none of that matters anymore. Lu Xinyan handed the instant noodles to Shangguan Linxue, adding, Linxue, make some for our princess. Shangguan Linxue suppressed a laugh, quickly took the instant noodles, and replied, Okay, I'll go right away. Seeing this, Wanyan Yechen smiled brightly. Lu Xinyan, I didn't expect you to be such a nice person. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan's lips curled up slightly. Of course. Your Highness, if you've enjoyed your meal, remember to come visit me again next time. After a short night's rest. The next morning, just as the sun rose, Lu Xinyan, along with Wanyan Yechen and several boats, filled with instant noodles, set off for the agreed-upon location with Jiagu Iron Tower. The sun shone brightly along the way, the water rippled, and a gentle breeze caressed our faces, making us feel exceptionally refreshed. Lu Xinyan was in a good mood and chatted with Wanyan Yechen from time to time, while Wanyan Yechen sat quietly to the side, occasionally responding to him with a word or two. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Looking into the distance, one could see that the riverbank was already crowded with people. It was the 3,000 iron cavalry led by Jiagu Tieta. These soldiers were all clad in heavy armor and wielded curved swords, looking imposing and like an iron wall. Beside their camp was a wide open space, piled high with grain like a small mountain, and various kinds of weapons. Lu Xinyan stepped ashore, a playful smile on his face. Hey, red-faced monster, you're pretty punctual. Jiagu, riding a tall horse, heard Lu Xinyan's shout. His face darkened, and he angrily roared. Boy, I brought you everything you wanted. Where's our princess? Lu Xinyan waved his hand calmly and said with a smile. Don't rush, I have to check the goods first, right? After saying that, he turned and gestured for Li Er behind him to come forward and check. Li Er accepted the order and quickly walked to the pile of grain and weapons to examine them carefully. After a while, he returned to Lu Xinyan's side and whispered, Brother Xinyan, everything is fine. Lu Xinyan nodded in satisfaction, then waved behind him and shouted, Look, your princess has arrived! Upon hearing this, Jiagu Tieta hurriedly looked into the distance, and indeed saw a person standing on a small boat not far away. The figure was slender and tall, and it was none other than Wanyan Yechen. So I kept my word, didn't I? Lu Xinyan said with a smile. Seeing this, Jiagu Tieta's expression softened somewhat. He nodded in satisfaction. All right, kid, at least you have some integrity. Quickly release our princess, then take your things and leave. However, Lu Xinyan did not do so immediately. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the iron tower in Jiagu with a half-smile, and said, Seriously, red-faced monster? Do you think I'm stupid or you are? What if I release her now, and you suddenly change your mind and start shooting me with arrows? Upon hearing this, Jiagu Tieta immediately became somewhat displeased. Then what do you suggest we do? Lu Xinyan calmly pointed to the mountain of supplies piled up beside him and said, All right, let my men move these things onto the ship first. Once I'm sure it's safe, I'll release her. Jiagu Iron Tower hesitated for a moment. He worried that Lu Xinyan would take the opportunity to escape after getting the things,
but he also felt that what Lu Xinyan said made sense. After all, that's really what he thought. Just as he was hesitating, Lu Xinyan seemed to see through his thoughts and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Why would I give up being a good river bandit to fight against your powerful Jurchens? I took these things hoping for a few good days ahead." Jiagutia Tower thought about it and realized that what Lu Xinyan said made sense. After all, Wanyan Yuchen's safety is the most important thing. He turned to look at the 3,000 iron cavalry behind him, thinking that even if Lu Xinyan really wanted to play some tricks, his side had enough strength to deal with it. So he silently nodded in agreement. "All right, I know you wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Move it!" Seeing that Jiagu Iron Tower agreed, Lu Xinyan immediately waved to Lier, who was standing not far away. Lier understood immediately, and led a group of people quickly toward the mountain of supplies piled up on the shore. The group had a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for carrying things, while others were responsible for loading them onto the ship. Their movements were swift and orderly. With everyone's concerted efforts, the supplies on the shore were quickly loaded onto dozens of small boats, which then sped away from the shore like arrows. Lu Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the supplies being successfully loaded onto the ship and depart. He turned and waved to Wanyan Yuchen's ship, indicating that they could come over. He himself had already rowed his small boat to a relatively safe distance on the river. Upon seeing Wanyan Yuchen, Jiagutita dared not be negligent. He immediately stepped forward and respectfully bowed. "Your Highness, I have failed in my duty and have wronged you. If you are angry, I will immediately have a ferry prepared to hunt down these pirates and avenge you." Wanyan Yuchen shook her head and said, "No need. The place where this group of river bandits gathered is in a dangerous location, and they have been entrenched here for a long time and are very familiar with the surrounding environment. If we rashly send troops, we might fall into their trap, which would be detrimental to us." Chapter 70 Lu Xinyan, I want you to be my prince consort. Yes, your Highness is absolutely right. Jiagyudita hurriedly agreed, but secretly thought to himself, "This princess is really hard to please." However, when he looked up, he was surprised to find that Lu Xinyan had not left yet. "Hey kid, what are you still standing here for? Get out of here!" Jiagyudita shouted at Lu Xinyan when he saw this. Lu Xinyan's lips curled slightly upward, his gaze slowly falling on Wanyan Yuchen, and he said unhurriedly, "No rush, there is still a deal between me and your princess that has not been completed." "There are still deals?" Upon hearing this, Jiagyudita looked at Wanyan Yuchen with suspicion. "Princess, what's going on?" Wanyan Yuchen's face was ashen. After taking a deep breath, she slowly said, "General Jiagu, please clear out 500 warhorses and leave them here for now." What? Upon hearing this, Jiagutia's eyes widened. "Princess, why is that?" Wanyan Yuchen pointed expressionlessly to the few small boats moored on the lake and explained, "There are gifts I specially prepared for my father and mother on there. I have already made an agreement with the bandit leader to exchange these warhorses for them." Jiaga Tower stared at Wanyan Yuchen in utter astonishment. "What could possibly be worth 500 horses? Your Highness, this is absolutely unacceptable. If the general finds out about this, he will be furious," Jiagyudita said worriedly. However, Wanyan Yuchen turned a deaf ear to Jiagu Iron Pagoda's advice. Her face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water, and she said bluntly, "General Jiagu, when did you become so loyal to Jin Wuzhu? Does my brother know?" These words struck Jiagyudita like a heavy hammer, turning his face instantly deathly pale. This. For a moment, Jiagu Iron Tower didn't know how to explain it. Just as he was hesitating, the lieutenant standing beside him suddenly leaned forward and whispered in his ear, "General, in addition to the supplies we received during this siege, we also acquired 300 warhorses." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Jiagyudita breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly turned to Wanyan Yuchen, smiling obsequiously, and said, "Your Highness, may I exchange the 300 captured warhorses for them?" Wanyan Yuchen turned to the side and said coldly, "I only want the horse, I don't care about anything else." "If that's the case..." Jiaga's face was gloomy, his teeth clenched, as if he had made a great decision, and he suddenly turned around. He shouted loudly at the cavalrymen standing ready behind him. The cavalry of the 1st and 2nd 100th households, dismount. Leave all your horses on the shore. Also, leave all the war horses captured from Yinching behind. Yes. The Jin soldiers responded in unison. Immediately afterwards, they dismounted without hesitation, their movements synchronized and well-trained. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan was secretly delighted. He immediately directed the pre-prepared ships to speed forward to meet the dismounted Jin soldiers. Just then, Wanyan Yuchen silently stepped forward, her lips suddenly curving upwards into an enigmatic smile. Lu Xinyan, for a moment, I really wanted to kill you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan was taken aback. He stopped what he was doing and looked at Wanyan Yuchen with some surprise. What's gotten into you all of a sudden, you woman? However, before Lu Xinyan could react, Wanyan Yuchen on the shore spoke again. However, I have changed my mind now. I want you to be my consort. After we return this time, I will inform my father and mother of this matter. These sudden words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present stunned. Yang Xingye, Sun Xing, Li Er, and others, who were busy receiving the war horses, were filled with disbelief. They all stopped what they were doing and stared at Lu Xinyan in disbelief. No, what exactly did the master do to her? Yang Xingye asked, his face full of suspicion. I don't know, but judging from the current situation, he's probably asleep. Sun Xing, the naval commander, replied thoughtfully. I suddenly remembered, when Brother Xiainian brought her back before, the princess seemed to be taking a bath. Li Er suddenly seemed to remember this situation and said loudly. What? Sun Xing's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. There's such a shocking inside story? Meanwhile, the general in charge of the troops on the shore, Jiagu Tai Ta, was completely dumbfounded. The prince consort? When did this happen? How come he didn't know anything about it? Just then, the lieutenant beside him, who was secretly preparing to arrange archers, almost popped his eyes out when he heard the news. He frantically tried to stop the archers from moving. This news is absolutely terrifying. If Lu Xinyan really catches Wanyan Yuchen's eye, then they'll be in big trouble. If something unexpected happens, they probably won't even know how they died. At this moment, Lu Xinyan also looked completely bewildered. He scratched his head in frustration, muttering to himself. Seriously? Am I really that charming? Looking at Lu Xinyan, who was standing not far away with a bewildered expression, Wanyan Yuchen curled her lips into a smug smile. Lu Xinyan, this is all a favor you owe me. It turns out that Wanyan Yuchen's previous agreement to make a deal with Lu Xinyan was all an act. That's why we did it. She made the decision on the spur of the moment. These days, she has had a lot of contact with Shangguan Linxue and the others, and she has learned that they were forced into becoming river bandits by their own army and had no other choice. Whether out of guilt or for some other reason, Wanyan Yuchen agreed to give Lu Xinyan some war horses in this way. As for the prince consort? Haha, I saw her naked. Either kill Lu Xinyan, or choose to marry him. Clearly, Wanyan Yuchen has no intention of killing him now. So, there's only one option left. Wanyan Yuchen shouted loudly at Lu Xinyan in the middle of the lake. Lu Xinyan, remember this, you owe me. I will definitely come back again. Watching Wanyan Yuchen ride away so gracefully, Lu Xinyan became even more frustrated. No, why is it involving forced marriage? However, hearing Wanyan Yuchen's words did give Lu Xinyan a temporary sense of relief. Having extorted so much material from the Jurchens, there's no guarantee they won't send troops to encircle and annihilate them. With Wanyan Yuchen's intervention, there shouldn't be any immediate danger. He could use this time to strengthen his abilities. However, it was at this very moment. The advance fleet that was responsible for transporting supplies back suddenly received terrible news. It's terrible, boss! Our grain transport ship has been hijacked halfway there. Chapter 71. The army marches towards Yandang village. The grain convoy was suddenly attacked by a large force that had been lying in ambush while passing through a reed marsh. Because Lu Xinyan's main attention was focused on the Jurchens, the grain transport fleet was not escorted by many people. So much so that when attacked, they had no chance to fight back. However, the other party was clearly unwilling to make a blood feud with Lu Xinyan, and after seizing the grain, they released the people transporting it. When Lu Xinyan learned of this news, his anger was instantly ignited. What a perfect example of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. I had just gotten my hands on the grain, and before I could even warm it up, it was snatched away. He roared angrily. Didn't you all see clearly who did it? Reporting to the chief, I recognized the people who robbed our grain. They're the same group that fought us for Yanshan Island before, and the leader is that woman. Someone replied. Upon hearing this news, Lu Xinyan's face grew even more somber. He immediately summoned Zhao Dai. Zhao Dai had been ordered to investigate the situation in the Yanshan Lake area earlier, and he was also present when the conflict occurred, so he must know more details. After learning about the attack on the grain transport team, Zhao Dai was certain that it was that group of people. That's right, judging from the description, they are indeed the White Lotus gang. Zhao Dai, his face full of anger, said indignantly. The leader of that group is that woman. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan quickly asked, What exactly is this White Lotus flower doing? Zhao Dai calmed himself down a bit and explained. Boss, you don't know this, but this White Lotus is a bandit leader who just emerged this year. As for her exact name, I don't know either. However, I have heard that she led a large group of people to acquire wealth by attacking government offices and jurchens, and then used that wealth to help the poor. Therefore, she has a fairly good reputation in the Yanshan Lake area. Lu Xinyan was somewhat surprised after hearing Zhao Dai's words. He originally thought this seemingly innocent woman was just an ordinary bandit, but he never expected her to do something like this. In an era when everyone was starving, most bandits made a living by robbing and plundering. But this, White Lotus, was able to distribute the stolen grain to the people, which was truly remarkable. So, this seemingly innocent woman isn't entirely wicked after all, and she's following the same path as us? Lu Xinyan said thoughtfully. Zhao Dai nodded and continued. Last time, we had a conflict with the other side in order to compete for Yanshan Island. But at that time our people were powerful, and Manhwa had just finished fighting the Jurchens, so their strength was weakened. Perhaps realizing they had no chance of winning, they voluntarily withdrew from Yanshan Island and retreated to Yandang village, southeast of Yanshan Lake. I thought she was afraid of us, but I never expected she would dare to rob our grain. It's all right, I'm not afraid now that I know where she is. If she dares to steal my food, then I'll make her spit it out just as she stole it. Upon learning where Manhwa had settled, Lu Xinyan immediately waved his hand excitedly. No one is allowed to steal his grain. All that could be heard was his desperate shout. Pass on my order, all troops assemble. Those few hundred-odd people are nothing to be afraid of. I'll scare them to death. It should be noted that although Lu Xinyan currently only has 500 men under his command, these soldiers are equipped with extremely sophisticated equipment. Each person was clad in sturdy armor, and wielded a sharp saber. Moreover, the 100 composite bows he had just exchanged from his storage space had all been equipped on the cavalry. Moreover, he also captured 500 fine warhorses from the Jurchens, which undoubtedly greatly enhanced his strength. As long as he gives the order, they will take a fighting stance and set up a tight formation. Lu Xinyan was absolutely confident that even without a real fight, his powerful aura alone would be enough to terrify Manhwa and her rabble. With Lu Xinyan's rallying order being quickly disseminated, all combat forces on Yanshan Island sprang into action in a swift and orderly manner. The soldiers assembled urgently, checked their weapons and equipment, and prepared various supplies and equipment. A fierce battle seemed about to begin. Time ticked by second. Finally, as the sun was about to set and night was about to fall, all the troops had assembled. After leaving 50 soldiers to guard Yanshan Island, Lu Xinyan led his mighty army without hesitation, rushing towards Yandang village with great momentum. The so-called Yandang village is actually a natural wetland beach located on the shore of Yanshan Lake. The area is low-lying and lush with vegetation, making it an excellent hiding place. Manhwa and her men then built a simple water fortress out of wood on this wetland as their stronghold. Lu Xinyan also divided his army into 2 routes, one by land and one by water, to attack Yandang village based on its terrain and land features. As the ship sailed further and further away, its bow was densely packed with fully armed soldiers. They stood tall and straight, like an iron wall, gripping composite bows tightly in their hands, which gleamed coldly in the afterglow of the setting sun, sending chills down one's spine. The entire bow of the ship was completely silent, without the slightest sound. The atmosphere was unusually somber, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. As Lu Xinyan led his large entourage away in a grand procession, night quietly fell. The lake was quiet, and the once bustling Yanshan Island had lost its vitality and become silent. However, at that very moment, in a reed marsh north of Yanshan Island, a small boat appeared silently like a ghost. A dashing woman in white stood at the bow of the ship. Her figure was graceful yet exuded a heroic air. Her face was veiled, revealing only a pair of eyes as clear as autumn water. She held a gleaming sword in her hand, like a fairy descending to earth. This woman is Bai Lianhua, the leader of Yandang village. She stood quietly at the bow of the boat, gazing into the distance, as if waiting for something. Just then, a small boat sailed in from not far away. Standing on the bow was a short boy who looked only 8 or 9 years old. He was Bai Lianhua's younger brother, Bai Shower. He said to Bai Lianhua with a face full of excitement, "Sister, those idiots on Yanshan Island really did head for our village. There are so many of them, I roughly counted, there are at least 400 or 500 of them. They're all fully armed, they look so impressive." Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua silently curled the corners of her lips. "Well done, Xiao Er! I'll give you a chicken leg after we take Yanshan Island." Upon hearing this, Bai Shower was overjoyed and excitedly danced around, saying, "Hee hee, thank you, sister." However, just as Bai Lianhua was about to leave with her sword, she suddenly turned back, frowned at Bai Shower, and asked, "By the way, waiter, did they spot you?" "No. How could those idiots possibly see through me?" Bai Shower said smugly, "I followed your instructions and disguised myself as a local fisherman. Even if they suspect something, they won't suspect a child like me, right? Don't worry, sister, I guarantee there won't be any problems." After receiving accurate information, Bai Lianhua finally felt relieved. She gripped the sword tightly in both hands and walked with firm steps to the bow of the ship. After standing still, she took a deep breath, then suddenly raised her arm and shouted, "Brothers!" Chapter 72 Raiding the Lair. "Exist!" Before he finished speaking, the bandits who had been resting in various places suddenly stood up in unison, holding knives and guns. Their movements were swift and synchronized, and everyone's eyes were filled with determination and resolve. These river bandits were not born thieves. Most of them were local people who were forced to take this path because the Jurchens invaded the south, destroyed their homes, and separated them from their families. Bai Lianhua is their leader, a smart, courageous, and righteous woman. Looking at the group of brothers who had gone through thick and thin with her, Bai Lianhua felt a surge of warmth in her heart. With a slight upturn of her lips, she said in a loud voice, "Brothers, according to reliable sources, the bandits on Yanshan Island have learned that our water fortress is undefended and are heading there. This is a golden opportunity. Now is the perfect time for us to buy at rock-bottom prices. If we can take Yanshan Island in one fell swoop, we will have a safe place to settle down. With this stronghold, we can fight the Jurchens to the bitter end and avenge our fallen loved ones. I will obey the chief's orders." The crowd shouted in unison, their voices deafening and echoing across the water for a long time. Bai Lianhua nodded in satisfaction, her gaze sweeping over everyone, seeing only trust and determination. She knew that these brothers were reliable and that they would do their best to complete this mission. "Set off!" Immediately afterwards, Bai Lianhua gave the order to set off without hesitation. At her command, more than 40 small boats hidden in the reeds sped out and headed towards Yanshan Island in a mighty procession. As they approached Yanshan Island, Bai Lianhua decisively stopped everyone, then turned her gaze to the boy in the cabin at the back of the ship. "Zhang Xiaoshun, it's all up to you now. Don't worry, Sister Lian, we guarantee we'll complete the mission." Zhang Xiaoshun responded confidently, then turned around decisively, his gaze sweeping sharply over the dozen or so brothers behind him. "Put the knife in your mouth and get in the water!" Before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoshun quickly plunged into the icy lake water. Immediately afterwards, the dozen or so teenagers behind him followed his actions without hesitation. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the darkness, as if they had blended into the lake. Under the cover of darkness, the dozen or so people stealthily moved through the icy lake water, their movements light and swift, without making a sound. At this moment the dock was filled with the flickering candlelight and fluttering banners, a scene of tranquility and peace. As the group approached the shore, they became more cautious. After landing, they immediately split into several groups and quietly made their way toward the island's outposts. Time passed second by second, and after a moment, suddenly, torches were being waved on the dock. Upon seeing this signal, Bai Lianhua was overjoyed and excitedly shouted, "Great! Zhang Shaoshun and his men have succeeded! Quickly pass on my orders. Everyone must land on the island and seize Yanshan Island before those pirates return." "Yes." Immediately afterwards, dozens of small boats sped toward the southwest gate dock. As expected, they encountered no resistance during their landing on the island, and Bai Lianhua led more than 200 people to Yanshan Island in a grand procession. "It seems that the bandit leader really did send out his entire force." Upon reaching the shore, Bai Lianhua stood on the bank, gazing at the place that should have been the naval stronghold, now completely empty, and a surge of joy welled up in her heart. Clearly, Lu Xinyan was furious and wanted to retaliate against her for taking away the grain. In his anger, he actually transferred all his troops away from the main camp and sent them out in full force. However, he never expected that this would give Bai Lianhua an excellent opportunity to so easily strike at the heart of the enemy and raid their stronghold. Bai Lianhua's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. She quickly issued orders. "First team, occupy the west dock and build fortifications on the spot. Second team, garrison the area. Third team, follow me up Yanshan and deal with the remaining defenders. Remember, the killing of innocent people is absolutely forbidden. Anyone who disobeys will be executed." "Yes." At her command, the more than 200 bandits sprang into action. Bai Lianhua personally led the third team towards the mountain stronghold on Yanshan Mountain. However, when she arrived at the foot of Yanshan Dazai, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her brows furrowed tightly as she stared suspiciously at the tightly closed gates of Yanshan village. "Strange, why is it so quiet?" Along the way, Bai Lianhua hadn't seen a single soldier. "This is so bizarre. Logically speaking, even if all the bandits came out, there shouldn't be a single person left behind, right? Moreover, this is their stronghold. How could she possibly breach it so easily?" "Shaoshun, where is Zhang Shaoshun?" Bai Lianhua looked around and suddenly realized that she had not seen Zhang Shaoshun since she arrived on the island. A sudden sense of unease welled up inside her. Seeing this, Wan Tian, the captain of the third team, quickly stepped forward and comforted him. "Sister Lian, don't worry, I haven't seen Shaoshun either. Maybe he led his men up the mountain first." Bai Lianhua shook her head and denied it, saying, "Impossible. The gates of this mountain stronghold are still tightly closed. How could he possibly have gotten up the mountain?" Just then, a terrible thought flashed through Bai Lianhua's mind, and she suddenly cried out, "Oh no! An ambush! Retreat!" However, her warning came too late. Before he could finish speaking, a deafening roar of battle cries suddenly erupted from all around. White Lotus looked on in astonishment, and saw countless soldiers in fine armor emerging like a tide from behind the surrounding rocks and from the forest. These well-trained soldiers quickly surrounded Bai Lianhua and her group. At the same time, bright torches lit up the mountain stronghold, illuminating the entire scene as if it were daytime. Countless composite bows gleamed coldly in the firelight, their arrowheads all aimed at the White Lotus group below. In just a split second, Bai Lianhua and the others were stunned by this sudden turn of events. "Ha! White Lotus, you've fallen into my brother's trap! Surrender now!" With a burst of arrogant laughter, Yang Xingye led a troop of cavalry and swept in from behind Bai Lianhua. The imposing cavalrymen deployed into battle formation, ready to charge at any moment. Upon seeing the scene before her, Bai Lianhua was stunned and her eyes glazed over. Just then, Lu Xinyan slowly rode his warhorse out of the Yanshan stronghold, a smile on his face as he scrutinized the White Lotus group below. "So you're the White Lotus? Seeing is believing, so how about it, are you convinced or not?" It turns out that all the arrangements Lu Xinyan made before were deliberately put on a show for the innocent-looking Bai Lianhua. When Lu Xinyan first learned that the grain had been hijacked, he really wanted nothing more than to raze Yandang village to the ground. However, on his way back to Yanshan, he suddenly realized something. This scheming woman dared to openly rob his grain, so she must have sent someone to investigate beforehand. If that's the case, then she couldn't possibly be unaware that Yanshan had 500 elite troops. With just over 200 men under her command, there was no way she could withstand Lu Xinyan's vengeful wrath. But she actually did it anyway, and even acted as if she was waiting for Lu Xinyan to come and take revenge. After thinking about this, Lu Xinyan quickly understood. The true purpose of Manhwa was not the 1,000 dan of grain, but Yanshan Island. She was waiting for Lu Xinyan to come out in full force before launching an attack on Yanshan Island. This is why, even though Lu Xinyan could have immediately mobilized troops to besiege Yandang Mountain, he delayed for almost a day before setting out at dusk. Besides giving Manhwa the opportunity to sneak into his home under the cover of night, he could also take advantage of the darkness to quietly return to Yanshan Island and make arrangements. Sure enough, not long after Lu Xinyan had made the arrangements, he discovered the White Lotus's attacking force. Chapter 73 Master? Who are you? With a sharp shout, Manhwa stood in the center, sword in hand, as if facing a formidable enemy, her beautiful eyes warily fixed on Lu Xinyan before her. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile, and he said loudly, "Ha ha ha, you rude little lady! You stole my grain, and now you dare to question who I am?" Upon hearing this, Manhwa frowned, her face filled with anger. "You are Lu Xinyan? Oh ho ho, I didn't expect you, little lady, to know my name?" Lu Xinyan's smile grew increasingly arrogant as he looked at Manhwa with a half-smile. "You villain, I'd recognize you even if you were ashes." Seeing this, Lu Xinyan didn't take it to heart, and said leisurely, "Stop talking nonsense. You didn't recognize me just now, but now you say you'd recognize me even if I were ashes. Isn't that a contradiction?" Faced with Lu Xinyan's cynical attitude, Manhwa's anger burned even more fiercely. Her pretty face flushed red, and she angrily cursed. "You despicable and shameless scoundrel! You are unworthy of being a citizen of the great Feng dynasty, yet you collude with the Jurchens to harm your fellow countrymen. People like you will surely be punished." Lu Xinyan was somewhat surprised to hear this. He originally thought that Manhwa had only two options, surrender or fight to the death. He never expected that she would rebuke him so righteously. "No, you need to explain yourself clearly. How am I despicable and shameless, colluding with the Jurchens? Wasn't it wrong for me to extort grain from the Jurchens? Don't you have any?" Manhwa seemed to know about Lu Xinyan's extortion, but still glared at him, and said, "Do you know that it was because you extorted money from the Jurchens that they massacred Yunqing County? How many people were displaced and how many died under the Jurchen's sword? You caused all of this. So this grain was stolen from Yunqing County." Lu Xinyan finally understood why Jiagu Iron Tower was able to obtain so many supplies so quickly. It turned out they had stolen them. No wonder he didn't feel bad at all when he gave it to me. "You said it yourself, Yunqing County was massacred by the Jurchens. What does that have to do with me? Just because I don't ask them for grain, does that mean they won't attack the city? Ha, what a joke!" Lu Xinyan sneered and looked at Manhwa, saying, "In the end, you're just a hypocritical little man who doesn't dare to deal with the Jin people but comes to argue with me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? So, according to your logic, as long as he doesn't provoke the Jurchens, he won't go south? I think you're a classic case of big breasts and no brains. All your brain cells have grown somewhere else." Upon hearing this, Manhwa subconsciously looked down and saw that it was indeed very bulging. He was so angry that his face turned completely red. The other bandits around her couldn't help but look at her as well. Indeed, even though the innocent girl tried her best to cover her chest, she still couldn't overcome her undeniable strength. Now, being teased by Lu Xinyan like this, she was so angry that her chest heaved and her eyes almost popped out. "What are you looking at?" Manhwa yelled at the people around her, then glared angrily at Lu Xinyan. "Lu Xinyan, I admit defeat this time. If you let me go, I'll return the grain to you. How about that?" However, Lu Xinyan shook his head. "You have no right to negotiate with me. There is only one path in front of you. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Don't even think about it.
Even if I die, I will never submit to you. Oh, really? Lu Xinyan didn't seem surprised by her answer. His smile widened, and then he casually waved his hand. Just then, a cacophony of shouts erupted. Let me go! Let me go! Bai Lianhua looked over at the sound and saw Sun Xing, the leader of the navy, walking towards them from not far away, grabbing a boy by the hand. Following behind him were two groups of men sent by the captured White Lotus to seize two ducks. Elder sister! When Bai Xiao'er, who was being held by Sun Xing, saw Bai Lianhua, he became extremely agitated and shouted desperately. Waiter! Seeing this, Bai Lianhua felt a pang of anxiety. Sure enough, she saw that Bai Xiao'er and Zhang Xiaoshun had all been arrested. Zhang Xiaoshun, with a sullen and bitter expression, followed silently behind with his head down, showing no sign of anger whatsoever. Boss Bai, your brother and the two groups of men you left behind are all here. How about it, should you surrender now? Sun Xing looked at Bai Lianhua with a smug smile on his face. Xiaoshun? Bai Lianhua looked at Zhang Xiaoshun, who was standing next to Sun Xing, with a face full of suspicion. She had originally thought that Zhang Xiaoshun would be like the other prisoners, bound hand and foot or with a knife to his neck, but the scene before her eyes was completely unexpected. Zhang Xiaoshun looked up with a sullen expression, met Bai Lianhua's gaze, and explained with a wry smile. Sister Lian, I absolutely did not betray you and defect to the enemy. It's just that I was no match for this old man's son. Go away, you brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Sun Xing glared at Zhang Xiaoshun, then raised his hand and gave him a flick on the forehead. Your master isn't married yet. Who are you calling an old man? What? He's your master? Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua was so astonished that she couldn't close her mouth. Even Lu Xinyan was surprised by this situation. Sun Xing, smugly grabbing Zhang Xiaoshun by the back of the collar, smiled and said to Lu Xinyan, Boss, this is my sworn brother's only son. Could you please be so kind as to hand him over to me? Lu Xinyan's lips curled up slightly. He didn't directly answer Sun Xing's request, but simply waved his hand casually. Upon seeing this, Sun Xing immediately understood and quickly bowed to Lu Xinyan to express his gratitude. Thank you, boss! After saying that, he turned around, kicked Zhang Xiaoshun's butt in an annoyed tone, and urged, Hurry up and thank the boss! Ouch! While rubbing his bottom, Zhang Xiaoshun looked at his master Sun Xing with a wronged expression and muttered, Master, why did you kick my butt again? Didn't you promise me you wouldn't kick me anymore? I'm all grown up now. However, Sun Xing completely ignored his complaints and even sneered. Grow up my ass! In my eyes, you'll always be a little kid! After being disciplined by his master, Zhang Xiaoshun deflated like a punctured balloon, completely losing his temper. After all, he knew very well how powerful his master was, and that he was no match for him at all. Moreover, he understood that he was not wronged at all in losing to his master Sun Xing this time. Just then, Lu Xinyan's voice suddenly came. Well, White Lotus, do you still want to continue resisting? Bai Lianhua felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing Lu Xinyan's words. As she watched her men being captured one by one, especially when she saw her own brother being taken prisoner, the last shred of courage she had left to fight vanished instantly. Chapter 74 sent her to my room. With her eyes reddening, she stared at Lu Xinyan and slowly said, If we lay down our weapons, will you not hurt my brothers? Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan's smile widened, and he said softly, I didn't intend to hurt them in the first place, did I? Bai Lianhua was somewhat puzzled when she heard this, but she had no choice. After glancing silently at the sword in his hand, he reluctantly threw it away. Seeing this, the dozens of bandits, following behind her, all sighed and helplessly put down their weapons. Lu Xinyan was very satisfied with the scene before him. Very good! Lu Xinyan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Immediately afterwards, he waved his hand and shouted in a loud voice, Men! Detain them all at the naval dock! Yes! The soldiers responded in unison upon receiving the order and quickly sprang into action. Etc. At this moment, Lu Xinyan suddenly called out to the soldiers again. His gaze fell on Bai Lianhua, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Keep Chief Bai here and take her to my room. I have some private things I want to talk to her about. Hey Lu, what do you want? Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Lu Xinyan with a look of terror on her face. Boss! You can't go! Upon hearing Lu Xinyan's words, the bandits below the stage were immediately enraged. They glared at Lu Xinyan, and some even couldn't contain themselves and wanted to rush forward to protect Bai Lianhua. Boss! You absolutely mustn't go! That guy surnamed Lu is definitely up to no good. Boss, let's fight them! The shouts of the bandits rose and fell as they tightly protected Bai Lianhua behind them, fearing that Lu Xinyan might harm her. Looking at her excited brothers behind her, Bai Lianhua felt a surge of emotion. But she knew that, given their current situation, resistance would only make things worse. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, then turned around and silently glanced at her brothers behind her. All right, everyone, don't be impulsive, let's do as he says. Boss! The bandits cried out unwillingly. What, you're not even listening to me anymore? Bai Lianhua's eyes were a little red, and her voice rose slightly, carrying a hint of determination. The bandits exchanged glances, and finally had no choice but to slowly make way for them. As Lu Xinyan watched this scene, his respect for Bai Lianhua grew even stronger. He originally just wanted to tease Bai Lianhua and see her reaction, but he didn't expect her to remain so calm and composed under these circumstances. This made Lu Xinyan feel even more that Bai Lianhua was not a simple woman. With the matter finally settled, Lu Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and waved to Li'er, calling out, Go get them some food! Upon hearing this, Li'er immediately replied, Okay, no problem! He turned to leave, wondering what kind of food he should prepare. However, just as he was about to take a step, Lu Xinyan suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar, pulling him back abruptly. Come back! Did you really understand what I meant? Lu Xinyan asked with a serious expression. Li'er was startled by this sudden action. He turned around with a surprised expression, looked at Lu Xinyan, and asked in confusion. It's just about arranging food, right? We still have plenty of leftover steamed buns and porridge from the daytime, that should be enough for them, right? Seeing this, Lu Xinyan shook his head helplessly and explained. That's not what I meant. He pointed outside and said, You need to get some meat, preferably the fattiest kind, the kind that makes your mouth water with oil after just one bite. Upon hearing this, Li'er's eyes widened. Huh! Brother Xinyan, we ourselves are reluctant to eat this, yet you're letting them eat such good food? Lu Xinyan glared at him irritably. What do you know? I told you to do it, so do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? After saying that, he raised his foot and gently kicked Li'er's buttocks. Li'er frowned somewhat dejectedly, but still reluctantly nodded. Well, all right then. Watching Li'er's departing figure, Lu Xinyan seemed still uneasy and shouted again. Remember, make sure it's the fattest kind. Okay. Li'er waved his hand helplessly. Although he had many complaints in his heart, he could only do as he was told. Here, Bai Lianhua, filled with suspicion, was led up the mountain. Along the way, she secretly observed the surrounding environment, especially the road leading up the mountain. She discovered that the mountain path was not only rugged and difficult to traverse, but there was also only one way down the mountain. To make matters worse, the mountain road was heavily guarded, leaving almost no chance of escape. Faced with such tight defense, she had no choice but to give up the idea of escaping. It seems this is my final resting place. Looking at the cliff face on one side, Bai Lianhua felt a surge of despair. Not long after, Bai Lianhua was taken to Lu Xinyan's residence. However, to her surprise, this was not the room she had imagined, but a spacious and bright living room. The living room's furnishings left Bai Lianhua speechless. It was filled with luxurious furniture she had never seen before. Especially that 3-seater leather sofa, which looked soft and comfortable, making you want to sink into it. White Lotus stared wide-eyed at everything in disbelief, her mind filled with doubt. How can these things be so soft and comfortable? How can there be such things on this mountain? Just as Bai Lianhua was filled with surprise, Shangguan Linxua led Yi Lingxi and the others in. They were carrying a bowl of freshly made braised beef noodles, and the rich aroma instantly filled the entire living room, making one's mouth water. Miss Bai, this is the food my husband asked us to prepare for you. Please eat it while it's hot. When Shangguan Linxue appeared in front of Bai Lianhua with a steaming bowl of braised beef noodles, Bai Lianhua stared wide-eyed. Shangguan Linshue's skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, and every frown and smile was as charming as spring flowers in bloom. The other three women beside her were all stunningly beautiful, each possessing unparalleled beauty. Bai Lianhua couldn't help but exclaim, "How can there be such a beautiful woman in this world?" She stared intently at Shangguan Linxue, completely captivated by her breathtaking beauty. It wasn't until Shangguan Linxue coughed lightly that Bai Lianhua came back to her senses, a blush spreading across her face. "Were you also captured and brought up the mountain by that lecherous thief?" Bai Lianhua suddenly spoke, her tone filled with anxiety and worry. She grabbed Shangguan Linshue's sleeve, seemingly wanting some comfort and answers from her. Shangguan Linxue and the other three exchanged glances, their faces showing disbelief. The next second, they burst into laughter as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. Yulingxi covered her mouth, giggling. "Miss Bai, you may have really misunderstood your husband. He is the best person in the world, and he would never force you." Li Lizzie nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, back when that golden princess was captured and brought up the mountain, my husband didn't lay a finger on her, did he?" Bai Lianhua was stunned upon hearing this. She stared wide-eyed at Shangguan Linxue and her three companions with a look of suspicion. How could that be? How could there be a bandit leader who isn't lustful? Chapter 75 Incorporation. "You're lying to me, aren't you?" Bai Lianhua's eyes were fixed on Shangguan Linxue and the others, as if trying to find a clue in their expressions. However, Shangguan Linxue and the others appeared unusually calm, showing no intention of explaining. After putting down the food, they didn't even glance at Bai Lianhua before turning around and leaving. Bai Lianhua stood there blankly, watching Shangguan Linxue and the others walk away, feeling increasingly uneasy. "Wait a minute, I'm already a prisoner, they have no reason to lie to me, right?" Just as Bai Lianhua was racking her brains trying to figure it out, a strange fragrance suddenly entered her nose. It instantly awakened her taste buds. Bai Lianhua couldn't help but take a deep breath. The fragrance rushed into her throat through her nasal cavity, causing her stomach to rumble. After working all night, Bai Lianhua was starving. At that moment, the sudden aroma was like a fire, igniting her inner desire for food. Her gaze involuntarily fell on the food that Shangguan Linxue had brought. Bai Lianhua examined the bowl of instant noodles with curiosity, her face full of doubt. "What is this? It smells so good. It looks like noodles, but it's different from what I usually see," she murmured to herself, filled with curiosity. In the end, the White Lotus could not resist the temptation of the fragrance. She carefully picked up a little bit of instant noodles with her fork, put it in her mouth, and chewed slowly. In an instant, a unique aroma filled her mouth, a delicious taste she had never experienced before. "It smells so good. It's delicious. I've never eaten anything like this before. Cough, cough, cough." The white lotus flower was eaten too quickly and almost choked. She coughed as she gently patted her chest, but a satisfied smile graced her face. In the blink of an eye, the entire bucket of instant noodles was devoured by Bai Lianhua, leaving not a single drop of broth. "Burp, it's so delicious." Bai Lianhua lay contentedly on the sofa, still savoring the delicious meal she had just enjoyed. She squinted slightly, feeling the fullness and weariness emanating from her body, and every cell in her body relaxed at this moment. This sofa is so comfortable. The soft cushions support her body like clouds, making her feel completely relaxed. Perhaps it was because she was too tired from the day, or perhaps it was the magic of the sofa, but Bai Lianhua's spirit seemed to have been drained after she finished eating. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier until they finally closed slowly, and she drifted off to sleep. She didn't know how much time had passed when Bai Lianhua suddenly woke up from her dream. "No, no! Daddy! Oh, you're awake?" Just then, a deep, slightly mocking voice rang in her ear. Bai Lianhua's heart tightened suddenly. She looked closely and saw Lu Xinyan sitting to the side, holding her sword and leisurely peeling an apple. "What are you doing here?" Bai Lianhua's voice was a little hoarse. Clearly she hadn't fully recovered from the nightmare she just had. She looked at Lu Xinyan warily, her body involuntarily shrinking back to maintain a safe distance from him. Lu Xinyan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a half-smile. What a joke! This is my home. Where else would I be if not here?
Bai Lianhua's gaze fell on the apple in Lu Xingyan's hand.
What exactly do you want? I won't eat it. Huh!
Before Bai Lianhua could finish speaking, she saw Lu Xingyan stuff the peeled apple directly into his mouth. Lu Xingyan was also quite embarrassed, with an apple in his mouth, unsure whether to continue or hand it to Bai Lianhua.
What exactly do you want?
Feeling embarrassed, Bai Lianhua couldn't help but ask again. Lu Xingyan ate an apple and toyed with the sword.
The craftsmanship is quite beautiful, but it's a pity it's just for show. What do you mean?
Bai Lianhua looked at Lu Xingyan with a bit of frustration. You used my precious sword to peel an apple, and you're complaining about it? Lu Xingyan remained silent for a moment, then stared solemnly at Bai Lianhua and said earnestly,
Let me be blunt. I intend to bring you under my command. What are your thoughts on this?
Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua looked at Lu Xingyan with disbelief and said,
What do you mean? Aren't you worried that we might take advantage of your momentary lapse in vigilance to retake Yanshan Island?
Lu Xingyan made no attempt to hide his worries, frankly replying,
Of course I'm worried.
However, to be honest, I really don't have much time to slowly influence you. Therefore, my plan is this. After I incorporate you into my forces, I will settle you in Yandang Mountain and make you a major naval stronghold on Yanshan Island. Bai Lianhua became increasingly confused as she listened. She asked in bewilderment,
What kind of incorporation is this? What good will it do to arrange for us to stay in Yandang Mountain?
Lu Xingyan explained,
Simply put, from now on, I will provide you with food and military pay, but in return, you must obey my orders. It's that simple.
In fact, Lu Xingyan's initial plan was to recruit all of them into his team. However, just now, he suddenly changed his mind. The reason is actually quite simple. The influence of the White Lotus, a term referring to a seemingly innocent but actually naive person, is too great. To truly win over these people would require a lot of time and effort, and Lu Xingyan didn't want to waste too much time on that. It would be much simpler to recruit more refugees than to waste this time. As for the White Lotus gang, Lu Xingyan still respected them. At least they were righteous people, so killing them would definitely not be appropriate. I'm not willing to let go. Therefore, it would be better to incorporate them into the army and place them in Yandang village, so that even if the Jurchens invade in the future, at least there will be a force available. Even if they couldn't be reinforcements, the Jin people would still spare some of their forces once they learned that the other side was subordinate to Yanshan Island. In any case, Lu Xingyan is not at a disadvantage.
What if I refuse?
Bai Lianhua stared intently at Lu Xingyan. Lu Xingyan's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a faint smile that contained both confidence and a hint of mockery.
You won't. Because you have no choice.
This short sentence struck Bai Lianhua's heart like a heavy hammer, causing her to tremble. Indeed, as Lu Xingyan said, she has no other choice now. All her men were captured, and she herself became Lu Xingyan's prisoner. At this moment, she was like a fish on a chopping board, completely at his mercy, with no room for bargaining. After a moment of silence, Bai Lianhua took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down.
All right, I can agree to that, but you must not arbitrarily dismantle my people, nor can you interfere with the personnel arrangements within my village.
Her gaze was firm and earnest as she looked at Lu Xingyan, as if to tell him that these two demands were her bottom line. Lu Xingyan readily agreed to Bai Lianhua's two conditions, nodding without hesitation.
No problem. Your little brothers are all very loyal to you. I don't need to resort to these little tricks.
After saying that, he stood up, stretched, and moved his somewhat stiff body.
All right, now that things are settled, let me take you to meet your brothers.
Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua was overjoyed. She turned around and was about to leave, seemingly forgetting her current predicament. However, just as she took a step, Lu Xingyan suddenly frowned and called out to her loudly.
Hey, are you just going to leave like that?
Chapter 76. I want to see your face.
Otherwise what?
Bai Lianhua turned around and looked at Lu Xingyan with a wary expression. Lu Xingyan curled the corners of his lips into a slight smile.
I've helped you so much, you should at least thank me, right?
Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua instantly tensed up and backed away, pulling her clothes tighter around herself.
What do you want to do? Don't be so nervous, I'm not going to eat you.
Lu Xiqing chuckled softly, a playful smile still lingering on his lips.
How about this, you take off your veil and let me see your true face?
Lu Xinian suggested, his tone revealing a hint of curiosity.
No!
Bai Lianhua refused without hesitation.
I swore that I would never unveil my face before I avenged my great grudge. I see.
Lu Xinian seemed a little disappointed, but quickly regained his smile.
All right then, I don't like to make things difficult for people.
He shrugged and continued.
However, since you don't want me to see your face, I'll just have to be professional.
Bai Lianhua felt a pang of anxiety, wondering what Lu Xinian meant by
handling official business strictly.
Seeing this, Lu Xinian's lips curled up slightly, revealing an enigmatic smile, and then he slowly said,
Then let's keep your brother here. I was originally planning to reunite you siblings, but now it seems necessary to keep this hostage. Can't.
Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua became agitated. She quickly stepped forward and said anxiously,
You can't do that. He's still young and will be scared.
However, Lu Xinian remained unmoved. He frowned helplessly and said,
Look, I've already shown my sincerity, but you're still wary of me. But I should at least think about my brothers in the mountain stronghold, right? Doing this is already the greatest act of kindness I can show.
Bai Lianhua bit her lip, feeling extremely conflicted. She knew Lu Xinian was right, but she really didn't want her younger brother to be in danger. After a moment of silence, Bai Lianhua finally made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and said,
Will you let my brother go if I take off my veil?
Lu Xinian nodded.
A promise is a promise.
Although Bai Lianhua was extremely unwilling, she could only grit her teeth and silently agree when she thought of her younger brother still being in Lu Xinian's hands. After hesitating for a long time, she finally slowly reached out her hands, as if those hands weighed 1,000 pounds, and slowly removed the veil from her face. As the veil fell away, a face as white as porcelain and as pink as the sunset was revealed to Lu Xinian. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows as dark as distant mountains, her eyes as clear as autumn water, and her lips as red as cinnabar. Her slight smile was like spring flowers blooming, or the autumn moon hanging in the sky. She was truly a beauty that could topple kingdoms and cities. Even the well-traveled Lu Xinian was momentarily stunned upon seeing this face. Looking at Lu Xinian's foolish appearance, Bai Lianhua couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. She snorted and quickly put her veil back on.
All right, I've done everything you asked. Now you can let me leave.
Bai Lianhua's voice carried a hint of impatience. Lu Xinian then came to his senses and nodded in satisfaction.
Of course.
However, when Bai Lianhua arrived at the naval stronghold at the foot of Yanshan Mountain, the scene before her eyes took her by surprise. The people from Yandang Mountain all had bulging bellies from eating, and they were lying sprawled on the ground, as if they had been drugged. Seeing this, Bai Lianhua's face immediately turned furious. She glared at Lu Xinian and angrily rebuked him.
Lu Xinian, didn't you say you would let us leave? Why did you have to resort to such a cruel act?
However, before she could finish speaking, she suddenly felt something tugging at her feet. She looked down and saw Wan Tian tugging at Bai Lianhua's sleeve with a grin.
Sister Lian, we're fine, we just ate too much meat and our stomachs are bloated.
Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua was taken aback and looked at Wan Tian with a face full of suspicion. Just then, she heard a burst of laughter behind her. She turned around abruptly and saw that everyone from Yandang Mountain was sitting on the ground, each with a mocking smile on their face, waving at her with glee. This sudden turn of events left Bai Lianhua somewhat bewildered. She widened her eyes, scanned the people around her, and then fixed her gaze on Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, his eyes red, rushed toward her.
Sis, are you all right?
As soon as Bai Xiao arrived in front of Bai Lianhua, he hugged her tightly. When Bai Lianhua saw Bai Xiao, the huge weight that had been hanging over her heart finally lifted. She gently patted Bai Xiao's back and comforted him.
Xiao, be good, I'm fine, don't worry.
Bai Xiao held Bai Lianhua's hand tightly and said,
Sister, let's go, the boat is ready.
Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua looked at Bai Xiao with surprise and confusion.
How do you know we can leave?
Bai Xiao excitedly explained.
After they brought us here, they said we could leave. But everyone wanted to eat something more, and I wanted to wait for you, sister, so I didn't leave. What?
Bai Lianhua stared at Bai Xiao in disbelief.
They released you a long time ago?
Bai Shao nodded, puzzled.
Yes.
Seeing this, Bai Lianhua was so angry she almost fainted. She gritted her teeth and cursed at Lu Xingyan.
You bastard! You lied to me!
The more Bai Lianhua thought about it, the angrier she became. This Lu Xingyan had sworn that he would never let Bai Shao leave if she didn't show him her face. But what about now? He had already released the person. Isn't this just blatantly trying to scare her? Bai Shao, standing to the side, looked on with a puzzled expression as he watched his sister so angry. He blinked and looked at Bai Lianhua, asking,
Sister, what did he lie to you about? Did he take advantage of you with his body? What nonsense are you talking about?
Bai Lianhua's face flushed red instantly, and she glared at Bai Shao with a hint of anger.
You're just a kid, don't talk nonsense.
Bai Shao, however, persisted. Pointing to Wan Tian not far away and Li and the others around him, he said anxiously.
But they all say that this scoundrel wants to keep you as his wife, and that you two are doing it right now. What?
Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua felt a surge of anger rush to her head. She turned around abruptly, glaring angrily at Wan Tian and the others. Sure enough, those people all looked like they had done something wrong. When they saw Bai Lianhua looking over, they immediately tried to turn around and run away. Caught red-handed by Bai Lianhua, Wan Tian and the others exchanged awkward glances, then turned away, pretending to admire the night sky.
Wow, the sun is shining so brightly tonight. Yes, I'm sweating from the sun. Hey Lao Ruan, didn't you say you were going swimming? Can I go with you? Okay, I'll take you there right away.
Wan Tian, who was quick to flee, immediately led everyone away. Watching these guys flee, Bai Lianhua silently rolled her eyes.
I'll settle the score with you properly when we get back.
Chapter 77 The Touching Moment of the White Lotus. After reprimanding her subordinates, Bai Lianhua's cheeks flushed slightly, as delicate and beautiful as blooming peach blossoms. Her already fair skin now had a faint pinkish hue, making her look even more delicate and charming. When she looked at Lu Xingyan again, a wave of shyness washed over her, and she could no longer suppress it. After all, she was a naive young woman who had never experienced the ways of the world, so how could she resist such direct flirting? Bai Lianhua took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and then walked stiffly to Lu Xingyan. Her heart pounded faster and faster, as if it were about to leap out of her throat, and even her voice trembled slightly.
Don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise to you. From now on, Yandang village will follow your lead.
Lu Xingyan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. His eyes were deep and confident, as if he had everything under control. Hearing Bai Lianhua's words, he nodded and said slowly,
I'm not worried about that. Time will prove you made the right choice by submitting to me.
To completely reassure Bai Lianhua, Lu Xingyan paused briefly before asking,
By the way, how many people are there in your Yandang village now? You didn't really leave me with an empty village, did you?
Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua hesitated for a moment. After a moment, she replied,
Most of the people are here. We've only left some spies around the village.
She paused briefly, as if counting in her mind before saying,
There are a total of 236 people. 236.
Lu Xingyan murmured the number to himself, pondering to himself.
Wow, there are quite a lot of people.
Even if we calculate based on the lowest standard, and each person only consumes 1 pound of grain per day, that would still amount to more than 200 pounds a day. That's more than 2 loads. Oh dear, I'm afraid this grain won't be enough. You don't know the cost of firewood and rice until you're in charge of the household. Back when Lu Xingyan extorted 1,000 dan of grain from Jiagu Iron Tower, he was quite pleased with himself for it. But now, as he has more and more people under his command, he has come to realize that running this household is not an easy task. Take the current personnel configuration of Yandang village as an example. Even if 100 dan of grain were allocated to Bai Lianhua and her group, it would only be enough to feed them for a little over a month. Moreover, this is all while keeping the number of people the same. Just thinking about this made Lu Xingyan feel like his head was about to explode.
How about this?
After a moment's thought, Lu Xingyan said,
I'll leave you 100 dan of grain for now, just in case. Once I've settled everything on my end, We'll figure out a way to solve the food shortage problem. Upon hearing this, Manhwa showed a hint of surprise on her face, clearly somewhat taken aback by Lu Xinyan's generosity. She asked hesitantly, You really want to give us 100 dan of grain? It's important to understand that in this era of frequent wars and scarce resources, 100 dan, a unit of weight, of grain was a rather astonishing amount. These grains are not only a basic guarantee for sustaining life, but also a precious resource, whose value is comparable to 1,000 pieces of gold. However, faced with such a huge demand for food, Lu Xinyan agreed without hesitation, and his confidence was remarkable. Certainly! Lu Xinyan's voice was strong and clear, revealing an unquestionable determination. Now that you have submitted to my command, I will naturally not let you go hungry. Upon hearing these words, a warm feeling welled up in Manhwa's heart. She was initially skeptical of Lu Xinyan's acceptance, worried that she would face discrimination and unfair treatment. But at this moment, Lu Xinyan's words were like a spring breeze, dispelling the gloom in her heart. Manhwa was so moved that she couldn't speak. She gazed at Lu Xinyan, her eyes sparkling with gratitude and respect. She hadn't expected that Lu Xinyan would treat them so sincerely, without the slightest prejudice. Lu Xinyan seemed to sense the change in Manhwa's emotions, and he smiled as he continued. Don't worry, once the weather gets a little warmer, your men can go fishing in the river. We might need your help then. Upon hearing this, Manhwa felt much more relaxed. She knew that Lu Xinyan was trying to be friendly to her. With Lu Xinyan's support, their lives might get better. After the conversation started, Manhwa's tone softened considerably, and she replied with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lu Xinyan also expressed his gratitude to her, and the atmosphere between the two gradually became more harmonious. Ultimately, being able to recruit the White Lotus team into his ranks was definitely a fortunate thing for Lu Xinyan. Yandang village is located in an extremely important geographical position. It directly serves as the outer gateway to the southwest of Yanshan Island, and can detect any disturbances immediately. In this way, Lu Xinyan not only gained a reliable force, but also gained more intelligence through Manhwa, which can be described as killing two birds with one stone. The next morning, sunlight shone on Yanshan Lake, making it sparkle. Manhwa had arranged for people to send the stolen grain back to Yanshan Lake long ago. The grain was neatly piled up on the bank, bag after bag, emitting a faint fragrance of rice. Lu Xinyan stood on the shore, looking at the grain, and felt a little comforted. As agreed beforehand, he instructed his men to take away 100 dan of grain intact from the White Lotus people. This is both a matter of integrity and a strategy. At this time, Yanshan Lake has quietly entered the early spring season. As the ice and snow gradually melted, the lake began to thaw, and a gentle breeze rippled across the surface. The trees by the lake began to sprout tender green buds, and the grass on the island gradually turned lush and green. Everything is coming back to life, a vibrant and thriving scene. Lu Xinyan stared at all of this, but his heart was unusually heavy. He knew that with the arrival of spring, the shadow of war was gradually drawing closer. Previously, due to the cold weather, the Jin Kingdom and the Southern Feng Kingdom were able to maintain a stalemate. However, once the weather warms up, the Jurchens are very likely to take the opportunity to continue south and launch a new offensive. Time is running out for Lu Xinyan. He must expand his strength as soon as possible to prepare for the upcoming great battle. After some time, Lier rushed over, his face beaming with excitement. Brother Xianyan, I've recruited over 300 more young men who fled from outside the island, and they're all willing to join us, Lier said excitedly. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Xinyan's eyes. Lier's recruitment work has been progressing very smoothly during this period. The number of available troops on Yanshan Island has now reached 1,000. Even the cavalry has been expanded to 300. The high-quality war horses extorted from Jiagu Iron Tower were put to good use. However, worryingly, the pressure of food consumption is looming large. Chapter 78 Changes in the Situation. Lier frowned and said with a worried expression, "But our food and fodder consumption is just too high. How long has it been? Half of that 1,000 dan of grain has already been consumed." His words revealed his concerns about food supplies and his anxiety about the future.
Lu Xinyan pondered for a moment, then calmly replied. Leave the problem of supplies to me. You will continue to be in charge of recruitment, but one thing needs special attention. The recruitment process can be a little slower, but you must ensure that absolutely no bad apples are among these people. Lu Xinyan's tone was firm and decisive, clearly indicating that he had a clear understanding of the problem and a strategy for dealing with it. Li Er understood the importance of this matter and nodded vigorously to show that he understood. Don't worry, Brother Xianyan. I know what to do. I will definitely not let those bad guys infiltrate our team. After giving instructions to Li Er, Lu Xinyan did not stop there. He then went to find the intelligence expert Zhao Dai. During this period, Zhao Dai has been engrossed in the construction of the intelligence network around Yanshan Lake. However, due to the impact of the war, the Jurchens wantonly attacked and massacred cities, which made the construction of the intelligence network difficult. When Zhao Dai heard Lu Xinyan's call, he walked forward with deep dark circles under his eyes, looking exhausted. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan exclaimed in surprise, Dai, what happened to you? Why do you look like a panda? Zhao Dai complained with a bitter expression. Oh, boss, please don't make fun of me. It's all because of those wretched Jin dogs. Lu Xinyan hurriedly asked with concern. What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. Zhao Dai sighed and said indignantly. During this time, I followed your instructions and sent people to rent houses and do business in the nearby county town, all in order to establish a liaison station. But who knew that as soon as the shop opened, those golden dogs pounced on it like hungry wolves. They not only robbed, they killed. The liaison station I painstakingly built was destroyed by them in the blink of an eye. How could I not be angry? I've been so angry these past few days that I haven't slept well for several nights. Upon hearing about Zhao Dai's plight, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy. He was well aware of the importance of the liaison station. In this era of extremely inconvenient communication, the liaison station was like the eyes and ears of Yanshan Lake, a vital existence. Only through liaison stations could they obtain timely information from the outside world, grasp the enemy's movements, and thus remain invincible in the fierce struggle. Lu Xinyan patted Zhao Dai on the shoulder and comforted him. Dai, you've really worked hard these past few days. However, for our brothers on the island, the liaison station is a matter of life and death. Therefore, no matter how great the difficulties we encounter, we must grit our teeth and persevere, and we must rebuild the liaison station. Zhao Dai nodded emphatically and said firmly, Boss, you can rest assured, I will never give up easily. Actually, I was just venting to you, pouring out my troubles. I know exactly what I should do. Hearing Zhao Dai say this, Lu Xinyan felt somewhat relieved. He smiled with satisfaction, gently patted Zhao Dai on the shoulder, and encouraged him. That's good. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xinyan changed the subject and asked, By the way, you've been going down to the island frequently lately. Have you found out anything about the situation in the area? Zhao Dai nodded again and replied, Yes, I have indeed learned some information. Currently, the Jurchens have almost occupied half of the original territory of the Great Feng dynasty, and the southern Feng court is now holed up in Danzhou. Not long ago, Prince Duan, Li Jingtai, ascended the throne in Danzhou and established the capital of the Great Feng dynasty in Linen. He has already set off from Danzhou. The 4 counties in the Yanshan Lake area are now under the jurisdiction of Danzhou. It can be said that nowadays, only Danzhou remains in the north, struggling to survive and directly facing the threat of the Jurchens. At this point, Zhao Dai paused slightly, seemingly considering what to say next. After a while, he continued, However, based on my observations and understanding over this period of time, I suspect that the Jurchens will soon be marching south. Furthermore, I've heard that the southern Fengtian forces seem to intend to withdraw their military forces from Danzhou. What? The government troops in Danzhou are withdrawing? Lu Xinyan's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. It should be understood that Danzhou is like a powerful fist to the Great Feng dynasty, deeply embedded in the northern lands. It is the only territory that the Great Feng still retains on this vast land. However, once Danzhou falls, Yanshan Lake will also fall into the hands of the Jin people and become their territory. At that time, the Jurchens will inevitably focus their attention on this nail and launch a fierce attack on it.
Lu Xingyan certainly didn't want to see that. However, the specific details still need further verification. I only heard this information from someone else. Zhao Dai continued to explain. Some time ago, we managed to bribe a clerk in the Danzhou prefectural office. During a dinner party, he inadvertently mentioned Zhong Fang, the current general of Danzhou, which seemed to have caused considerable conflict with the authorities in Linen. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyan immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He said with a grave expression, "Dai, this matter must be investigated as soon as possible. If the information is true, it must be reported immediately." Zhao Dai knew that this matter was of great importance and could not be taken lightly, so he quickly replied, "Yes, boss. I will do my best to find out the truth as soon as possible." After inspecting the training situation on Yanshan Island, Lu Xingyan did not delay at all and immediately took a small boat to Yandang village for inspection. Currently, all military training on Yanshan Island is overseen by specialized leaders in their respective fields. Lu Xingyan only needed to occasionally take time to teach them some courses or conduct some ideological education. Apart from that, he didn't have many other things to deal with. However, Lu Xingyan adopted a completely different management approach for Yandang village. He did not interfere too much in the daily affairs of Yandang village, but always allowed Manhwa to maintain a high degree of autonomy. This laissez-faire management model has allowed Yandang village to maintain its original independence and autonomy to a certain extent. However, with the rapid changes in the situation, especially now that Yandang village has officially come under Lu Xingyan's control, he realized that it was necessary to conduct a necessary inspection of the place. Therefore, Lu Xingyan decided to go to Yandang village in person to find out the actual situation there. When he arrived outside Yandang village, the scene before him surprised him. The once bustling and lively Yandang village was unusually quiet at this moment, even giving people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. "That's strange, where have all the people gone in broad daylight?" Lu Xingyan stood at the entrance of the village, his heart filled with doubt. Chapter 79: The White Lotus's Predicament. Just then, the sentries hidden in the reeds noticed Lu Xingyan's arrival. They quickly rushed out from their hiding place and surrounded Lu Xingyan like ghosts. "Who is it?" The sentries, armed with swords, demanded answers in a stern voice. However, when they saw that the person who came was actually Lu Xingyan, they immediately put away their weapons and said with awe, "Boss, it's you!" Lu Xingyan looked closely and realized that the visitor was none other than Zhang Shaoshan, Sun Xing's prized student. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Aren't you in charge of the online army? Why are you here personally standing guard?" Zhang Shaoshan smiled and explained, "I really couldn't sleep, so I simply replaced the sentry." "Sleep?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyan's anger flared up instantly. "Don't you guys train during the day?" Zhang Shaoshan quickly explained, "Training? It's just that there was no training scheduled for today." Lu Xingyan felt increasingly uneasy as he listened, and continued to press, "What about Bai Lianhua? Where is she?" Zhang Shaoshan pointed to a wooden house not far behind him, and replied, "Oh, our sister Lian is sleeping too." Lu Xingyan nodded thoughtfully, then said, "All right, I understand. You can continue sleeping, you can continue standing guard." After saying that, he walked towards Bai Lianhua's residence without looking back. Zhang Shaoshan watched Lu Xingyan's retreating figure, his heart filled with doubt. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, "It's really strange. The boss wasn't angry at all when he heard that Sister Lian was sleeping. The treatment is too different, isn't it?" On the other side, Lu Xingyan nimbly avoided the sentries along the way. It must be said that although Lu Xingyan had no idea what Bai Lianhua's true intentions were, she was quite cautious when it came to setting up sentry posts. The entire camp was completely devoid of visible sentries. It was a defensive network entirely composed of covert sentries. But she still underestimated Lu Xingyan. After all, he was a special forces instructor, and Lu Xingyan could easily deal with such a small trick. Lu Xingyan carefully opened Bai Lianhua's door, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This room is too clean, so clean that it's a little scary." Looking at that empty room, even a thief would probably be tempted to leave her 2 bags of rice as a greeting gift. At this moment, Bai Lianhua was sleeping peacefully on a simple wooden bed made of pieces of wood. On the other side of the room,
Bai Xiao was lying comfortably on the big bed, fast asleep and completely unsuspecting. She's still such an innocent and naive child. Lu Xinyan tiptoed to Bai Lianhua's side, and suddenly his gaze was drawn to the sword beside Bai Lianhua's pillow. Why does this girl sleep with the sword? Just as Lu Xinyan approached. Like a sleeping beauty startled awake, Bai Lianhua suddenly awoke from her dream and swiftly drew the sword from beside her pillow. It's me, it's me! Lu Xinyan hurriedly spoke up, fearing that the girl would draw her sword and slash. Upon hearing his voice, Bai Lianhua snapped out of her daze and hurriedly put the sword away. Lu Xinyan? What are you doing here? Bai Lianhua stared at Lu Xinyan in astonishment, clearly surprised by his sudden appearance. Lu Xinyan's gaze was completely drawn to the half-open undergarment on Bai Lianhua's body. His eyes were fixed on the barely visible undergarment, and the pink bra straps peeking out made his heart beat even faster. Bai Lianhua seemed to sense Lu Xinyan's gaze, and her face instantly turned bright red. So he hurriedly pulled the blanket over himself and wrapped it tightly around his body, spitting out angrily. "Pa, vulgar!" Just then, a slight noise suddenly came from inside the room. It turned out that Bai Xiao had been woken up by the noise. He groggily raised his head and immediately saw Lu Xinyan standing by the bed. "Oh, brother-in-law, what brings you here?" Bai Xiao called out sleepily, a hint of surprise in his voice. Hearing Bai Xiao's words, Bai Lianhua was both ashamed and angry. She glared at Bai Xiao and scolded him. "Xiao, what nonsense are you spouting?" However, Lu Xinyan seemed to completely ignore Bai Lianhua's words. He walked forward with a smile, took out a fragrant meat pie from his pocket, handed it to Bai Xiao, and said softly, "Waiter, are you hungry? Would you like some meat pies?" Bai Xiao's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the meat pie. He nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice, repeatedly saying, "Yes. Yes." Lu Xinyan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile, and he said softly, "Shouldn't you say thank you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao's bright eyes darted around, and he instantly understood what Lu Xinyan meant. A bright smile immediately appeared on his face, and he said in a clear voice, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but burst into laughter, growing even more fond of this clever little fellow, and repeatedly praised him. "So polite!" However, Bai Lianhua was quite angry. Her chest heaved violently, as if a fire of anger was burning within her. Her eyes widened in anger as she glared at Lu Xinyan, and she called out coquettishly, "Bai Xiao!" Startled by his sister's shout, Bai Xiao shrank back and looked at Bai Lianhua timidly. Suppressing her anger, Bai Lianhua turned and glared at Lu Xinyan, asking sternly, "What are you doing here? How dare you barge into my room? Don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other, especially since this is my private room?" Faced with Bai Lianhua's questioning, Lu Xinyan remained remarkably calm. He explained calmly, "How can this be considered unauthorized entry? I'm the boss, so it's my duty to patrol here. I found the soldiers were all sleeping, so naturally I had to test your ability to handle emergencies. Let's also see how alert you are as a leader. I'm not being a pervert, I'm just testing you. Comrade White Lotus, you'd better stand the test. In my eyes, there's no distinction between men and women, only soldiers and leaders. You are utterly shameless. You took advantage of me and yet you have the audacity to say it so brazenly." Bai Lianhua trembled with anger, spat angrily, then turned away, ignoring Lu Xinyan, and tried to get up and leave. However, as she tried to stand up, she suddenly felt a burning gaze staring straight at her. She looked closely and found that Lu Xinyan's eyes were fixed on her, staring straight at her. His gaze made her feel uncomfortable all over, and even gave her a chill. Rogue! Vulgar and shameless! However, Lu Xinyan not only didn't look away, but also deliberately teased. "Hey, why do you even wear a veil to sleep? Don't you feel suffocated like that?" Chapter 80. Yandang village has also expanded its army. Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua glared fiercely at Lu Xinyan and replied irritably, "None of your business!" Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan not only did not restrain himself, but instead chuckled, then stood up and walked straight to Bai Lianhua's bedside. "What are you doing?" Bai Lianhua was startled by Lu Xinyan's action. Her body trembled violently, and she retreated repeatedly. Lu Xinyan quickly raised his hands in a reassuring gesture and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, I just want to find a place to sit down and have a good chat with you." "But you can't sit on my bedside like that," Bai Lianhua said, speechless. Lu Xinyan glanced around the empty room, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and said helplessly, "But I need a place to sit, don't I? Your boudoir doesn't even have a stool. If a thief came, he would probably leave in tears. Where am I supposed to sit? You can't expect me to sit on the floor, can you?" Forehead. Bai Lianhua looked embarrassed and awkwardly glanced at her boudoir, only then realizing that it was indeed rather simple. Her gaze fell on Bai Shao's bed, and she stammered, Then you can't sit here. You should sit over there with Shao." Seeing this, Lu Xinyan quickly replied with a smile, Okay, I'll definitely pay attention next time." However, his words instantly darkened Bai Lianhua's expression. "Next time?" Bai Lianhua stared wide-eyed at Lu Xinyan in disbelief. "You want a next time? Get out! After saying this, a blush rose on Bai Lianhua's face, and a feeling of shyness welled up in her heart. Her feet began to move erratically, as if she wanted to express her dissatisfaction and anger in this way. Lu Xinyan reacted quickly, grabbing Bai Lianhua's small foot to stop her. Bai Lianhua tried to break free, but Lu Xinyan's hands were like iron clamps, firmly gripping her feet and making her unable to move. "You!" A hint of shyness flashed across Bai Lianhua's face, and her voice became slightly stuttering. You're shameless!" All right, stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. I have something important to ask you." Lu Xinyan ignored Bai Lianhua's accusations. He grabbed Bai Lianhua's small foot and said seriously, "I'm asking you, are you planning to go out and rob a rich man tonight?" "How did you know?" Bai Lianhua looked at Lu Xinyan with astonishment and disbelief. "You planted a spy in my camp?" Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes, seemingly finding the White Lotus question somewhat amusing. He said calmly, "Even you are one of my men, why would I need to use any underhanded tactics?" These words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, exploding in Bai Lianhua's ears. Her face instantly turned bright red, as shy as a ripe apple. She glared at Lu Xinyan reproachfully and said coquettishly, You, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is your person? I've never seen anyone as shameless as you." However, the White Lotus's voice grew fainter and fainter until it was almost inaudible. She realized this herself and couldn't help but feel annoyed, cursing herself inwardly for being so useless. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan chuckled, revealing a mischievous grin. He said calmly, "Aren't you from Yennang village, my subordinates? Is there a problem with me saying you're my people?" So that's what you meant? Otherwise what?" "Humph, you scoundrel!" Bai Lianhua's face flushed even more. "Anyway, I'm not your person, so don't talk nonsense, or I'll beat you up." Seeing this, especially looking at Bai Lianhua's delicate appearance, Lu Xinyan was in a good mood and quickly replied, Okay, you're not, but Shaoer is. Isn't that right?" Bai Shaoer chewed on a meat pie, a satisfied smile on his face. After hearing Lu Xinyan's words, he nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, brother-in-law is absolutely right. Good girl, your brother-in-law will bring you another roast chicken next time," Lu Xinyan said with a smile. "Wow, really? Thank you, brother-in-law." Bai Shaoer's eyes lit up with excitement. Bai Lianhua, standing to the side, watched this scene with a heart full of turmoil. She stared speechlessly at her younger brother, inwardly lamenting. "You sold your sister for just one roast chicken?" Bai Lianhua took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, then looked at Lu Xinyan and asked in an annoyed tone. "Speak, what brings you all this way?" Upon hearing Bai Lianhua's question, Lu Xinyan suddenly stopped smiling and became serious. "I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it." He looked at the White Lotus flower and said thoughtfully, "What, is it that there isn't enough food in the mountain stronghold?" Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua's expression changed slightly, and she lowered her head somewhat awkwardly. She secretly groaned inwardly. Lu Xinyan really hit the nail on the head. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan already knew the answer in his heart. He frowned and asked in confusion, "Didn't I already send you 100 dan of grain last time? Even if you eat as much as you want, you shouldn't run out of food so quickly, right?"
Brother-in-law, my sister used some of the grain you gave us to give to the villagers, and then she recruited a group of people. It's really amazing that we've managed to hold on until now. Bai Shower suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan stared at Bai Lianhua in astonishment and asked incredulously. What? Why didn't you tell me you were running out of food? And how many more people have you recruited? Bai Lianhua lowered her head, like a child who had made a mistake, and murmured. It's just doubled. Upon hearing this number, Lu Xinyan gasped in shock. He himself spent money and resources to expand the number of people to just over 1,000. On the other hand, Bai Lianhua's side had nothing, yet its number of people already reached 500. The speed at which they assembled the team was faster than a rocket. What about the grain? Lu Xinyan's voice trembled slightly. He simply couldn't understand how Bai Lianhua could support so many people under such circumstances. The grain, mixed with some miscellaneous grains for feeding livestock, should last for a while. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan grew increasingly angry. Then why don't you come find me? Bai Lianhua's voice grew even lower, as she dared not face Lu Xinyan's questioning. I heard you're also expanding your army, and I guess you're running out of food, so I didn't have the heart to ask you for any. So, you're planning to rob a wealthy family tonight? Lu Xinyan looked at Bai Lianhua with suspicion, as if he had anticipated her plan. Bai Lianhua was slightly surprised that Lu Xinyan had seen through her thoughts, but she didn't show any panic. Instead, she readily admitted it. Yes, I do have that plan. Then, she explained her plan to Lu Xinyan in detail.